Chapter 371, Master and Martial Uncle's Wild Past. A person's true value could only be determined through comparison. Beatty had just encountered that self-proclaimed fat divine firmament saint and then sparred with Shantian today. Compared to that fat Taoist priest who had cursed him and scurried away after being bitten, Shantian's gracious manner was just too likable. Beatty even felt that the pain on his head had lessened considerably. "I don't feel that bad being beaten up now." He gazed at Shantian with a pleased look. "Good boy. It is Golden Light's good fortune to have a disciple like you. If you take over the divine firmament's sacred ground in the future, I am sure you will be able to bring it to new glories. If that kid is watching from the heavens, he will be very satisfied." As if having thought of something else, Beatty spoke up again. "Golden Light and I created this electric shadow footwork. It is one of the fastest techniques in this world. Golden Light promised me that he would never pass on this skill to the divine firmament disciples without my permission. It looks like he didn't go back on his word." Beatty looked somewhat subdued at the mention of the Golden Light sub-tark. Sadness flashed past his usually arrogant face. It looked somewhat weird. Beatty sighed as he continued. "I realized during our fight that your speed is as good as mine. But your speed is derived from the Kunpeng Dao and the Feather Immortal Metal. It is more suited for long-distance travel and the void. But it is somewhat weaker when it comes to close-distance evasion. Never mind, since you are Golden Light's descendant, I will impart the electric shadow footwork technique to you." Imparting the electric shadow footwork to Shantian? Envy flashed across the eyes of Fang Chang, Zhang Yunding, and Zhang Yunxi. This old tortoise might look very arrogant and annoying, but they had to admit that Beatty did possess astonishing moves. And his speed was downright ridiculous. After the earlier battle, everyone could feel that Beatty's cultivation level was at the level of a peak heavenly venerable cultivator, not quite yet at the sage level. Even so, his speed and short-distance evasion abilities were comparable to a sage's. This was the miraculous power of the electric shadow footwork. The group had only seen vague mentions of this electric shadow footwork in ancient records. As a result, they didn't think too much of it before. But today, they had witnessed what was truly touted as the world's fastest speed. This was definitely one of the most valuable techniques that a lightning-based cultivator could learn. If they could learn this technique, their battle prowess would be augmented to nearly indomitable levels. This is such a precious, peerless technique. And he's going to give it to Shantian, just like that? He had just been given a heavy thrashing by Shantian, but is now so willing to impart this technique to him? All the prodigies wore strange expressions on their faces as they stared at the white tortoise and Shantian. Is this how it is like to be the true son of Providence? He had beaten that fellow until his head was all swollen. But that fellow was still so eager to give him a peerless technique. This is how a lead character favored by the heavens is treated in life. So envious. However, there was no use in being envious. This white tortoise was clearly not someone easy to deal with. Shantian had properly defeated Beatty with his own two hands and was then gracious enough to let him keep his dignity. That was why Beatty thought so highly of Shantian and was willing to impart his electric shadow footwork to him. Had it been someone else, they would likely be defeated by Beatty. By then, there was no use hoping that Beatty would impart this technique to them. After all, this was his secret core skill. There was no way he would impart it to just anyone. "I am a mutated divine beast, a void lightning tortoise. My skills are naturally based on the void and electric charges. This electric shadow footwork merges the core concepts of Golden Light's Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra, and my own electric skills, to create a perfect, peerless technique. After my earlier observations, I can confirm that you have already cultivated the Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra to completion and formed the 5 elements Divine Lightning. This is very commendable. Given your current foundation, as long as you have good understanding skills, it should not be difficult for you to learn the electric shadow footwork in 3 to 5 years' time." Beatty crossed his front paws behind him and assumed the posture of a lofty senior. "By then, your speed will be greatly enhanced." With that, Beatty used his divine consciousness to impart the electric shadow footwork to Shantian. After he had transmitted everything, he said smugly, "How about that? A real eye-opener, right? I don't impart that to just anyone. Learn it well. As long as you can understand about 80% of this technique, together with your internal mixed divine lightning, it would be enough to trigger a speed that is as good as the Kunpeng Dao's. Then, if you can learn most of this technique, together with your Feather Immortal Metal, no one in the 5 regions will be able to match your speed." Of course, this electric shadow footwork is very complex and profound. You won't be able to understand it all that quickly. But no need to be too anxious. As long as you work hard and with some luck, you should be able to attain some little progress within half a year. Beatty was stunned in mid-sentence. He had noticed that Shantian was radiating with dazzling golden lightning all over. The lightning had more or less engulfed him. Meanwhile, Beatty could feel the changes in Shantian's body. His body was merging with the lightning and void. Amongst all the great techniques, the lightning arts had a clear advantage in terms of speed. To produce this kind of extreme speed, the electric shadow footwork would transform one's body into half lightning and half void. The most difficult part of this technique was the first step, how to transform one's physical body into lightning and void. Merging flesh with lightning and void was definitely no easy task. Even the Golden Light Sub-Tark had put in a lot of effort when cultivating this technique. He had managed to perfect it only after several hundred years. Meanwhile, Beatty could clearly feel that Shantian's physical body had already started to transform. And according to the speed of transformation, Shantian would be able to completely understand the first steps to the electric shadow footwork very soon. And the moment one managed to do that, it was just a matter of time before he could master this whole technique. That is just too fast. The corners of Beatty's mouth twitched wildly. He thought Shantian was just fast and didn't know that he also possessed such a great comprehending ability. This is just absurd. If one wants to be the fastest man across the 5 regions, they have to be fast, in all aspects. Senior, you are right. This electric shadow footwork is indeed a great speed technique. Looking at speed alone, it is even slightly above that of the Kunpeng Dao. Shantian's eyes shone with a faint silver glow. His body was also glowing. He had activated his Kannate Constitution and Kannate Heavenly Dao eyes, putting in all his effort into understanding this electric shadow footwork. To be honest, the name of this technique did not reflect its true potential. Perhaps because the fellow, whose nickname was Golden Flashes, was a weird one when it came to naming things. But in terms of speed, this technique was definitely at jaw-dropping levels. Lines of special runes appeared on the surface of Shantian's body, merging with the lightning and void. After the runes appeared, Shantian morphed into a ball of void lightning, completely disappearing before everyone. Swoosh! A streak of divine light flashed past, and Shantian instantly appeared 100 feet away. The speed was so fast that even demon venerables like Kunming and Kunyu were flabbergasted. This is no mere electric movement. This is as good as lightning-fast teleportation. Why, you managed to learn it already? Beatty's legs went soft as he staggered backward. He laid on the ground, 4 legs sticking up in the air, as he started to have doubts about the meaning of his life. It should be pointed out that part of this secret technique originated from him. And even he and Sacred Leader Golden Light had only managed to make little progress after much hard work. But Shantian. How long did he take? It hadn't even been an hour. And he had already more or less learned the entire electric shadow footwork. He could definitely execute it now. Just give him another hour's time, and he could probably master it perfectly. What kind of freak was this? You. Be careful. Don't rush and end up with chi deviation. After flipping himself back upright with his staff, Beatty gazed at Shantian woefully. To be honest, even this old tortoise was feeling very jealous. Shantian smiled. Senior, don't worry. I will be careful. I want to take advantage of the fact that the concepts are now fresh in my mind to take this technique out for a spin. I am going for a short exploration trip and will come back later to meet with everyone. Beams of golden light dazzled the moment Shantian finished his sentence. He disappeared in front of everyone, so fast that no one could see what happened. At that moment, all the girls looked utterly infatuated. So fast. That was definitely something to look forward to. Meanwhile, all the men looked resigned. The disparity between the divine firmament saint and us seems to have widened again. Shantian morphed into lightning and was able to explore the entire tunnel network. The earlier Golden Crow Flame Tunnel was a common sight in the Golden Crow Tark's tomb. Shantian encountered similar tunnels every few hundred meters or so, triggering flocks of golden crows each time. However, with Shantian's current speed, before those golden crows were able to touch even a single hair of his, they were already hammered to death by him. A man needed to be fast. No cultivation method in the world was undefeatable, all except the fastest ones. Shantian was enjoying the thrill that came with that high speed. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly. He seemed to have heard a cry coming from behind a stone wall just in front of him. It appeared to be a secret room. Curiosity killed the cat. When face to face with danger, don't try to get involved. Turn in the opposite direction and run. Shantian nodded and prepared to leave. There was no way he would do anything risky. Rumble. At that moment, a door suddenly opened in the stone wall. It was a special secret doorway. Following that, a plump figure stumbled out of the secret room. It was a fat Taoist priest, his robes already torn and tattered, his hair and face covered in dust and dirt. He looked very pathetic. Damn, why is there such a thing in the tomb? So unlucky. Didn't the Spirit or Sutra say that after the tark rose, he left behind a place filled with legacies and not much danger? Why is there this scary vengeful spirit inside the golden tark tomb? Lightning fist. Lightning fist. Lightning fist. Damn. My lightning is useless. Time to retreat. The fat Taoist priest fled in a manic manner, running and launching his lightning attack simultaneously. Shantian found it very strange that this fatty was clearly executing the Yang 5 heavenly lightning technique, but it seemed to have no effect at all. On the contrary, his Yang 5 heavenly lightning technique was blackish and seemed to have been tainted by something dirty. It didn't look like a proper lightning technique. And behind the fatty, Shantian could vaguely feel a tremendous and fearsome mass of energy. It was like a terrifying presence, which had been restrained all this while, was about to be unleashed. From a pure energy angle, the suppression exuded by that mass of energy was as good as a sage's. Who the hell did that fatty offend? Shantian stared impassively at the fat Taoist priest. He then quietly executed his electric shadow footwork, all prepared to flee too. He was not scared at all. After all, he had that fat Taoist priest as a buffer. That so-called vengeful spirit might not run as fast as him. Anyway, so what if it did? Shantian just had to run faster than the fat Taoist priest. Moreover, Shantian could escape into the void any time. He could make use of the Kunpeng Dao and divine devouring vines to control the void and completely suppress his own aura. As long as he did not reveal his aura, no one, not even a sage, could catch Shantian. Long Yuan divine armor? Don't tell me you are Master's newest saint? My junior brother? Just as Shantian was prepared to leave, the fat Taoist priest suddenly turned and looked at Shantian. He quickly continued. Junior brother, I am your first senior brother. Master's first disciple. First senior brother? Shantian was stunned by the fat Taoist priest's words. Isn't Fang Chang my first senior brother? The fatty looked rather wretched, and he was clearly much older. When did our sect have such an old disciple? As if he noticed Shantian's doubtful expression, the fat Taoist priest hurriedly explained. Junior brother, I am also a divine firmament disciple. I am the XXXXX saint. Our divine firmament sacred ground has a new saint every 100 years. I am the first saint after Master became the sacred leader. I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, look. I am using the proper Yang 5 heavenly lightning technique. Look at my lightning fist. Junior brother, help me. There is a very vicious vengeful spirit behind me. Let's join forces. The only way we can escape with our lives is to join forces. To prove his identity, the fat Taoist priest moved his plump hands in a crazed manner to execute over a dozen lightning fists. However, the more he tried to perform the technique, the more Shantian doubted his identity. Is this really the proper Yang 5 heavenly lightning technique? Is it because when Master took over the divine firmament sacred ground, it was in such dire straits that he allowed this fellow to become the saint? Shantian was very doubtful about the identity of this fellow. Shantian looked at him. Buddy, your Yang 5 heavenly lightning technique is not proper. It is very difficult for me to believe you. The corners of the fat Taoist priest's mouth twitched. Well. Let me think. Let me think. Oh yes. Junior brother, do you want to hear some gossip about our master? Gossip from when Master, Martial Aunt White Lotus, and Martial Uncle Azure Lotus were young. As well as the wild stories when he was with Demon Venerable Qingming and Heavenly Venerable Scarlet Dance. I will tell you everything after we successfully escape. Shantian was already prepared to escape when he froze. Master and Martial Uncle's wild past? Oh? Interesting. Chapter 372, This tomb was very evil and unlucky. Shantian decided to save the fat Taoist priest after listening to his explanation. Although he was not interested in the gossips of his master and Martial Uncle, This information proved that this fat Taoist priest was really a disciple from the divine firmament sacred ground. As the saint, I can't just watch my fellow man in danger. Shantian appeared next to the fat Taoist priest in a flash of golden light. He held the fat Taoist priest's hand, merged into the void in golden lightning, and ran away from the vengeful spirit that was chasing the priest. Whoa! A loud cry came from nowhere. The door of the chamber opened, and a ball of dark flame went straight for them. Rumble. The true sun fire inside Shantian shivered slightly. The origin of the flame was the same as the true sun fire, and it had some property of it too. However, compared to the honorable true sun fire, this dark flame was filled with a heretic aura. Most of the vengeful spirits were afraid of exceptional fire and lightning. That being said, this vengeful spirit could even infect something similar to the true sun fire. It was really incredible. This dark flame did not look like anything close to the true sun fire. It was an evil flame. With the flame coming out of the chamber, the aura of this vengeful spirit increased a few thousand times. Shantian felt that he was being chased by an extremely strong heretic being. It was even stronger than Sect Master Bloodkill. Damn! Senior brother, what have you done? Shantian's mouth twitched. He took out something with his right hand and threw them at his back. Rumble. The simplified version of Divine Firmament Lightning Array formation appeared, and the golden mixed lightning surged out of Shantian's body. The array formation boosted it, and it struck the dark flame. Shantian's mixed divine lightning contained the power of 5 extraordinary items, so it was stronger than normal mixed divine lightning. Its power was comparable to an attack from an insanely strong heavenly venerable with a boost of the lightning array formation. However, the dark flame did not bother about the lightning and continued its way toward the duo. After the lightning hit the dark flame, only some part of the vengeful spirit was purged away. Compared to the massive flame, it was really negligible. Soon, the lightning array formation was burned away by the flame, and a pair of wings grew on the flame. It was even faster now. Junior brother. Buy me some time. I just need a minute. I can get us out of this situation. The fat Taoist priest quickly took out a purple pendant covered in mysterious patterns. However, the most crucial part of the patterns was missing. Thus, it was only half active. As long as the missing part could be completed, this jade pendant could produce enormous power. Senior brother, you sure about this? Shantian's mouth twitched. The fat Taoist priest did not look trustworthy. Why would a sage-level vengeful spirit chase you out of everyone? What have you done? Did you rob its entire coffin? The fat Taoist priest quickly drew something on the jade pendant and said, Relax, junior brother. I have been raiding tombs my entire life. I've seen much more. This vengeful spirit is a piece of cake. Rumble. The dark flame launched its attack before he could finish his sentence. Shantian quickly used another mixed lightning fist to block, but he was too slow. The flame dispersed and hit the fat Taoist priest's crotch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The fat Taoist priest jumped up, and the jade pendant almost flew away. Junior brother. You can do a better job than that. Damn. If it's a golden crow flame, I might not be able to do anything. This vengeful flame is nothing to me. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The fat Taoist priest screamed and started his magic. Virgin's urine is the best against evil. Watch my Dharma treasure. Swoosh. Shantian was shocked that the flame indeed died down. However, the fat Taoist priest's robe had been burned away, and he was only left with his underwear. It seemed that his underwear was not something common. Even a sage fire could not burn it away. However, his clothing was wet. After some delay, the vengeful spirit was even closer to them now. Shantian could even feel it on his back. His Tao heart was shivering because of it. A female voice sounded from the Heritai rosary beads. Master. This hatred is strong. It's so terrible. The fat Taoist priest stunned for a moment and teased, Wow. Junior brother, you are raising a little female ghost? Shantian's mouth twitched again. Senior brother, a minute is almost up. Rumble. The flame suddenly increased in speed and blocked in front of Shantian. A giant claw came from the flame and went for the fat Taoist priest. The power of this claw could burn away all laws and void. This was the power of a sage flame. Senior brother, continue to do your stuff. Shantian threw the fat Taoist priest to the side and activated his Long Yuan divine armor immediately. The pseudo-immortal artifact Ocean Divine Hammer increased in size too. It was now a giant hammer that was a few thousand feet. There was a silver liquid on the hammer's surface too. That was the first essence heavy water. Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers, moon-lifting hammer. Rumble. The hammer struck the flame and caused a huge explosion. The void between them was crushed and formed a vortex that was absorbing all the spirit chi into it. The energy was so great that the walls surrounding them started to crack. Why is such a terrible vengeful spirit here in the golden Crotarch's tomb? The fat Taoist priest mumbled to himself as he continued to draw the pattern. This was close to the divine consciousness in other sages' tombs. In the 5 regions, sages' tombs were considered the most dangerous place. It was where sages failed their tribulation transcendence and died. The hatred from failing could form divine consciousness of hatred easily. This could kill all the intruders at the tomb. However, the Thearches had survived 36 heavenly tribulations and could become immortals as and when they liked. They were the top talented people in the celestial world. The only reason they left a tomb behind was for others to have a heritage and fortuitous opportunities. Unless the intruders were disrespectful, they would not encounter any troubles that were too difficult. However, this golden Crotarch's tomb had changed the fat Taoist priest's perspective completely. How did such a terrible vengeful spirit come about? It does not make sense at all. Of course, what did not make sense was this junior brother of his. He looked at Shantian, who had the upper hand as he was fighting with the dark flame. That is something created by a sage vengeful spirit. How did he manage to suppress it? Chapter 373, Vengeful Spirit Transcended, Mysterious Crow. The fat Taoist priest, Yue Yunde, was the first saint of the divine firmament sacred ground over the past 1,000 years. He was also Zhonglong Yuan's first disciple. When Yue Yunde had just joined the divine firmament sacred ground, the sect was in decline and didn't have many disciples. It had been completely unable to match up against the other sacred grounds. After the 2 great prodigies Zhonglong Yuan and Chu Long, there had been no one exceptional in the newer generations. The only one who had been a bit more outstanding was Yue Yunde. As the first saint after Zhonglong Yuan became the divine firmament sacred leader, the sect naturally had high hopes and expectations for Yue Yunde. Unfortunately, Yue Yunde's innate potential was inferior to Zhonglong Yuan and Chu Long's. What could be done? There was one way: force-feed training. It should be pointed out that Yue Yunde used to be an attractive youth. Although he was not as handsome as Shantian, his physique was definitely very good. However, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus and the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had kept feeding him all sorts of tonics and elixirs until he grew fat. As for this force-feed training, it had given some results. Yue Yunde might have a full figure, but his lightning cultivation improved day by day. And amongst his peers then, although he hadn't been the top champion, he was still one of the more outstanding prodigies. He had been no embarrassment to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. As Yue Yunde matured, he had realized that the tonics and elixirs he had been consuming had been hard to come by for his sect. He had realized how expensive and precious they were to his sect. As a result, although he appeared nonchalant, he had sworn to find some way to repay the sect. One day, he had inadvertently found a secret manual, Finding the Dragon Spirit or Sutara. This secret manual listed a lot of knowledge on domains and spiritors and how they possessed a lot of wondrous mysteries. If one followed the instructions on the manual, they could find many special areas within certain domains, which held the tombs of ancient practitioners. Yes, this secret manual had been an eye-opener for Yue Yunde. From then on, he had become obsessed with robbing graves. From golden core perfected ones to sages, as long as they weren't from especially notable families or powers, Yue Yunde would rob their graves. How could we describe this? Robbing the rich to help the poor? Robbing those rich dead guys to help his poor self. And for the treasures which were of little use to him, Yue Yunde would offer them to the sacred ground. It could be said that although this fellow didn't look that decent, his contributions to the divine firmament sacred ground might be even higher than those heavenly venerables and elders. If not for Yue Yunde's not-so-honorable methods, the divine firmament sacred leader might have chosen him to take over his position. And because he knew that he could never become the rightful divine firmament sacred leader, Yue Yunde didn't feel any pressure to maintain any sort of image. When robbing graves, he was even more shameless than Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. During his most rampant days, he had even raided the ancestral tomb of a certain sacred ground in Middle Ground. All because a grand elder from that sacred ground had mocked the divine firmament sacred leader. As a result of that, the two sacred grounds had nearly gone to war with each other. Luckily, The great wilderness celestial dynasty had stepped up to mediate and had the sacred leaders and saints of both sides settle their conflict via fair, one-to-one battle. Yue Yunde had fought the other saint and had been beaten black and blue all over, while his opponent had been charred black from Yue Yunde's lightning technique. Meanwhile, the divine firmament sacred leader and the other sacred leader had fought within the void for 3 days and 3 nights. But there had been no clear winner at the end. Despite the indefinite outcomes, the conflict between the two sacred grounds had been more or less considered settled. But Yue Yunde's dishonorable actions had successfully turned the other sacred grounds against him. Jixia Academy's Fuzi had personally brought that fellow to the academy and punished him to be locked in an isolation chamber for 100 years to reflect upon his offenses. Now that 100 years had passed, and he was finally released from Jixia Academy, he had followed the main group to Immortal Abode Island to join in the fun. This time, he was legally raiding a tomb. This was because nearly all the sages felt that this fellow was a professional tomb raider. If there was really something bizarre going on in the Golden Crow Tark's tomb, this fellow might really be of use. It was a coincidence that Yue Yunde had really discovered something off. This tomb was very evil and unlucky. Rumble. Shantian and the vengeful spirit inside the black-red flames continued to fight. The power of his ocean divine hammer was enhanced to the maximum by the first essence heavy water. And leveraging upon the power of the mixed divine lightning, Shantian was able to hold his own against the vengeful spirit. Even though the vengeful spirit possessed the power of a sage, it did not have the intelligence of a true sage. It could only rely on raw basic attacking instincts. Even so, that was formidable enough. After all, this was the power of a sage. If it was some other heavenly venerable, they would have already been torn to shreds. Star-smashing hammer. Moon-lifting hammer. Blazing sun hammer. Falling day hammer. Lightning sound hammer. Great heavenly dragon hammer. Boundless demon-defeating hammer. Shantian's long Yuan divine armor dazzled. He looked like a golden sun. And those heinous black-red flames looked like a blood-red sun. The two continued to battle fiercely in that tunnel. Master, the power of that vengeful spirit comes from this special domain and vengeful aura. You can try using the 6 paths of reincarnation disc to cleanse his vengeful aura. The Heritai rosary beads vibrated as Jiwer's voice rang out in Shantian's mind. Shantian nodded. He had already guessed that. But it was rare to meet an opponent whose battle prowess was somewhere between that of a sage and a heavenly venerable. Shantian wanted to continue sparring a bit longer. After all, heavenly venerables were no challenge to Shantian now. You actually look rather pitiful. Never mind, I will help you transcend. Feeling the black-red flame's fearsome murderous intent, Shantian shook his head quietly. He forced the vengeful spirit backward with a sudden vicious strike and simultaneously took out a silver jade plate, spinning it slowly. The jade plate became bigger, and the 6 lines of runes carved upon it glowed with a wondrous divine light. A faint divine Buddhist chanting could be heard in the air as if a perfected immortal was quietly performing a transcendence. Immortal. Immortal artifact. Yue Yunde widened his eyes incredulously when he saw Shantian's 6 paths of reincarnation disc. He had been raiding tombs for hundreds of years and had seen quite a number of good treasures. He had even come across more than a few sage artifacts. But he had never even laid eyes on an immortal artifact before. Junior brother, how did he get such a treasure? As Yue Yunde stood in his envy, Shantian activated the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. The vengeful aura within those black-red flames was being visibly cleansed by the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and transformed into merit energy. Meanwhile, that black-red fire also started to transform into a reddish-gold color and was absorbed into Shantian's body using his Tinder Sutra to be merged with his true sun fire. Shantian could feel that as more and more golden crow flames were being absorbed, his true sun fire source was also rapidly being strengthened. And it felt really, really good. As the vengeful aura continued to be dissolved, those black-red flames became less intense. The true face of the monster hidden inside those flames was gradually revealed to Shantian and Yue Yunde. And that monster was a crow. A reddish-gold crow. Chapter 374, Don't tell me it's that tortoise? A crow appeared amongst the flames. It had a reddish-gold color. Everyone couldn't help associating it with a certain elite divine beast, the golden crow divine bird. Shantian and Yue Yunde exchanged looks before gazing at the crow again, which was surrounded by a black aura. They appeared very shocked. The vengeful aura was clearly plaguing this golden crow, and so it had turned into a vengeful spirit. It wouldn't matter so much if this happened at some other place, but this was the Golden Crow Tark's tomb. The meaning behind this occurrence was perplexing and terrifying. Don't tell me this is the divine consciousness left behind by the Golden Crow Tark? Yue Yunde murmured to himself before shaking his head quickly. The Golden Crow Tark didn't die, and he ascended to the celestial world. How could he have left behind his divine consciousness in this world? And if this is truly the Golden Crow Tark's divine consciousness, it cannot possibly only have the battle prowess of a new sage. Everyone in this tomb would have already perished. Shantian grumbled in annoyance as he used his ocean divine hammer to suppress the Golden Crow. Senior brother, can't you lend a hand? Yue Yunde chuckled. Junior brother is so formidable, what help can I possibly give? Keep up the good work, junior brother. I will give you spiritual support and cheer for you. Shantian. He was seriously suspecting now if this fatty was a disciple of his master or a disciple of martial uncle Azure Lotus. Never mind, anyway, it was only a matter of time before this Golden Crow fully transcended. Shantian continued to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc to resolve the vengeful aura plaguing this Golden Crow. At the same time, he was using his hammer to keep the struggling Golden Crow down. Whoa! Bam! Whoa! Bam! Whoa! Bam! The ocean divine hammer struck the Golden Crow's head repeatedly, keeping it down on the ground. Shantian's Heritire rosary beads vibrated gently. Master, this Golden Crow's vengeful aura seems to be dissolving and then reviving again. The vengeful aura is reviving? Shantian's eyes hardened and glowed a faint silver. He could also feel that as he continuously used the 6 paths of reincarnation disc to transcend the Golden Crow, the vengeful aura seemed to decrease. But the vengeful aura was like a wildfire as it kept reigniting. Where the hell did this Golden Crow come from? Yue Yunde muttered to himself, Golden Crow divine beasts have always been quite rare in the 5 regions. And it has appeared here in the Golden Crow Tark's tomb. Don't tell me. Before the fat Taoist priest could finish his words, Shantian's face suddenly turned grim. Senior brother, we have to leave now. With that, Shantian erupted in rainbow divine light. The power of that extraordinary item merged with him to form a divine barrier. Boom! The rainbow divine light barrier came down upon the Golden Crow, completely enclosing it. Following that, Shantian dragged Yue Yunde along with him, morphing into a streak of golden light and shooting in the opposite direction. The Golden Crow struggled madly within the rainbow divine light barrier. But since its vengeful aura had already been halved, its power had also decreased significantly. The rainbow divine light barrier shook intensely, but it didn't shatter. Its glow just started getting increasingly dim. Woo! Another strident cry rang out from the tunnel. Another mass of black-red flames appeared in the tunnel. And its power was even stronger and more terrifying than the first Golden Crow. Rumble! A very dense fireball suddenly shot out of the black-red flames. The fireball exuded boundless heat energy, such that it was like a small sun. The rainbow divine light barrier shook intensely the moment the fireball struck it. It was a massive impact. Crack! The barrier gradually cracked open, and the Golden Crow trapped inside was freed. The red-gold body was enveloped once again by black vengeful aura. A tremendous murderous intent surged from it as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. And as the 2 Golden Crows approached each other, their auras magnified at an unbelievable rate. It was like they were enhancing each other. The 2 Golden Crows pursued Shantian. Everywhere the vengeful aura touched became dull and dim, even the runes inside the tunnel. The formerly magnificent tomb now looked somewhat dark and malevolent. For a moment there, all those sages from the different powers felt something heavy descend over their hearts. As if something bad was about to happen. Meanwhile, Shantian was executing his electric shadow footwork while dragging Yue Yunde along. He covered over 10,000 feet in a second. Following that, he executed his void skills, and the 2 of them hid inside the void with their auras completely concealed. They disappeared as if they had never existed in the first place. Yue Yunde was totally awed by Shantian's methods. He stared at Shantian with sparkling eyes as if admiring a perfect work of art or a priceless treasure. The corners of Shantian's mouth twitched. Senior brother, I don't swing that way. Yue Yunde was taken aback before his plump face broke out in an awkward smile. Junior brother, you misunderstand, I don't usually swing, I mean, I don't swing that way either. An eager expression crossed Yue Yunde's face. Junior brother, you displayed the long-lost powerful technique of the divine firmament sacred ground earlier. The electric shadow footwork, right? Shantian nodded. Yes. Why? Yue Yunde quickly asked again, did you learn it from that damn tortoise? The corners of Yue Yunde's lips twitched slightly. We are both divine firmament saints. Why did that damn tortoise teach you and not me? So unfair. Shantian was amused by the sight of the peeved fat Taoist priest. You keep calling him that damn tortoise. No wonder he refused to impart his secret core technique to you. That self-proclaimed white tark is clearly not someone who forgives easily. With that foul mouth of yours, you are already lucky that he didn't bite you. Yue Yunde gazed woefully at Shantian. Junior brother, let's make a deal. Teach me the electric shadow footwork. I am your sect brother. Teach you the electric shadow footwork? Shantian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, he didn't really care either way. The electric shadow footwork was very fast. It was even more powerful than the Kunpeng arts if one just looked at short distance vision. But he had so many imperial sutras on him that the electric shadow footwork was not that special. It was not something that he couldn't live without. Shantian wouldn't lose anything if he imparted it to anyone. The problem was that this was a technique that Beatty and Sacred Leader Golden Light had invented together. Even Sacred Leader Golden Light hadn't taught this technique to just any random person. Shantian felt that that tortoise might bite him in the future if he taught this technique to Yue Yunde. Shantian smiled. Well, I need to discuss this with my Dao companion first. Dao companion? Yue Yunde was surprised. You have a Dao companion? Shantian smiled again as he thought, no, I don't have one. That's why there's nothing to discuss here. At that moment, Yue Yunde looked horrified. Don't tell me. It's that tortoise? Junior brother became Dao companions with a tortoise just to learn this technique? And a male tortoise at that? Shantian's smile froze. Chapter 375, with the son of Providence around, it will definitely be safe. Junior brother, why do this to yourself? I already feel rather ashamed to be raiding tombs for the sacred ground. Didn't expect junior brother to be willing to stoop so low with that perverted tortoise, just to get some peerless technique. Junior brother, you are doing way too much for our sacred ground. Junior brother, I am really very touched. Shantian clenched his fists as he looked at the blubbering fat Taoist priest. He forced a smile. Senior brother, you misunderstand, Yue Yunde raised his right hand and promised. Junior brother, don't worry. I know how to keep a secret. No one else will know this except the heavens, you, me, and that damn tortoise. If someone else finds out, it will definitely be that damn tortoise who leaked it. It will never be me. If I tell someone else, I will be struck by lightning and be unlucky every time I raid tombs. Kacha. Rumble. The clear sound of lightning and thunder suddenly echoed from nearby. A wretched cry rang out. It was spine-chilling. It was clear that someone else had met with danger in the tomb. Yue Yunde. Shantian. After taking out some rejuvenation pills and consuming them, Shantian said calmly, Senior brother, stay here. I will go check things out. With that, Shantian morphed into a streak of golden light and shot off. He disappeared before Yue Yunde. Junior brother, hurry back. I don't feel safe without you by my side. Yue Yunde called out anxiously as he stared after Shantian's departing profile. Of course, Shantian ignored him. A conflicted look appeared on Yue Yunde's face when Shantian completely disappeared from sight. He muttered to himself, didn't expect the condition to learn that damn tortoise's electric shadow footwork is to do something so perverse. That is just so depraved. Junior brother looks so refined and well-bred, but he is actually so open-minded. One really cannot judge a book by its cover. As Yue Yunde muttered on, he didn't realize a slight wave vibrating through the void around him. He continued to murmur, I wonder to what extent is considered enough? If I seek out that damn tortoise now, I wonder if he will be willing to teach me? Or should I just report to Master and have him capture the damn tortoise and punish him? Master thinks so highly of junior brother. If he knew that damn tortoise dared to defile him like that, he will definitely. Yue Yunde continued to mutter to himself. Suddenly, his hair stood straight up as he went on high alert. A highly sensitive instinct to danger cultivated over hundreds of years of tomb raiding had him subconsciously dodge to the side. Rumble. A long staff encased in lightning smashed heavily to the ground. Yue Yunde's grimy face turned grave. Damn! Where did this scoundrel come from? He dared to sneak attack me. The corners of Yue Yunde's mouth twitched when he saw the black-clad man, who was still half merged with the void. He called out, "I am the top tomb raider across the 5 regions. Provoke me, and I will raid and destroy your ancestral tombs." Swoosh! Before Yue Yunde could finish his sentence, the black-clad man transformed into a shadow and merged into the void. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Yue Yunde. He brought his staff down on Yue Yunde's head. His attack was not meant to be fatal and did not cause serious injury. But one would still feel very dizzy from that strike. This fellow is so fast. He can merge as one with the void. Don't tell me he is a member of the assassin clan? Yue Yunde was rapidly trying to understand the situation as he scurried around. But I never raided their tombs before. Why do they want me dead? That's not right. Don't tell me someone has a bounty on my head? But this fella doesn't seem to have the intention to kill. He is just showing off. His moves are not meant to kill. He is not behaving like an assassin at all. Nevertheless, does he think he can make me feel threatened just by these elementary moves? Scoundrel, you are too naive. Yue Yunde twisted his plump body here and there. He looked very clumsy but managed to nimbly evade all the attacks. He then took out a small bronze bell. The boundless skies and earth, the laws of the universe. Activate. A massive surge of energy was channeled into the bell, and lines of ancient runes shot out of it toward the black-clad man. The void started to solidify wherever the runes came in contact with it. The black-clad man, who had been swimming through the void as agile as a fish, was now forced to emerge. He stood right in front of Yue Yunde. Meanwhile, the little bronze bell suddenly morphed into a green barrier, completely trapping the black-clad man. You didn't expect this, right? I have a supreme-grade sage artifact. The universe-trapping bell. Especially effective for counteracting your kind of void skills. Yue Yunde crowed smugly. Just wait till my junior brother gets back. You'll be finished then. A streak of golden light suddenly flashed past. Shantian appeared in front of Yue Yunde in his long Yuan divine armor and golden wings. Yue Yunde's smile widened. His chubby cheeks were all smushed upwards. Junior brother, you are finally back. This scoundrel has ill intentions toward us. I have already trapped him. Hurry up and hammer him with that big hammer of yours. Let's capture him and bring him back to Master. We might get a huge reward. He looked smugly at the black-clad man. Just you wait. You are dead meat. Duang. In the next second, Yue Yunde felt a mild vibration at the back of his head. Suddenly, it all went black for him. The corners of Shantian's lips twitched slightly as he gazed upon the collapsed Yue Yunde. Senior brother, don't blame me. He thought that he would never have a use for the supreme grade forgetting pill which his master had given him. But it seemed like there was a first time for everything. After taking out a pill, Shantian stuffed it into Yue Yunde's mouth. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. My reputation will remain clear now. Shantian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gazed down upon the slumbering Yue Yunde, who was still muttering in his sleep about which tomb to raid next. Why did Master accept this fellow as his first disciple? Following that, Shantian turned to look at the black-clad man. According to senior brother, this golden Crowdhark's tomb is not that simple. There might be some special booby traps. The black-clad man replied calmly, well, in all great stories, the lead character will always meet with some challenging situation. Of course there will be something going on in this golden Crowdhark's tomb. Shantian nodded. Regardless, we must inform everyone. Shantian didn't hope to see his divine firmament comrades come to any harm just because of him. They were his golden geese. Comrades. While carrying the unconscious Yue Yunde, Shantian executed the electric shadow footwork and hurried back to Fang Chang and the rest. It was worth mentioning that after listening to Shantian's edited version of his earlier adventure, Qi Shaoxuan, Fang Chang, and Zhang Yunxi all expressed their unwillingness to withdraw from the tomb. The reason was very simple. They believed that Shantian was the true son of Providence. Everyone felt that as long as Shantian was with them during the training, it would definitely be safe. Chapter 376, Golden Crowdhark's Herb Garden. Saint, I believe in you. I will never meet with any danger as long as I follow you. That's right. It's not like we have never overcome dangerous situations before. When we were in the primordial battlefield and the immeasurable ancient state, didn't we still manage to return in one piece? This time, countless powerful practitioners from North Sea, Eastern Wilderness, and Middle Ground have all gathered here. So what if there is really something strange going on in this tomb? It won't be a big deal. I was utterly convinced by Brother Shen's performance in the chaotic Star Island domain. I hope that Brother Shen can display his prowess again this time and find some longevity elixir for me to replenish my lifespan. You guys, can you have more backbone? As cultivators, we should face adversity with courage and determination. How can we just think of relying on others? Brother Shen, if there is any danger, I will fight alongside you. Get lost, you fool. Let me stand beside junior brother. You are taking up my spot. Amidst the rowdy ruckus, no one chose to retreat. The only one who left was the white tark. He left only because he didn't want to be stuck with these youngsters. He believed that with his powers, he would be able to navigate through the Golden Crow's tomb easily. If he tagged along with this group, he would have to split the fortuitous opportunities with them. It was not a good deal at all. If it was Shantian alone, this old tortoise might have agreed to stay on. But with so many extra burdens tagging along? Forget it. Of course, it was also good that the white tark left early. Otherwise, he would have seen the unconscious Yue Yunde and ripped him to shreds. The white tark had lived in the 5 regions for so long and never suffered at the hands of anyone before. And this Yue Yunde had wet him big time. There was no way he could forgive that. Everyone, have you all decided to continue with me? Shantian was rather stunned by the group's fearlessness. These prodigies are so courageous? I guess it is true that those who have never met with any setbacks before do not fear danger. Unlike those fellows who have had bad luck for dozens of years. Caution would be ingrained in their bones. Eh? At that moment, the unconscious fat Taoist priest was gradually waking up. His eyes remained dazed for a couple of moments before instantly clearing and becoming alert. Where am I? Who are you guys? Did you steal my treasures? Yue Yunde hurriedly felt his pockets. He heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that his most well-hidden storage ring was still on him. Following that, he took stock of all his equipment, elixirs, and treasures. The high vigilance on his face gradually faded. First senior brother, don't worry. No one touched your treasures. Zhang Yunding was amused. You were attacked by some monster and lost consciousness. Luckily, junior brother reached in time and saved you from the monster. I was attacked by some monster and lost consciousness? Eh? Why don't I remember anything? But I don't have any obvious injuries on me, and I didn't lose anything precious. I have been lucky. But my head just feels rather woozy. As if someone hit me on the head. Don't tell me I lost my memory from getting hit on the head? Yue Yunde gazed up at Fang Chang, Zhang Yunding, and Zhang Yunxi, the 3 great prodigies of the divine firmament sacred ground. Yue Yunde already knew of them from way before. After all, his master's precious son and daughter were part of the trio. Looking at Shantian clad in his long Yuan divine armor, Yue Yunde looked rather perplexed. The long Yuan divine armor is the most powerful armor back in Master's youthful years. None of the saints from the previous 9 generations had been deemed worthy of inheriting this long Yuan divine armor. To be able to inherit this armor, this man is definitely the most highly regarded by Master. Unless something unexpected happens, he will be the future sacred leader. This strange man is wearing that armor, so his identity is. He is clearly the latest saint appointed by Master, Shantian. The problem is that I have no recollection of ever seeing this fellow before. So why do I feel a vague sense of familiarity with him? Don't tell me we have affinity? Yep, heard from Master that this junior brother has the most hidden and deepest potential in the entire 5 regions. His emergence would cause the dragons to rise to the skies, their roars echoing across the universe. His providence and destiny are boundless. It is entirely possible he can become Tark in the future. I must build a good relationship with this junior brother. I might be able to leverage off his power and status next time. Yue Yunde was all smiles at this thought. He said, "Mighty junior brother, I must thank you for saving my life. I will never be able to repay you. Next time when we get the chance, we must have a long chat. I will impart all my skills and techniques to you." Skills and techniques? The corners of Shantian's mouth twitched. Do you mean the skills which led you to be pursued by a vengeful spirit in the tomb? Keep such skills to yourself, please. I have no interest at all. Gossip about Master is more interesting. Damn. I forgot to ask about that gossip. What a pity. Never mind, I must quickly bring my comrades to uncover all the fortuitous opportunities here and then leave as soon as possible. Not wanting to delay any longer, Shantian scanned the images at the top of everyone's heads. He then slowly closed his eyes. His white robe exuded a faint glow and fluttered despite there being no wind. His long hair also flowed, making his handsome face appear even more extraordinary. Even Princess Linglong, who had met Shantian not too long ago, couldn't stop her pounding heart as she gazed upon this amazing sight. This is what it is like to have one's heart stirred? Time passed by the minute and second. Shantian gradually opened his eyes. He gazed toward a particular pathway in the east. I can feel that there is a fortuitous opportunity in that direction. East? There is a fortuitous opportunity there? Yue Yunde was stunned. Is junior brother able to find fortuitous opportunities so easily all the time? Closing his eyes and detecting the location of fortuitous opportunities just by instinct alone? Won't my hundreds of years of tomb raiding be a right joke then? Yue Yunde opened his mouth to retort, but he noticed the matter-of-fact expressions on everyone's faces. Thus, he swallowed his words. Never mind. Let me see if junior brother is really that good. If it is true, then I will cling to him for the rest of my life. If it is fake, I will find a way to relegate him to a supporting role. Ha, I really don't believe that a person can rely on luck alone to do whatever he wants in this ancient tomb. It is just illogical. Not to mention that there's something off about this tomb. I heard junior brother mention that he encountered some kind of vengeful golden crow spirit. There's a possibility that not only will we fail to find any fortuitous opportunities, but we might stumble upon a bunch of vengeful spirits. Yep, let me set up a teleportation array first. Safety first. The group followed Shantian through the tomb. As they passed multiple dark tunnels, they triggered the runes on the walls, which resulted in attacks by flocks of flaming golden crows. Nonetheless, the group cooperated smoothly to transform those flaming golden crows into cultivation energy for their own purposes. No one felt disadvantaged in the least. As they made their way down thousands of miles of the passageway, they came upon multiple cross-junctions. It was like they were traveling through a maze. If they didn't already firmly believe in Shantian's providence, the group might have started to doubt if they were already lost. Junior brother, should we head back? The fat Taoist priest pursed his lips. He could tell now. This junior brother might be very talented in terms of cultivation, but he was just a newbie when it came to finding treasures. Shantian had been going in circles for a long time now. It was a waste of effort. They were now completely lost inside this maze. They appeared to have walked thousands of miles, but they were just going round and round in an ever-widening circle in reality. Yue Yunde didn't want to continue in this manner anymore. He was here to seek treasures, not to go on a long-distance marathon to lose weight. It's time for me to show off my abilities. Be good kids and watch carefully. Shantian stood in front of the final cross-junction. He smiled. Don't worry. We have arrived. With that, Shantian stepped into the middle pathway. All the pathways instantly glowed and merged into one. A door made entirely of supreme-grade fire element spirit jade appeared before everyone. It was beautiful. As the door slowly opened, a vibrant herb garden was revealed. The crisp, fragrant scent of sacred herbs wafted out. It was clear this was a special small world of its own. It was the most precious secret place in the entire immortal abode island. This was the Golden Crow Tark's personal herb garden. Chapter 377, It's useless to hide. Needless to say, the herb garden of Tark was extremely valuable. Although many precious herbs had been kept away before they became immortal, the normal herbs that were left behind became precious too after growing for thousands of years. Most of them could not last that long, but they could provide nutrients for the soil after they withered. The subsequent seeds that germinated in this soil could get much better nutrients for their growth and could become supreme-grade herbs and sometimes even sage-grade. Also, most of the Thearches would not keep away all the sage herbs in the garden before they became immortals. Some herbs were not good enough to boost their power anymore and would be left behind for others as fortuitous opportunities. After being there for over 10,000 years, these herbs had become extremely useful and powerful now. If the Tarks did place restrictions in their herb gardens to prevent the herbs from getting intelligent, these herbs would become demons. It was extremely easy for a group of demon venerables to be born among those supreme-grade herbs given such a long time. Even a sage demon was possible too. Of course, these supreme-grade herbs belonged to Shantian now. Yue Yunde's eyes opened wide upon seeing the herb garden. Damn. What the hell? It's just luck, right? He found the herb garden just by randomly running around like that? There were many fortuitous opportunities in immortal Abode Island, as it was the Golden Crow Tark's training ground. There were even more in his tomb. However, the herb garden was one of the best fortuitous opportunities one could encounter. Most of the Thearch's tombs found in the 5 regions were still in the midst of exploring. Only a very limited percentage had been discovered after over 10,000 years. Important places like the herb gardens, pill rooms, and treasure rooms were nowhere to be found. Shantian had entered the Golden Crow's tomb for one day and found this herb garden. He was really blessed. According to Yue Yunde's calculation, he would need to raid tombs for 500 years before he could get all these goods. Wait, maybe even 800. Even Princess Linglong, who came from the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty, looked at Shantian with admiration. Middle Ground had the densest spirit chi in the 5 regions, and it had the most Thearch's tombs too. The Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty alone had discovered 3 tombs. They had invited many domain experts to help with the process, but the results were very limited. After all, it was hard for a normal cultivator to understand what Tark was thinking. Since the very beginning of time, only the truly fated ones could obtain big fortuitous opportunities in the Thearch's tombs. Or else, they must be a child of Providence. If I'm not wrong, Saint Shantian should be one of them. No wonder Father told me to gain Shantian's favor even if I had to marry him. Father is right indeed. Each of them had their little thoughts after seeing the herb garden, but Shantian only smiled. He said calmly, "Most of the herbs in this garden have been here for over 10,000 years. Although they could not manifest their human forms, they have the basic instinct to avoid any danger. Most of these herbs can move, and they are aggressive. Please be careful while collecting them." Rumble. The moment Shantian stopped speaking, someone flew past him. Yue Yunde tried to pick a sunny firegrass, but it sprayed fire at him straight away. His whole body was burning in flame. The combat power of this sage herb was comparable to a heavenly venerable. In such an environment, maybe the herb was stronger. This was definitely not for normal cultivators. If they could manifest, they would be demon venerables. Damn it! Look at what you've done. Yue Yunde rolled on the floor continuously. He used some spirit water to put off the fire while suffering in pain. His robe was burned away, and he was in his underwear once again. Yue Yunde was so angry that he took out his small bronze bell and threw it at the sunny firegrass. Rumble. The bell rang, and musical notes were manifested. The notes looked massive and capable of trapping their target in place. Shantian looked at it with full interest. To be frank, Yue Yunde's little bell was pretty powerful. It was one of the extreme supreme grade Sagal artifacts, and it was close to a pseudo-immortal artifact. When these notes combined, a mysterious seal array formation was formed, and it could even restrict Shantian from using his clones before. It would be very helpful if he could understand how it worked. Rumble. The bell grew bigger and became waves of light that surrounded the sunny firegrass. It was capturing the sunny firegrass slowly. However, the sunny firegrass did not give up. Thanks to the herb garden's special domain, the flames on the grass grew stronger and burned a hole in the array formation before escaping from it. Whoa! It then dived into the earth and disappeared. The bell slammed onto the ground, but nothing was captured other than a blade of grass. The sunny firegrass had escaped into the ground and could not be detected by divine consciousness. Damn! Almost. I almost had it. Yue Yunde stomped on the ground in anger. It was a 10,000-year-old sage herb. Even this blade here is worth a fortune. How did I let it run away? That was a total loss. What made Yue Yunde even madder was that many other herbs awoke by the commotion just now. After sensing their power levels, the precious herbs began to hide underground. Take as many as you can before all of them run away. Princess Linglong reminded them, although these herbs may not be very smart, they are proficient in earth escape. We can't do anything once they go underground. Then, she looked at Shantian. She was curious how he would handle this situation. Even if he had great providence, there was no way he could obtain all of these herbs, right? If he did not make a move quickly, the most valuable sage herbs would run away. Shantian smiled and said, "Just try your best to pick as many as you can. I'll deal with those that have escaped." Then Shantian's body gave off an intense green light. His hair turned green, and divine devouring vines appeared on his body. Swoosh! The earth shook, and Shantian disappeared from everyone's sight. In the next second, the herb garden's ground quaked in intensity, Someone was fighting underground. Chapter 378, Hundreds of Sage Herbs, Golden Tark. To be honest, even Shantian was rather shocked by these sage herbs' battle prowess. These sage herbs had been growing in this herb garden for more than 10,000 years. Nearly every single one of them was already perfectly in sync with the garden. They could use the power of this domain to enhance themselves and exhibit a powerful battle prowess. Many of them were even at the mighty prowess realm. Especially after going underground, those sage herbs were like fish in water. Meanwhile, the battle prowess of normal demons and human cultivators would be greatly reduced underground, almost to zero. Even for the small population of earth attribute cultivators, who were good at techniques like ground burrowing and earth escape, their battle prowess would still be decreased by more than half underground. Luckily, Shantian's divine devouring vine was very powerful and gave him the ability to move freely underground. According to Shantian's calculations, only his long-distance attacks, such as the lightning fist and sword techniques, would be constrained underground. His other techniques were not encumbered at all. And he believed that even though his battle prowess might have decreased by more than half, he should still be able to handle these sage herbs. More importantly, I can burrow faster than them. Ha! These herbs will never be able to escape from me. Yep, it feels great to have the advantage. Shantian morphed into an afterimage and burrowed underground. All the sage herbs scattered off as if they had seen a ghost. However, they realized that this human was really fast. A flash of golden light. A flash of green light. This human came charging at them with a big hammer, looking very fierce and aggressive. No matter what kind of attack they used, vine whips or flying leaf blades, none of those managed to break Shantian's defense. Even venomous fog was useless. This fellow had the power of the pure reincarnation earth inside him and was immune to all poisons. Shantian was indomitable amongst the sage herbs. He had his ocean divine hammer in his right hand smashing through their efforts to resist, while his left hand held a bottle of triple light divine water. Everyone, you guys are much older than me and should know when to be reasonable. Since you know you can't defend against me, just close your eyes and accept it. Be good herbs and come with me. If you do well in the future and bear me some fruits, I might water you with this triple light divine water. With some luck, it is possible you can transform into a human. If you force me to go rough, my hammer is merciless. As Shantian spoke, his golden light dazzled in a domineering manner. Of course, the sage herbs could not understand his words. Their consciousness was not so developed that they could communicate with humans. However, they could feel very familiar auras radiating from Shantian's body. The aura of the very pure and intense true sun fire and the vibrant triple light divine water. The golden Tark's tomb sage herbs were all fire attribute. These two types of extraordinary items were very attractive to those herbs. Thus, even though they could feel that this human harbored ill intentions toward them, most of the herbs still lingered around Shantian. It was as if they could not bear to flee just like that. And this resulted in Shantian's bountiful harvest. Even after having lost half its roots, the sunny fire grass still fought tooth and nail to escape the fat Taoist priest's earlier attempts. But after being whacked by Shantian's hammer, that sunny fire grass just struggled a little before stopping. Of course, Shantian had dripped one drop of triple light divine water onto its roots. It might have been due to that. But the main reason was his personal charm. Yes, personal charm. Shantian continued to harvest. The sunny fire grass was considered rather high quality amongst all the various sage herbs, but it was not the top herb. There were many other sage herbs just as good as the sunny fire grass, with some of an even higher quality than it. Even Shantian, who was already quite wealthy, couldn't help grinning happily. A bountiful harvest. A really, really bountiful harvest. A reward was indeed proportionate to the risk. This golden Tark's tomb had dangers everywhere, but the gains that could be found in this place were incomparable. Sunny fire grass, red heart flowers, glass heart fruit tree, 10,000-year-old lava sprouts, snow soul flaming lotus. One by one, these precious herbs, which more or less could not be found anywhere else in the outside world, were all harvested by Shantian. A sacred ground would treasure any one of these sage herbs as a precious legacy item. When needed, these herbs could be used to refine the most astonishing and miraculous pills, which were very useful to sage practitioners. Of course, a really smart sacred ground would never completely use up the whole sage herb. They would just extract the minimum amount of juice or just one leaf to make their pills. They would then douse the herb with all sorts of nourishing fertilizers. Killing the chicken to steal the egg was never good for the long-term development of a sect. This was also why most of the sage herbs stopped resisting against Shantian so strongly, despite knowing he would use them to make pills. They had already detected the aura of the triple light divine water. It was better to be under a rich owner than a poor one. They would have a higher chance of getting nourished. If they went with that sour-smelling fat Taoist priest, what if he went broke one day and had to consume them, roots and all, just to improve his cultivation? What would they do then? Are there still any herbs hiding about? Shantian morphed into a golden light, scanning across the entire underground. But there were not that many sage herbs in this garden in the first place. After Shantian's harvest, there were none left. Shantian nearly turned the dirt ground inside out as he went through the whole garden. However, he didn't find any more sage herbs. Although he didn't find more herbs, he discovered something very special. It was a wondrous chi-gathering array that covered the entire garden. This array formation concentrated more than half of the spirit chi in this garden in the core region, where a massive divine bird nest rested. It was clear that this nest was the key protection point when the array formation was good and whole. But at some unknown point in time, the array formation had been damaged, and the nest was revealed before Shantian. A massive reddish gold egg was in the center of the nest. It was about human height when in one piece but was already broken. Even so, the eggshell still exuded an extremely intense heat aura. It was clearly not your usual living creature. I knew it. Such a great tark couldn't have possibly held all those sage herbs in such high regard. He must have planted over 100 sage herbs in this garden just to nourish this egg? Shantian muttered to himself, looks like this bird's egg is very important to the golden crow tark. Don't tell me it's his 10th son? Legend had it that the golden crow tark had 9 sons. Every single of those 9 golden crow princes possessed the purest divine bird bloodline. They all had an innate ability to control golden crow flames. A pity that all 9 golden crow princes had mysteriously died in some tragic event. Since then, the golden crow tark hadn't produced any more offspring. This egg had clearly been recently hatched. It was still warm. If it was really the golden crow tark's offspring, it would become the new golden crow tark. Its status in the demon world would be unsurpassable. Chapter 379, Sage Herb is like women. Many people were running around in the herb garden. Qi Shaoxuan, Kunming, Kunyu, and Zhang Yunxi were busy collecting the spirit herbs. Sadly, most of the sage herbs had run away after having the will to live. Nonetheless, there were plenty of other supreme-grade spirit herbs on the ground that were available for collection. These herbs were good enough to let the cultivators scream in joy. After all, each of these spirit herbs was at least a few thousand years old, and they could start a bloody war between greedy cultivators. However, even the weeds were filled with spirit chi here, let alone all these spirit herbs. The fat Taoist priest even used a domain array flag and started to collect the turf and soil around here. He was determined to fill his storage rings. Qi Shaoxuan used a special method to collect the herbs too. He used his purple aura river mountain to form a net and prevent his targets from escaping. Also, he had the purple mansion heavenly eye's mighty prowess, so he could clearly tell where all the precious herbs were. His method was much more efficient compared to the fat Taoist priest. He had collected a good amount of supreme-grade spirit herbs. As for Fang Chang, Zhang Yunding, and Wang Shengxiu, they tried their best to collect the spirit herbs too. As time passed, there were hardly any more spirit herbs left in the garden. Of course, the cultivators spared the roots of some special spirit plants so that they could grow again. If everyone were to be too greedy, then there would be hardly any spirit herbs left for the future cultivators. That was not good for the cultivation world's continuous development. Rumble. The earth suddenly cracked open. A brilliant gold figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Shantian. He was wearing a white dragon robe and stood on his purple-green double swords. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Zhang Yunxi was very concerned. All the herbs that had escaped underground were very powerful. Most of them had the strength of a soul formation cultivator. Even a sage cultivator might not be able to have an advantage when fighting against these herbs underground. Zhang Yunxi had been very worried about Shantian since he chased after them alone. Luckily, Shantian returned unharmed. Shantian smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. I had a good talk with these sage herbs, and they agreed to leave the tomb with me." "You had a good talk? With the herbs?" The cultivators were stunned. "What are you saying? You managed to talk to those herbs?" Yue Yunde was even more astonished. His body still hurt from the sunny fire grass's flame. "You must be kidding. You can lie just because you are handsome?" Well, not everyone thought that Shantian was bluffing. Although it was hard to believe, they decided to believe him after they calmed down. After all, there were differences between everyone. The reason the sage herbs were so resistant could be because they were not deemed worthy. It was just like a woman. Sometimes, no matter how hard a man tried, she would never be interested in him. However, some men were so attractive that they did not have to do anything to win her favor. At least, Princess Ling Long felt that if she was a sage herb, she would gladly go with Shantian after seeing how handsome he was. Even if Shantian were to eat her, she would not have a second thought. Shantian noticed that their halos were brighter again. Apparently, it was a very fruitful journey. As for himself, he had checked in the mirror underground. The golden color of his halo was so dark that it could be described as dark gold. Shantian believed that if this continued, he could have a purple halo soon and become the real son of Providence. It feels so good to be blessed with luck. The void in the garden suddenly became restless, and a huge repulsive power exploded, pushing the cultivators out of the garden. Yue Yunde tumbled and rolled on the ground from the explosion. Rumble. Shantian felt a great power coming toward him too. It was the power of a tark, and even Shantian could hardly block it completely. Also, the tark garden was almost empty now, so there was no point staying there. Shantian used a mystic card and blocked 90% of the impact. Then, everyone vanished from the garden together. Swoosh. They were at the junction in the tomb again. The way to the garden was now closed, and it would not be opened for another few years. Looking at their fruitful results, the cultivators could not help smiling. It is right to follow divine firmament saint indeed. Wang Shingshu chewed on one of the supreme great herbs and asked, "Brother Shen, where do we go now?" Shantian looked at their halos once again and said, "Just wait here." Qi Shaoxuan was puzzled. "Wait? What are we waiting for?" Right after he finished, a door opened in the passageway, and a beam of light shone from it. There were mysterious divine emblems on the door, and there were 10 flying creatures on it, each like a giant sun. The biggest of them was in the middle while the other 9 surrounded it. A void path appeared at the door, leading to the tomb's deeper part. As the path appeared, an intense pressure appeared out of a sudden too. It was from a tark. Chapter 380, Vengeful Spirit Golden Crow's Attack. As Shantian and the rest enjoyed themselves in the tark's herb garden, the rest of the folks outside were not having as good a time. The groups exploring the Golden Crow Tark's tomb comprised the core members of the various sacred grounds across the 5 regions. There were many worldly and experienced practitioners amongst them. As they ventured deeper into the tomb, an increasing number of them realized that this tomb was not as simple as it looked. In particular, a number of unlucky teams came into contact with some special ancient seals after breaking into some secret rooms, unleashing terrible evils which had been sealed off for tens of thousands of years. In the dim tunnels, a team from Middle Ground's Dili Sacred Ground was fleeing pathetically. The Dili Sacred Ground was not considered amongst the top of the 49 sacred grounds in Middle Ground, but they were also not the bottom few. The Dili Imperial Sutra was derived from the Imperial Sutra of Sun and was one of the most powerful fire attribute sutras. Every single one of the cultivators from the Dili Sacred Ground was very adept at controlling fire. Even so, the faces of these heavenly venerables and elders from the Dili Sacred Ground were filled with panic, as if being pursued by vicious spirits. Well, it wasn't as if. A powerful vengeful spirit was indeed pursuing them. More than one of their members had already fallen at its hands, being incinerated into ashes. A normal vicious spirit might be able to kill a heavenly venerable from the Dili Sacred Ground. But to completely incinerate a powerful practitioner from the Dili Sacred Ground with a fire attribute attack, it was something unfathomable. However, that was exactly what happened. And this was because the creature pursuing those people was the legendary divine bird, Golden Crow. Yes, it was the Golden Crow vengeful spirit that Shantian had encountered earlier. The difference was these heavenly venerables were not as powerful as Shantian to be able to suppress that bird. Inside the Golden Crow Tark's tomb, the cultivation levels of all practitioners had been suppressed to below the sage stage, so their battle prowess was also reduced. Apart from extreme Tao heavenly venerables like that freakish azure lotus, almost no one else had the battle prowess of a sage practitioner. Of course, we said almost. One could not discount the fact that there might be other hidden extreme Tao heavenly venerables, whose foundations were secretly already at the sage stage and possessed an extremely deep cultivation level. If those low-key powerful practitioners were pit against the Golden Crow vengeful spirit, the bird might be the one running away instead. Unfortunately, there were no extreme Tao heavenly venerables amongst the Dali sacred ground cultivators. They only had one choice left against this Golden Crow: flee. Rumble. Dark red fireballs shot toward them from behind, incinerating the Dali sacred ground cultivators one by one. It was not that they didn't try joining forces to counterattack. The tunnel was very winding, and the Golden Crow vengeful spirit was difficult to target. And with the tomb's power as its source, the Golden Crow vengeful spirit would never get tired. It could pursue after its enemies forever. Under such circumstances, there was only one way to survive: one had to run faster than their teammates. By sacrificing your teammates, you could then have more time to escape. With that thought in mind, the Dali cultivators ran like crazy, regretting the fact that they didn't put in more effort into learning escape techniques. Sacred leader, what should we do? Go and find the divine firmament, sacred leader. Ever since a long time ago, that fellow was already rumored to be an extreme Tao heavenly venerable. It's just that he had no actual battle accolades. So many years have passed since, and no one knows just how powerful he is now. Even if his cultivation level is suppressed now, I bet that he will still be able to subdue this evil bird. So you are saying that we will definitely be able to subdue this evil bird if we can find the divine firmament sacred leader? Yep, the divine firmament sacred leader's cultivation level is on par with mine. If we join forces, this evil bird will be nothing to us. Rumble. A black-red fireball shot from another tunnel. The fireball flew at very high speed and possessed terrifying heat energy. It charged straight toward the Dali sacred leader's head. Damn, when did this evil bird sneak up in front of us? The Dali sacred leader's mouth twitched wildly. He formed some hand seals. Have a taste of my 9-dragon divine fire barrier. Roar. 9 dazzling dragon-shaped flames formed in front of the sacred leader before merging into a massive, fiery net. The black-red fireball smashed into the net and spun wildly, incinerating all the surrounding fabrics of space. Zap. The Dali sacred leader's flames were clearly not your usual fire either. The two types of flames clashed and fought. But soon, the black-red fireball gained momentum and expanded further. Meanwhile, the 9-dragon divine fire barrier was split open, revealing the Dali sacred leader's somewhat pallid face. No use. Executing the 9-dragon divine fire barrier with his cultivation level suppressed was just too difficult when up against this sage-level Golden Crow vengeful spirit. More importantly, he realized something rather awkward. He had been wrong. The bird behind them had not suddenly sneaked up to be in front of them. The one in front of them now was an entirely different Golden Crow. A Golden Crow, which was even fiercer and bigger than the one behind. Yes. 2 Golden Crow vengeful spirits were surrounding the unlucky team. Damn, why are there such things in this Golden Crow Tark's tomb? The Dali sacred leader gazed despondently at the 2 Golden Crow vengeful spirits. He felt like he should have checked his almanac before stepping out today. If he had done that, he might have known better than to come to this cursed place then. Well, now he was being surrounded by 2 Golden Crow vengeful spirits. He had been playing with fire for 1,000 years, but if he couldn't escape this time, he would be burned to death by 2 big birds. This was an absolute insult to the Dali sacred leader. Wait a minute. The Dali sacred leader's eyes hardened. There's someone nearby. Just as they were about to come face to face with death, a holler echoed through a tunnel from the side. Oi! Evil beast! How dare you behave so wantonly when I am around? Boom! The fabrics of space erupted, and an old Taoist priest dressed in purple robes shot out. The muscles on his skinny body rapidly expanded, and he soon became like a big, burly grandfather. Have a taste of my supreme ocean staff, hitting a little chick. Swoosh! 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 The golden staff swung here and there, leaving multiple afterimages in the air, all shooting straight toward the Golden Crow on the left. The staff completely disintegrated the Golden Crow flames. For a moment there, the Golden Crow vengeful spirit was utterly subdued. The old Taoist priest smiled smugly. Everyone, please don't worry. With me around, this little vengeful spirit is nothing at all. As long as everyone gives me some protection fee and spirit chi to replenish my energy reserve, I will ensure your safety. Satisfaction guaranteed. This old Taoist might be arrogant and shameless, But he was indeed very powerful. He was just at the mighty prowess realm but was able to subdue this sage-level Golden Crow vengeful spirit completely. This was an extreme Tao heavenly venerable. Whoa! It was a pity that the other Golden Crow didn't stop its attack even after seeing its own brethren being subdued. When the two Golden Crows joined forces, their battle prowess was greatly magnified. The two Golden Crows could go against 4 sages together. Suddenly, the old Taoist priest was fleeing from the flames. He cried in pain as he ran. Damn! Damn! You two old birds! Don't you have any shame? You are already tens of thousands of years old but want to bully a young fellow like me. And now you are still ganging up against me? Watch where you are shooting your fireballs at. I haven't used this part of my body yet, don't damage it. How will I woo fairies in the celestial world in the future? Still doing that? It's nearly cooked. Help! Junior brother, where are you? Can you please come out and help me? I will return that sage artifact I stole from you in the tomb. The Dali sacred leader, Everyone else, Chapter 381, Declamity, Killing Move. A sight could be heard from within a void. Following that, tens of thousands of golden rays appeared. The void twisted as lightning flashes shot out, magnificent and dazzling. A figure gradually appeared within that golden lightning. He was covered in a lightning and heavenly aura, and his face was blurred. However, his aura was clearly of someone who practiced the most proper divine firmament sacred ground techniques and possessed the heavenly punishment lightning. Senior brother, you were too rash. The divine firmament sacred leader gazed at the two Golden Crows impassively. It was like these two birds were not ferocious Golden Crow vengeful spirits but just little chicks that could be killed easily. He said gravely, these two Golden Crows are very powerful, and my cultivation level has been suppressed below the tribulation transcendence stage in this tomb. Under such circumstances, it is not wise to engage with this type of beast. Moreover, these two crows are of the same race as the tark. There might be some untouchable ancient hidden trap. Let me observe the situation longer. Don't do anything rash. Everyone was stunned by the divine firmament sacred leader's words. That's right. It was really very unusual for such weird Golden Crow vengeful spirits to appear in the Golden Crow tark tomb. If they kill these two birds, that Golden Crow tark might jump out of his coffin to settle the score with them. Whoa! Strident bird cries resounded. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was scurrying wildly about from being burned by the Golden Crow flames. He looked very pathetic. But he was covered by an azure-colored fire barrier, which was able to offer some protection against the Golden Crow flames. As a result, his life was not in danger. Even so, there was already the smell of burning flesh. What do you mean by you want to observe the situation longer? Even if there is some hidden trap, can you please save me first? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus took out a purple seal. Here, take this. I am giving you this heavenly lightning seal, alright? Swoosh. The purple seal morphed into a streak of light and landed in the hands of the divine firmament sacred leader. Upon feeling the power of the sage artifact in his hands, the divine firmament sacred leader's lightning and heavenly aura rippled. Senior brother, there's no need for this. Do I look like someone who will just stand by and do nothing to save you? Clang. A large sword appeared in the divine firmament sacred leader's hands. The figure shrouded in that divine light magnified and mixed divine lightning gathered to form a boundless lightning array. Swoosh. 10 divine beasts roared in the magnificent avatar behind the divine firmament sacred leader. The feathers of those two Golden Crows stood straight up at the side of that avatar. They could feel danger, extremely lethal danger. Lightning was already the power the evil beings feared most, not to mention the great mixed divine lightning. The divine firmament sacred leader's mixed divine lightning was not the naturally occurring mixed divine lightning but something he had created himself. However, due to the power of the divine firmament imperial sutra supporting it, its power was comparable to the peerless divine lightning ranked in the top few of the divine lightning list. Those two Golden Crow vengeful spirits would never be able to defend themselves against that sort of attack. So, is this the divine firmament's sacred leader's true power? The Dali sacred leader was hiding at the side with some of his elders. He was completely shocked by the aura the divine firmament sacred leader was radiating. Why does it feel like this fellow's battle prowess is not at all affected even though his cultivation level has been suppressed down to the soul formation stage? This dominance and aura. Is it really something a heavenly venerable practitioner can exhibit? So, the divine firmament sacred leader has indeed been hiding his true powers all these years. The Dali sacred leader shuddered. I seem to have accidentally uncovered the Divine Firmament's sacred leader's carefully hidden powers. Will he kill me to keep his secret? I hope not. After all, the Divine Firmament's sacred leader is not some evil demon. Everyone was rapidly analyzing the situation inside the tunnel. The Divine Firmament's sacred leader's pressure forced those two Golden Crow vengeful spirits to turn their attention on this powerful opponent. The aura he exuded was even more powerful than that of Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. If they didn't attack him now, they might be killed in just one strike. Whoa! The two large golden crows flew toward the Divine Firmament's sacred leader, all prepared to execute their most formidable killing move. The moment they executed their killing move, cracks appeared in the fabrics of space as a boundless golden crow evil flame enveloped the Divine Firmament's sacred leader. At that moment, everyone broke out in cold sweat for the Divine Firmament's sacred leader. This was the golden crow flame. It might not be as powerful as the true sun fire, but it was still a very formidable divine flame. Even after being twisted into an evil fire, its strength did not decrease at all. In fact, it seemed to be even more challenging because of it. The Divine Firmament's sacred leader is letting the golden crow evil flames taint his entire body. Isn't he afraid of being burned to ashes? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Amidst the lightning and heavenly aura, the golden divine lightning and golden crow evil flames clashed with each other. A pair of profound eyes pierced through the lightning and heavenly aura, observing the attack patterns of those two golden crows as if analyzing something. The barrier formed by the lightning and heavenly aura became increasingly thin. The tall, slender figure inside the aura was more or less revealed to everyone. "Junior brother, looks like you can't handle this either." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had already put out the evil flames on his body and changed into a new robe. After regaining his composure, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus felt very confident again. "Why don't you give me that sacred seal? I will help you." "No need." A calm voice sounded out from the lightning and heavenly aura. "I have already familiarized myself with the two evil beasts' attack patterns." The lightning and heavenly aura barrier suddenly brightened and became thicker again. That long, slender figure merged as one with the lightning and heavenly aura and transformed into a dazzling and formidable lightning bolt. Yes, it was Declamity. This was the most powerful forbidden chapter in the Divine Lightning Imperial Sutara. Not only could it help practitioners form mixed divine lightning, but it could also help them achieve the 5 elements mixed divine lightning constitution. On its own, it was also a purest lightning attribute killing move. At that moment, the Divine Firmament's sacred leader morphed into a bolt of lightning. He was going to dish out some heavenly punishment. The two golden crows sensed danger and did not continue attacking the Divine Firmament's sacred leader. They flapped their wings and fled into the inner regions of the tunnel. Unfortunately, it was already too late for them. The lightning bolt had absorbed all the lightning and heavenly aura, and it was now like a sharp sword made of lightning. Flaming heavens, divine lightning, fearsome power, sword attack. Clang. That sword pierced through the void and broke all the laws of nature. Even time seemed to have slowed down before this sword. The two golden crow vengeful spirits shrieked pitifully as the sword penetrated their bodies. Bang! The golden crow vengeful spirits burst into dark red sparks like punctured balloons before disappearing into thin air. In the next second, a rumbling noise reverberated throughout the tunnels. A black gold ancient door slowly descended. Chapter 382, You dare to stake a place here when you are not even a sage? Wondrous-looking divine runes were carved onto this door, including 10 peerless divine birds. They were like mighty suns, subtly merging into one and possessing boundless mysticism. Thereafter, a void path appeared. A tremendous, magnificent, and untouchable feeling of suppression wafted out, making everyone's hair stand on end. Even the Divine Firmament's sacred leader's lightning and heavenly aura was vibrating intensely. It was clear that the power of this aura was enough to threaten him. This pathway should lead to the tomb's central region. The Divine Firmament's sacred leader's voice was mild. But it looks like this tomb is ever-changing, and we won't know if we will encounter good things or dangers. We must consider carefully whether we move forward or retreat. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus took a brand new set of robes out of his storage ring and said brazenly, "Since we are already here, what's there to be afraid of? I was burned by those two evil beasts and had to give a sage artifact to my junior brother. I have suffered such massive losses. I won't rest easy until I get some treasures from the tomb's central region." Humph. It is all that Dali's sacred leader and his party's fault. Those golden crows wouldn't have ambushed me if I hadn't tried to save them. When we return, I must find a chance to beat up those fellows. As Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus harbored those nasty thoughts, the Dali Sacred Leader and his party were already thanking the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. Although the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was situated in eastern wilderness and did not come into regular contact with the Dali Sacred Ground, the 5 regions were not considered a big place to a sage cultivator. There was a high chance that these cultivators would encounter each other again in future major battles and the openings of all sorts of mystic realms. If they could suck up to someone like the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, it would definitely be beneficial to those Dali folks. One could never have too many allies. Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, we have not met in hundreds of years. You are truly outstanding and mighty. If not for your help, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Thank you, Brother Long Yuan. I will never be able to fully repay you for saving our lives. Please accept this supreme grade spirit artifact, the Amber Divine Sword. I hope you won't find it too inferior. I have carefully cultivated this snow lotus for over 3,000 years. It is a true sage herb. Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, please accept this as a sign of my gratitude for saving my life. One by one, all sorts of treasures were offered to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus went green with envy at the sight. He could have been on the receiving end of these presents. Damn junior brother. How dare he steal my fortuitous opportunity. Those 2 crow heads should have been mine. Of course, those practitioners would not have been so generous if it was just to repay a simple act of saving their lives. It was clear that this pathway, which had suddenly appeared, led to some unfathomable place. There might be some great fortuitous opportunity inside or some great danger. It was very important to suck up to someone like the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader at a time like this. People who knew how to move with the times lived longer. Everyone, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Cultivators like us should help each other. If you all don't mind, you can continue this journey with me. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's voice was mild, and his lightning and heavenly aura rippled gently. He kept the treasures one by one, systematically and carefully. Thereafter, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader led the group over to the red gold door. As the surrounding fabrics of space started to shift, everyone could feel that they were indeed entering the deeper regions of the tomb. This was because the Tark's aura was becoming increasingly dense. Even the Dali Sacred Leader, who was a sage who had undergone tribulation, could feel his soul shudder. It was clear that this aura was being exuded by a practitioner that was far beyond any of them. Perhaps it was the legendary Golden Crow Tark. Although those 2 golden crows chased us, they led us to this door. Yes, sometimes good and bad luck are just different sides of the same coin. Perhaps this is when an extreme misfortune will turn to bliss. I think we might be the first to enter the central region of the Tark tomb and decipher a peerless sutara. If we are lucky, we might even get a treasure left behind by the Golden Crow Tark. Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, this is all thanks to you. If there are any extraordinary treasures in this central region, you will have first pick. The group whispered as they progressed down the pathway, their eyes burning bright. It was definitely a great piece of luck to have discovered the pathway into the central region of the Tark tomb just within days of the place's opening. It should be pointed out the Tark tomb in Middle Ground only opened once every several hundred or even 1,000 years. And the core region had never opened before. This was the key place where the Tark had left his legacy. Generally, only those who gained the Tark's recognition could enter. Otherwise, no matter how carefully one explored the tomb, they might never find it. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said mildly, "Everyone, please remain on your guard. This central region might not be safe. In addition, even if there is really a great fortuitous opportunity here, we might not be the first people to have entered here. Someone might have come before us." The Dali Sacred Leader was taken aback. How can that be possible? It should be pointed out that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had only managed to activate this door after killing those 2 Golden Crow vengeful spirits. Who else in this tomb had his battle prowess? It was unthinkable. The others remained silent, but they also had doubts in their eyes. It was already a miracle that there were people as freakishly powerful as the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. If there was someone even more powerful than those 2, wouldn't the rest of them just be a bunch of useless garbage? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Rumble. The passageway trembled gently, indicating that they had arrived at their destination. A strange light appeared, and scorching air surged toward them as if it was a sea of fire. If not for the fact that they were all strong practitioners with deep cultivation, just this extreme heat alone might have killed them. This is a unique small world. Everyone's eyes widened significantly when they saw what was in front of them. It was a barren flatland. There were no signs of life at all. 10 suns hung in the sky above the flatland. One of them was especially massive, dazzling so magnificently that none of the cultivators would think to underestimate it. The other 9 suns were half its size, and they surrounded the massive sun. The image was similar to some of the runes on that door. Under the blazing heat of the 10 suns, the entire earth was dry and cracked. There was nothing green at all for miles and miles. Even if a plant managed to grow here, it was one of those special spirit herbs that was fiery red. At the center of this flatland was a gigantic volcano. This volcano was at least 10,000 feet in height, with a reddish-gold cauldron floating above the peak. This reddish-gold cauldron was covered in true sun fire, which tainted the surrounding air a reddish-gold color too. It was a peerless Tark artifact, the divine sun cauldron. As everyone gazed at that cauldron, they felt a prickling sensation in their eyes, as if they were staring at a great sun. And suspended around the middle section of that volcano were 9 platforms. On the platform closest to the peak. Huh? There were some people on it. Chapter 383, Heroes Gather, Tark appears. Yes, there were other people in the tomb's core region. It should be pointed out that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was only able to activate this passageway after killing those 2 golden crows. How did those people manage it? To enter this region even before the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader? Unbelievable. The dazzling sunlight gradually faded, and everyone started to get used to the intense light in this golden crow small world. They saw clearly now the people on the platform. They were all shocked. The people on the platform all looked way too young. All the sacred grounds had information on the 5 region's top young prodigies, especially Qi Shaoxuan, Fang Chang, Zhang Yunting, Zhang Yunxi, and Wang Xingshu, who were all ranked in the Golden Core list's top 10. It was the same for Kunming and Kun Yu, whose battle prowess was outstanding among their peers. Their importance had even surpassed many of the Sacred Grounds elders. As a result, most of the Dali elders recognized those people. As for Shantian, he had only joined the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground a year ago, which was not enough time for his reputation to spread. However, due to his exploits at Immortal Abode Island and Extraordinary Avatar, all the practitioners already had a deep impression of him. The Dali Sacred Leader had even gifted a sage artifact to Shantian in exchange for the Enlightenment Tea. This fellow was definitely very wealthy. The Divine Firmament Saint managed to enter the core region even before the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader? The Dali Sacred Leader felt that it was all too ridiculous. That youth standing there just looked way too young. Even though it was difficult to gauge Shantian's true age and cultivation level accurately because of his unique cultivation techniques, one could still get a rough estimate of his age. The Dali Sacred Leader felt that Shantian could not possibly be over 50 years old, and his cultivation level didn't look like it was at the soul formation stage or mighty prowess realm yet. At the most, he was only an essence soul cultivator or nirvana practitioner, or both. Such a young prodigy managed to lead so many of his peers to enter the core region first. Don't tell me that it is really as what the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said? That his disciple is the true blue son of Providence? If that is true, I must really suck up to him. To have become a sacred leader of a sacred ground, which of them was not a sly old fox? Full of cunningness and wiliness? The Dali Sacred Leader gazed at the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and cupped his fists in respect. Brother Long Yuan is so lucky. Your disciples managed to enter the tomb's core region so quickly. You have really taught your disciples well. The Divine Firmament Saint and the 3 great prodigies of the Divine Firmament have truly lived up to their names. I am so envious. Brother, you are too kind. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader remained impassive, but his lightning and heavenly aura rippled more vigorously than usual. Tianer, you managed to reach this place faster than me. Shantian and his group also noticed the arrival of the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and the rest. The fat Taoist priest, Yue Yunde, was shocked at the sight of the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus. His earlier relaxed and lazy manner instantly disappeared, and he stood very upright. He also lowered his head and put on a solemn expression. If not for the fact that his rotund figure and sneaky eyes made him look like a bad person, one might really believe that he was a respectable heavenly venerable. Disciple Yue Yunde greets master and martial uncle. Yue Yunde quietly kept the bronze bell in his sleeves and glanced cautiously at heavenly venerable azure lotus before bowing respectfully. Shantian also offered his greetings. Greetings master and martial uncle. Disciple Fang Chang greets master and martial uncle. Disciple Zhao Hao greets master and martial uncle. Your son and daughter greet father and martial uncle. One by one, the Divine Firmament disciples offered their energetic and robust greetings to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. The Dali Sacred Leader and company all went green with envy at the sight. How are their disciples so formidable? They already managed to reach the tomb's core region? Where are those useless kids from our Dali sacred ground? Why aren't they here yet? Are they still outside running in circles? Useless. We are both sacred grounds. Why are the Divine Firmament disciples so good? The Dali Sacred Leader quietly swore that they would strengthen the training of their own disciples when they returned after this trial. A sacred ground is as strong as its young generation. A sacred ground can only be independent and mighty if its younger generation is. Regarding the cultivation of the next generation, the Dali Sacred Ground cannot fall behind too much. After the Divine Firmament disciples finished their greetings, Princess Ling Long took a step forward. She was graceful as a fairy but also held a very formidable bearing. The two masculine and feminine qualities were merged perfectly in her. It must be said that Middle Ground's Emperor Shi indeed had good reason for favoring her. Princess Ling Long bowed to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. Greetings, Uncle Long Yuan. It has been a long time. My father thinks of you often and specially instructed me to ask after you if I see you. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader nodded, his heavenly aura rippling gently. It has indeed been many years. You were just a little girl then but have now grown into a gorgeous young lady. Emperor Shi is very lucky. Princess Ling Long snuck a glance at Shantian before smiling. Uncle Long Yuan, please stop teasing me. Father always grumbles that I practice fighting every day, not ladylike at all. I am just a tomboy and will find it difficult to find a husband in the future. I was still hoping that uncle will be able to find a suitable match for me from his esteemed sacred ground. Zhang Yunqi? Kunyu? Danger. The air was suddenly filled with a murderous vibe. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura dimmed slightly. Princess Ling Long is such a remarkable young woman. Who among your peers is not smitten with you? I am afraid it's that none of my disciples are good enough for you. Diana is also very talented. It's a pity that according to our sacred grounds rules, he is to be betrothed to Yunzi since he found the Declamity Forbidden chapter. Princess, you have such a high status and are the great wilderness celestial dynasty's face. I cannot ask you to lower yourself and share a partner with Yunzi. Zhang Yunqi was full of smiles. Long live father. You are indeed my beloved daddy. That slutty princess wants to steal junior brother from me? My first senior brother is an honest man, and he has no partner yet. Why don't you become my first senior sister-in-law? I fully support that. Share a partner? Princess Ling Long gazed at Shantian with a conflicted expression. She murmured to herself, actually, I can consider that. After all, the Divine Firmament Saint was exceptional and handsome. He was definitely a one-of-a-kind top prodigy. He had many beautiful fairies and saintesses all chasing after him. It was very unfair to the rest of the ladies if he could only choose one partner. For example, nearly every emperor in the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty's history had multiple partners. It was the only way to spread their gifted genes. After mulling over it, Princess Ling Long mumbled, the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty and Divine Firmament Sacred Ground have been good friends for a long time. I think father will definitely consider this. I can also accept that. Princess Ling Long blushed as she spoke, stirring the hearts of countless young prodigies. So envious. The Divine Firmament Saint was indeed something else. An exceptional princess like Princess Ling Long was willing to share him with someone else. What kind of charm was that? It really made one doubt the meaning of their own life. Kunming grumbled, don't tell me that looks are all that matter to you females? Piangshan is also smitten with this fellow. And now Princess Ling Long is the same. Although Kunming was indebted to the Divine Firmament Saint and he was not the type to forget a good deed, he still felt very jealous. At that moment, Kunming heard his own sister's soft whisper. Actually, I can accept that too. Kunming? The atmosphere in the tomb turned even sourer. Suddenly, waves started to ripple through the fabrics of space in the tomb's core region. A doorway appeared, and multiple figures emerged. Every single one of them was engulfed in an extremely powerful aura. The Black Snake Race's sages and demon venerables, the Great Void Kun Race's Kun King, the Black Dragon Race's elders and divine dragon guards, the Giant Crocodile Race's sages and demon venerables. Sky Cauldron Sacred Ground, Star Sacred Ground, Nine Sun Sacred Ground, Jade Lake Sacred Ground, purple mansion sacred ground. One by one, demon venerables, swordsmen, and sage monks emerged from that door. Everyone exuded a powerful aura. There were certainly no weaklings among them, especially those sages who had already undergone tribulation. Even though their cultivation level had been suppressed in this tomb, their aura was still far more powerful than that of a normal heavenly venerable. As sages, their foundation was not something that those below the tribulation transcendence stage could compete with. Even though everyone had been suppressed to the same level, a sage could still easily defeat those below the tribulation transcendence stage. Why is everyone here? The Dali sacred leader frowned uneasily when he saw more and more people entering the tomb's core region. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura rippled as he said calmly, "No matter, let's just wait and see what happens." The divine firmament sacred leader morphed into a streak of golden light and appeared beside Shantian and his party. "Tianer, if anything happens later, you must stay beside me." Shantian nodded, feeling rather moved. In a place as dangerous as the Tark tomb, where even a sage must remain vigilant, who else would think of protecting others? The divine firmament sacred leader was willing to protect him. This clearly showed his high regard for him. This already went beyond a master-disciple relationship. It might even be beyond a father-son relationship. After all, a certain pair of siblings was being totally ignored by the divine firmament sacred leader. They were his biological children. More and more people were entering the core region as they stepped onto the platforms in an orderly manner. These platforms were rather peculiar as they seemed to be merged with this small world. When standing on one of these platforms, one's fire attribute techniques would be enhanced by over 10 times. Many fire attribute cultivators felt that they had gained a new understanding of their own techniques. They sighed appreciatively due to this tomb's power. It was astonishing. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. As more and more people stood on the platforms, all 9 platforms dazzled even brighter. Finally, the volcano trembled slightly, and a beam of red gold light shot out of all 9 platforms toward the divine sun cauldron at the peak. Rumble. The divine sun cauldron shook intensely and made an earth-shattering rumbling sound. Then a magnificent figure appeared before everyone. Chapter 384, Golden Crow Tark's Request. That figure looked tall and stalwart as it was enveloped by reddish gold light throughout, standing above the divine sun cauldron. He was only 9 feet tall, but it was as if he could reach the heavens. Light and shadows swayed around it as space was being created and destroyed, while endless supreme forces converted into divine light and covered that figure. His face could not be seen clearly at all. "Young fated people, welcome to my tomb." That figure was so majestic it was as if it could dominate the heavens. However, his voice was extremely gentle, and he did not feel overbearing at all. On the contrary, the Tark's voice was so gentle it was just like he was one of those friendly neighbors. Thus, one could not help but want to get closer to him. Maybe, this was the so-called to return to original purity and simplicity. The heavenly aura around the divine firmament sacred leader swayed gently as he looked toward that majestic figure and restrained the aura on his longsword. A Tark was the leading figure of a generation, so it was extremely disrespectful not to bow when meeting one. Even if it was just the Tark's remnant consciousness, they would need to bow and definitely not engage in a battle as those of the younger generation. The divine firmament sacred leader said coldly, "Since Senior has appeared here, are you the legendary Golden Crow Tark?" That figure nodded slowly and said gently, "That's right. I created my tomb in Immortal Abode Island firstly to suppress the providence of the Golden Crow race, secondly to find a fated person to become my successor, and thirdly." That figure went silent as if he had thought of something. The divine firmament sacred leader said calmly, "Is the third reason related to those few Golden Crow vengeful spirits?" That figure let out a deep sigh. "Since you've appeared in my tomb, that day has most likely arrived. All right then, I will stop hiding it from all of you." The Golden Crow Tark said calmly, 80,000 years ago, there was once a force from another realm that wanted to invade the 5 regions. However, I stopped them when they were outside of the Void Tunnel. Unfortunately, the forces under me were almost wiped out, and the Golden Crow race was also unable to recover after that battle. Even my core was injured back then. The Golden Crow Tark's voice was filled with heartfelt emotions as if he was recalling that tragic battle. He sighed and said, "I'm not sure if all of you have encountered those kinds of enemies again. They feed on negative emotions, such as resentment and evil thoughts, which in turn allow them to improve their strength rapidly. More importantly, if they absorb the cultivators of the 5 regions that died on the battlefield, they will become the evil creatures' nourishment, weapons, and servants. Their strength will then be increased, and they will attack us afterward. The cultivators of the 5 regions can even use their cultivation methods, and the increase in one's cultivation level is extremely fast, thus attracting countless cultivators harboring evil intentions to become evil cultivators. The numerous sages and heavenly venerables were appalled as they heard what the golden-crowed tark had said. That was because the traits of those evil creatures that the golden-crowed tark mentioned were extremely similar to the evil spirit race that had invaded their world in the past. Was it possible that 80,000 years ago, when the golden-crowed tark was alive, the evil spirit race had already discovered the 5 regions world and even tried to invade it? If it was truly so, then who was the one that had been stopping the evil spirit race from entering in the past 70,000 years until the evil spirit race successfully invaded the 5 regions 10,000 years ago? As if he had sensed everyone's curiosity, the golden-crowed tark continued calmly. According to what I learned when battling with those evil creatures, it was not the first time that they tried invading our world. They had also done so many times before I battled with them. It's just that the 5 regions' powerful cultivators had stopped them. At the same time, the celestial world's cultivators had also restrained most of their power. Even so, the invaders that time were way stronger than I had expected. Even my 9 children died in that battle, and those tark-level invaders contaminated their souls. They turned them into vengeful spirits, which even I could not do anything to stop them. One of the reasons I built this tomb was to restrain and confine my 9 children so that they do not harm the world. The golden-crowed tark's voice was filled with helplessness. Although he was a powerful tark that could dominate the 5 regions, he was first and foremost a father. It would be difficult for any father to annihilate their children, who were unable to be purified after they turned into evil spirits, for the sake of righteousness. He had already done all he could by building the tomb and sealing his children for 80,000 years. No one could say he was in the wrong. The divine firmament sacred leader bowed to the golden-crowed tark. "Senior is kind and righteous, but why did we encounter the golden-crow vengeful spirits after we entered the tomb?" The golden-crowed tark replied calmly, "This tomb's core region is connected to my life, and Immortal Abode Island will be forever sealed as long as I'm alive. Now that Immortal Abode Island has appeared, naturally it's because..." The golden-crowed tark did not continue speaking, but the information within his words was enough to astound countless people. As long as the golden-crowed tark was alive, Immortal Abode Island would be forever sealed. Therefore, did it mean that since his Immortal Abode Island had reappeared again, the golden-crowed tark, who had ascended to the celestial world, had already died? At that moment, countless people felt forlorn. He was a tark, an invincible being in the 5 regions and already a legend 80,000 years ago. Even such a powerful being might fall in the celestial world? Was it possible that the legendary celestial world was also a cruel battlefield? The golden-crowed tark continued calmly. "Everyone will die one day. It's impossible to have the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Since all of you have arrived here, then you're all fated with me. There's no need to feel restrained. I've already died, so this tomb will most likely be able to trap those 9 vengeful spirits for another 3 months at most. I wonder if there's anyone in the 5 regions now that can help me purify and purge them. If there's anyone who can do so, I'll be deeply grateful. If nobody can purify them, then please leave this small world now. I'll send everyone out of Immortal Abode Island a month later and self-destruct with the small world. By then, my 9 children will disappear completely and not harm the world." The golden-crowed tark's voice was indifferent. It was probably not a part of his soul but just a remnant consciousness that he had left behind. However, no matter how calm he was when speaking, everyone could sense that Tark's love for his 9 children was not just empty talk. In the end, the celestial world and the mortal world were 2 separate worlds. Even if the golden-crowed tark was a powerful tark, it was not easy to seal the entire Immortal Abode Island with himself as the center of the seal array formation after ascending. He also had to guarantee that the 9 vengeful spirits could not appear in the world and harm the people. He had needed to pay a price that could make countless sages despair, and even tarks would be reluctant to do so. Possibly, if the golden-crowed tark had not split a part of his power to maintain the tomb seal, he might not have died in the celestial world and could have even successfully stayed alive by escaping. Nonetheless, the golden-crowed tark had not given up on his 9 children and had chosen to place his hopes in the future generations. It was already needless to say about his love for his children. The heavenly aura around the divine firmament sacred leader swayed. "I admire Senior for your noble moral character. We'll try our best to purify your 9 golden-crow children." Purifying and annihilating were 2 completely different concepts. Although the divine firmament sacred leader had struck down the two vengeful spirits, they were not actually annihilated. It was just that the lightning had temporarily dispersed their strength. They would recover back to normal after some period. If they wanted to annihilate those 9 golden crows, there were only 2 ways. The first was to kill them by wiping out their souls. The second was to completely purify their souls by removing the evil spirit's aura that contaminated their souls before purging them. The difficulty of both methods was quite high. The golden crows had already been sealed in the tomb for 80,000 years, so they had already become one with this tomb's power. Thus, they could use the tomb's energy to recover at any time. As long as the tomb was not destroyed, those golden crows would be able to recover their strength endlessly. Thus, it would be difficult to annihilate them. The golden crows were also proficient in joint attacks, and just 2 of them working together was enough to force Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus to call for help. If the 9 golden crows escaped and joined hands, then even someone a step away from becoming a tark might not be able to deal with them. Not to mention that everyone's cultivation was suppressed in this tomb. It was simply impossible to wipe out the 9 vengeful spirits with just soul formation/mighty prowess level cultivation. Well, Shantian could try if he reached the soul formation stage or mighty prowess realm. The problem was that he was a pitiful golden body/golden core expert that had yet to reach the nascent soul stage or nirvana realm. Not to mention the second method of purifying and purging those 9 golden crows. Simply speaking, even the golden crow tark back then had been unable to do anything about the evil aura within the golden crows. The divine firmament sacred leader naturally would not think that his methods would be more brilliant than the golden crow tarks back then. If I can't do it, it does not mean my disciple can't do it either. The divine firmament sacred leader was confident. The divine firmament sacred leader remembered clearly that his disciple had obtained a supreme immortal artifact back in the primordial battlefield. It was used exclusively to purge vengeful spirits and evil spirits, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc. Its forging material was ranked 3rd on the Mystic Earth list and the best extraordinary item that could subdue the evil spirit race. At the same time, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc was the Reincarnation Sacred Ground's peerless treasure. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc had even been suppressing that evil spirit powerhouse back in the primordial battlefield, so dealing with the 9 golden crows that were infected by the evil aura would be an effortless task. Also, Shantian had Ji Kong by his side, who was definitely in existence with extraordinary status in the celestial world. Therefore, the divine firmament sacred leader believed that it would not be too difficult for Shantian to purge the golden crows since he had already carefully researched the life stories of the previous children of Providence. For example, according to the common experiences of the children of Providence recorded in the book I'm Really Not the Son of Providence, as long as there were some troubles in a certain mystic realm that others could not solve, then it would definitely be the chance for those heaven-blessed children of Providence to show off. Helping the golden crow tark to purge the 9 golden crows, then be acknowledged and thanked by the tark, then receive all the supreme mystic arts. Even that divine sun cauldron would also be gifted as a token of gratitude. Yep, that's right. Basically, all the plots were written like that. It's time for you to shine, Tiana. Try your best. I have high expectations of you. The divine firmament sacred leader's lightning and heavenly aura swayed even more vigorously. Chapter 385, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus Crude Acting. If someone is able to purge my 9 children successfully, then I will gladly gift everything on Immortal Abode Island, including my heritage and the divine sun cauldron. The golden crow tark's voice was nonchalant but firm. Of course, I will not force you even if no one has any countermeasures. These 9 platforms are where my subordinates sparred back then, and their Tao insights are branded there. If everyone were to sense carefully, then maybe you would have some enlightenment. It also counts as a small gift to everyone from me. There's nothing more to say, so I bid my farewell. After he finished, that majestic figure disappeared back into the divine sun cauldron. Only the various sacred ground sages and heavenly venerables were left gazing at each other in astonishment. They were at a loss of how to make a choice. They could sense that the 9 platforms underneath them were indeed extraordinary. Not only was the clarity of all kinds of laws on the arenas 10 times higher than in the outside world, but they would also be able to get twice the result with half the effort when entering the enlightenment state. If they were truly immersed in the enlightenment state, then they might even see the sparring sessions between the golden crow tark's strongest cultivators from the primordial age. Such sparring sessions were definitely quite useful to the later generations, as they would be able to learn the primordial age cultivators' precious battling techniques or even understand offensive techniques and supreme mystic arts. Of course, the platforms would pale in comparison to the God of War Pagoda platforms, since the God of War Pagoda was considered an extremely precious treasure even in the celestial world. However, these 9 platforms were completely free. What was the best thing in the world? Of course, it's obtaining something for free. Therefore, even now, the Divine Firmament disciples' eyes were also burning with passion when they looked at the 9 platforms. In an instant, many heavenly venerables that knew they were unable to deal with the Golden Crow vengeful spirits started sitting on the platforms and sensed the nomological marks left on them. Meanwhile, the Divine Firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura swayed as he looked at Shantian. "Diana, do you have the confidence of purging the Golden Crow vengeful spirits?" Shantian was slightly stunned, but then he replied helplessly, "I could try purging it if there was only one. However, it's definitely difficult for me to deal with 2 Golden Crows, not to mention purging. I'm only in the Golden Core stage, after all." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus got closer to Shantian and suggested, "That's no problem. I could help you pull one away while your master can stall 2 of them. That's to say that as long as we aren't so unlucky to run into 4 Golden Crows together, it's not difficult for us brothers to settle them one by one. However, even if we're brothers, we'll need to set things straight. The Golden Crow Tark will definitely reward us, so how do we split this reward? Junior brother, martial nephew, you can't take my share. Just when did my seniority rise, and I became his brother?" Shantian wiped his sweat. The Divine Firmament sacred leader looked at Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus coldly and replied, "Diana has already reached the perfected stage of understanding the Imperial Sutra of Sun and formed the avatar of 10 suns spanning across the sky, so he originally has the qualifications to inherit the Golden Crow Tark's heritage. I can help Diana suppress those Golden Crows and purge them for free. So there's no need to trouble senior brother. Stay here and try attaining enlightenment without worries." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus? Attain enlightenment? You're going to purge the vengeful spirits with your disciple and obtain treasures on the way, but you're letting me stay in this forsaken place to attain enlightenment? I'm not dumb. I'm very smart. I also want to ride on Diana's coattail. According to what the Golden Crow Tark said, the tomb can only seal the 9 Golden Crows for another 3 months at most before they break through the seal one after the other. To prevent any mishaps, Immortal Abode Island will automatically self-destruct after a month. Therefore, regardless of whether the vengeful spirits are able to be purged, the remaining 1 month should not be wasted on the platform. One had to know the treasures were everywhere in the tomb, and given Azure Lotus strength, he would be able to escape unscathed as long as more than 3 Golden Crows did not trap him. In such a situation, going around to search for treasures is the way to go. But who should I follow when doing so? Of course it's Diana, who is blessed by the heavens. Didn't you hear the dumb kid Fang Chang say they directly found the herb garden left behind by the Golden Crow Tark after following Shantian? The herbs inside were all over 10,000 years old, and even the worst herb in there was supreme grade spirit herb. Azure Lotus eyes turned green with envy. That's right. I definitely can't lose sight of martial nephew regardless of whether those evil creatures can be purged or not. I'm definitely going to take my share of the treasures in the tomb. In the end, Shantian still followed his master and left the core region. They were prepared to travel throughout the tomb to purge the Golden Crow vengeful spirits. As for a certain old Taoist priest, he was thick-skinned to say that the tomb was too dangerous, and he was worried about Shantian's safety if there was only the sacred leader protecting him, so he just forcibly followed them. As for what he was thinking, only he would know. After the various sex-powerful beings were teleported to the core region, the huge tomb became much quieter. The Divine Firmament sacred leader flew through the passageway. His speed was as fast as when Shantian used electric shadow footwork, and golden light could be seen wherever he went. Naturally, it was partially because of his high cultivation level. If Shantian was also in the Tribulation Transcendence stage, then he would definitely be the fastest man in the 5 regions. The Golden Crow Tark's tomb is simply too huge, and those vengeful spirits have been sealed in this tomb for 80,000 years. So their familiarity of this tomb most likely surpasses ours. Shantian thought for a moment before saying, "Master, you and martial uncle release powerful aura. The both of you have also defeated 2 Golden Crows, so they might avoid you." The Divine Firmament sacred leader seemed to be deep in thought before replying coldly, "Diana, you mean like this?" Just as he finished, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's aura slowly became chaotic and weak. It also seemed to be filled with panic and haste as if he had been injured heavily. If Shantian and Azure Lotus had not been beside the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader the whole time, even they might be unsure if the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was really injured or not. "Sly old fox, you're really a sly old fox." Azure Lotus' lips twitched as he complained in his mind. Besides losing his F-King emotions, Junior Brother has not changed in the past 1,000 plus years. Even though he became emotionless, he did not forget to be cunning and is still a schemer. He's enticing the crows out of their hole and going to wipe them out. However, although this method is sly, on second thought, it is a pretty good plan. "Yep, I'll do it too." At that thought, Azure Lotus gently patted his chest, and the aura around him became chaotic. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. "Oh no, I'm heavily injured. I can't make it. I'm going to die. My ribs have been broken into pieces. It's over for me. I've been injured so heavily in such a dangerous tomb. Just an ambush from any nameless fella, and it will spell my doom." A drop of cold sweat fell from Shantian's forehead as he witnessed Azure Lotus' crude acting. Exaggerating. His acting is just too exaggerated. Shantian only wanted to say, "I have cultivated the Imperial Sutra of Sun to the peak stage, so I can vaguely sense the vengeful spirit's direction. It's just that your aura is too powerful, so they might run away before we can even get there. So could the both of you, please conceal your aura and try your best not to be discovered?" But now, the both of you actually thought of attracting them through pretending to be injured? Are all elders that have experienced the sacred ground's desolate years so scheming? However, looking at how crude Azure Lotus' acting skills were, Shantian was really doubtful whether the Golden Crow vengeful spirits would take the bite. They're in the end 80,000-year-old crows, so their intelligence wouldn't be this low, right? However, the facts proved that this was the case. Shantian could not help but tighten his grip around the Ocean Divine Hammer as he closed his eyes and sensed the few resentment auras that were rapidly closing on them. "They've arrived." Rumble. A ball of fire suddenly exploded at the corner of the passageway and lit up the whole passageway. Whoa! 3 dark red fireballs appeared before the party as they heard the screech, the fireballs emitting a blazing aura. 2 fireballs targeting the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader were filled with killing intent. A part of the 2 vengeful spirits that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had killed before was hidden within those 2 fireballs. They had revived and appeared once again after obtaining enough energy. Those golden crows were here for revenge. Chapter 386, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus True Powers. Whoa! The 3 golden crows were powerful enough to herd the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, and Shantian together. 3 against 3. In simple mathematical terms, it would be a one-on-one fight. But in the cultivation world, 1 plus 1 did not always equal 2. The power of the previous 2 golden crows joining forces was the equivalent of 3 to 4 crows. So the power of these 3 golden crows joining forces was more than 7 to 8 times their original pressure to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. The combined attack of these 3 golden crows was like facing 7 to 8 powerful golden crows. Their demonic flames were strong and all-encompassing. These 3 golden crows did not have any intelligence and only knew how to execute their fire attacks on an instinctual level. They were unable to attack their opponents in the way a true sage could, and so their battle prowess was weaker than that of a real sage practitioner. However, they had a major home ground advantage in this tomb. These fellows were as good as indestructible and immortal. Unless they were injured beyond a certain point, they could recover almost instantaneously. In fact, their rate of recovery was even quicker than their opponent's speed of attack. Even when the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had managed to attack them and cause them some serious damage, it was useless. Their true spirit was already merged with the tomb, and their souls were imprinted in the tomb. As long as the tomb was in one piece, their true spirit could be reborn again and again. It was totally bizarre and miraculous. It should be pointed out that there was no other such instance of unlimited rebirth in the entire 5 regions. This was against the laws of nature. After all, life and death was a major part of the natural order of things. Unlimited rebirth was totally against this natural order. The Golden Crow Tark was truly formidable. He had been able to set up such an astonishing domain and immortal abode island to nurture the true spirits of his 9 offspring. No one else apart from him would be able to do this. It was clear that the Golden Crow Tark held a very powerful legacy. These beasts will become even more difficult to handle after joining forces. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was jumping from being burned by the sea of fire. He was an extreme Tao Heavenly Venerable, and his battle prowess was equivalent to a sage. However, it was clear that the Golden Crow Tark had considered such practitioners when setting up his domain. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus may not be as affected as the other sages by the pressure in this tomb, but he still felt a significant suppression. "Damn little chicks. I'd teach you a lesson if this tomb didn't restrain my power." He waved his golden staff and swept off a gust of flames. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' physical body swelled, making his flowy robes into a tight-fitting outfit. His hair flew wildly as he exuded a dominant aura. Even so, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was still unable to fend off the combined attacks of those three golden crows. The energy of his staff strikes was dispelled by an array formation created by the three golden crows' joint efforts. His mountain-splitting attack landed full force on those three golden crows but was only able to ruffle their feathers a little. There was no real impact at all. "We must separate those three birds. Otherwise, we will never be able to injure them." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's voice was calm as always, but his heavenly aura dazzled brightly as it intensified. Golden lightning surrounded his entire body, as well as the red-gold divine flames. This was the mixed divine lightning formed from a high-level mastery of the Divine Firmament Imperial Sutara. It was very effective against all sorts of evil spirits. At the same time, there was also the energy of the sun cultivated by the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader from his understanding of the Imperial Sutra of Sun. This was also very effective against evil spirits. Of course, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader did not execute the Imperial Sutra of Sun in hopes of completely vanquishing the Golden Crows. It would be impossible. The Golden Crow race was well known for being one of the best in controlling flames. They were ranked right at the top together with the Phoenix race. In addition, these 9 Golden Crows were the sons of the Tark. Their talent, cultivation level, and power were already at unfathomable levels. Their ability to control fire could thus be imagined. It was impossible to use the power of fire to suppress them. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader just wanted to rely on the Imperial Sutra of Sun to tap into the Tark tomb domain so that he could enhance his own speed of recovery. At the same time, he could also subtly suppress the recovery rate of those 3 Golden Crows. His lightning and heavenly aura surged to form a magnificent figure, which was over 10 feet tall. It was like a lightning god had descended to earth. Balls of fire created by those golden crows shot toward him but were all sliced in half by the lightning sword in his hands. Compared to Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, who had been forced to scurry off despite his showy golden staff attack, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's performance was much better. At the very least, he looked way cooler. Easier said than done. The power, speed, and defense of those 3 beasts have been magnified many times after they joined forces. Even a sage who has undergone 5 tribulations might not be able to defeat them. On top of that, our powers are being suppressed by this Tark tomb. Tell me, how are you going to split them up? Use your disciples' handsome face to lure them away? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus pursed his lips. The power of the Golden Crows was really difficult to handle. He was somewhat regretting having lured them out. Sigh. Quietly sneaking around to steal treasures with his lucky little martial nephew in tow, wasn't that good enough? The treasures left behind by the great Golden Crow Tark. Even if it were just his dining plates and cutlery, they would still be extraordinary items. Just those items alone would be enough to make this trip worth it. Why did I have to do such a strenuous and dangerous thing instead? What if the other Golden Crows also came over? Won't I become barbecue meat then? The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said calmly, "Senior brother, ever since you started treading down the God-fiend path, you have become more stable and learned to be more reserved. This is a good thing. But this concerns the Golden Crow Tark's offspring and whether Tianor is able to inherit his immortal abode island. I hope that you can display your true power." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was exasperated. "Junior brother, what are you talking about? I am already giving my best." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader replied, "Is that so?" Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus insisted. "Yes." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said, "I was about to say that after cleaning out this immortal abode island, we will split the fortuitous opportunities equally. But now..." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus smiled. "When did you realize this?" The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's lightning and heavenly aura rippled. "Every time you eat the forgetting pill, it takes effect just too smoothly. Given your god-fiend body, if you are unwilling, even a sage forgetting pill cannot possibly be so effective." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus shrugged. "So what? The divine firmament sacred leader replied calmly, "This means that you are purposely withholding your true strength. This is because those people will not permit two elite prodigies rising together in the same sect. So you have been pretending to be silly and a troublemaker, as if you have given up on yourself. But I have always believed that as my first senior brother who used to be able to suppress me, you are stronger than anyone else. I have been hiding, you have also been hiding. This tacit agreement to withhold our abilities has been going on for way too long." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus maintained an impassive expression. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The divine firmament sacred leader replied steadily, "When you first revealed your power back then, I did not respect you. That's because the divine firmament sacred ground at that time was in decline and did not need a leader who was so stubborn. But after your power was nullified, I realized that you were not as foolish as I thought you were. You have sacrificed yourself in exchange for hundreds of years of peaceful times for our sect, in exchange for my eyes. You wanted to hide your true power, so I followed along. You wanted to pretend to be silly and reckless, so I played along. In the blink of an eye, it has been hundreds of years. Senior brother, now that our sect has Tiana and is on the rise again, you don't need to bear such a heavy burden anymore. Please unleash your true power. It is time for the entire 5 regions to witness again the glory of the divine firmament sacred ground's former first senior brother, the top practitioner in eastern wilderness of his generation, the most powerful prodigy then. Let them feel shock and awe. At the same time, I am also very curious. 700 years ago, you had always been on top of me. 700 years later, I have transcended all human emotions and desires and ascended the almighty path. I wonder if I am still below you." The divine firmament's sacred leader's lightning and heavenly aura vibrated more intensely. A 10-foot-tall lightning giant radiated with an earth-shattering aura, such that even the passageway was shaking. His voice actually held a sliver of excitement as he continued speaking. "Senior brother, do you dare to compete with me? Let's see who is the first to subdue those golden crows." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus pursed his lips when he felt the intense aura of competitiveness emanating from the divine firmament sacred leader. "You have said so much, but all you are trying to do is to goad me into revealing my trump card?" A dazzling golden lightning mark appeared between the old Taoist priest's brows. It radiated with a magnificent and elegant aura. He raised his golden staff, pointed it toward the sky, and boundless mixed divine lightning instantly gathered around his staff. Yes, this was the divine firmament lightning arts. Only a chi refinement cultivator at the golden core stage and above could display this technique. And Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was now exhibiting the most proper form of this lightning art. His aura magnified and broke through the sage barrier, reaching a brand new level. He stepped forward, leaving an afterimage behind, which gradually solidified into a real figure. This figure looked very similar to Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus but appeared to be middle-aged. He was dressed in a golden robe with precious treasures in hand. The dominant aura he exuded was akin to a god king. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus did not stop. He stepped out again, once again leaving behind an afterimage which gradually solidified. This figure also resembled Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus but looked even younger. He looked exactly like when he was still a dashing young prodigy. He was holding a green sword that radiated with harsh, sharp energy as if it could even slice through time itself. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura vibrated intensely the moment this young prodigy appeared. This image was something that had been imprinted in the divine firmament sacred leader's memory for hundreds of years. He gazed at Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, and his voice tinged with an unprecedented note of emotion. "Senior brother, you are finally back." Golden staff in hand, Chulong gave off a gravitas, which he never possessed before. "Yes, we are all back." The young, middle-aged, and old men said in unison, "Now that there are 3 of me, there will be an additional charge." Chapter 387, Lifeless King descends on immortal abode island. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus exuded a powerful aura as he held his golden staff in the scorching passageway. At that moment, all 3 versions of him were true bodies, and all 3 radiated with an aura that was already at the tribulation transcendence stage. Everyone thought that your chi refinement cultivation was nullified after your dandian was shattered. But they didn't realize that you actually successfully cultivated that peerless technique from the celestial world. The divine firmament sacred leader's lightning and heavenly aura vibrated. He sounded slightly rueful. 3 pure ones in one breath. The so-called 3 pure ones in one breath technique was not a legacy from the 5 regions. In fact, this was not a legacy from the mortal world. It came from the celestial world. When the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had taken part in the primordial battlefield's trial that year, they had both obtained Yi Qian Kong's recognition. Everyone knew that the God of War Pagoda's core principle was always fair and just. As much as Yi Qian Kong admired someone, he would not go against that rule and give extra favors to participants. Thus, as well as the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had performed, Yi Qian Kong had just given him an incomplete sutra as per the regulations, the Heavenly Tao Sutra. But compared to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had the kind of character that Yi Qian Kong liked even more. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had long known that Yi Qian Kong had given his first senior brother a legacy that was as good as the Heavenly Tao Sutra. And this legacy was the celestial world's peerless technique, the three pure ones in one breath. The three pure ones in one breath was one of the most highly ranked legacies even in the celestial world. A complete version of the three pure ones in one breath was considered a priceless legacy even among the most mighty figures in the celestial world. Similar to the God of War Pagoda's Heavenly Tao Sutra, the three pure ones in one breath was also an incomplete version. The most core and intricate chapter had already been lost. Even so, it was still a highly valued treasure. It could be said a major reason the God of War Palace had been destroyed was because of these priceless legacies. It was rumored that when one practiced the three pure ones in one breath to the highest levels, they could split into three selves. Each self would possess all the battle prowess and abilities of the original. Even more miraculous was the fact that as long as the original self was unharmed, those three clones would be more or less indestructible. They could fight on forever. If the practitioner was good at coordinated attacks, the original self could communicate with his clones mentally and exhibit an attacking power that was more than 4 times the original's. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus three pure ones in one breath was not the complete version. A normal person would have found it very challenging to cultivate with that incomplete version. If unlucky, they might even end up with chi deviation. But this old Taoist priest's talent was clearly exemplary. He had been able to make significant progress even with the incomplete version. Yi Qian Kong probably didn't expect that this old Taoist priest would be able to use that incomplete sutra to cultivate 2 clones. With 2 clones of himself, the old Taoist priest's battle prowess had gone on to another level. Even the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader felt somewhat suppressed by him now. So that year, when you made it appear as if you self-imploded in a kamikaze attempt to kill those sages, you actually only sacrificed one of your clones. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said calmly, or perhaps you had already successfully mastered the 3 pure ones in one breath then and were very confident of killing those sages. But in order to hide your true power, you purposely pretended to blow yourself up? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus pursed his lips. Junior brother, do you think I am the reincarnation of the God of War? That year, if those old fellows had joined forces, even if I self-destructed, it would have been very difficult to kill them all. Thus, I pretended to be captured. But those stupid fools started fighting amongst themselves after capturing me, and I ended up defeating them. The old Taoist priest sneered. But my Dantian was indeed destroyed. Those middle ground sacred leaders are also devious, how could they possibly not secretly do a check? A pity that their eyesight was not sharp enough to distinguish which one was my original self. As long as my true body is unharmed and I utilize some resources, I can make a new clone anytime. Shantian couldn't help sighing inwardly as he listened to the exchange between the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. TSK. These two are so adept at hiding their true strength. I thought Master was already the best at hiding his true talent. Didn't expect that this foolish-looking martial uncle is just as good as Master. If not because this fellow was so stubborn and insisted on practicing the Tinder God of War Sutra, such that his providence decreased day by day, his cultivation level might be unfathomable now. This 3 pure ones in one breath is not able to replicate as many clones as the Blood God Sutra, but the battle prowess of every single clone is nearly equal to the original. One's battle prowess is instantly multiplied. Ahem. I must go ask Old Man Yi when I return whether I can practice this sutra. If I can, I will become even more formidable in the future. After Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus revealed his 2 clones, he seemed determined not to hide his true power anymore. A man who had been holding it in for very long would seek release sooner or later. The 3 figures stepped out in unison. Their aura merged into one and tunneled toward those 3 golden crows like a drill. The youth had a green sword in hand, which was astonishing in its sharpness. Every single stroke was able to slice the fabrics of space like a piece of paper, extinguishing the boundless flames. The middle-aged man raised his hands as mixed divine lightning surrounded him. The golden lightning morphed into the 10 divine beasts such as the green dragon, white tiger, and crimson phoenix, which pounced forth. The old Taoist priest himself was engulfed in an azure-colored fire. His supreme ocean staff whacked down on those golden crows until they shrieked in pain. At that moment, he was able to go toe-to-toe with those 3 golden crows on his own power alone. It should be pointed out that the cultivation level of all cultivators in the Tark tomb was suppressed. Even so, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus alone was able to hold up against those 3 golden crows, whose combined power was equivalent to 7 to 8 sages. It was now clear for all to see that when Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had defeated 7 sages on his own 700 years ago, it was no exaggerated story. And now, he was just as powerful, if not more. After all, no one knew if this sly old man was still holding back. 700 years ago, everyone said my battle prowess was lower than yours. Actually, I have never accepted that. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leaders heavenly aura faded to reveal a golden armor clad over a tall, slender figure, as well as a face misted over with a layer of divine aura. He walked over to the 3 golden crows with a sword in hand, looking very regal and holy. Everyone couldn't help feeling awe and respect. Looking at him was like looking at the epitome of dignity and righteousness. Swoosh! The sword sliced through the air, instantly appearing by the side of a golden crow. A massive fire was sliced off the main body, which instantly disintegrated. Whoa! The golden crows shrieked woefully. They could already feel that these 3 humans were no pushovers. At the very least, the 3 crows were unable to handle them on their own. Rumble! A terrifying flame burst forth, and those 3 golden crows tried to flee. Unfortunately for them, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was already prepared. His 3 clones formed hand seals in unison, and an endless stream of divine runes morphed into a divine chain, which bound those 3 fireballs. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader also calmly conjured the Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags. This was one of the most traditional treasures of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Although it had only half the power of the full set of Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags at its peak, this was more than enough to subdue those 3 golden crows. The Divine Firmament Lightning Emperor flags split into 4, and an endless mass of golden lightning fell upon the golden crows like an all-encompassing net. Whoa! The black evil spirit chi rose and struggled, disintegrated, and resurged. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said calmly, "Lightning alone is not enough to wipe out this evil spirit chi completely. Tianer, we need your 6 paths of reincarnation disc." Shantian nodded and took a step forward. A crystalline jade plate rose from his body. There were 6 paths of reincarnation on this jade plate, and it looked very mystical. "Old man Yi, I have to trouble you again," Shantian muttered to himself before activating the power of the Tinder Sutra inside his body. The power of the 9 extraordinary items in his body surged wildly into the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. They included the Feather Immortal Metal, Dragon Black Metal, Hurricane Lilies, Divine Devouring Vine, Triple Light Divine Water, First Essence Heavy Water, Nanming Li Fire, True Sun Fire, and Mixed Divine Lightning. The 6 types of energy circulated the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, and the small silver disc visibly enlarged. Soon, the jade plate expanded to dozens of feet wide, looking very majestic. Shantian sat cross-legged in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc with his eyes slightly closed. He looked very regal as holy light shone upon him, looking very much like a god who had just descended. His lips parted slightly as a wondrous chanting echoed through the air. The way of mortal life cannot be foreseen. The road of cultivation is long and hard to grasp. The way of ghost can bring people temporary happiness, but as a human, one should walk the path of cultivation. The road of cultivation is where one would treasure and cherish one's life so as to serve others, while the way of being a ghost places emphasis on finishing in the end. The way of cultivation often brings one luck while the way of ghost often endangers one and makes one vicious. As the chanting of the sutra resounded, characters formed in the air and entered the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Shortly after, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc emitted an even more dazzling light and started to spin slowly. A tremendous power of attraction radiated from the 6 paths of reincarnation disc toward the 3 golden crows. The 3 struggling golden crows quietened down after being shown upon by the 6 paths of reincarnation. The black spirit chi was dissipated into nothing by the silver light. Meanwhile, the originally dark red golden crow flame gradually turned to a reddish gold color after being cleansed by the light. It exuded a regal, pure, and warm glow. The dark red feathers of those three golden crows also turned back to an exquisitely beautiful gold color. Their gaze slowly turned clearer as they looked at Shantian and the others with utmost gratitude. It was obvious that their consciousness was gradually returning to them. The first golden crow spoke up. "Thank you all, our benefactors. Your bravery and kindness have saved us." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus kept his stuff and grumbled, "If you really want to thank us, give us something practical. For example, some immortal or tark artifact." The three golden crows. After keeping silent for a moment, the first golden crow looked at Shantian with a smile. "Young benefactor, you have helped us to transcend, and it is only right that we return the favor. There aren't many immortal and tark artifacts in this tomb, but there are indeed a few. However, although we have been saved, we still have 6 brothers still submerged in the sea of misery, unable to transcend." The crow looked at Shantian sincerely. "We are willing to lead the way so that you can help our 6 brothers transcend too. As long as you agree to assist my 6 brothers to transcend, we are willing to give you all the fortuitous opportunities in this tomb. If we have the opportunity in our next lives, we will definitely repay your kind act." The 3 golden crows were willing to help him go and transcend the remaining 6 golden crows? Shantian was slightly taken aback. This was good news. He could save his energy in trying to locate the remaining crows. At the same time, if those 6 golden crows joined forces, it would be better to have these 3 helpers at his side. These crows were freakishly powerful, after all. "Yep, let's do this then." Shantian and the other 2 resumed their journey to find those golden crows. Meanwhile, in the tomb's outer region, the fabrics of space suddenly got all twisted up. A man dressed in black evil-looking armor appeared, causing all the surrounding rays of light to become distorted. He had a malevolent saber behind him, and he glowed with a demonic flame. The space around him was blurred by the flames, such that his true features could not be clearly seen. Even more bizarre was the fact that he just stood there proudly in mid-air. But none of the cultivators nearby seemed to see him or even notice his presence. The corners of the man's lips curled up slightly. "Shantian, are you ready to receive my rage?" Chapter 388, Just Because I'm Handsome? Shantian didn't know that outside the Golden Crow Tark tomb on Immortal Abode Island, someone was already thinking about him. He, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus all focused their attention on helping the Golden Crow vengeful spirits transcend. After all, the influence of this was too great. If they managed to successfully assist these 9 Golden Crow vengeful spirits in transcending, the entire Immortal Abode would then belong to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. One had to know that this was once the Tao residence of the Golden Crow Tark. It was one of the few supreme treasure islands that had the most abundant spiritual energy in Northern Sea. It was almost as precious as the Divine Firmament Small World. If they could really take over the ownership of the Immortal Abode Island, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's heritage would greatly increase. As the main instigator of this matter, be it the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, Heavenly Venerate Azure Lotus, or Shantian himself, they would all be recorded in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's historical records and be remembered by their descendants. Any person would want to be immortalized for generations, and this was the perfect opportunity to do so. With the 3 golden crows leading the way, their search for the other golden crows became much smoother. Before long, they found another golden crow vengeful spirit in the core of a spirit stone mine. The 9 golden crow princes were sealed separately. There was no fixed method or pattern to the breaking of their seals. As Immortal Abode Island had just resurfaced, the golden crow vengeful spirit had yet to escape its seal. Therefore, the process of transcending the golden crow was extremely smooth. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus each held one of the golden crow's wings and suppressed it. The 3 golden crows also suppressed it with the same source power. It was simply a one-sided pressure. Just this? Do we even need to work together to help these little chicks transcend? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus carried a staff on his shoulder and said smugly, "This old man alone is enough. Junior brother, you should go rest." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said indifferently, "The Golden Crow Princes are still around. Senior brother, watch your words. Seriously, these golden crows are weak only because they have fallen, and only a wisp of their true spirit remains. Otherwise, why don't you try calling them chicks in front of them when they're at their peak? Each of them would spit out a mouthful of divine flames to let you know what the passion of the Golden Crow race was like." The Golden Crow Crown Prince revealed an awkward smile. It's fine, it's fine. I believe this benefactor is merely joking around." Father always taught us to be close to the human race and to be kind to others. We shouldn't take these small matters to heart. Everyone knew that the Golden Crow race controlled fire and was famous for being kind like water. Well, that's right. They just had a good temper. After transcending the fourth Golden Crow, Shantian slowly put away the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. At this moment, the merit energy surrounding the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was even denser than before, looking incomparably divine. Even Shantian felt his entire body relax. It was as if the heavenly Tao was closer to him and his mind seemed to be painted clear with cool oil. The remaining 5 brothers of mine seemed to have already started breaking their seals. The Golden Crow Crown Prince then continued. We are connected by blood and are able to roughly sense each other. I believe that they must have sensed something. Shantian pursed his lips. So what if they did sense something? This tomb was isolated from the outside world and was completely sealed. It could be said that in this place, it was impossible for one to call for help. In addition, with the 4 Golden Crows leading the way, it was only a matter of time before the remaining 5 Golden Crows transcended. You want to struggle? Even if you scream until your throat breaks, it won't work. Following the Golden Crow Prince's guidance, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, and Shantian transformed the remaining Golden Crow Princes one by one. Everything went unbelievably smoothly. Of course, the main contributor to all of this was Shantian's 6 paths of reincarnation disc. At the same time, he also had Yi King Kong, who was proficient in the Spirit Transcending Manual. If that wasn't the case, it would simply be a fool's dream to transcend these Golden Crow Princes that had been tainted by evil or for tens of thousands of years. After all, this was something not even a tark could do anything about. The way of mortal life cannot be foreseen, the road of cultivation is long and hard to grasp. The way of ghost can bring people temporary happiness, but as a human, one should walk the path of cultivation. The road of cultivation is where one would treasure and cherish one's life so as to serve others. While the way of being a ghost places emphasis on finishing in the end. The way of cultivation often brings one luck while the way of ghost often endangers one and makes one vicious. As the ethereal and mysterious sutra sounded, the last Golden Crow bathed in the light emitted by the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, its evil aura being gradually washed away. This Golden Crow was clearly much smaller than the other Golden Crows. It seemed to be the youngest of the 9 Golden Crows. Yes, even the third leg of this 3-legged Golden Crow was short and shriveled. Clearly, it had not fully developed. It was obvious that this Golden Crow was still at a very young age when it had died, maintaining its young appearance even after tens of thousands of years. When the last Golden Crow shed away its evil aura, the 9 crimson gold Golden Crows simultaneously shot out resplendent lights like a vast red rising sun. At that moment, streaks of divine radiance shot out of the 9 Golden Crows' bodies, connecting together. An unprecedentedly powerful pressure instantly filled the entire space of the tomb, causing it to rumble. The lightning and heavenly aura around the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader fluctuated violently. Clearly, he was not in a calm mood. As expected of the Golden Crow's 9th prince, whose name shook the 5 regions. Even though he only has his essence soul left, his might is still unimaginable. From the looks of it, even if the rumors of the 9 suns in the sky being able to compete with the Tarks were slightly exaggerated, it was definitely not nonsense. What a pity. Compared to the Dragon and Coon races, the Golden Crow race's reproductive ability was too weak. Across the entire 5 regions, only the Golden Crow Tark had managed to create a miracle and give birth to 9 children, shocking the entire 5 regions. The other Golden Crows might not even be able to give birth to 1 or 2 children throughout their entire lives. Ever since the Golden Crow Tark had ascended to the celestial world, the Golden Crow race had gradually declined in numbers. Now that 80,000 years had passed, they had even gone extinct in the 5 regions. It was unknown if they still had any descendants left. Otherwise, they would definitely become a supreme divine beast that wasn't any weaker than a dragon or a phoenix, and every single one of them was comparable to a high-grade dragon and phoenix. The 9 mighty red suns guarded each other, and the scorching power of the sun surged in all directions like waves. The temperature of the entire tomb increased tenfold in an instant. If not for the fact that everyone in the tomb was a cultivator and their cultivation wasn't shallow, the terrifying heat waves alone would be enough to turn all of them into ashes. Rumble. The 9 Golden Crows formed a circle, and the void in the center of the circle was burned into nothingness. And in the void space, the golden red door slowly opened, drawing out an incomparably mighty figure. The 9 Golden Crows spoke at the same time, Your child greets Father Tark. Tears welled up in the eyes of every golden crow, but they didn't evaporate despite the terrifying temperature. Although the evil energy had infected them, they had not lost their memories. They knew very well what it meant when a mortal abode island appeared. It meant that their most respected and revered father had fallen in the celestial world. Their father had not been able to find a way to save them in the celestial world. Death is inevitable. Death is just a new cycle. There's no need to feel sad. The golden crow Tark looked at the 9 golden crows with a gratified smile. To be able to see all of you be freed and enter the cycle of reincarnation, I still feel gratified even if I have died. The golden crow Tark then turned to Shantian. His face was enveloped by boundless profound light and couldn't be seen clearly. However, his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through it. The golden crow Tark's words seemed to have an underlying meaning. I didn't think that the 5 regions would really produce a human like you. The divine firmament sacred leader's heart stirred slightly. Imperial Lord, what do you mean? Could it be that you know that Diana's physique is special? Just where did Shantian's physique come from? Those familiar with him were all incomparably curious about it. It was inconceivable for a person's body to contain 10 kinds of extraordinary items and even the forbidden chaotic aura. The golden crow Tark shook his head slowly. I've never seen such a handsome human before. He's as handsome as I was when I was young. Divine firmament's sacred leader? Heavenly venerable azure lotus? The 9 golden crow princes, covering their faces. You're the Tark. You're always right. After all, you're like the divine firmament sacred leader, who covers his face every day. We can't even see what you look like. Shantian smiled and grumbled in his heart. The golden crow Tark also seemed to see through Shantian's acknowledgement. He smiled and said, young man, do you know that I wanted to borrow your body to live a second life? Borrow your body and live a second life. The golden crow Tark's gentle and calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. In an instant, both the divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus felt their blood run cold. Their auras surged as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Meanwhile, Shantian was dumbstruck as he stared at the golden crow Tark. For a moment, he was a little confused. The mighty golden crow Tark wanted to borrow his body to live a second life? How would he borrow it? Would he share the body with himself or take over his body? Or perhaps would he make a bird appear on his body? Or was it like in the novels, where he would directly destroy his soul and then possess his body? Why? The great Tark did not reincarnate after his death and instead wanted to take over his body? Could it be because he was handsome? As if seeing through Shantian's doubts, the golden crow Tark sighed softly. It's because I know that the 5 regions are about to face an unprecedented calamity. He said calmly, I originally thought that only I could reverse this upcoming calamity. Chapter 389, Secrets of the Celestial World, Shantian's Idea. Diana, step back. The divine firmament sword leader's body trembled as he slowly walked in front of Shantian. He faced the golden crow Tark's projection head-on with his sword beam. You old bird, if you dare to touch my martial nephew, I will stab you to death. Golden light flickered within heavenly venerable azure lotus body. The 2 figures were ready to charge out at any moment. This was the supreme secret technique of the 3 pure ones in one breath. It could allow heavenly venerable azure lotus combat strength to instantly soar to a level that surpassed his limits. At that moment, none of them took half a step back. The pressure of a Tark was clearly not something an ordinary sage could withstand. Although the golden crow Tark only had a wisp of his soul left, he was not an ordinary Tark either. He was a great Tark who had ascended to the celestial world 80,000 years ago. No one knew how terrifying his cultivation had become after his ascension to the celestial world 80,000 years ago. But it was clear that his cultivation would not remain stagnant for 80,000 years. Therefore, even if it was just a wisp of the golden crow Tark's soul, it was not something a mere sage could measure up to. If they were completely rational, the divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus would not have stood in front of the golden crow Tark and gone against him. This was because fighting against such an opponent was no longer a situation in which one still had a small chance of surviving. Instead, it meant certain death. It was simply a situation where they would definitely die. However, they still walked out resolutely and stood in front of Shantian without hesitation. This was because they firmly believed that Shantian was the future of the divine firmament sacred ground. He was the son of Providence that would lead the divine firmament sacred ground to a new peak. That was because they firmly believed that even if 10 of them died for a single Shantian, they would still profit from it. That was because they firmly believed that the golden tark would not attack. Cough, cough. Yes, they firmly believed that the golden tark would not attack. The divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus's ears and heads were fine, so they naturally heard what the golden tark had said. He had said, "I wanted to borrow Shantian's body to live a second life. I thought that only I would be able to reverse the calamity." What did he mean by "I wanted to" and "I thought"? It meant that he didn't think that way anymore. Furthermore, the divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus did not sense any hostility or killing intent from the golden tark. Not to mention that a super big shot from the celestial world was hidden in Shantian. They were both remnant souls. Why would they be afraid? The divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus felt that there was a high chance that even their godfather would be able to fight the golden tark. After all, the old man had been developing and recovering in the 5 regions for so many years. No one knew how many trump cards he had or how strong he was. Since that was the case, they might as well make use of this opportunity to show off their benevolence and fiercely increase Shantian's favorability. Yes, Tianer must be so touched that his eyes are brimming with tears. I am simply too quick-witted. The divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus exchanged looks and nodded secretly. Yep, they were still the same from the past. "Master, martial uncle, I think you have misunderstood." Shantian gently poked both of their shoulders. Senior said that he had originally wanted to possess me, but he probably doesn't have such thoughts now, right? Shantian then turned to the golden tark. "Senior, Master, and martial uncle were too concerned and have offended you. Please forgive us." He. The golden tark looked at the divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus with a faint smile, causing the latter to feel goosebumps. After a long while, the golden tark said calmly, "You're neither arrogant nor impetuous. You're still so rational when facing me. You're quite remarkable, young friend." "That's right. I've been trying to prove my Tao for 80,000 years. I don't want to hide it. Since I have agreed to give you my immortal abode island, I might as well tell you the truth about this tomb." The golden tark sighed softly. "Do you all know that every 10,000 years, the 5 regions will be invaded by the evil beings of the outer world? It's just that every time the evil spirits attempted to invade, they would be intercepted by the tarks of the various eras, and thus they had never broken into our realm." The divine firmament sacred leader nodded slowly. Junior knows of this. There were no tarks in the 5 regions 10,000 ago. The evil beings from the outer world successfully broke through into the 5 regions and created an unprecedented calamity. The golden tark nodded slowly. "I had also sensed that battle. But compared to the upcoming catastrophe, the war 10,000 years ago can only be considered an appetizer." The golden tark's words caused everyone to tremble. The battle 10,000 years ago had almost destroyed the entirety of the 5 regions. Countless spirit veins and blessed lands had been reduced to ruins, and the ancient battlefield was still unapproachable. Countless sacred grounds and races had suffered heavy losses in that catastrophe. Some sacred grounds and races had even been directly destroyed. If such a war was only an appetizer and was nothing compared to the upcoming calamity, what would the upcoming calamity be like? What would the 5 regions welcome? Could it be that the entire world was going to be destroyed? The golden tark sighed softly. "Do you know that the various great powers and races of the celestial world are actually also resisting these outer world evil beings? The evil beings from the outer world that the celestial world is facing are not as weak as the evil beings invading the 5 regions. Or rather, the evil spirit race that attacked the 5 regions once every 10,000 years was just a small group of enemies specially released by the celestial world's guardians. This was meant to train the cultivators of the 5 regions and create more experts. After they ascended, they would become part of the force to fight against the main force of the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race that attacked the 5 regions once every 10,000 years was specially released by the celestial world's guardians?" The golden tark's words were shocking. If it was a childish and immature teenager, they might have started doubting life and might even start cursing. However, the divine firmament sacred leader, heavenly venerable azure lotus, and Shantian weren't idiots with low IQ and EQ, so they naturally thought more about it. The heavenly aura around the divine firmament sacred leader's body rippled gently. In other words, every calamity in the past was actually driven by the guardians of the celestial world, or even set up by them? The golden tark nodded slowly. "That's right. The fact that the evil spirit race broke into the 5 regions 10,000 years ago and turned the 5 regions into a river of blood was also tacitly approved. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura fluctuation increased slightly. Is it necessary to sacrifice so many lives? The divine firmament sacred leader did not ask why because he had already guessed the reason. The golden crow tark calmly replied, there is a need because an unprecedented war is about to begin. A war between races is not something meant for the faint-hearted. Compared to the survival of the entire celestial and mortal worlds, the losses caused by a training that was under control are completely within acceptable limits. In fact, after the war 10,000 years ago, the 5 regions have indeed produced many elites that have shocked even the celestial world. With that said, he looked at the divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus before saying with a faint smile, the two of you are also considered outstanding among the successors of the divine firmament sacred ground. There are only so many resources. If the 5 regions remain in a stable environment, they will only exhaust each other. On the contrary, after learning about the powerful external enemies that they would face, would everyone be united? The divine firmament sacred leader then asked, what is the unprecedented war referring to? The golden crow tark said, the guardians of the celestial world won't be able to hold out much longer. Another bombshell was thrown. The golden crow tark then continued, why do you think I suddenly died 80,000 years after my ascension? My cultivation base has long surpassed that of a tark, reaching an unimaginable stage. However, even I myself was only a pawn in that war. I was unable to even become a real player in the war. If not for the fact that I had obtained 2 pages of the Blood God Sutra before I ascended and made use of Immortal Abode Island's special domains to establish the Imperial Tomb and set up a world-shocking rebirth array, my soul would have long been destroyed. The golden crow tark was definitely being modest when he called himself a pawn in the war. However, for a tark to sigh with emotion like this, the strength of the experts of the celestial world was obviously beyond imagination. Shantian then asked, Blood God Sutra? Since Senior has set up the rebirth array, why do you still want to possess my body to be reborn? The golden crow tark replied calmly, you must have found that broken eggshell in my herb garden, young friend. My true spirit Samsara left that behind. However, what has returned to this world is only my true spirit. My divine soul and physical body have long been destroyed. There is no way for me to be reborn independently. I have to use the Tao fruit of a peerless paragon as a furnace to achieve nirvana. While speaking of reincarnation through possession, the golden crow tark's tone carried a hint of guilt, but it was extremely firm. He said calmly, perhaps you will think that my actions are ungentlemanly and even selfish and vicious, but war is that cruel. If young friend's talent is only considered good, then in this great calamity that is about to befall the 5 regions, you might not even have the chance to cultivate to become a tark before dying. Since that's the case, I might as well send you to Samsara ahead of time in exchange for the opportunity for my rebirth. That's because my resurrection will be more effective than a genius who has yet to mature. Was he supposed to die because he was useless? Shantian instinctively felt repulsed by golden crow tark's words. After all, he had been born in the 21st century, and the education and worldview he had received were completely different. However, he did not retort because he was afraid of being beaten up. He was even more afraid of angering this old bird. What if he really possessed him on a whim? Shantian looked at the great tark. Then why did Senior give up on this idea? The golden crow tark's gaze was deep as he said seriously, because your appearance is truly extraordinary, young friend. It reminds me of my youth. I simply can't bring myself to do it. Shantian, _ Ha, just kidding. The golden crow tark laughed. To be honest, my young friend, your talent is the most incredible I've ever seen. If you ascend to the celestial world and undergo the baptism of heavenly aura, even the supreme paragons of the celestial world will pale in comparison to you. If I possess you, even if I revive and return to my peak, I will only be able to protect the 5 regions for 10,000 years. Then, I will be a dispensable warrior in the celestial world and die in battle. Since that's the case, I might as well leave my hope to you. If you succeed in growing up, I'm sure those damned evil beings will have very interesting expressions. A single person who possesses 10 extraordinary items. If anyone were to make an enemy of you, they would likely not be able to sleep peacefully in the future. After sighing softly, the golden crow tark said, I'm also indeed tired after fighting for 80,000 years. Returning to the cycle of reincarnation and walking the path of invincibility again from young might bring me a new experience. I might even be able to take another step forward. Shantian could clearly sense that the golden tark was relieved of a heavy burden when he said this. His tone instantly became much more relaxed. So, the crisis had ended so easily? The divine firmament sacred leader looked at Shantian with gratification. As expected of Tianar. As expected of a son of Providence. Even a Tark was ashamed of his own inferiority, saying that he was just a pawn in the celestial world. Tianar's talent is comparable to the supreme paragons of the celestial world, and he even has a chance to become a leading figure in the celestial world. He does not merely have the potential of becoming a Tark. He has the potential of becoming an immortal monarch. In the future, I will just say that my disciple Shantian has the bearing of an immortal monarch. The talent of the Purple Mansion Sacred Leader's disciple is nothing. Hey. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was secretly satisfied. Previously, in order to hide myself, I had no choice but to miss out on many opportunities to suck up to my master and nephew. Luckily, this time, by standing against a Tark, I have given Tianar a good impression. In the future, when I go out with Tianar to gain experience, I will definitely have a lot of good fortune. Shantian looked at Golden Tark and said seriously, Senior, please be rest assured and reincarnate. When I become a Tark and ascend, I will definitely protect the 5 regions and kill all enemies in the world. The evil beings from the outer world wanted to join in the fun? Then let's fight. Shantian would not allow the 5 regions to fall into danger. After all, there were so many cute juniors here. If the world fell into a calamity, where would he go to seek opportunities? Yes. When I become a Tark, I will definitely protect the 5 regions and suppress all the enemies in the world. Cough. Of course, before becoming a Tark, he still had to hide. After all, he was still a weak and helpless little golden core cultivator for now. Not even Tarks were able to survive the calamity alone and would be immediately killed like small fries. Even if he could jump realms to fight and defeat heavenly venerables and supremacies, he couldn't possibly defeat a Tark. Wouldn't that mean that he should at least reach the soul formation stage and undergo a tribulation first? Be steady. It was never wrong to develop wretchedly. As for why he had expressed such a grand ambition? He had to let Senior Golden Tark see his attitude. If this junior of his already had such a grand ambition, it wouldn't be good for the Golden Tark to go back on his word and possess him. Perhaps this big brother would be so happy that he would give all his assets to him instead. After all, the 9 sons of the Golden Tark were all dead. If they were to be sent to Samsara, he would have to find someone else to inherit his huge family business. Very good. I'm ashamed that you have such awareness. I have made a promise from the start. If anyone could send my 9 children away, my immortal abode island would belong to them. Apart from that, my weapons and treasures will also belong to them. Now that you've successfully assisted them in transcending, I won't go back on my words. The Golden Tark slowly stretched out his right hand, and a golden token flew out of his sleeve. This is the Immortal Abode Island token. After refining the Immortal Abode Island token, you will be able to control the Immortal Abode Island's protective ray. The token flew into Shantian's hands and emitted a resplendent golden light after being bound by his blood. Shantian immediately felt a special connection between him and the massive Immortal Abode Island. This connection was extremely mysterious. It was as if he could control the numerous formations on the island with a single thought and everything on the island. Shantian stroked the token with a fervent gaze. With this token in hand, it meant that he was also considered an island master from today onwards. He would build a tourist attraction and sell some sea view houses. He would fish and collect rent while admiring the bikini girls on the beach every day. Such days would be simply wonderful. So wonderful. Chapter 390, Full Blood God Sutra, Unkillable. The Golden Tark had no idea that Shantian was planning on turning his training hall into a tourist attraction. He said unhurriedly, in addition, the 5 regions and the celestial world will be facing great chaos in the future. A genius like you must be the leader of this war. I'm afraid that you will encounter endless dangers. Before I ascended, I had obtained 2 pages of the Supreme Inheritance, the Blood God Sutra. It's unfathomable and extraordinary. It's considered a supreme inheritance even in the celestial world. It's a pity that this legacy is missing the first half of the Foundation Establishment chapter. It can't unleash its full power in my hands. Now that I am about to be reincarnated, this inheritance should not be severed by me. I'll give it to you now. I only hope that you can gather this inheritance in the future and turn the tide in the war. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 golden pages of ancient scriptures flew out Omicron of the projection. Their size, color, and aura were exactly the same as the Blood God Sutra that Shantian had obtained from the mosquito demon. It clearly came from the same source. Shantian was overjoyed. Ada cultivated the chaotic Tinder Sutra, so his aura was completely concealed. Even the Golden Crotarch could not sense the Blood God Sutra's aura in his body. But there was no denying that the first and second pages of the Foundation Establishment chapters were indeed on Shantian. What he lacked now were the third and fourth pages. The Blood God Sutra was divided into 2 sections with 2 pages each. The Blood God Sutra in Shantian's hands was the first section. The 2 pages of the foundational section were the Blood Divination Technique and Divinity Split Technique. They could use blood essence to create a new body and then split the soul into clones. Earlier, when Shantian had killed Supremacy Blood Mosquito A, he had obtained these 2 pages of the Sutra. This was an extremely powerful life-saving technique, allowing Shantian to take risks when exploring many mystic realms and not have to worry about dying. The 2 pages in the Golden Crotarch's hands were the second section. The second section of the Blood God Sutra was also known as the Undying section. The third page of the Undying section recorded the True Spirit Rebirth technique. One could imprint a true spirit within a specific domain. As long as this domain was not destroyed, one's true spirit could be reborn infinitely. A prime example would be the 9 Golden Crow vengeful spirits from before. They were so difficult to deal with and couldn't be killed because their true spirits resided in the Golden Crow tomb on Immortal Abode Island. If one wanted to kill these 9 vengeful spirits, they would first have to break through the unbreakable Golden Crotarch tomb and strip their true spirits out of it. As a result, the difficulty was raised countless times. The fourth page recorded the True Spirit Rotation technique. After mastering this technique, the cultivator's true spirit could freely move between the main body and the Blood God's clone. This enabled the cultivator's life-saving ability to instantly increase by countless times. The Golden Crotarch had used this particular ability to be able to move his remnant soul to the mortal world. However, since the Golden Crotarch had not had the Blood God's Sutra Foundation Establishment chapter, he had been unable to manifest a Blood God's Son clone. Thus, he had been unable to unleash the True Spirit Rotation technique's true power. Otherwise, if he had a 100 or so Blood God's Son, his true spirit would have been able to move freely among them. Unless one annihilated all the Blood God's Sons in one go, he would be in undying existence. If that was truly the case, the Golden Crotarch would not have died so easily. Technically speaking, every page of the Blood God Sutra contained a powerful technique. However, only when the 4 pages complemented each other could the true power of the Blood God Sutra be unleashed. As Shantian held the last 2 pages of the Blood God Sutra in his hands, his heart burned with passion. It was all here. They were finally gathered. With these 4 pages of the Blood God Sutra, I can finally go out and have fun with ease. Shantian looked at the Golden Crotarch and solemnly said, "Senior, please be rest assured. If an evil being attacks, I will defend the 5 regions till I die." With these 4 pages of the Blood God Sutra, can I even die? Once I master this technique, so what if one of me gets killed? Another 1,000 of me will rise up and take revenge. Although the death of a Blood God's Son will result in the weakening of one's blood essence and divine consciousness, how can I become weak? I have tons of Nirvana holy liquid, as well as triple light divine water. No matter how weak I become, I will instantly reach peak condition as long as I drink some of them. If an evil being invades, I will be the one to take the lead. I will be the one to lead the tens of thousands of people. When chaos arises, I will dye the blue sky with my foe's demonic blood. I, the saint, who is able to resurrect tens of thousands of times, have nothing to fear in this rift. I mean evil spirit battlefield. 100 deaths without regrets. Good, good, good. A gratified smile appeared on the Golden Crotarch's face, but he seemed to have thought of something. The Blood God Sutra might be powerful, but it will not allow you to become invincible. If you encounter a supreme powerhouse that controls the laws of samsara or destiny, they can directly sever the connection between the main body and the clone. At that time, your clones will be of no use, and you won't be able to revive. It's still better for you to be more cautious. The Golden Crotarch's tone was solemn. After ascending to the celestial world, he had seen many things and had a certain understanding of the Blood God Sutra. Although the Blood God Sutra was powerful and could be said to allow one to be undying and indestructible, one might not be absolutely safe if they encountered true supreme experts. After all, The tricks up the sleeves of such existences were too inconceivable. However, those who could control the laws of samsara and destiny were absolute supreme experts even in the celestial world. Even the Golden Tark had only heard a little about such experts when he was at his peak. He did not even have the right to talk to them directly. In other words, as long as Shantian mastered the Blood God Sutra's 4 pages in the near future, he would have an undying body. Even the most powerful of sages or even sub-tark would not be able to kill him. Of course, Shantian didn't know of all this. He only knew that the Blood God Sutra did not seem to be as invincible as it seemed to be. Anyway, I hate fighting the most. I prefer to use virtue to subdue others. It would be better for me to stay put and have stable growth. Yes, that's decided then. Before becoming a tark, I will absolutely not go out and wander about. No, I have to cultivate to become an immortal king first. Only by becoming powerful can one break through anything in their way and fight against all powerhouses. Young friend, you're a genius. I can only try my best to help you improve. The Golden Tark let out a long sigh and looked at Shantian. Senior, what do you mean? Shantian's heart stirred. From the looks of it, the Golden Tark was going to give him something good. Shantian was not one who would refuse any benefits. Since I have already agreed to give everything to you, I naturally won't hold back. The Golden Tark nodded slightly. He also hoped that Shantian could grow up and rise to the celestial world in the future to resist the evil beings. The Golden Tark gently waved his hand, causing the sky to change. Endless clouds changed unpredictably. The thick clouds faded away, and a bright sky appeared. Meanwhile, in the sky, there was a blazing divine furnace that resided in all directions. It was resplendent with divine multicolored light, and it was extremely majestic. This was the Golden Tark's Tark artifact, the Divine Sun Cauldron. Little friend, in this Divine Sun Cauldron is the solar liquid that I have carefully refined for 80,000 years using the essence of the sun and the spirits of heaven and earth. This solar liquid is filled with the purest essence energy from heaven and earth. It can help temper and strengthen one's physical body. However, as the solar liquid has been refined for 80,000 years, the energy contained inside is extremely dense and has even become violent. If one's physique is not strong enough, I'm afraid that one might not be able to withstand the energy impact. Young friend, do you dare to give it a try and enter it? The Golden Tark calmly looked at Shantian. Solar liquid? It sounded like something good. Shantian's eyes brightened. However, the Golden Tark had said that if one's constitution wasn't strong enough, they might not be able to withstand the energy impact. That sounded a little fierce. Old man Yi, should we use this solar liquid? I'm just a little weakling in the golden body realm. I won't be burned to death, right? Yi King Kong's helpless voice echoed in Shantian's mind. Your body is so weird that you can even digest chaotic aura. The solar liquid is nothing compared to it. However, this Divine Sun Cauldron has been refining the solar liquid for 80,000 years. It is indeed priceless. It can be said that even a small bottle of it can fully transform a tribulation transcendence cultivator. Using it for a golden body practitioner's baptism is truly extravagant, too extravagant. Since it has come to this, why don't you take this opportunity to reforge your golden body from scratch? There were too many flaws in the tempering of your golden body before you obtained the chaotic Tinder Sutra. Use the solar liquid to boil your body and refine it to reach the legendary chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage, consolidating a supreme foundation. Is that so? Shantian's eyes lit up. Yi King Kong's words made his blood boil, and he couldn't wait any longer. He slowly cupped his hands toward the Golden Tark. This junior dares to try senior's gift. The Golden Tark nodded slowly. Clang. There was a deafening sound. The blazing Divine Sun Cauldron shone brightly, and multicolored light overflowed in all directions as the lid of the furnace opened abruptly. Chi. As soon as the lid was opened, divine golden light immediately shot into the sky. Disregarding everything else, just this scene was enough to make one's heart flutter. A golden liquid was within the Divine Sun Cauldron. Endless nomological powers surrounded it, and light overflowed as though it had been poured with gold. Not only that, but extremely dense essence energy burst out from within as well. Just a whiff of it was enough to make one feel relaxed and refreshed. Upon contact with the energy, one's pores would open wide and greedily absorb the essence that seeped out. At the same time, it also carried an incomparably blazing heat, as if it was an endless fire domain that could incinerate this entire world. This was the solar liquid, refined from the purest of the essence of the sun. It was hard to imagine how hot the sun was. Just this power alone caused the entire mortal abode island to be engulfed in a blazing heat wave. However, none of this affected Shantian. He leapt out, directly flying into the divine furnace, causing a huge splash of golden liquid. Following that, the furnace lid closed, shaking the world. In that instant, light shone brilliantly, erupting from the divine sun cauldron, dazzling the entire space around it. The heavenly aura on the divine firmament sacred leader's body flickered when he saw this. He wasn't worried about Shantian's safety but was looking forward to the outcome after he came out of the cauldron. After the baptism of the solar liquid, what sort of transformation would Shantian undergo? Just thinking about it made him excited. Hey. Chapter 391, Reforging the Golden Body, Connate Chaotic Body. Golden light shone brightly within the divine sun cauldron, with blazing flames burning throughout. The fearsome temperature brought waves of heat as if it was about to twist even the space within. A figure stood upright within the endless golden liquid and stayed completely still. That figure was Shantian. The solar liquid in the surrounding was surging continuously as the energy from the laws that filled the area gathered to form small golden crows, which charged toward Shantian's acupoints. In that instant, Shantian was completely covered by solar liquid, which emitted a blinding firelight. Old man Yi, something seems to be wrong. Why are the effects of this liquid so strong? I feel like I'm losing my rationality, so much so that even an angry bird is about to stand up. Hot, so hot, it's too hot. Shantian was completely red, and the solar liquid kept on surging toward him, so his entire body burned with blazing true sun fire. Each time the energy golden crow rammed into him, Shantian's whole body would tremble vigorously, and his aura would surge. It was obvious that the solar liquid, which had been accumulated for 80,000 years, was simply too pure. Thus, it made Shantian feel extremely hot. Shantian felt the scene of his body burning with true sun fire non-stop slightly strange. Are you going to brew me into soup? Don't worry. The divine sun cauldron has been refining the solar liquid for 80,000 years, so the liquid's power is even more violent than most exceptional fires. Normal sages might even be unable to absorb it. However, you're different. Even the chaotic aura can't do anything to your monster-like body constitution, so how is it possible for you to be boiled so easily? At most, you'll be crisp on the outside and tender on the inside while emitting a delicious scent. Yi Qian Kong's echoed in Shantian's mind. The corners of Shantian's mouth twitched. Crisp outside and tender inside? Delicious scent? Just what kind of ridiculous description is that? Do you think you're grilling a chicken? Huh? What delicious scent? It can't be. It shouldn't happen. Is it possible I'm really going to be cooked thoroughly? As if he had read Shantian's mind, Yi Qian Kong consoled him. Calm down and circulate your chaotic Tinder Sutra and absorb the power of the solar liquid as your own. After hearing that, Shantian sat down cross-legged and stayed completely still, allowing the endless solar liquid to surge toward him. He started the circulation of the chaotic Tinder Sutra, and the energy in the surroundings was being gathered within him. In that instant, it was as if a single spark had instantly started a prairie fire. Boom! As the solar liquid energy surged into Shantian, his brocade clothes were instantly burned to ashes. As for his long Yuan divine armor, he had stored it long ago. The numerous extraordinary items within Shantian showed abnormal changes, especially that true sun fire seed. It started to absorb the power of the solar liquid and grew rapidly, releasing the fearsome power of the exceptional fire that was ranked second on the exceptional fire list. However, the true sun fire was not the one that was devouring the most solar liquid, it was the chaotic aura within Shantian. It was as if the chaotic aura had become a glutton and started to crazily devour the solar liquid's energy to increase its own power. The solar liquid's energy was the purest as it was the essence of heaven and earth, so the chaotic aura could directly convert it. After absorbing the solar liquid, Shantian's chaotic aura increased greatly, directly permeating his internal organs, four limbs, and bones. Shantian's body trembled. This was the opportunity that he was waiting for. He could just nicely borrow this energy to strengthen his golden body using the chaotic aura. He could reforge his golden body and achieve the true chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage, thus strengthening his foundation to the maximum. At that instant, Shantian glowed with light as rays of light hovered around him while his acupoints were letting out cackling sounds. He was preparing to reforge his golden body by shattering it first as it could not be said to be perfect. As the chaotic Dinder Sutra circulated, the chaotic aura kept on surging within Shantian's body, merging with his flesh, blood, bones, and tendons. Even Shantian's internal organs were emitting a light silvery white light. Meanwhile, Shantian's aura was becoming stronger and stronger as his body was refined and strengthened continuously. In the outside world, the golden crowed Tark did not pay attention to Shantian after seeing that he had entered the divine sun cauldron. To the golden crowed Tark, it should not be too difficult for Shantian to endure the solar liquid's enhancement. He just needed some time. Afterward, the golden crowed Tark's line of light landed on his 9 children. 80,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and all 9 of you are finally able to ascend. Today, I shall send all of you to enter reincarnation. Although the golden crowed Tark was a Tark, the 9 golden crows were his offspring. Now that they had been cleansed, the golden crowed Tark would send them on their last journey to enter the reincarnation cycle, where they could finally be free. Father, if there's a next life, we are still willing to be your children. The 9 golden crows' eyes were brimming with tears as they spoke. They were deeply mournful. Their father, a peerless Tark, had not given up saving them for 80,000 years. Even if he had died in the celestial world, he had not forgotten to send a part of his remnant consciousness to assist them in ascending, so how could they not be touched? Go with peace of mind. The golden crowed Tark sighed deeply as he tapped with his hand, and a peerless supreme force surged forth. Radiant light shone upon the ground. In that instant, the figures of the 9 golden crows disappeared, turning into golden light before scattering all over heaven and earth, entering reincarnation. The golden crowed Tark's remnant consciousness also turned even more transparent. Even if it was the golden crowed Tark, he would have to consume a large amount of energy to send his 9 children into reincarnation. Nonetheless, the golden crowed Tark did not mind as his wish had been fulfilled. It was now time for him to free himself. Rumble. At that moment, a loud sound echoed. Light surged out of the divine sun cauldron and soared into the sky. Everyone's attention was attracted to the divine sun cauldron. They sensed that an astonishing change had occurred within. Indeed, the true sun fire, which originally enveloped Shantian, had already been extinguished, and even the solar liquid around him was also sparse. As the last bit of solar liquid merged with Shantian's body, his body suddenly trembled vigorously. At that instant, Shantian felt as if a ball of fire had been lit in his heart. Ah! 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 I can't take it anymore, I'm about to explode. Boom! Shantian's body released a deafening sound, and his aura increased crazily at an unbelievable speed. Chaotic golden body first refinement stage. Chaotic golden body second refinement stage. Chaotic golden body third refinement stage. Chaotic golden body ninth refinement stage. The fearsome aura started to grow exponentially, barely stopping as Shantian reached chaotic golden body ninth refinement stage. It was the ninth refinement stage, the peerless innate chaotic golden body. Shantian suddenly opened his eyes, and they radiated silver light. The aura surrounding him was overbearing. Shantian's aura had become much denser and thicker. Divine sunlight surrounded him, and his body was as crystal clear as a polished spirit jade. Thanks to the solar liquid, Shantian reforged his golden body and successfully reached the chaotic golden body ninth refinement stage. Not only so, but a special aura also surged out of his body and surrounded him, making Shantian seem extremely mystical. Well, Shantian looked even more handsome and ethereal. This is chaotic aura? Shantian narrowed his eyes after sensing the aura surrounding him. The chaotic aura that could silence all living creatures had become extremely gentle, and he could easily control it. Shantian lifted his hand lightly and waved it in the air. The chaotic aura suddenly shot out, turning into a sharp sword that pierced in this space. Clang! That loud bang made one's heart palpitate. This was the divine sun cauldron's internal space, but Shantian's attack actually caused it to shake vigorously and even tore it apart. That chaotic aura seemed to have the strength to even pierce through the sky. Yi Qiankong appeared and looked at Shantian, who was surrounded by the chaotic aura. He exclaimed, as expected of this kid's peculiar body constitution. He actually successfully cultivated the innate chaotic body. Yi Qiankong could not help but gasp as the innate chaotic body was the legendary supreme constitution that was one in a million. One would definitely be able to reach the peak of cultivation and accomplish great achievements in the future. However, such a constitution was too powerful, so it was difficult to find people with it even in the celestial world. Even if there was, most of them would have the flawed postnatal chaotic body. Nonetheless, Shantian achieved the perfect connate chaotic body, so it was enough to prove just how fearsome his innate constitution was. Of course, that also proved just how powerful the chaotic Tinder Sutra was, since even Yi Qian Kong had never heard of a cultivation technique that used chaotic aura as nourishment. Just who was that celestial from the bronze ring? Was it possible that the celestial was in existence of that level? Even a being on such a level would fall for Tianer's unparalleled handsomeness? TSK, TSK. As expected of my god-grandson. If the great empress becomes my god-granddaughter-in-law, then wouldn't I be able to do as I pleased in the celestial world? Even just thinking about it is making me excited. Even his mustache was pulled straight from imagining the impressive future scene. On the other side, the chaotic aura around Shantian gradually disappeared as he landed in front of Yi Qian Kong. Yi Qian Kong asked with a smile, "So how is the feeling of the chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage's power?" Shantian replied excitedly, "It's extremely powerful. My physical strength has increased by many times, and I am now able to defeat normal heavenly venerables easily. As long as not a handful of sages below the 3rd tribulation stage come at me at once, I might be able to have the upper hand if I go all out." Shantian could sense the endless energy within his body. It was like a mighty torrent that could surge out any time. Shantian had achieved the chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage that was counted as a supreme constitution even in the celestial world, and he had even taken the chance to reach the nirvana realm. He definitely could fight with normal sages. Wait. I've already broken through to the nirvana realm? Shantian's heart skipped a beat as he thought of something. He hurriedly took out his dark light mirror and started looking at his handsome face. The Providence halo above his handsome face. Shantian discovered that his Providence halo, which had long turned dark gold, had already decreased to pale gold. Fuck. Why is the decrease in Providence after reaching a new realm so much more than previously? Is it because the chaotic Tinder Sutra is more powerful than the normal Tinder Sutra? Oh, no. My Providence. I've worked so hard to reach dark gold from fleecing all those sheep. In the end, his Providence decreased by a large portion, so he was on the brink of tears. Shantian could understand more and more how Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, one of the 2 divine firmament prodigies, would end up so unlucky now. Although the Tinder Sutra sees the makings of heaven, the effects of decreasing one's Providence were not something a normal person could endure. It was a good thing that Shantian could increase his Providence through freeloading others' fortuitous opportunities. If not, his Providence halo might have even dropped back to black color just from breaking through. Of course, it was not a big deal that his Providence decreased temporarily, as it could increase sooner or later. What Shantian was worried about was that every time his Providence decreased, he would always seem to encounter misfortune. Now that his Providence decreased in the Golden Crowtark tomb, he felt nervous. Old man Yi, now that the 9 golden crows have ascended, there should not be any more mishaps, right? Yi Qian Kong smiled and said, "Don't worry. All those who cultivate the Tinder Sutra are known for always surviving no matter the situation. It's not that easy for mishaps to happen." Really? Shantian felt as if that old man was misleading him. It seemed that there was no good ending for those that cultivated the Tinder Sutra. Weren't Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus and the old man in front of him obvious examples? Yi Qian Kong had been beaten by a mob of people from the celestial world to the 5 regions, and even the God of War pagoda had cracked. His luck did not seem to be good at all. Upon noticing Shantian's doubtful gaze, Yi Qian Kong's face turned red, which was a rare scene to see, but he quickly hid it. He patted Shantian's shoulder and said, "Cultivating is originally pursuing a change in fate, so there's no need to care about something as unreal as Providence. Also, nothing will be able to cause trouble with me around." Yep, that's right. At least, in the mortal world's 5 regions, there's nothing that I fear. With that thought, Yi Qian Kong's conviction became firmer. I hope so. Shantian shrugged and decided to find more cute sheep to fleece in the future. He definitely needed to keep a low profile and grow steadily before his Providence reached dark gold. Shantian leapt and left the Divine Sun Cauldron. In the outside world, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, and the Golden Crowtark were waiting. They had sensed that the aura the Divine Sun Cauldron had emitted belonged to Shantian. Even the Golden Crowtark did not expect Shantian to be so talented that he had actually absorbed all the solar liquid inside the Divine Sun Cauldron. OMG. One had to know that the golden tark originally thought that it would be amazing for Shantian to even be able to absorb just 1/10 of it. After all, it was the solar liquid that had been accumulated for 80,000 years, and its purity was as high as it could be. Even a sage would reach the limit by using just half of the liquid. Shantian was just a golden body practitioner, so just to what unbelievable degree was his physical body strengthened after absorbing so much solar liquid? Even the golden tark could not begin to imagine. It could only be said that some people's talent was not something ordinary people could imagine. Shortly after, Shantian appeared before everyone with a flash of golden light. "Well done, as expected of your astonishing talent. Why you were actually able to absorb all the solar liquid. After reforging your golden body and refining and strengthening your body, you've become much more handsome. You might even be slightly more handsome than I was back then." Obviously, the golden tark was amazed by Shantian's talent from what he had said. He could sense Shantian's change. Although the chaotic Dinder Sutra would block all divine consciousness so no one would be able to probe Shantian's aura, it was obvious from Shantian's exposed skin that he was different from before. His physical body, which was enveloped with divine sunlight, was crystal clear like a jade. Shantian stood upright and looked ethereal and just like a heavenly immortal, who had descended from the celestial world. Shantian. Even until now, this old bird is still showing off shamelessly. However, as the saying went, gifts blind the eye. Since he had sucked dry all the solar liquid, it was appropriate that he allow the golden tark to at least be able to say such things. Shantian cupped his hands together and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for the gift, Senior. If it was not for the solar liquid, he definitely would not have been able to reach the chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage so quickly and obtain the connate chaotic body." However, although that made Shantian's providence decrease by reaching the nirvana realm, there probably would not be any dangers with his master, martial uncle, and the golden tark present. Shantian suddenly discovered that the golden tark, who was originally majestic, had actually turned slightly transparent as if he was about to disappear any time. "Senior, your body." Shantian could not help but remind the golden tark, "I have the triple light divine water and some nirvana holy liquid, would they be useful to Senior?" The golden tark smiled and said, "It's all right. I have completed my mission, so it's time for my soul to return to heaven and earth. Truthfully, I am indeed tired from battling for 80,000 years. After forgetting everyone and entering reincarnation to walk a new path in a new life, I might be able to reach a higher height in my next life and see the scenery from a higher peak. If we're fated, we might meet again in the next life." The golden tark's voice carried a tinge of relief. His true spirit radiated blinding light, and a reddish gold door appeared slowly in front of everyone. That was the gate of reincarnation. The golden tark would be able to be cleansed of worldly impurities and enter reincarnation to start a new life. Although that would mean he would lose all his cultivation and memory, life and death did not matter to existences like the golden tark anymore. He was already relieved to be able to see his 9 children ascend before reincarnating. His majestic figure walked toward the reddish gold gate step by step. The heavenly aura around the divine firmament sacred leader swayed as he bowed toward the tark. "We bid the tark farewell." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus also did not crack jokes this time, which was a rare occurrence. He put away his golden staff and bowed before saying, "We bid the tark farewell." Just as Shantian was about to do the same, Yi Qian Kong's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "No, there's something strange." Boom! That reddish gold gate suddenly collapsed, and the reddish gold light surrounding the golden tark started fluctuating vigorously. A disturbing aura instantly spread throughout the whole golden tomb. Chapter 392, Yi Qian Kong Strikes. Divine energy surged within the tomb. The golden tark dazzled as he exuded with a colossal tark aura. "What is this?" The hair on Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus stood on end as he clutched his golden staff tightly and stared at the golden tark. "There's something off about this old bird. Old man Yi, what is this?" Shantian communicated with Yi Qian Kong. He also detected something strange about the golden tark. "This fellow has another aura inside his body, which is fighting to gain control of the true spirit." Yi Qian Kong spoke up. He seemed to have a vague clue about what was happening. "What?" "This is the golden tark, the most powerful practitioner across the 5 regions. What kind of thing is able to steal the tark's true spirit?" The corners of Shantian's mouth twitched. He was indeed very unlucky after his providence declined. Even the tark could not fend it off? When? How is it possible? Roared the golden crow tark. The voice of the formerly majestic and regal tark was now filled with shock and disbelief. Even if my soul is completely annihilated, I will never cede control to you. The golden crow tark hollered as a golden light erupted from all over his body, causing the earth to shake violently. The golden light flashed as energy surged into the golden crow tark's body as if trying to subdue something. Even the golden crow tark himself never expected for an outer world evil spirit to be hiding in his body, leeching upon the remnants of his soul to infiltrate the 5 regions. They were in deep trouble this time. Evil energy surged inside the golden crow tark's body, sending chills down everyone's spines. It was clear that this terrifying presence wanted to gain control over the golden crow tark's true spirit. Hey, you are just a little golden crow chick. And yet you want to resist me? Do you think it is so easy to break through the barrier between the celestial world and the mortal world? Do you think the remnants of your soul could have returned without me helping you in secret? I only wanted to plant a seed in your body and make use of you to enter this world. Didn't expect such a nice surprise. This fellow has a very impressive constitution. If I can overtake his body, I can definitely cultivate the most perfect soul manifestation. You can struggle all you want, but you will be mine. A cold voice rang out in space, making everyone shudder in fear. The earth and skies shook, and dazzling golden light clashed with the forbidding darkness before suddenly exploding. A powerful, turbulent wind swept through, shaking the entire mortal abode island. In the end, the golden light was no match for the darkness. It started to ebb. The golden crow tark's physical body was enclosed in a layer of dark energy. The golden crow tark's soul was not whole in the first place. As a result, he was far from full strength. In addition, he had earlier expended a lot of energy transcending his 9 golden crow sons. He was completely unable to fend against the power of that evil spirit. You guys, make your move quickly. Shatter my true spirit. The golden crow tark hollered as he struggled to circulate the energy in his body to suppress the evil spirit's power. Unfortunately, it was not very effective. Senior brother, do it. Help the tark to subdue that evil spirit. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura vibrated strongly. He could see that things were very grave now. By the time the golden crow tark lost control to the evil spirit, it would all be too late. If the evil spirit gained control over the golden crow tark and had access to his tremendous power, everyone in this tomb would die. The divine firmament sacred leader moved decisively. Lightning flashed all over his body as his aura surged. Magnificent lightning energy rose to form multiple streaks of mixed divine lightning which exploded. The terrifying power of the mixed divine lightning shot toward the golden crow tark, destroying all the surrounding fabrics of space. The divine firmament sacred leader had given his all. He did not hold back at all. This was the golden crow tark, after all. He had the full power of a tark and had once dominated the 5 regions. If even such a powerful practitioner could be infiltrated, it was clear just how terrifying this evil spirit was. If the divine firmament sacred leader did not give his all, his attack would be completely ineffective. Evil being, take that. Supreme Ocean Staff, hitting a little chick. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus shouted as he swung his golden staff vigorously. His staff morphed into a massive golden pillar, swinging right toward the golden crow tark. The divine firmament sacred leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus were both astonishingly talented. Even though their cultivation levels were suppressed in this tomb, the power they just displayed was far beyond that of a normal sage. Their powers combined were enough to turn over the entire 5 regions. Humph! A cold snort rang out. The dark energy inside the golden crow tark suddenly erupted like a tremendous wave, engulfing the golden crow energy. At the same time, the dark energy formed a massive black hand which smacked down at the mixed divine lightning and giant golden staff. Boom! A thunderous boom resounded while dust and ashes flew. An attack that was powerful enough to stun all sages was obliterated by that black hand. The dark energy continued its rampant surging across the entire area. Suddenly, endless darkness covered the skies and space, making everyone feel like they had fallen into a deep abyss. The divine firmament sacred leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus were both forced backward, their heavenly aura struggling to fend off this energy. Damn, so fierce? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus flew back from the impact, finding it very difficult to defend himself. Just a couple of mere mortal ants. How dare you try to stop my arrival? The golden crow tark appeared in the darkness. His aura was already completely changed. The Tark's original red-gold light had transformed into dark energy swirling around him. He was no longer as magnificent and dazzling as before. Instead, engulfed by that dark energy, he looked like a bloodthirsty, murderous demon god. Compared to his current aura, the previous 9 grand golden crows were nothing. Yep, nothing at all. We are in deep trouble now. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus stared at the golden crow Tark, clutching his golden staff tightly. At a time like this, even he could no longer smile. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader remained silent, but his lightning avatar surfaced. 10 divine beasts roared as mixed divine lightning streaked across the skies. He was once again displaying his full strength. 10,000 years ago, when the outer world evil spirits had invaded this world, countless grotto heavens, blessed lands, and living beings had been annihilated. Even many of the sacred grounds had been struggling in that battle. They had to use up all their resources just to scrape through. Now, this outer world evil spirit had appeared again and had taken control of the golden crow Tark. If they didn't go all out to kill it, no one there would be able to make it out alive. Didn't expect this lousy little world to have such a handsome human. Only such a superior class physical body is worthy of me. I will descend in this world with that body to welcome my race's great army. The evil golden crow Tark smiled malevolently as he turned his bloodshot eyes on Shantian. It was clear that the golden crow Tark's soul was not whole and was unable to maintain his full power. The evil spirit fixed its eyes on Shantian's physical body. It wanted to possess it. Question mark. The corners of Shantian's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell? Why is it that any Tom, Dick, and Harry want to take my body? Is it my fault that I am so handsome? Never mind that the golden crow Tark had wanted it. He was just mentioning it and didn't seem serious. But now this evil spirit that came out of nowhere doesn't look like he is joking. Damn it. If Shantian broke through to the Nirvana realm this time, it would more or less be due to provocation. As Shantian's thoughts ran wild, the evil Tark had already reached out his hand to capture him. D'honor, be careful. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's lightning and heavenly aura vibrated strongly as he waved one hand. A dense lightning glow emerged, and a long sword appeared in his hand as the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's aura erupted. A boundless and terrifying divine lightning glow surged. At that moment, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was like the human form of heavenly punishment, about to make use of lightning tribulation to destroy this evil spirit. Yes, it was the Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra's forbidden and most high-level chapter, Declamity. They had no choice but to go all out now. How dare you target my martial nephew? I will smash your head in. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus aura surged as he activated his 3 pure ones in one breath to create 2 clones. He was all ready to go against the Tark. This was a Tark. Even though his soul was not whole now, he was still powerful enough to instill a heavy sense of fear in anyone below the Tark level. Just a bunch of ants. Yet you dare to go against me? You are just like a bunch of ants trying to shake a tree. I am indomitable in this world. The evil golden crow Tark sneered as he raised his hands. Dark energy erupted. Darkness gathered in the skies to form a colossal black demon hand. It swept toward those 2 men with tremendous power. Chain array, bind. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's cold voice rang out as the lightning surrounding his body split out into countless chain-like lightning streaks as if he wanted to bind the entire world. Lightning filled the skies, forming an astonishing array formation, completely sealing off the entire space. The black demon hand suddenly landed and collided with the lightning, resulting in countless sparks. The lightning vibrated, and the dark energy surged and ebbed. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's body shook, and his heavenly aura vibrated intensely as if he was under immense pressure. Ah! I will kill you! Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus hollered as all 3 of him shot up into the air, charging straight at the evil Tark with tremendous might and power. Boom! A loud boom shattered the air. The 3 figures fell from the sky and landed onto the earth, creating a huge crater. Damn, this evil scum is too fierce. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' face and hair were streaked with dirt and dust. He had already given his best but was beaten right down. Luckily, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's chain array was solid enough and was able to withstand the evil Tark's attack, but just barely. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have been defeated a long time ago. Stubborn fools! I want to see how many times you can withstand my attack. The evil Tark sneered. He had complete disregard for those men. He attacked once again. A terrifying Tark aura surged toward them. Every single attack would make the chain array vibrate violently as if it would shatter anytime. "Old man, if you don't make your move, we are going to die," Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus shouted as he fought back against the Tark with sage-level power. But it was clear that his power still paled in comparison to the Tark. "Didn't expect that I would have to step in the end." A long sigh sounded out as a purple light floated up from Shantian's body. An elder clad in purple appeared. His image was faint and blurry, but his aura was very forceful. The elder was none other than Yi Qian Kong. Who is this mighty practitioner?" The evil Tark's dark energy seemed to withdraw a little due to Yi Qian Kong's appearance, as if it was somewhat fearful of him. "You are not worthy enough to know my identity." Yi Qian Kong's tone was calm and very cool. "You are just the remnants of a soul. How dare you behave so arrogantly in front of me? You have no idea what's good for you. I will annihilate you." The evil Tark gave a cold snort as his dark energy surged once again. The entire space seemed to coagulate and shrink as if drawing back in order to burst out in one massive explosion. An earth-shattering power was unleashed upon Yi Qian Kong. The fabrics of space collapsed, and the array was disintegrated. "Even if you used to possess tremendous power, you are now just the remnants of a soul. How dare you provoke me? I will destroy the rest of your soul." The evil Tark spoke malevolently, but he stiffened when a voice suddenly rang out. "Yeah. Ah, so comfortable. Come, harder please." A relaxed voice drifted out, sounding rather pleased and satisfied. There was even a hint of ecstasy. "What?" The corners of the evil Tark's mouth twitched as if he had just realized that something was not quite right. The terrifying power of his dark energy did not destroy Yi Qian Kong. Instead, it was like he had just given him a massage. Why have you stopped?" "I have been alone for so many years. This is a rare chance for me to relax my muscles." "Such a wet blanket. In that case, I will use you to practice my moves." A beam of light shot out. He appeared before the evil Tark like a flash of lightning. Yi Qian Kong raised his hand as if going to give a palm strike. A massive hand suddenly appeared in the sky. It was hundreds of feet wide and came down with an immense force. Boom! A startling boom shook the entire Golden Crow tomb. The evil Tark was smashed right onto the ground, creating a huge crater. Dust flew up everywhere. "Ah! Ah! 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 Damn you!" The evil Tark roared with rage. When had he ever had to endure such degradation in this low-class world? Even the Golden Crow Tark, who had ascended to the celestial world 80,000 years ago, was like an ant before him, easily squashed with just one finger. He had planted a seed in the Golden Crow Tark's true spirit. He thought that after taking over the Golden Crow Tark, he would be indomitable in the 5 regions and easily plunder the entire world. He never expected that the moment he was reborn, he would encounter an old freak like this Yi Qian Kong and be beaten up by him. Scoundrel! The evil Tark's pupils were dark red and filled with a bloodthirsty light. He radiated with an endless murderous vibe. At the same time, a dark mist swirled around him as his aura grew increasingly terrifying. It was clear that the evil Tark was going full strength now. "Angry now? So what? I am still going to beat you up, you evil spirit infant." Yi Qian Kong snorted coldly. He had no regard for this evil Tark at all. He conjured a huge hammer. Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers, Blazing Sun Hammer. Yi Qian Kong raised his massive hammer. He looked so formidable that the dark energy surrounding the evil Tark shrank back. Star-smashing hammer. Moon-lifting hammer. Wild wind hammer. It was like Yi Qian Kong had transformed into a blacksmith. Hammer after hammer, he struck with tremendous force upon the evil Tark, who had no chance at all to counterattack. On top of that, Yi Qian Kong kept chanting as he hammered down on the evil Tark. "Despicable evil spirit infant! Why didn't you just stay home like a good boy? Why did you have to come out and make trouble? You are so naughty. Do your parents know about this? I will teach you a good lesson today. I will teach you how to behave properly and have consideration for others. How dare you target my god-grandson? I will hammer you to death." Boom! The ground shook, and the mountains swayed. The evil Tark was defenseless under Yi Qian Kong's merciless onslaught. He was sent flying across the air by the beating. Even the thick black energy around the evil Tark started to vibrate intensely as if about to dissipate any moment now. Done. Yi Qian Kong patted his hands and relaxed. In his view, this evil spirit was no match for him at all. There was nothing to fear. At that moment, A spine-chilling aura suddenly rose up, as if a peerless evil god had awakened. A thick black fog surged out like a massive tsunami. The evil Tark charged out of the crater, and a gargantuan demon avatar had formed behind him. Yi Qian Kong's eyes hardened. This evil spirit infant's aura had become stronger. Looks like this fellow is better than I thought. Ha, so this is the remnant soul from the God of War Palace. Didn't expect you to have fled to the mortal world. And you are still in such a wretched state. When you were alive, your cultivation level must have been astonishing. Perhaps even comparable to mine. A pity that you are just the remnants of a soul now. And a homeless, wandering one at that. I will destroy your soul today, even if I have to sacrifice myself. The evil Tark roared malevolently. His aura surged fiercely like an evil god reborn. A black demon fire rose from his body and surrounded him, making his aura grow even more terrifying. Wave after wave of ferocious aura erupted from within the evil Tark's body. The fabrics of space shook as the black demon flames appeared as if they were about to set the whole world on fire. You are burning your soul? This evil spirit infant wants to drag that golden crow chick down with him in a kamikaze attempt. Yi Qian Kong's eyes hardened. He could feel that this evil spirit's cultivation level was not low at all. What they were seeing before them now was just the seed of a soul, a fraction of his full power. Even so, if this soul seed self-destructed together with the golden crow Tark, it would be an earth-shattering force. At the very least, everyone on this side of the world would be defenseless against it. If Yi Qian Kong had his full power, he would not fear this at all. He could easily destroy this evil spirit. Unfortunately, he was just the remnant of a soul now. On top of that, he was just a copy of the original. The original Yi Qian Kong was now drinking tea in the God of War pagoda. Handling this situation with a copy was rather challenging. You want to protect this youngster, right? Today, I will drag this young man down to hell with me. You want your God of War palace to rise again? Dream on. The evil Tark hollered. He knew Yi Qian Kong was very powerful, and he would not be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. As a result, he decided to target Shantian. His energy continued to accumulate, and the pitch-black demon flames exuded a hair-raising aura. The proximity to the flames alone would be enough to incinerate a sage. Yi Qian Kong felt very frustrated as he observed the fearsome evil spirit. If he was alone, he could leave any time he wanted. This fellow would never be able to stop him. However, Shantian was standing just behind him. If he left, what would happen to his dear god-grandson? Never mind, for my god-grandson's sake, so what if I have to sacrifice this body? Yi Qian Kong shouted valiantly and stepped forward. God of War transformation. Yi Qian Kong gave a low holler, and his body was immersed in a wondrous light. He charged into the demon flames. Boom! A loud boom echoed. The boom was thunderous and earth-shaking. The terrifying demon flames burst out and engulfed everything around it. Yi Qian Kong was caught in the midst of the explosion and had to endure a tremendous force. His divine aura vibrated violently. Oh no, I have gone too far. Yi Qian Kong flipped his beard. The power of this copy of him seemed unable to endure the explosion. Boom! With another boom, the evil Tark's soul was already 99% burned. His power was already at maximum level. Sky and earth trembled before him. Dear children, if you don't help me out, we will all be doomed. The corners of Yi Qian Kong's mouth twitched as his image slowly faded away. The surging energy immediately charged toward Shantian. Chapter 393, Tragic Lifeless King. Even if the evil Tark had already burned more than 90% of his soul, the last bit was still extremely terrifying. At least, such a force was not something normal sages would be able to block. In an instant, black demonic fire engulfed the whole space as it headed toward Shantian like a torrential wave. Tianer, be careful. The divine firmament sacred leaders lightning formed chains in an orderly manner as they were interwoven densely, trying to stop the demonic flames. Evil spirit, take that, roared heavenly venerable Azure Lotus. Azure Lotus and his two clones dashed forward and smashed down their humongous staffs. Boom! The black demonic fire kept on surging and actually burnt the chains completely, injuring the divine firmament sacred leader. Meanwhile, all three Azure Lotus were knocked back, and they spun a few rounds in the air before falling to the ground in a mess, creating a huge hole. This outcome was to be expected. After all, the evil spirit burned its soul seed, and the golden crow Tark's true spirit to unleash this attack. Its might was terrifying. This isn't good. Old man Yi, it can't be that you really died, right? Stop playing around, hurry and come out to help. It's not time to hope. The bronze ring might not be useful. Shantian could clearly sense how frightening that ball of demonic flames in front of him was. The evil power even defeated Old Man Yi's clone and made it disappear. Shantian would not be able to endure such an attack. Die. The remaining survivors of the God of War pagoda should have died long ago. The evil Tark revealed a hideous smile as his aura suddenly erupted, making the whole ground shake. In that instant, the tide suddenly turned again. The bronze ring in Shantian's hands suddenly emitted radiant light. Then a sword shining with silver light appeared and pierced into the sky. At that moment, the endless evil spirit chi dispersed. That light shone upon the ground with an astonishing sword intent that even blew away the clouds in the sky and made all living beings tremble. What is this? The evil Tark's body started trembling vigorously as he sensed an indomitable divine aura, which was appalling to him, invading his body. He felt as if he could not resist at all. As the bronze ring shone even brighter, a figure with unparalleled elegance and poise appeared in the sky. The figure wore clothes as white as snow and was enshrouded by heavenly aura, emitting a mighty aura as she gazed down upon all living beings. How is it possible that there would be such an existence in this lousy world? The evil Tark panicked as he was overtaken with terror. In the instant that figure appeared, heaven and earth lost their color, and everything turned dim and dark. Suddenly, the great empress figure moved, and a peerless sword of light shot out of the bronze ring. At that moment, heaven and earth were split, order collapsed into chaos, while the fabrics of space became distorted and turned into nothingness. No! The evil Tark let out a scream as he crazily amassed his strength in an attempt to block it. However, that sword seemed to surpass time as it slashed down toward the evil Tark with supreme sword intent of destruction. The moment the evil Tark came into contact with that sword aura, his soul was directly torn apart and dispersed. The evil Tark actually seemed tiny in front of this sword intent and was instantly wiped out. However, that slash did not stop, it was as if nothing could stop it. It was like it did not exist in this space nor in the mortal world. That was the reason there was no way to block that slash in the mortal world's 5 regions. All countermeasures would be overcome by the slash easily and would be completely destroyed. Clang. A clear clanging sound reverberated throughout the tomb or even the immortal abode island. The tomb was directly split into 2, smoke filled the whole place, and the laws turned chaotic. That strike was terrifying. A man wearing black evil-looking armor was rapidly charging toward the tomb from outside. He carried a hideous saber behind him, and his whole body was enveloped by surging demonic fire, emitting an evil and vicious aura. That person was the Lifeless King. Back in the immeasurable ancient state, the Lifeless King had originally planned to wipe out the powerful cultivators from the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground and Jade Lake Sacred Ground so that the Hurricane Lily King could absorb nourishment and become a killing weapon. However, due to Shantian's interference, not only had the Hurricane Lily King been snatched, but the Lifeless King's past self had even been killed in that battle. Meanwhile, the 7 Kill sect of the Evil Spirit sect had been completely annihilated. That made the Lifeless King harbor endless killing intent toward Shantian, and he was even more eager to snatch back the Hurricane Lily King. After finding Shantian's whereabouts, the Lifeless King's future self directly headed toward Immortal Abode Island without hesitation, wanting to kill Shantian. Shantian, on the same day next year, it'll be your death anniversary. Lifeless King's eyes were filled with cruelty and anticipation as he spoke. However, just as he was prepared to enter the tomb, an astonishing sword aura was shot out from within the tomb. That sword aura was above all laws and transcended worldliness. It was also so astonishingly fast that no one would be able to react in time. It was simply too fast. Before the Lifeless King could even react, the sword aura had already destroyed his physical body. Even the space in the surrounding was completely obliterated and returned to nothingness. One had to know that the Lifeless King had finally reached the Golden Crotarch tomb after crossing millions upon millions of miles of territory to hunt down Shantian and barely avoiding the various sacred grounds detection and interception attempts. In the end, before he was even able to see Shantian, he was killed by that strike. The Lifeless King had died peacefully. Back at Middle Ground, in the Evil Spirit Palace, the Lifeless King's original body was seated cross-legged when his aura started fluctuating vigorously, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. WTF? What is going on? Why would there be such a terrifying strike in this world? My future self was killed without being able to react at all. The lifeless king's aura fluctuated as terror filled his eyes. He was arrogant, but he would not think that he was invincible in the 5 regions. However, even if there were powerful cultivators in the 5 regions who could win against him and kill him, it was impossible that he would just die before his future self could even react. At the very least, he should be able to see who the enemy was clearly. However, the lifeless king had not seen clearly who had unleashed that sword aura. The power of that sword aura made the lifeless king doubt himself and also be depressed and resentful. One had to know that the lifeless king had cultivated 3 clones of himself and each clone had the strength of a sage. In the future, when all 3 copies merged as one, the lifeless king would definitely be able to make great progress and reach the unimaginable supreme realm. However, who would have expected that the lifeless king would lose his past self and future self in such a short period? Damn it! There's actually such a thing in the Golden Tark tomb. It's all because of you, Shantian. I wouldn't have sent my future self to the Golden Tark tomb if it was not to hunt you down. Darn it. I'll definitely tear you apart to have my revenge. The lifeless king's enraged roar that was filled with resentment echoed throughout the whole palace. At Immortal Abode Island's outer region, heaven and earth shook. Just what happened? Everyone was astounded. What could cause the whole Immortal Abode Island to shake so intensely? There. It's where the tomb is. Someone discovered something wrong and looked toward the tomb. Then a shocking sword aura soared into the sky. It dominated the heavens, split open the clouds, and tore through space. In that instant, a terrifying aura permeated the whole Immortal Abode Island. How is this possible? Just what kind of fearsome power is this? A certain old woman's voice trembled as if she had just seen something dreadful. That power was something beyond what the various sacred leaders could unleash, and it would result in death if one came into contact with it. Is this heavenly punishment? The weaker cultivators could not help but collapse on the ground, trembling from terror. The unmatched sharp sword Tao of some powerful sword cultivators could not help but become unstable after sensing that sword intent. Their sword Tao, which they had spent their lives chasing after and refining, seemed to be counted as nothing in front of that sword intent. Therefore, in that instant, the sword Tao will of countless sword cultivators broke down. At the Golden Tomb, the vast space was completely silent. The heavenly aura around the divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus trembled vigorously. It was evident that this scene had shaken them. They had never expected that the fearsome enemy, who had even defeated Old Man Yi's clone, would be slashed into pieces by that female figure. What kind of existence was that great empress, and just how frightening would her original body be? Just what did I see? Heavenly venerable azure lotus seemed to be slightly dizzy. A woman of such a level was already beyond his common sense. Although the divine firmament sacred leader did not speak, his fluctuating heavenly aura was proof that he was restless. As expected of Tianar, who has the potential to become an immortal king. Even an existence of such a caliber is willing to help him. Looks like divine firmament is destined to rise up under Tianar's lead. Hey. As that figure turned around slowly, her eyes that were fixed on Shantian seemed to surpass time, that gaze seemed to contain innumerable words. Before Shantian could utter a word, that figure turned back into a ray of light and returned to the bronze ring. Tianar, are you alright? The divine firmament sacred leader immediately rushed to Shantian, but he unconsciously took a look at the bronze ring on Shantian's finger. For that ring to be able to unleash an attack of that level made it evident that its value was immeasurable. It was enough to prove that Shantian was an unprecedented son of Providence with supreme providence to be able to obtain such a peerless treasure. At the side, the heavenly venerable azure lotus watched as the sacred leader headed toward Shantian. He's quite fast. It was such a good chance to increase my favorability with Marshal Nephew. Damn it. He actually snatched the chance to show Marshal Nephew my affection. Marshal Nephew, are you alright? Of course, the old Taoist priest would not give up on this opportunity, so he hurriedly headed toward Shantian. Thank you, Master and Marshal Uncle, for protecting me. I'm fine. Shantian nodded. It's good that you're fine, said the divine firmament sacred leader calmly. If Shantian was not present today, then it would most likely have been difficult for them to solve this predicament. Unexpectedly, a drastic change occurred in the Golden Tomb again. The surrounding space started to fluctuate, and huge turbulent spatial waves were formed as space collapsed and revealed a terrifying turbulent flow of nothingness. Oh no! This space is about to collapse. Everyone sensed the change, The whole Golden Crow tomb was shaking non-stop due to the battle's impact. It was, in the end, a battle between top cultivators, so their battle prowess was simply unfathomable. Meanwhile, it was already quite amazing for the tomb the Golden Crow tark had created before ascending to last this long. However, that astonishing sword strike, which directly split the tomb into two, resulted in the originally unsteady space to start collapsing. The current situation was the most dangerous as once space collapsed, the turbulent spatial waves would surge. Meanwhile, within the turbulent spatial waves, order would become chaotic, and laws would turn violent, so even sages might not be able to survive for long. The scariest thing was to lose one's way in turbulent spatial waves. Once one lost their way in the void, they would be unable to escape and be repeatedly attacked by the endless violent and chaotic laws. This would result in the accelerated consumption of one's energy until they were sliced into pieces. Therefore, even sages would not dare to easily enter the turbulent spatial waves. However, the space of the Golden Crow tark tomb was breaking apart, so turbulent spatial waves were surging in as if it was a huge bloody mouth about to devour the whole space. Hurry and leave. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura fluctuated vigorously as he appeared beside Shantian. He wanted to travel through space to leave the tomb. The space laws have already turned chaotic, so we can't travel through space, shouted Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. He had tried already, but there was no reaction at all. Fuck, that old crow has been defeated, but we still can't go out? As Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus looked at the surging, turbulent spatial waves, his mouth twitched. Martial nephew, do you have any solution? His martial nephew was the son of Providence after all. In the desperate moment, Shantian was struck by an idea. Master and martial uncle, don't worry. I have a plan. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's eyes lit up as he asked, what plan? From his point of view, Shantian was filled with mystery, so he might really have a way to escape. Martial uncle, did you forget that the Golden Crow tark has already given me the Immortal Abode Island token that can control the whole island? Shantian smiled as he took out the Immortal Abode Island token. It was the token that the Golden Crow tark had created and could control Immortal Abode Island's array formation. Since the Golden Crow tark had created the tomb, the Immortal Abode Island token could naturally control it. Shantian could totally use the Immortal Abode Island token to teleport them outside. I nearly forgot that the Golden Crow tark had already given the whole Immortal Abode Island to you. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus used his hand to hit his thigh as he recalled that. Then I'll send Master and Martial Uncle out now. Shantian nodded and activated the Immortal Abode Island token, which instantly shone with reddish gold light. An extremely tyrannical power gathered from space and directly created a void passageway. Master, Martial Uncle, let's go, said Shantian as the surrounding space started collapsing even faster. Unpredictable dangers might occur if they stayed for even another 1 minute. Therefore, the three of them headed toward that void passageway without hesitation. However, at that moment, the situation changed. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The space behind them, which was originally on the verge of collapse, suddenly exploded, and turbulent spatial waves instantly surged like torrential waves. A huge spatial wave invaded and instantly devoured Shantian. He disappeared within the void. Martial nephew, roared Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus with rage burning in his eyes. He had never expected that something like that would happen. Senior brother, let's leave this place first. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura fluctuated agitatedly, but he still pulled Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus and flew through that tunnel of golden light. That was because the turbulent spatial waves behind them were simply too fearsome. If they stayed any longer, they would most probably be devoured too. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus clenched his fist. He was reluctant to leave, but he had no choice but to retreat outside first. They could only think of ways to save Shantian if they were alive. In the blink of an eye, the two of them quickly left the tomb through that void passageway and appeared in the Immortal Abode Island's outer region. Boom! In the next second, the space completely collapsed, and the whole tomb turned into ruins. Martial nephew, it's all my fault. How could he die at such a young age? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus could not help but cry miserably once he got out of the tomb. He looked grief-stricken to the point he would render every listener with teary eyes. All right, senior brother, there's no need to put on such an act as Diana can't hear you. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's lightning and heavenly aura swayed gently, but his voice was cold and emotionless. Junior brother, you found out. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' expression instantly changed, and he could not help but scratch his head. He originally wanted to show his concern for Shantian in front of the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, but he never expected that he would be exposed. Looks like Junior Brother is still more cunning. Junior Brother, why are you not worried about Martial Nephew's safety at all? Tiana is deeply trapped within the turbulent void. Aren't you anxious at all? The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader replied calmly, don't worry. Tiana is the son of Providence, so it's impossible for him to run into dangers. There might even be great fortuitous opportunities waiting for him. I believe shortly after, Tiana will bring back more surprises for us. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura swayed gently. He had absolute confidence in his disciple. That's right. He won't meet with a mishap easily. The Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus seemed to have thought of something, and his mouth started to twitch. Shantian would always be unscathed no matter how many times he faced danger in the past. Instead, he would always encounter fortuitous opportunities. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus could not help but exclaim, he's really the son of Providence. It was indeed aggravating for him to compare himself to Shantian. Return to the sacred ground first, then tell everyone to search for Tiana. We need to show the sacred ground's attitude no matter what. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura calmed down as he gradually walked toward the numerous elders and groups of disciples. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was already used to it. Chapter 394, Chaotic Void, Immortal Phoenix Queen. After traveling through space, the duo quickly met up with the other Divine Firmament elders and disciples. Not only the Divine Firmament experts were present. The sacred leaders and core disciples from the other sacred grounds were also there. They were originally training on the tomb's platforms when they had suddenly been teleported out. It turned out that after the 9 Golden Crow vengeful spirits' transcendence and the Golden Crow Tark had fulfilled his long-cherished wish, he had sent all of the cultivators aside from Shantian and the others out of his tomb. After all, from that moment onward, the tomb was considered as Shantian's personal possession. Not long after they left, the tomb was split into 2 by the Supreme Sword Aura and completely collapsed. This made many sacred leaders frustrated and regretful, but at the same time, they were also secretly afraid. If they had stayed inside, they would have died. After all, in the chaotic space created by the tomb's collapse, even a sage could not guarantee that they could protect themselves. As for cultivators below the Tribulation Transcendence stage, there was almost no chance of survival. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus are out. However, why isn't the Divine Firmament Saint here? Some people were bewildered and panicked when they didn't see Shantian. Master, where did Junior Brother go? Why isn't he here? Zhang Yanxi hurried forward, her beautiful face filled with worry. After all, the might of that sword was too terrifying. It was very obvious that something earth-shattering had happened. It wasn't just her. Princess Linglong, Kun Yu, and the other geniuses that were on good terms with Shantian walked up to ask about Shantian's whereabouts. Everyone was asking about Shantian's situation. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's body shimmered with immortal light. He never expected that Shantian had unknowingly befriended so many close friends. These people were all top-tier geniuses from the various major powers. If they were grouped together, they would be an incomparably powerful force. My disciple, Shantian, really has the bearing of an immortal king. All the paragons of the world bow before him. Hey. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader body emitted heavenly aura fluctuations as he said indifferently, Senior Brother, I have to inform our Grand Elder. I'll leave this place to you. With that said, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader stepped into the void and vanished in front of everyone. Junior Brother. You. Bast Road. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was stunned, but he quickly reacted. This old schemer clearly wanted to leave the mess to him. The problem was that he did not want to take on this mess. These people were all Shantian's close friends. If they knew something happened to Shantian, wouldn't they tear him apart? Putting others aside, just dealing with Zhang Yanxi alone would be very difficult. I'll go too. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus rolled his eyes and was about to leave. However, how could Zhang Yanxi not know what Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was thinking? Shantian's master could leave, but his martial uncle definitely could not. She took a step forward and stood in front of Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Please tell me where Junior Brother is. Martial niece, this. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus scratched his head, not knowing where to begin. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, Martial Uncle Azure Lotus, please tell us the whereabouts of the Divine Firmament Saint, Senior Brother Saint. It wasn't just Zhang Yunxi. The prodigies who were on good terms with Shantian also stepped forward. Upon seeing this, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus felt a headache coming on. If it was only Zhang Yunxi, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus could still find a way to muddle through. However, with so many elites questioning him, he could not hold on. "All right, Senior Brother. I've already explained everything to the elders." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's figure appeared once again as golden light enveloped his body. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was overjoyed. "Junior Brother, you're the best. You actually came to help me." "Huh? But it shouldn't be. This mess was obviously caused by you, old fellow. What is the meaning of this? Everyone, please calm down and listen to me." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's voice was indifferent as he explained everything clearly. Of course, as for the shocking sword strike that the peerless Great Empress had released, it was purposefully left out. This was a trump card that belonged solely to Shantian. Furthermore, it was very important, and the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader would not expose it. What? There's actually an evil spirit from the outer world that can possess a Tark's true spirit? After listening to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's explanation, everyone's bodies trembled, and their eyes widened in shock. It was no wonder that the tomb had collapsed. The present sacred leaders were all pillars of the various sacred grounds. How could they not know of the existence of the evil spirits from the outer world? However, they had never heard of any evil spirit that could even possess a Tark. After all, a Tark was the strongest existence in the 5 regions. If an evil spirit could even invade and possess a Tark, how could others resist it? Could it be that the great calamity from 10,000 years ago was about to repeat itself? Or perhaps a calamity that was even more terrifying was approaching? Following that, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader spoke again. "Everyone, please be at ease. The Golden Crowed Hark only had a wisp of his soul remnant left. A moment of carelessness will result in an accident. The evil spirits in the outer world are not so powerful that even the Tarks can't stop them. As long as we work together, the evil spirits will definitely be wiped out." With that said, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader looked at the young elites and said calmly, "Little friends, don't worry. Diana is the saint of our sacred ground. I have already asked all the elders above the soul formation stage to move out. We will bring Diana back. Of course, as long as one is a Divine Firmament disciple, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground will not give up on anyone." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's body suffused heavenly aura as he remained indifferent and firm. No matter what, this attitude had to be expressed. Indeed, upon hearing the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's words, the crowd boiled over. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader is indeed concerned about his juniors. The moment he came out, he immediately notified everyone to search for Shantian. Boo-hoo! The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is too good. Not only is there Saint Shantian, who sacrificed himself for others, but even the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader is so righteous. I'm crying. No matter what, I must let the younger generation of my clan enter the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Me too. With such a sacred leader and saint, what more can I ask for? Same for me. Same for me. The mouths of the other sacred leaders twitched when they heard this. How could they not know what the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was trying to do? As the saint of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Shantian was the most blessed child in history. For such a peerless genius, they would risk their lives to save Shantian, much less the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader himself. As for the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, he was clearly using this opportunity to act cool and attract countless fans. Sensing the resentful gazes of the disciples behind them, the sacred leaders felt goosebumps all over their backs, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. The elites who were on good terms with Shantian were shocked when they heard this. The outer world's evil spirits are of great importance. Linglong will send a voice transmission to my father to inform him of this matter. Of course, in order to protect the 5 regions, we will definitely not sit back and watch Saint Shantian fall and be trapped in the chaotic space. I will do my best to seek my father's help to find the Divine Firmament Saint. Linglong's words caused the surrounding people to tremble. What level of existence was Linglong? She was the princess of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty and Huang Shi's treasured pearl. Since she had spoken, it meant that she had made her decision. Princess Linglong is too considerate. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader nodded slightly. Senior, it's our duty to search for Saint Shantian. Numerous paragons spoke out and started contacting their elders. The eastern wilderness was shaken. One by one, the old monsters in the tribulation transcendence stage could no longer endure the coaxing and pestering of their juniors and fled into the chaotic void. Shantian was unaware of all this. In the chaotic space, the endless laws of chaos intersected. This was a dangerous place. Only those who were at the tribulation transcendence stage and above could cross the void and barely step in. Even if a sage were to fall into this place, they would be buried here without a full corpse if they did not leave as soon as possible. At that moment, Shantian's figure slowly appeared. "Am I being swallowed?" The corners of Shantian's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he looked at the chaotic and violent space around him. Who would have thought that after my luck plummeted, unlucky things would happen one after another? Yes, Shantian could have left the tomb without a second thought. However, no one had expected that the spatial turbulence wave would suddenly appear beside him. Before Shantian could even react, he had been pulled in. Whistling sounds of wind rang out. The interweaving spatial turbulence gave off an aura that caused one's hair to stand on end. The power of the laws within the turbulent void was violent to the extreme. It was like a bone-piercing blade that had a biting cold might that could easily tear apart a heavenly venerable's body. Even sages wouldn't be able to withstand the void turbulence for too long. At that moment, the sky full of laws gathered and charged toward Shantian. Clang, clang, clang. Golden spears clashed, sparks flying everywhere. The violent power of laws cut into Shantian's body like a sharp blade, causing sparks to shoot out. Ha, it's a good thing that my physical body is strong. Otherwise, I would have really gone to meet Yama. Shantian heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, his body had reached the chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage and was indestructible. He could ignore the spatial turbulence. If it was any other nirvana practitioner, their body would have collapsed long ago and perished here. But how should I get out? Looking at the chaotic space around him, Shantian didn't know where to start. The spatial turbulence was different from other places. If one did not find the correct spatial node, it would be very difficult to break out from there. Forget it. Let nature take its course. I'll take it one step at a time. Rather than having no goals, it would be better to follow the flow of the spatial turbulence. Even if he worked hard, there would be no results. However, if he didn't work hard, life would be much easier. The main reason was that the laws here couldn't threaten Shantian at all. Putting aside his body that had reached the chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage, Shantian still had the Hurricane Lily King in his body. The Hurricane Lily King's close affinity with the void could turn Shantian's body from corporeal to incorporeal, allowing him to ignore the invasion of the void laws. At the same time, Shantian also used the Kunpeng arts and relied on the power of the void kun to travel unhindered. Thus, Shantian felt as though he was swimming through the sea in the void. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely be stupefied. Since ancient times, since when had a nirvana practitioner dared to play like this in the lifeless void? This was the spatial void, a place that even the sages feared. The violent power of laws present was enough to tear a person apart, not to mention the hidden dangers. If one was careless, they might be exiled into the boundless void and be annihilated. Rumble. At that moment, an incomparably surging undercurrent surged over like a tempestuous storm. I can make use of this power to search for the void barrier, and perhaps I can find a way out of here. Shantian was overjoyed. Due to his many trump cards, he didn't fear the laws here. That spatial turbulence, which was enough to terrify a sage, could actually become his ride. Thus, Shantian didn't retreat and took the initiative to face it. The power of this undercurrent quickly fled into the distance. Sure enough, the spatial turbulence's push increased Shantian's speed exponentially, far surpassing what it was before. However, as his speed increased, Shantian also felt that something was amiss. He felt just a little dizzy. Why are there still mental attacks in this spatial turbulence? Oh. This feeling. I feel like puking. I'm carsick. The dizzy Shantian drifted further and further away with the spatial turbulence. On the other side, in the endless void, a world-shaking tribulation thunder appeared. The lightning radiance trembled, sweeping through 1,500 kilometers as if it wanted to destroy heaven and earth and turn it back into primal chaos. Beneath this tribulation lightning, a figure stood towering in the void. Behind that figure was the image of a humongous phoenix. Fiery flames overflowed into the primal chaos. Obviously, it was a top expert undergoing tribulation. If the top experts of the 5 regions were here, they would definitely recognize this divine might. The one undergoing tribulation was Southern Wilderness #1 powerhouse, the Phoenix Maiden of the undying Phoenix race, the immortal Phoenix Queen. She was a proud daughter of heaven from Southern Wilderness. 10,000 years ago, she had fought her way out of the battle in the sky. She was a sworn enemy of the Black Dragon race's princess, Aobing. The difference between the two was that Aobing had met with an accident 10,000 years ago and died. Meanwhile, the immortal Phoenix Queen had made rapid progress in the past 10,000 years and had long reached a realm that no supreme expert in the 5 regions dared to underestimate. Even though the lightning tribulation was striking down on her, the immortal Phoenix Queen still remained calm and allowed the lightning tribulation to baptize her. Chi. At this moment, the situation changed. A silver-white sword beam shot out, piercing through the endless void. Everywhere it passed, the spatial fragments shattered along with it and transformed into nothingness. Before the immortal Phoenix Empress could react, she saw the sword light piercing through and slicing the tribulation lightning in the sky into nothingness. Immediately afterward, a wisp of the sword beam swept toward the immortal Phoenix Queen. Evade it? She was too close, and there was no time for her to dodge. Fortunately, the sword beam was not aimed at the immortal Phoenix Queen. It was just a remnant shockwave. Even so, the immortal Phoenix Queen still spat out a mouthful of blood as her aura weakened. Blazing flames spewed out of the immortal Phoenix Queen's body, enveloping her in a terrifying aura. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of seriousness. At this time, she had just crossed the tribulation and reached a critical period. Her cultivation, order, and strength within her body were all in an extremely delicate balance. And this balance was completely destroyed by that sword beam. She felt that the violent power in her body could no longer be suppressed. Suppress? The immortal Phoenix Queen said coldly. She used all her strength to suppress the violent flames in her body. Unfortunately, the effect was not too obvious. Chi. A fiery light erupted as the Nanming Li fire completely erupted, and torrential flames engulfed the immortal Phoenix Queen. Roar. Soon after, a phoenix cry rang out, and the enormous phoenix divine image appeared in the boundless void. Another divine flame surged out of the immortal Phoenix Queen's body. It was majestic and powerful, suppressing the Nanming Li fire. Suppress. The immortal Phoenix Queen let out a soft cry and absorbed the 2 flames into her body before the terrifying phenomenon gradually dissipated. However, at that moment, her pupils had become increasingly demonic, as if 2 different flames were burning within them. This was clearly a sign of chi deviation. Not far away, a stream of light was rapidly approaching. It was the Tark artifact the Golden Crow Tark had bestowed to Shantian, the Divine Sun Cauldron. Due to the spatial turbulence, Shantian had been feeling his head buzzing and dizzy. In the end, he could only take out the Divine Sun Cauldron and sit inside it to reduce the dizziness. However, Shantian didn't know where the spatial turbulence had led him to. He could only go with the flow. Chapter 395, I'd rather die than submit. In the turbulent void, dazzling flames blossomed like flowers. The immortal Phoenix Queen's eyes were tightly shut as she sat in the air with a majestic aura. 2 terrifying flames interweaved and clashed within her body, stirring up waves that spread outward. Even though the immortal Phoenix Queen was circulating her energy with all her might, the violent Nanming Li fire was still restless as if it wanted to burn her to a cinder. This was mainly because the immortal Phoenix Queen's Nanming Li fire was simply too powerful. Nanming Li fire was a flame ranked 10th on the exceptional fire list. It originally shouldn't have such terrifying power. However, after 10,000 years of refinement, the immortal Phoenix Queen's Nanming Li fire's power had become extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the flame ranked at the top of the exceptional fire list. Now that the Nanming Li fire had gone berserk, even an expert like the immortal Phoenix Queen would have to endure the pain of being burned by flames. Fortunately, there was another type of flame in the immortal Phoenix Queen's body that could contend against it. This flame was called the indestructible Divine Phoenix Eternal Flame. The Divine Phoenix Eternal Flame was ranked 4th on the exceptional fire list and was the immortal Phoenix race's inheritance flame. This type of flame contained extremely powerful vitality, and it could continuously provide the power to control the power of rebirth. With this flame, one's recovery ability could be said to be extremely powerful. Even if one suffered grievous injuries and was on the brink of death, they could make use of this fire to be reborn. At present, The immortal Phoenix Queen was relying on the divine Phoenix eternal flame to fight against the Nanming Li fire. After all, the sword beam previously was just too terrifying. It could even shatter the heavenly tribulation. Just a wisp of the sword beam that dispersed from it was enough to heavily injure the immortal Phoenix Queen. The two flames in my body are now in a conflict. If I am unable to strike a balance between them today, it is likely that I will be in trouble. The immortal Phoenix Queen's tone was grave. The power of the extraordinary items was extremely powerful. Since ancient times, there were rarely people who had more than two types of extraordinary items within their bodies. Normally, those who dared to attempt to take in more than one would be torn to pieces by the conflict between the extraordinary items. The immortal Phoenix Queen had two exceptional fires in her body. She was naturally incomparably powerful and had a very high penetrating attack power. But now that she was heavily injured, these two great exceptional fires would instead become incomparably troublesome in the future. A single mistake might even destroy her Tao foundation. At this time, energy turbulence could be felt in the void. The immortal Phoenix Queen sensed it immediately. She turned around and saw a beam of divine light flying toward her at breakneck speed. This is the Golden Tark's divine sun cauldron? The immortal Phoenix Queen's eyes lit up. She naturally knew of the Golden Tark. The Golden Tark was a demon tark, to begin with. After ascending to the celestial world 80,000 years ago, there had been no news of him. And ever since news of the immortal Abode Island's appearance spread, the immortal Phoenix Queen had rushed over immediately to investigate. However, there was an array set up by the Golden Tark outside the immortal Abode Island that blocked her from entering. Coincidentally, the immortal Phoenix Queen had felt that her next heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Thus, she had simply dived and entered North Sea's void. She had planned to use the spirit oars in the array left behind by the Golden Tark to aid her in transcending her tribulation. However, she never imagined that a sudden and shocking sword strike would actually heavily injure her. Now that she saw the Golden Tark's divine sun cauldron, the immortal Phoenix Queen was delighted. The Golden Tark wields the true sun fire, and the divine sun cauldron is his tark artifact. Perhaps there will be remnants of the true sun fire in it. If I refine the true sun fire, I will be able to balance the exceptional fires in my body and resolve the current crisis. I might even be able to advance further. The immortal Phoenix Queen's current situation was very dangerous. If she wanted to completely resolve the trouble she faced, she needed to obtain another exceptional fire to form a tripartite balance. After that, she would have to rely on the divine Phoenix Imperial Sutra to recover. However, this condition was extremely harsh. After all, how could there be an exceptional fire appearing in this void? Now that the divine sun cauldron had appeared, the immortal Phoenix Queen saw a ray of hope. If she could refine the true sun fire, she had a high chance of resolving the crisis she was facing. Perhaps she could even borrow the true sun fire's power to break through her shackles and advance her cultivation further. As a result, the immortal Phoenix Queen did not hesitate at all. She directly reached out her slender jade-like hands and grabbed toward the divine sun cauldron, wanting to draw it over. Clang! The cauldron trembled. Shantian, who was inside the divine sun cauldron, was instantly jolted awake. What is this? I'm carsick. I've set it on autopilot for a while, and now I've been hit? The key was that he was in the void. Are there any other drivers in the void? Could I have crashed into the void barrier? Shantian was delighted when he thought of this. If it was really the void barrier, then it meant that he could finally leave this forsaken place. Shantian rushed out of the divine sun cauldron and confidently prepared to shatter the void barrier and escape from the void. However, the moment he came out, he realized that something was amiss. A figure appeared before him. She was a woman in a fiery red feather dress and looked gorgeous like fire. Her peerlessly beautiful face seemed to have been carved out of spirit jade. Her skin was smooth like ice, and her bones were beautiful like jade. Her temperament was cold and aloof, not inferior to any woman Shantian had ever seen. Or rather, this noble, cold, and exquisite aura was enough to stun the entire 5 regions. At the same time, Shantian could also sense an incomparably terrifying aura contained within that figure. It was comparable to his master. Seriously? I encountered such a terrifying existence in the boundless void? I didn't expect that there would actually be such a handsome human in this divine sun cauldron. The immortal Phoenix Queen examined Shantian with interest and chuckled. Shantian's appearance transcended that of the mortal world, and he was like an immortal from the celestial world. He was more handsome than all the humans she had seen in the past 10,000 years. The immortal Phoenix Queen was Southern Border's ruler, a supreme demon expert, but above all that, she was a woman who was obsessed with one's looks. Upon seeing that he was being targeted, Shantian's heart tightened. Senior, this junior has accidentally barged into you. Please forgive me." However, Shantian realized that being handsome had its benefits. At least, he wouldn't be slapped to death easily by someone else. "You actually dare to wander about in the void with your nirvana cultivation? You're really courageous, kid. You are even able to control the golden Tark's divine sun cauldron. Who exactly are you?" The immortal Phoenix Queen was also curious. Even sages didn't dare to stay in the turbulent void for long, let alone heavenly venerables and supremacies. However, Shantian was still alive and well with his nirvana cultivation. Even the golden Tark's divine sun cauldron had fallen into his hands. This made the immortal Phoenix Queen curious. What kind of person could possess such talent? "Senior, this junior is a disciple of the divine firmament sacred ground, Shantian." Shantian responded, but his thoughts were running wild. Now that the situation had become bad, he had to think of a way to escape. After all, this existence was too terrifying. Being with her made him feel very insecure. Divine firmament sacred ground? "Oh? Are you the legendary divine firmament saint, Shantian?" The immortal Phoenix Queen spoke with slight surprise. She had heard some news about Shantian from a group of juniors that had caused a stir in Southern Border. After all, the news was brought back by a peak prodigy of the five-colored peacock race, which made many of the prodigies of the demon race indignant. They wanted to go out and have a fight with Shantian. However, how could an existence like the immortal Phoenix Queen care about such trivial matters? She hadn't expected to see Shantian in the void, so this made her even more interested in him. She wanted to see what was so special about this kid. "Senior must be joking. That's just an exaggerated false reputation." Shantian knew that he couldn't pretend in front of such an expert. However, the immortal Phoenix Queen's eyes narrowed. Why do I sense old woman Ao Bing's aura on you? I didn't expect that old woman to still be alive. On top of that, she has even formed a contract with a human. But it's still understandable. This female dragon has lustful nature and likes to find handsome guys. She is really shameless. An old dragon like her still has the face to be together with a young boy like you. The immortal Phoenix Queen's tone was slightly mocking. She was clearly not on good terms with Ao Bing. Shantian's hair stood on end as he instantly guessed that figure's identity. She was someone who didn't get along with Ao Bing, and her strength was so formidable as well. Other than Southern Border's ruler, the immortal Phoenix Queen, who else could it be? "Senior Phoenix Queen, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I'll take my leave first." Shantian's hair stood on end. This was a peerless expert and Ao Bing's archenemy, yet he had actually encountered her. Now that the immortal Phoenix Queen knew of his relationship with Ao Bing, how could she let him off so easily? Thus, Shantian felt that it was best for him to leave as fast as he could. With that said, Shantian circulated the Kunpeng arts, wanting to leave this place. "Stop right there. I won't eat you." A tyrannical pressure burst forth from the immortal Phoenix Queen's body, causing Shantian's body to stiffen. Shantian's heart sank upon hearing the immortal Phoenix Queen's words. "Oh no, oh no. I won't be able to keep my life." Surprisingly, Shantian sensed that the immortal Phoenix Queen didn't seem to be hostile. "Senior immortal Phoenix Queen, how can I help?" "I'll do my best," said Shantian. "Am I that old? Call me sister." The immortal Phoenix Queen spoke indifferently as if she cared a lot about the term senior. "Shantian. Why did women at her age like to be called sister?" "Sister Phoenix Queen, I noticed that the aura within your body seems to be slightly chaotic. I have some nirvana holy liquid and triple light divine water here, and they might be of some use to you." Shantian could also sense the violent aura within the immortal Phoenix Queen's body. The aura seemed to even want to overturn the heavens. At the same time, Shantian was puzzled. Just what could heavily injure a peak existence like the immortal Phoenix Queen? He could not understand. Given the current situation, Shantian still had to think of a way to stabilize this woman. What if this woman, who is in a bad mood because of her injuries, kills me out of the blue? In any case, he had plenty of nirvana holy liquid and triple light divine water with him. He wouldn't feel a pinch even if he gave some away. "Kid, You're really lucky to even obtain the Nirvana holy liquid and triple light divine water, but those things are useless to me. I want the true sun fire in your body." The immortal Phoenix Queen coldly spoke, her gaze fixed on Shantian as a murderous aura spread out. She was still worried about not being able to resolve the abnormal flame rebellion in her body, yet Shantian had actually delivered himself to her. If she extracted the true sun fire from his body, the immortal Phoenix Queen would definitely be able to suppress the exceptional fires in her body. Shantian broke out in cold sweat. The true sun fire was just a fire seed that was smelted into his body and could not be taken out so easily. If the immortal Phoenix Queen wanted the true sun fire, she could only forcefully extract it. Doesn't that mean that I am doomed? No, I must think of a way to leave. If there is no other way, I will use the bronze ring again. He wondered if the empress in the bronze ring would help him again. Damn it! I am really so unlucky. Shantian expressed his melancholy. At that moment, a slender hand caressed Shantian's face. Moreover, you're Ao Bing's man, so I naturally can't let you off easily. The immortal Phoenix Queen chuckled. The immortal Phoenix Queen was the archenemy of the Black Dragon Island's Dragon Lady, Ao Bing. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat, and they were extremely competitive. Thus, the immortal Phoenix Queen wanted to snatch Shantian, who had signed the Dragon God contract with Ao Bing. Of course, Shantian's stunning appearance was also an important reason. After seeing this face, the immortal Phoenix Queen could not bear to kill him and extract the true sun fire from his body. Such a peerlessly handsome man should be kept by her side. Boy, this highness wants to sign a Phoenix God contract with you and let you become a human of the immortal Phoenix race. I wonder if you agree? The immortal Phoenix Queen's indifferent voice resounded as if she didn't give anyone the chance to refuse. Indeed, one probably didn't know how to write the word death if they really dared to reject the invitation of a top powerhouse. Shantian knew this very well. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to lower his head. Moreover, forming a contract with the immortal Phoenix Queen and becoming a human of the immortal Phoenix race was not something shameful. Perhaps he would even gain another big shot who could protect him in the future. Just thinking about it made him feel great. Shantian spoke. This junior is willing. Knowing that he could not resist, he could only accept it silently. All right, then let's sign the contract. The immortal Phoenix Queen was very decisive. She immediately set up a contract array in the void. The immortal Phoenix Queen said calmly, "Inject your blood into it, and you can sign the contract with me." Shantian nodded. He was very familiar with this process, but he had never formed a contract with an existence on the level of the immortal Phoenix Queen. Even when he had formed a contract with Ao Bing, she had been heavily injured, and her strength had fallen to rock bottom. But for some reason, Shantian was a little excited. Soon, the Phoenix God contract was completed. At the same time, Shantian felt a blazing energy entering his body. It was the power of the immortal Phoenix race's Phoenix God. Previously, Shantian had also obtained the Dragon God's power precisely because of the Dragon God contract with Ao Bing. It was the same right now. If he formed a contract with the immortal Phoenix Queen, he would naturally be able to obtain a portion of the power of the Phoenix, and he could even cultivate the immortal Phoenix race's supreme inheritance, the divine Phoenix Imperial Sutara. Thus, Shantian was delighted. Not only had he gotten out of danger, but he had also obtained the power of the Phoenix God during this trip. After forming the Phoenix God contract, the immortal Phoenix Queen wouldn't attack him, right? Shantian heaved a long sigh of relief. Good. Then things will be settled much more easily. Brat, am I going to use the true sun fire in your body to suppress the exceptional fires in my body? At that moment, the immortal Phoenix Queen's voice sounded again. Question mark. Shantian's heart trembled. What's going on? Didn't we already form a contract? Why are you still attacking me? Seemingly seeing through Shantian's doubts, the immortal Phoenix Queen indifferently said, "Don't worry, I'm not asking for your life. I was undergoing my tribulation here earlier, but a sudden sortor injured me and caused me to lose control of the exceptional fires in my body. I want to use the true sun fire to cultivate." Shantian's heart sank. Could the sortor that had injured the immortal Phoenix Queen be the same the peerless great empress in the bronze ring had executed? Shantian became increasingly certain. Only the peerless great empress could injure a peak expert like the immortal Phoenix Queen. I definitely can't let the immortal Phoenix Queen know about this. Otherwise, she will definitely tear me apart. Thus, Shantian felt a little guilty and said, "Of course there's no problem. What does Sister Phoenix Queen want this junior to do? This junior will definitely cooperate fully." For some reason, a blush appeared on the immortal Phoenix Queen's beautiful face. Although she quickly concealed it, Shantian still caught it. At that moment, Shantian suddenly realized that something was amiss with the immortal Phoenix Queen. Shantian raised his head slightly and saw two flames interweaving in the immortal Phoenix Queen's eyes. It was obvious that she had suffered chi deviation. Instantly, an uneasy feeling rose in Shantian's heart. The immortal Phoenix Queen spoke with a red face. "It must be the work of fate for you to appear here right after I've suffered chi deviation." Now that she had signed a contract with Shantian, she naturally couldn't kill him to take the exceptional fire in his body. However, the immortal Phoenix Queen knew that there was another way to suppress the exceptional fires in her body. That was because the Divine Phoenix Imperial Sutra had recorded a secret dual cultivation technique. If one were to dual cultivate with the person who signed the Phoenix God contract, it would be extremely beneficial to both parties. It was even more useful than directly refining the true sun fire. Therefore, the immortal Phoenix Queen planned to use this method to suppress the exceptional fires in her body. "Forget it. Although your cultivation is shallow, your handsome looks are barely worthy of me. Today, you little pervert have lucked out." As the immortal Phoenix Queen spoke, the fiery light in her eyes became more and more intense. It seemed that the immortal Phoenix Queen was on the verge of going berserk, causing her soul to be in turmoil and making her make this decision. However, the immortal Phoenix Queen herself did not know this. She only thought in her heart, "I only want to recover from my injuries. It's definitely not because this kid is handsome. Definitely not." Shantian froze. Question mark. Shantian was dumbstruck. What did the immortal Phoenix Queen mean? What did she mean by letting me, this little pervert, luck out? What did I do? Shantian soon understood what she had meant as the immortal Phoenix Queen transmitted the Divine Phoenix Imperial Sutra's secret dual cultivation technique to him. Shantian shuddered. "Damn! This woman is coveting my body." Shantian's lips twitched. "How can this be condoned? I have always been clean and honest. To this day, I am still a pure yang body. You want to taint my body? Impossible. I'd rather die than submit. Sister Phoenix Queen, this is my first time." All right. After sensing the terrifying aura emitted by the immortal Phoenix, Shantian felt powerless to rebel. As the saying went, a man can bow and submit. This was definitely not because he was afraid of death. Definitely not. So what if it's your first time? Do I have to give you an award? Besides, this is also my first time. It's not like you are suffering a loss. The immortal Phoenix Queen's face turned slightly red as she spoke to this point. She waved her hand and pulled Shantian to her side. Then blazing divine flames soared into the sky and formed a Tao field of flames. For a moment, the endless spring sunshine was enveloped by the dazzling flames, leaving only a faint enchanting sound echoing in the void. Chapter 396, Divine Phoenix Eternal Flame, Black Sky Sword. Half a month later. The space. A large, terrifying hand tore a hole in the space above a nameless island in North Sea, causing violent tremors. A figure suddenly appeared and fell down as if he had been kicked out. That figure was Shantian. After half a month, he had finally managed to escape the void turbulence. Damn, so violent. You weren't like that in bed earlier. Shantian quickly steadied himself but continued grumbling. A voice suddenly rang out. Her tone was mild, but she seemed to be breathing heavily. "Scoundrel. I did that for the sole purpose of healing my injuries. You better keep mum about this matter. I will kill you if you dare to spread alpha word about this." Shantian did not care about the threat. Instead, he stroked his chin curiously. "What if you get pregnant?" The void vibrated violently. Half the sky was tinged red as if a blazing flame was about to erupt and incinerate everything. In the end, it was suppressed, and calm descended again. "That won't happen. I will use my arts to force out the thing you left inside me." Thereafter, the rip in the fabrics of space was mended, and everything was at peace again. The corners of Shantian's mouth twitched. "You can actually force that thing out? Impressive. Really impressive." The immortal Phoenix Queen trembled inside the void turbulence. She sighed. "Didn't expect to have shown this embarrassing side of myself to that kid during my chi deviation. Even more shameful is the fact that I could not hold myself against that kid. So embarrassing. He's just a human. How is his physical body so strong? Too much. The immortal Phoenix Queen didn't expect to have engaged in such a ridiculous act, all because she had suffered a chi deviation, and her soul had been in disarray. By the time she had returned to her senses, it was all too late. Her precious first time was gone, just like that. However, this kid was indeed very handsome. His looks were worthy of her. More importantly, that thing. The immortal Phoenix Queen blushed as she muttered to herself, "No, no, I must clean things up. I cannot face that kid again with such an image. Otherwise, that kid will be too arrogant. Scoundrel, I must behave cold and aloof next time we meet. To save my reputation." The immortal Phoenix Queen gnashed her teeth, but she suddenly thought of something and smiled smugly. "Ao Bing, you still lost to me. So what if you signed a contract with him first? I still took this man's first time." The immortal Phoenix Queen gazed across the void and flew gracefully toward southern border. Shantian landed on the nameless island. He was still muttering to himself, feeling she had taken advantage of him. What the hell? Kicking me aside right after the deed. I am so tired that my legs feel like jelly. And she still wants to use her arts to force it out? His face was somewhat pallid, and he was swaying a little as he walked. He took a bottle of Nirvana holy liquid out of his Archean sea ring and drank it all. His color looked better after that. Over the past half a month, Shantian had been carrying out high-level and intense dual cultivation with the immortal Phoenix Queen. Half a month. Half a month of non-stop action. Even a chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage practitioner would have trouble walking after that. I have really been taken advantage of. I wonder how many treasures were left behind in the golden Crotarch's tomb. More importantly, I lost my precious virgin status. I slept with that female demon for half a month, and she didn't even pay me $100. Indeed, nothing good would come out of a breakthrough while cultivating the Tinder Sutara. Sigh. Nevertheless, Shantian did not leave completely empty-handed. Over the past half a month, the high-intensity training enhanced the divine phoenix power inside Shantian's body. His cultivation of the divine phoenix imperial sutra had also reached the greater mastery stage. It should be pointed out that the divine phoenix imperial sutra was the southern border phoenix race's most important legacy sutara. It was on par with Black Dragon Island's True Dragon Imperial Sutara. After half a month of intense training, Shantian's understanding of the divine phoenix power had deepened. I better settle down the energy inside my body first. I will think about the other matters later. Shantian sat down cross-legged and started cultivating on this nameless island. Intense energy surged out of Shantian's body, and a scarlet aura soon enshrouded him. He looked very mystical. Behind him, a scarlet divine phoenix avatar appeared, and its wings spread wide with flames surging up to the skies. This was the divine phoenix power in the most elite form of it. Similar to the immortal Phoenix Queens. Shantian's body trembled. Another energy suddenly rose from within his body as if attracted by the divine phoenix power. What's going on? The divine dragon power is being triggered? Shantian's eyes hardened, but he did not try to stop it. He wanted to see what would happen with these two powers. The two surging powers clashed within Shantian's body, resulting in a mighty force. Dragons roared and phoenixes shrilled inside his body. Their power surged and roiled like powerful tsunami waves. The two powers clashed again and again as if locked in battle. Both powers wanted to take center stage in Shantian's body. Neither was willing to give way. Interesting. Dragons fighting against the phoenixes. I wonder if anything special will come of it? Shantian did not mind the ongoing battle in his body. He had the chaotic golden body and was very strong and solid. As intense as the battle was, it was unable to hurt him at all. Nonetheless, he had a vague idea of what was happening. The dragon and phoenix races had never gotten along. It was obvious even 10,000 years ago. The relationship between Ao Bing and the immortal Phoenix Queen was the worst. The two of them were extraordinary prodigies, but they hated each other. The main reason was that the divine dragon power and divine phoenix power contradicted each other. It was like fire and ice, both found it difficult to coexist. Shantian had a special constitution. He could even refine extraordinary items, so the dragon and phoenix powers were nothing to him. Shantian was rather curious about what would happen if the dragon and phoenix powers continued to fight. Shantian realized that as the two powers continued to clash, they ended up entwined with each other, resulting in a dragon-phoenix stance scenario. The divine dragon power was stronger, and in the end, it managed to gain the upper hand. The main reason was that Shantian had obtained the Dragon Emperor constitution after eating the dragon source fruit. As a result, the divine dragon power inside his body was stronger than the divine phoenix power. As these two powers continued to clash, they subtly enhanced each other. It looked like a brand new form of energy was about to be created. Unfortunately, everything came to an abrupt stop. Damn, I thought I would evolve again. The corners of Shantian's lips twitched. He was somewhat disappointed. The main reason was that the divine phoenix power inside his body was not strong enough. He could definitely evolve if the divine phoenix power was at the level of his divine dragon power. We will see how things turn out in the future. It was no easy feat to enhance the divine phoenix power unless he managed to get an extraordinary treasure like the dragon source fruit. And now that Shantian's providence was rather low, he did not feel safe at all. I better find a way to improve my providence first. Eh? Why is there another new kind of fire inside my body? Shantian was shocked. He realized that apart from the Nanming Li fire and True Sun fire, there was a third kind of fire inside his body now. It was a scarlet wavering flame, vaguely in the shape of a small phoenix. This is the immortal phoenix race's divine phoenix eternal flame. Shantian was filled with joy. Not only did he obtain the divine phoenix power after cultivating with the immortal phoenix queen, but he had also gotten the immortal phoenix race's divine phoenix eternal flame. It was a surprise. With this divine phoenix eternal flame, Shantian's ability to preserve his life had gotten even stronger. The divine phoenix eternal flame was hailed as a nirvana divine flame. It possessed potent vitality energy and gave its bearer the ability to resurrect. His rate of recovery would be pushed to the maximum with this special fire. Even if he suffered grievous injuries and was on the brink of death, he could make use of this fire to be reborn. Its effect was on par with the triple light divine water and the nirvana holy liquid. It might be even more potent. Unfortunately, this flame was rather small and weak, so he could not use it to its full potential yet. It was not a difficult thing to strengthen the divine phoenix eternal flame, however. As the five elements could reinforce each other, Shantian could make use of the spiritual wood in his body to slowly enhance the divine flame. He could also make use of other fire attribute energies to quickly strengthen the divine phoenix eternal flame. To Shantian, who possessed over a dozen extraordinary items in his body, this was nothing to him. If I had known this would happen, I would have saved some solar liquid. The solar liquid was a peerless fire attribute treasure with very pure energy. Previously, Shantian had soaked inside the solar liquid to enhance the true sun fire inside his body. He had already used up this precious liquid when he was cultivating his chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage. Never mind. I can just find a few more good buddies to leverage off their fortuitous opportunities. Shantian possessed a lot of resources. It would be easy for him to use some to exchange for some fire attribute precious items. I have been gone for so long. Everyone must be very worried. I better contact Master and the rest. Shantian took out his saint token. A dazzling light appeared, and the image of the divine firmament sacred leader formed in front of him. Master, I have already safely left the void turbulence and am currently on an island. Shantian reported to the divine firmament sacred leader that he was safe and sound. Good, very good. Diana, you are indeed the true son of Providence. You were able to escape from the void turbulence safe and sound. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura rippled. He had already predicted this. Many sages had entered the void turbulence to search for Shantian, all to no avail. Nevertheless, the divine firmament sacred leader had not been worried at all. He knew that Shantian would be able to escape safely sooner or later. After all, Shantian was the son of Providence with unsurpassable luck. In the end, things did turn out as he had predicted. Diana, did you encounter any major fortuitous opportunity while you were inside the void turbulence? Asked the divine firmament sacred leader, his aura rippling more intensely. No. Shantian's face darkened. Not only did I not encounter any fortuitous opportunity, but I have been nearly squeezed dry too. He had been taken advantage of. I will never do that again the next time I am close to a breakthrough. No fortuitous opportunity? The divine firmament sacred leader thought for a moment before speaking again. Never mind. Diana, you have so much luck that there must be some major fortuitous opportunity waiting for you. Go and explore again. I will go through the void to fetch you back when you find some fortuitous opportunity. The divine firmament sacred leader cut off their connection. Eh? Master? Hello? 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 Can you hear me, Master? I am completely surrounded by miles and miles of ocean. How can there possibly be any fortuitous opportunity here? Shantian was stunned. If you want me to find some fortuitous opportunity, I need to have some good brothers and sisters with me first. Without their providence, how am I supposed to find fortuitous opportunities? Master, I am really not the son of Providence. All remained silent across the peaceful ocean. Shantian felt very helpless. Never mind. It is better to rely on myself than on others. Shantian sighed. He felt very despondent at the thought that he had to fly back to the divine firmament sacred ground himself. I must nourish myself properly when I return this time. Yep, I can brew beti. That should be very nourishing. Sigh. My legs still feel a little weak. Shantian dragged his weary body and daydreamed as he activated his golden wings and Kunpeng arts, morphing into a streak of golden light and flying toward the south. Half a day later, Shantian came to a sudden halt. The corners of his mouth twitched as he surveyed the endless ocean surrounding him. I don't really want to admit this, but I think I might be lost again. Yes, Shantian had no sense of direction. He had originally been in North Sea's outer region, but as he kept flying south, he was now in North Sea's deep recesses. He was even farther from the divine firmament sacred ground now. Roar. Loud roars resounded. Not far ahead was a chaotic scene with splashing water and an intense roar swirling over a wide area. Is there a battle happening over there? Shantian felt relieved. Where there was a battle, there was also life. Where there was life, there would be someone who knew the way. With someone who knew the way, he could then leave this place. Shantian flapped his golden wings and charged toward the battleground. He arrived at the scene in the blink of an eye. A few figures were fighting a short distance in front of him. One of them was very big. It was 100 feet tall and covered in sharp bone spikes like a dragonfish. Its aura was terrifying. It was a fierce beast, and judging by its aura, it was already a peak mighty prowess beast. This beast had bloodshot eyes and clearly had no spirituality. It was fighting with pure instinct. Its opponent was a small, slender figure who was obviously human. The human exuded an extremely sharp and harsh aura as if she was the embodiment of a heavenly sword. Her sword intent was terrifying. Behind this figure was a small, fiery red figure. She was covered in scarlet flames with a phoenix avatar behind her. Her aura was also very formidable. The two figures had joined forces to fend off that dragonfish-like beast. Their fearsome aura surged across the region, causing turbulent waves and howling winds. It's them? Shantian's eyes lit up. Those two were familiar faces. It was Princess Ling Long whom he had met half a month ago and her contract partner, the immortal Phoenix Princess, Feng Wu. Princess Ling Long was fighting that fearsome beast now. Roar. The beast's loud roars triggered massive waves. Boundless ocean waves surged upward and morphed into 10 tremendous water pillars. They started to crash down as if wanting to destroy the entire sea region. This fierce mighty prowess beast was extremely powerful, and even a soul formation expert might not be able to win against it. Black Sky Sword. Princess Ling Long issued a quiet command. Boundless sword aura erupted from her body, creating a brand new sword domain where tens of thousands of swords flew together. The entire sky transformed in the blink of an eye. Peerless sword aura surged into the air, stirring all the surrounding spirit chi. Endless sword aura emerged in space, forming a colossal sword. This colossal sword then slashed at that fearsome beast. At that moment, the fabrics of space started to tear. Chapter 397, Brother Shen definitely likes me. Although Princess Ling Long's cultivation level was only at the nascent soul stage, she possessed the Ling Long sage body and cultivated the supreme sword technique Black Sky Sword art, which was as powerful as an imperial sutara. That greatly enhanced Princess Ling Long's attack prowess. The power of that strike was enough to threaten even a heavenly venerable. The sword aura descended from the sky like a shooting star which lit up the entire North Sea. Dozens of towering water pillars were destroyed by that sword aura and sprayed all over. The sword aura did not stop there. It continued flying toward that ferocious dragonfish. Clang. The sword aura slashed onto the dragonfish, but dozens of bone spikes suddenly appeared, forming a wall made of bone spikes. The bone spikes blocked the sword aura, and only a few cracks were formed. This beast's defense is actually so strong. Ling Long's tone turned solemn. She had never thought that a strike in which she had poured all her strength would actually be unable to penetrate that ferocious beast's defense. That dragonfish's bone spikes were extremely sturdy, they could even be compared to a supreme-grade spirit artifact. A ferocious peak mighty prowess beast was indeed difficult to deal with. Why would such a powerful, ferocious beast without spirituality be in North Sea's depths? Xilin Long was puzzled. One would be counted as a powerful cultivator if they were able to reach the peak of the soul formation stage. However, this ferocious beast had no signs of intelligence at all. It was as if someone had erased its intellect and only left its bloodthirst for slaughter. Xilin Long was in deep thought, but the ferocious beast had already attacked once again. A violent roar erupted from the beast's body. It caused the sea to surge and formed huge waves as if wanting to swallow everything. The waves that were as tall as 10,000 feet pressed on toward Xilin Long with imposing momentum. "Feng Wu!" Xilin Long shouted, and that red-haired lolly instantly took action. Huff! Feng Wu puffed her cheeks and suddenly blew out blazing divine phoenix fire, which instantly turned into a huge fireball as it was shot out. Rumble! When the fireball and water curtain collided, endless white mist was formed. "You beast, you deserve a good beating." Phoenix Flame Meteorite. The red-haired lolly was furious, and the phoenix avatar behind her became even more corporeal as if wanting to spread its wings and screech. Blazing flames were shot out from the phoenix avatar, emitting a majestic and powerful aura like that of a flame meteor falling. Divine phoenix fire burned brightly as if it wanted to burn the whole space into nothingness. The rain of fire landed and instantly covered the dragonfish. Ah woo! The dragonfish was in pain. Its body was burnt black, and even the aroma of cooked meat could be vaguely smelled. The divine phoenix fire had endless power. Even a peak mighty prowess ferocious beast suffered quite the heavy burns. "Good job, Feng Wu." Xilin Long was elated. "That's right, continue using flames to attack." Roar! A savage roar resounded. The ferocious beast seemed to be angered and instantly became violent. Its originally red pupils turned scarlet like a blood moon. Dong, dong, dong. That dragonfish suddenly charged forward. Its huge body was like a lofty mountain that weighed a few megatons and could crush humans into a bloody paste. The surrounding seawater was split into two. The dragonfish swam smoothly without any obstructions, which made it appear to be terrifying. Xilin Long narrowed her eyes and lifted her sword as she faced the ferocious beast that was charging toward her viscously. She leapt and swung her starling longsword as if she was dancing elegantly and nimbly, forming an immense sword aura. In that instant, countless sword auras were produced once again, merged to form a sword aura net, and engulfed the dragonfish. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sword aura split the surrounding sea into two and revealed a land of nothingness. The sword aura net's piercing force seemed to want to slice the engulfed dragonfish into pieces. Surprisingly, the dragonfish curled up its body and exposed countless sharp bone spikes. Clang, clang, clang. The bone spikes blocked every sword aura. They couldn't break through the bone spikes at all. Chi! At that moment, a ray of light erupted from the dragonfish's body. It was a sharp bone spike with a fearsome aura that could tear apart a heavenly venerable's body with crushing force. Clang! Xilin Long swung her sword to block, but she was pushed backward, and the aura around her started to boil. Although she was able to contend against normal heavenly venerable, it was beyond her power to battle such a peak demon venerable beast, whose physical body was incomparably powerful. The dragonfish's attack did not stop there. Its bone spikes were shaking, and once it gave out a roar, it shot them out of its body. The fabrics of space trembled as the bone spikes rained down. It was as if the fabrics of space were unable to withstand such strength and about to collapse. "Oh no!" Xilin Long's expression changed. That aura was just too terrifying, and she could not block it at all. At that moment, a golden light flashed. It was as fast as golden lightning and had instantly appeared in front of Xilin Long. Boom! A loud thud echoed as a heavy punch was unleashed, shattering the fabrics of space in the process. The fearsome fist collided with the bone spikes and instantly smashed them into pieces, sending their fragments flying in all directions. Xilin Long's jaws dropped as she witnessed this. "What a powerful punch," she exclaimed. That bone spikes, which even she found hard to block, were actually smashed into pieces by this golden figure. The golden light gradually disappeared, and that figure became visible. It was a man with a slender figure and wearing golden divine armor. His side profile, which was vaguely revealed, was extremely handsome, just like the most meticulous masterpiece of the heavens. Xilin Long became infatuated the more she looked at him. "Saint Shantian," exclaimed Xilin Long, excitement spreading over her face. She never expected the person who appeared in front of her to be the Divine Firmament Saint, who had disappeared half a month ago. After learning that the Divine Firmament Saint had been trapped within the turbulent void, Xilin Long had been extremely worried. She had hurriedly sent a message to her father, asking him to send people in search for Shantian in the turbulent void. However, there had been no news until now. Now that Shantian had actually appeared in front of her and even blocked the ferocious beast's attack, Xilin Long's heart instantly fluttered. And her imagination ran wild. "Princess, are you all right?" asked Shantian as he turned his head around. "Thank you, Saint, for helping me. I am fine." Upon seeing that Shantian was worried about her, Xilin Long blushed, and her heart could not help but skip a beat. Why did the Divine Firmament Saint appear here? Is it possible that he came to save me after learning that I was in danger? Looks like he really cares about me. Roar. At that moment, the dragonfish attacked once again. Its scarlet pupils turned vicious after its attack was blocked. It suddenly charged toward Shantian, leaving a trail of bloody light behind it. "Be careful, Saint. That ferocious beast's body is extremely sturdy, so you should not face it head-on," Xilin Long warned. She knew clearly just how fearsome that ferocious beast's body was, even her black sky sword art was unable to pierce through it. "It's all right. I'm also very curious just how strong my physical body is. Also, I've had enough of being beaten up in the past month." Shantian could not help but complain. He had been extremely miserable in the past half a month as he had been at a disadvantage during the high-intensity cultivation session with the immortal Phoenix Queen. She had completely overpowered him. There was no choice, the immortal Phoenix Queen liked the feeling of being set high above the masses. Therefore, Shantian had been unable to vent out his frustration during the past half a month. Since this ferocious beast had appeared in a timely manner, Shantian would not let go of such a good opportunity. He could beat up this ferocious beast to vent out his frustration. At the same time, Shantian was curious just how powerful his chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage was. Shantian leapt into the air. Golden light surrounded him, and numerous avatars appeared behind him. The 10 lightning beasts, dragon god, phoenix god avatars, and so on, had all appeared, making him seem like he was like an immortal that descended from the celestial world. His fearsome aura surged out and covered the whole sea region. Such a powerful aura. Xilin Long's eyes betrayed her astonishment. Brother Shen became even stronger in just the half-month we did not meet? Just his aura alone is on par with that peak demon venerable ferocious beast. Feng Wu was also astounded as she witnessed this. Huh, what's happening? Why does Brother Shen possess the Phoenix God Avatar and Divine Phoenix power? Also, in terms of quality, the grade of that power is even higher than my race's elders. Feng Wu was the immortal Phoenix race's princess and cultivated the Divine Phoenix Imperial Sutara. Thus, she was extremely familiar with the Divine Phoenix power. However, Feng Wu could sense that Shantian's body contained an extremely pure Divine Phoenix power. Its grade was extremely high, and it was even more powerful than the Divine Phoenix power within her. Had Shantian not been in the midst of battle, she would have already questioned him. Meanwhile, the battle was already in progress. Shantian attacked brazenly. Golden light flowed underneath his feet like a meteorite, directly dashing toward that ferocious beast. Roar. The dragonfish roared hideously, and all the bone spikes on its body stood up like numerous sharp spears as if wanting to stab holes even in space. Shantian charged forward and punched. The various avatars behind him roared and emitted extremely fearsome power that was crushing even the fabrics of space. The power of that punch was enough to astonish the 5 regions. Bang! A loud thud echoed as that golden punch landed on the bone spikes and smashed them into pieces. That punch was terrifying. Shantian smiled when he saw that. As expected of how terrifying the chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage was. His physical body's strength could be compared to that of a sage's. That dragonfish may be at the peak mighty prowess realm and have a powerful body, but it was still far from the life-death calamity 1 realm. Therefore, the dragonfish instantly let out a tragic wail due to Shantian's attack. The dragonfish's bone spikes were an extension of its bones and connected to the whole body. In other words, they were the dragonfish's lifeline. Now that the bone spikes were crushed, it was like its spine had been crushed. One could imagine how painful that must be. The dragonfish could sense how frightening Shantian was, so it quickly leapt away as if wanting to dive into the sea. "You want to leave just like that? I still haven't had my fair share of fun." Shantian's back emitted golden light, and he instantly appeared beside the ferocious beast. Boom! Shantian punched it yet again, knocking away the humongous dragonfish. It created a large splash as it fell into the water heavily. "Oh whoa!" That dragonfish let out a miserable wail. It started to struggle due to the severe pain and created raging waves. The churning waves surged toward Shantian as if wanting to force him to retreat. However, Shantian's invincible punch obliterated everything in its path. The current Shantian was like an invincible god of war, with every punch accurately landing on the dragonfish's body as he attacked relentlessly. A few bone spikes would be broken with each punch, so the dragonfish's roar reverberated throughout the whole sea region. The slack-jawed Shieling Long, who was at the side, stared at Shantian in a daze. Such a powerful body, so strong. Shieling Long's heart fluttered. What she witnessed was the purest form of physical strength. It was already rare to see that humans' physical strength could be on par with the ferocious beasts. Not to mention Shantian, a Nirvana practitioner, was overpowering that peak mighty prowess ferocious beast. Everything was simply unbelievable. No matter how knowledgeable Shieling Long was, she could not help but be astounded. Shantian had turned the ferocious beast's body into a sandbag, Shieling Long could not even penetrate it earlier. Shantian looked like an invincible god of war in his long Yuan divine armor, and the infatuated Princess Ling Long was staring at him blankly. Boom! Finally, the dragonfish could not endure Shantian's thrashing, and its body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that dispersed in the surroundings. In that instant, Shieling Long finally reacted, and the infatuation in her eyes also turned to astonishment. She had not been paying attention to the battle situation at all as she was only looking at Shantian's perfect figure. When she finally snapped back to her senses, the ferocious beast was already dead. "He's just too powerful. The Divine Firmament Saint was able to improve so much in just half a month?" Shieling Long suddenly felt that even her cousin might not be able to defeat Shantian. "Princess, why are you in such a place?" Shantian slowly descended. His breathing was stable, as if he had not had a high-intensity battle moments ago. In fact, that was the case. Shantian basically had not spent much strength as he had completely relied on his chaotic golden body ninth refinement stage to overpower that ferocious beast. Be it physical strength or speed, that dragonfish could not be compared to Shantian at all. It had been unable to defeat Shantian. Even after exposing its bone spikes, its lifeline, it could not resist at all. "Thank you, Saint, for saving me. I have come here to search for Penglai Island." Shieling Long thanked Shantian, and she did not conceal that she was searching for Penglai Island. If Shantian had not appeared, she might have been in danger. She could not win against that dragonfish after all. Fortuitous opportunities were nothing compared to one's life. Of course, Shantian's handsomeness was also a small part of Princess Ling Long's reason to tell him about Penglai Island. Of course, it was only an extremely small part of the reason. Penglai Island? Shantian raised his eyebrows. He had heard of Penglai Island before. According to rumors, this island was deep in North Sea and isolated from the outside world. It was also known as the Penglai Fairyland. Shieling Long nodded and said, "Rumors say that 10,000 years ago, the best tark in alchemy, the lotus tark, had lived in seclusion in Penglai Island. He would make pills to treat illnesses and save people from misery. I read a few ancient books, and they speculated that Penglai Island was in this region. So I decided to come and try my luck in Penglai Island to see if I can find the lotus tark's heritage." Shieling Long took out a yellowed map that recorded Penglai Island's location. "Would Brother Shen be willing to head to Penglai Island with me?" Shieling Long fixated her gaze on Shieling Long. "You are the one that found this map, so I'm afraid that it will be inappropriate for me to get involved," replied Shantian. If one were to invite others to explore a mystic realm together, then the fortuitous opportunities obtained would have to be shared. Princess Ling Long already had the map with Penglai Island's location, so she would naturally be able to find it shortly after. Therefore, it was no exaggeration to say that Princess Ling Long was completely giving treasures to Shantian for free by inviting him. Frankly speaking, although I know that Penglai Island is nearby, it's definitely not easy to enter an island where Tark had been living in seclusion. For example, I could only retreat if you had not helped me defeat that ferocious beast just now." Shilin Long looked at Shantian sincerely and said, "Also, Brother Shen is also an unprecedented son of Providence. I'll definitely be able to have bountiful gains if I travel with you." Shantian looked at Shilin Long's shining Providence halo. There was the scene of a fortuitous opportunity within it. Evidently, he would be able to freeload again if he followed her. His providence had decreased greatly when he had broken through previously. "I wonder how much providence I will recover after this trip. Since you've invited me, it will be impolite for me to decline." "All right, then we'll head out now." Shilin Long was instantly elated once Shantian accepted her invitation. She was originally worried that Shantian would reject her. After all, fortuitous opportunities were lying everywhere in wait for a son of Providence like him. In other words, there was no need for him to travel with her. However, after mentioning that there might be dangers in Penglai Island, Shantian agreed to travel with her. Weren't his intentions obvious enough? Shilin Long could not help but smile, and her pretty face even turned red like a tomato. "It must be because Brother Shen is worried about my safety, and he wants to protect me. Brother Shen definitely likes me. That's right, it makes me so full of happiness." Chapter 398, Astonished Lotus Tark. Three figures flashed across North Sea's depths. Strange. According to the map, Penglai Island should be around here. Why haven't we found it yet despite already traveling a whole round in this area? Shilin Long was frustrated as she looked at the old map. There was only the vast sea surrounding them and no sign of Penglai Island at all. "Brother Shen, please wait for a moment. We'll definitely be able to find Penglai Island when I figure out the direction." Shilin Long's face turned slightly red from embarrassment. She had originally been in high spirits when she invited Shantian to explore Penglai Island together. However, they had yet to even find where the Penglai Island was. It was too awkward. Seeing how Princess Ling Long was at a loss, Shantian could not help but shake his head and laugh inwardly. This woman is indeed a person with no sense of direction. About half a month had passed since Shilin Long had left Immortal Abode Island, but she still had not found Penglai Island. She had been randomly wandering around the sea, or else she would not have accidentally barged into the dragonfish's territory. "Princess, how about you let me take a look at the map," suggested Shantian. The sun would set if they continued delaying like this. All right." Shilin Long's face turned even redder as she hurriedly passed the map to Shantian. Shantian took the map, and his lips twitched as he looked at it. "How is this a map?" It was full of intersected lines, all entangled together. It looked like children's drawings. It would be a miracle if one would be able to find the way with that. "All right." Shantian definitely would not admit that he was also not very good at reading the map. However, that was not important. Shantian stuffed the map into his clothes, chose a direction, and said, "Follow me." After finishing, Shantian leapt and flew toward that direction. Princess Ling Long and Feng Wu hurriedly followed him. Shortly after, the three of them flew past thousands of miles before entering a region that had an abundance of spirit chi. White mist rose from the sea, making the area look dreamy and magical. This region looked just like a fairyland as sunlight shone onto the dense mist. It was a peculiar scene. An island could vaguely be seen floating behind the thick mist. "It's Penglai Island." Shilin Long was elated as they had finally found their destination. "Brother Shen is indeed amazing. You were able to decipher even such a difficult map." Shilin Long did not understand that map even though she had been looking at it for a long time. However, under Shantian's guidance, they had found Penglai Island shortly. His road-finding capability was just too powerful. Shantian could not help but smile upon hearing Shilin Long's praise. "It's all because of my high IQ. There's no map that I can't decipher." "All right." Actually, the reason Shantian had been able to find Penglai Island so quickly was due to the fortuitous opportunity map. Shilin Long's halo showed the fortuitous opportunity scene. Under normal circumstances, she would spend half a month slowly exploring the whole region before finding Penglai Island. Shantian did not want to waste time, so he directly skipped that process and located Penglai Island. The three of them passed through the thick mist and got closer to that island. Penglai Island was floating on top of the sea. It emitted rays of auspicious and grandeur light, making it seem magical and mystical. This was Penglai Island, aka Penglai Fairyland. According to rumors, the Lotus Tark lived here in seclusion because there's an abundance of spirit chi, and it's quiet and peaceful, just like a paradise. Also, Penglai Island's environment is very suitable for planting and nurturing various extremely precious spirit herbs. Therefore, we'll definitely have a bountiful gain here, explained Shilling Long. She had already done a lot of preparatory work before heading to Penglai Island. Shortly after, they arrived at Penglai Island. However, the scenery stunned them. The Penglai Island in front of them was not like a paradise at all. The place was filled with crumbling walls, ruined curbs, and collapsed platforms, as if an intense battle had broken out there, destroying everything and leaving ruins behind. The huge Penglai Island was in a state of devastation. How is this possible? Why has Penglai Island become like this? Shilling Long was astounded. The Tark's tomb had actually been reduced to a heap of rubbles? It was obvious that the island had experienced a fierce battle. It seemed that supreme beings had fought it out there, destroying the whole place in the process. This resulted in the collapse of mountains and destruction of the land. Even the spirit veins had all dried up, as if they had been forcibly sucked dry by someone, cutting off all sources of spirit chi in this land. Even Princess Ling Long could not help but be horrified by the sight. When the Lotus Tark was still alive, Penglai Island was isolated from the outer world, and no one dared to disturb him. "Who would have thought that it has become a land of ruins now?" exclaimed Shilling Long. No matter how many powerful beings had achieved the peak cultivation level and brought honor to the 5 regions in the past, they had all disappeared in the long river of time, unheard of by anyone. The reason Penglai Island was in such a state was probably that some people had come to this island beforehand and had already taken all the precious treasures. Shortly after, the 3 of them searched the whole Penglai Island. Besides some spirit herbs, which were left behind, there was nothing else. "Looks like we've come for nothing. Is it possible that others have already obtained the Lotus Tark's heritage?" Shilling Long felt that it was a pity as she had sincerely invited Shantian. She had originally wanted to share her most precious fortuitous opportunity with Shantian. Who would have thought that Penglai Island was already in ruins, and they basically had no gains? Sigh. How embarrassing. Seeing that Shilling Long seemed to be dispirited, Shantian smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since this is the Lotus Tark's last resting place, it shouldn't be this simple. The Lotus Tark is a powerful Tark, so how is it possible that he would let others easily obtain his heritage? Maybe what we're seeing is an illusion." Just like Immortal Abode Island, this was also a Tark's final resting place. However, in Immortal Abode Island's case, the most precious treasures and heritage were in the Golden Crow tomb. They had yet to find the Lotus Tark's tomb in Penglai Island, so it did not mean that others had obtained the heritage. What Brother Shen says makes sense. Shilling Long nodded. She also did not believe that others had already obtained the Lotus Tark's heritage. In the end, it was the heritage of the best Tark in alchemy, so if someone really had obtained it, that person would have definitely become famous in the whole 5 regions. It would be impossible for no news to spread at all. However, just where would the Lotus Tark's tomb be? Shilling Long was puzzled. They had already searched the whole Penglai Island, but they could not find the tomb at all. Not even a clue about the tomb was found. Shantian smiled and reminded, "It was said that the Lotus Tark was the manifestation of a lotus during cultivation. Then, according to the mutually generating relation of the 5 elements, water breeds wood, his tomb might be hidden underwater." Shantian had already known that the tomb was in the bottom of the sea from the fortuitous opportunity seen in Shilling Long's Providence halo. What Brother Shen says is right. Shilling Long's eyes lit up. She had not thought about it in such an aspect before. However, after being advised by Shantian, she was suddenly enlightened. "Then, let's take a look underwater." The 3 of them hurriedly dived below Penglai Island. North Sea was so deep the bottom could not be seen. The 3 of them swam deeper into the sea. As they swam further, the surrounding water pressure also became much stronger. That pressure was like there was a mountain pressing on one, overwhelming them so much that they would lose their breath. Shilling Long's face turned slightly red as her breathing became heavy. She seemed to be unable to endure that pressure. Although she was the Celestial Dynasty's princess, her physical strength was not that formidable. Currently, the water pressure had already reached a frightening degree that even normal heavenly venerables would find it difficult to endure. Feng Wu had even turned into her phoenix form so that her physical body would be greatly strengthened. Only then could she barely endure that pressure. At that moment, a splendid ray of light bloomed from within Shilling Long. A grotto heaven seemed to open behind her. A thick heavenly aura enshrouded it and overflowed with starlight as if it was a world of its own. It was the supreme avatar that Shieling Long's sage body possessed that could enhance herself. As that grotto heaven opened, the pressure on Shieling Long decreased greatly, and her breathing also returned to normal. On the contrary, Shantian was calm from the beginning. Even the immortal Phoenix Queen can overwhelm me, not to mention this trivial water pressure. Given his super-powerful physical body due to his chaotic golden body ninth refinement stage, the current water pressure was simply nothing to him. It could be said to be smooth sailing. The three of them quickly dived downward, and they reached 3,600,000 feet below sea level. Finally, a peculiar sight appeared in front of them. In the distance, a huge valley could be seen. That valley was extremely strange as weird stones that were hooked together surrounded it, thus forming an impregnable natural barrier. It looked just like a 12th-stage lotus flower blooming. The valley in the shape of a 12th-stage lotus flower seemed peculiar. Iota was created with such great craftsmanship that it seemed to be naturally formed. However, powerful nomological power surrounded it and actually blocked the surrounding seawater. No seawater could enter at all. We finally found it, with the lotus flower as the valley and the valley as the tablet. This should be the tomb. Shieling Long was elated. No wonder the Penglai island has already been plundered by people long ago, but the Lotus Tark's heritage is not obtained by anyone at all. Who could have expected that the Lotus Tark would actually build his tomb 3,600,000 feet below sea level? Not to mention this was not a place ordinary people could reach. Even normal heavenly venerables would find it difficult to dive this deep into the sea due to the heavy water pressure. After discovering their target, they quickly swam into the 12th-stage Lotus Flower Valley. A majestic ancient palace was floating in front of them. The thick ancient doors in front of the palace gave off the heavy atmosphere of the passing time. There was a magnificent and glittering tablet on top of the gates with the words Lotus Tark Tomb carved on it. The words were written vigorously, and one could sense an extremely powerful aura when looking at it. This is the Lotus Tark's tomb? Shieling Long looked at the palace in front of her, filled with astonishment. The tomb's majestic aura emitted was no weaker than the Golden Crowtark tomb at all. As expected of the Tark that was the best at alchemy 10,000 years ago, his tomb was indeed extraordinary. Rumble. The heavy gates gradually opened as if they had sensed the three of them, and a majestic order poured out suddenly. "Brother Shen, are we going to enter and take a look?" Shieling Long was bewildered. Their surroundings were too quiet, so quiet that it was strange. Not to mention that the tomb's gates actually opened by themselves, no keys were needed at all. It was as if it was saying, "I'm all prepared, come in." Well, they could not help but be on guard. It's okay, as the best Tark in alchemy, the Lotus Tark would create medicinal pills to treat illnesses and save people from misery before he ascended. He was renowned for his benevolence. Therefore, the Tark should be lenient and most likely would not set traps to harm others. Also, the Lotus Tark left this tomb to find his successor. There's no benefit for him if he harms those that enter. Shantian was calm and composed, with no sign of fear on his face. How could those who went out for experiential journeys to search for treasures and explore mystic realms be afraid of dangers? Did one need to be afraid when exploring just a trifling tomb? Anything was possible if one had legs to explore. Shieling Long admired Shantian's fearless attitude. As expected of Brother Shen. He's so calm and composed even in front of the tomb. I really feel super secure with Brother Shen beside me. The three of them walked forward and entered the tomb. Boom. Just when the three of them entered, the heavy gates suddenly closed shut. At the same time, an old voice echoed in everyone's mind. "Young cultivators, welcome. Finally, someone has entered my tomb after 10,000 years. You only need to pass my tests to obtain my heritage." That voice sounded ethereal, but it was extremely solemn, shocking them. Afterward, a figure appeared from nowhere. It was a gray-haired amiable-looking old man in green robes. He did not look like an unrivaled Tark but more like a kind old man. That figure was the best Tark in alchemy that would show compassion by saving others from misery, the Lotus Tark. "Senior Lotus Tark, we have come to inherit Senior's legacy in order to promote alchemy and assist others in times of distress." Shieling Long's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at the gray-haired old man in front of her. To have such a disposition, not bad. However, you need to pass 3 tests to obtain my heritage. Only after passing all 3 can you inherit my legacy. The Lotus Tark bowed slightly with a smile. "Senior Lotus Tark, we are willing to accept the tests." Shieling Long and Shantian nodded. The Lotus Tark spoke. All right. A peculiar power surged and enveloped the three of them. The first test is an assessment about the talent of your physical constitution. You need to have both supreme grade fire attribute and wood attribute constitution to be able to inherit my alchemy skills. Only then could one be able to cultivate my alchemy skills to the peak level. Only those with supreme grade fire attribute constitution would be able to control the fire and ensure the accuracy of successfully making the pill. Meanwhile, a supreme grade wood attribute constitution indicated a high affinity with the spirit herbs and ensured their medicinal effects could be fully maximized. Therefore, these two attributes were extremely important for one to reach the epitome of alchemy. The first one to be examined was Princess Linglong. A green light descended from the sky and instantly entered Linglong. You actually have the Linglong sage body and even signed the contract with that kid from the Phoenix race? You also have the Phoenix race's flame? Not bad, very good. The Lotus Tark nodded in satisfaction. The Linglong sage body was a supreme grade constitution formed from the mutation of three supreme grade spiritual roots, metal, wood, and earth. Not only would a person with such a constitution have a high affinity with all Deos, but her aptitude for enlightenment and foundation for cultivation would be greatly enhanced. It definitely satisfied the requirement of the supreme grade wood attribute constitution. Also, Linglong possessed the divine phoenix power within her that could activate the divine phoenix fire. Thus, it was also counted as her having the supreme grade fire attribute constitution. Linglong, who met the wood and fire attribute constitution criteria, was definitely counted as one of the successors that the Lotus Tark was quite satisfied with. The Lotus Tark smiled. He never expected the first person he met after waiting for 10,000 years to be so highly talented. Although it was not to the degree of him teaching her everything, it was already enough as a normal successor. The second person to be examined was Feng Wu, and the criteria were the same as before. The descendant of the immortal Phoenix race. You have the divine Phoenix fire. Not bad. The Lotus Tark touched his white mustache. The divine Phoenix fire was powerful and useful for creating pills. It was a pity her wood attribute talent was not enough and paled in comparison to Princess Linglong's. All right, it's your turn now. The Lotus Tark spoke as he turned to look at Shantian. Senior Lotus Tark, please examine me. Shantian cupped his hands together and allowed that green light to enter his body. WTF. A human body can actually accommodate 10 plus extraordinary items? Are you still human? It can't be that too much time has passed since I stored my remnant consciousness that it has expired? Fuck, you even have chaotic aura. Suddenly, the Lotus Tark's amiable and warm smile instantly disappeared. It was instead replaced by astonishment as if he had seen a ghost. He felt that he might be dreaming. Chapter 399, Lotus Tark, hit me with your full strength. Upon sensing the chaotic aura in Shantian's body, the Lotus Tark's body trembled, and he even pulled out a part of his white mustache. Your constitution is just too frightening. Not only are you able to accommodate over 10 extraordinary items, but you even dare to store something like the chaotic aura within you. The Lotus Tark took a deep breath as his eyes were filled with astonishment. As a powerful Tark, how could the Lotus Tark not know how terrifying the chaotic aura was? It was a power that even a Tark could not control. However, in the end, he actually saw it in the body of a Nirvana weakling. Not only did he have chaotic aura, but it was even merged with him. It was simply mind-blowing. Senior Lotus Tark, have I successfully passed the test? Shantian smiled with composure. What he had done was not simply merging the chaotic aura into his body. Before the innate chaotic body, even chaotic aura could only become his nourishment and be controlled by him as if it were his limbs. The Lotus Tark's mouth twitched. Aren't you a little freakish? Not only do you have 2 types of wood attribute extraordinary items, but you even have 3 types of supreme grade extraordinary fire. You're really born for alchemy. Also, the chaotic aura. It's something I have been pursuing my whole life. The Lotus Tark was overjoyed and shocked. Looks like I have extremely good luck. I never expected to be able to meet so many talented fated people the first time the tomb was activated. Not to mention Shantian's monstrous constitution. Just that girl's Linglong sage body would also be one of the top physical constitutions even in the era 100,000 years ago. Although that little phoenix from the immortal Phoenix race is slightly lacking as she does not have wood attribute energy, she's also quite talented. Is it possible that my alchemy heritage can finally be promoted and brought to a greater height of development? Your constitutions temporarily satisfied my requirements. Next is the second test. The second test will test your talent for alchemy. When learning alchemy, one will need not only the corresponding constitution but also talent in terms of alchemy. The lotus tark pretended to be calm as he explained the next test. There are 108 murals here that record 108 methods of creating pills. You have 3 days to study them all you want, and no one will disturb you in those 3 days. As long as you successfully learn enough methods of creating pills, I will acknowledge you. The lotus tark waved his hand, and instantly the surrounding scenery changed. A humongous stone wall floated in front of the three of them. 108 murals were carved on the stone wall, which recorded the 108 profound methods of creating pills. One had to know that the lotus tark was the best in alchemy, so his methods of creating pills were unmatched. They could definitely be compared to imperial sutras in terms of value. Those murals were carved with vivid images and surrounded by dense mist, making them seem extremely mysterious. 108 postures. Of creating pills? So many? Shantian frowned. He had never studied alchemy before, so he was not very clear about the ways of alchemy. However, to the cultivators in the 5 regions, the power of alchemy was unrivaled. Try imagining 2 cultivators battling it out to the death. Suppose both sides were heavily injured as they matched each other in strength, but then suddenly, one of them took out a pill and was completely healed. Wouldn't that make the other despair? That was not a pill but a second life. Of course, normal pills were quite useless to Shantian. He had the 5 elements vitalizing each other within him, so his recovery ability was unprecedented. He could be said to have a limitless mana buff. In addition, he had killed the leaders of Triple Light Divine Water and Nirvana Holy Liquid, which were both supreme-grade healing elixirs that did not pale in comparison to top pills at all. It could be said that Shantian did not need pills at all. However, Shantian still wanted those alchemy techniques. It was mainly because he had large amounts of spirit herbs from various mystic realms in his inner spatial ring. Those spirit herbs were so precious that even if he just took out one of them, other cultivators would fight for it and might. It could lead to a bloodbath and make blood flow like a river. However, those herbs were really not much of use to Shantian. Normally, he would just eat them as vegetables or fruits after a meal to wash away the greasy taste. Nonetheless, Shantian's eyes lit up when he saw these alchemy techniques. If he learned alchemy, then he would be able to make those spirit herbs into pills. They would definitely taste better after they were turned into pills rather than just eating them raw, right? Also, even if Shantian could not finish eating, he could give them to others. He could even gift them to other cultivators that were blessed by Providence if he ran into them in the future. Then it would be much simpler to freeload off them. At that thought, Shantian was instantly filled with eagerness. I'm definitely going to learn alchemy. The test begins. The surroundings suddenly became quiet after the lotus tark spoke. The 108 murals simultaneously emitted a slight amount of Tao that elaborated the most exquisite and ingenious alchemy techniques. Shilin Long was the first to sit down cross-legged. She stared straight at the murals on the stone wall and started studying them carefully. She kept on moving her hands to trace the scene of pill making, demonstrating the alchemy techniques in the murals. As she continued practicing, her proficiency in those alchemy techniques increased rapidly. Time passed by minutes and seconds, and she became more adept in using those alchemy techniques. Her posture looked elegant, as if it was compatible with the Tao of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Shilin Long shone brightly, and a dense pocket of void appeared behind her, glowing radiantly in all colors. That pocket of void seemed illusory as it kept on displaying the pill-making scenery, which made the divine light on Shilin Long shine even more brilliantly. Her fingers danced as she cultivated the alchemy technique, and the light enshrouding her made her look as if she was creating heaven and earth. She's quite talented. She has actually successfully comprehended the first mural in just 5 minutes. The lotus tark nodded. He could see that Shilin Long had some foundation in alchemy. Also, her Ling Long sage body had a high affinity with all chaos. I wonder how much she can learn in the end. The lotus tark's eyes were filled with anticipation. Those 108 murals contained all the alchemy techniques that he had learned in his lifetime. Each alchemy technique was unique, and they were all the best of the best. Normal cultivators would improve greatly if they learned even one of the techniques on the murals. Of course, the difficulty of cultivating those techniques was also extremely high. Even if Shilin Long had the Ling Long sage body, it was impossible for her to learn all of them within the specified time. However, it was already enough for her to benefit for a life if she was able to even learn 10 to 20% of them. I wonder how's that kid doing? Lotus Tark turned to look at Shantian, His eyes filled with strong anticipation. He really wanted to know just how high that young man's aptitude for enlightenment was. He only saw Shantian sitting in front of the murals and his body shining brightly as if he was a blazing sun. There was a humongous avatar behind him. Laws were surrounding that figure orderly as if all the chaos beneath heaven descended upon this place. The most frightening thing was that figure's movements, which were mysterious and unpredictable. His hands moved quickly, and he had already learned from the first to the fourth mural in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast it was unbelievable. Fuck, just what kind of monster is he? He has already reached the fourth mural in just 5 minutes? Also, if I did not see wrongly, he most likely did not know alchemy beforehand. Or else, he would not be that stiff when learning the first mural. That is to say, he's still a beginner? He's able to comprehend 4 of my supreme imperial level alchemy techniques the first time he's exposed to alchemy? It was definitely outrageous even if the lotus tark had shared the alchemy techniques willingly. The lotus tark even doubted himself when he saw Shantian's speed. Those 108 murals were the essence of his lifetime alchemy understanding. It could be said to be the peak alchemy heritage in the whole 5 regions known for its supremacy and mystery. His understanding of alchemy that he had spent 10,000 years to sort out was not something as easy as learning how to count. It's impossible for him to comprehend them so easily. This doesn't make sense. Shantian did not know that his speed of comprehending the alchemy techniques had already made the lotus tark doubt himself. Shantian was currently trying his best to activate his innate heavenly Tao eyes and trying to deduce and cultivate those alchemy techniques. Due to the innate constitution, he naturally had a high affinity with all chaos. Therefore, it would be a piece of cake for him to learn all cultivation techniques with his innate constitution. Thus, under the enhancement of his innate constitution, Shantian's speed of learning those alchemy techniques was so fast it was frightening. 5 murals. 10 murals. 15 murals. 107 murals. 108 murals. In the beginning, when Shantian was learning the first few murals, it could be said that Shantian was unfamiliar as he had just started studying alchemy. But as his understanding of alchemy deepened, his speed of enlightenment for those subsequent murals was even increasing. In just half a day, Shantian had learned all 108 murals completely. The lotus tark was completely stunned. "Senior lotus tark, I have finished learning all of them." Shantian stood up slowly, his eyes shining vaguely. The huge figure also completely disappeared and completely entered Shantian's body. That made Shantian's aura become denser, as if he was a powerful alchemist. In fact, it was indeed so. Those 108 murals that Shantian had learned were the lotus tark's lifelong knowledge. Just any one of those 108 alchemy techniques could surpass any normal alchemist with ease. Currently, Shantian had learned all 108, so he had directly achieved greater mastery in alchemy. He could even be compared to a mighty figure that had cultivated alchemy for thousands of years. If Shantian was willing, then any pill he created would cause countless cultivators in the 5 regions to fight for it. It would spark a bloodbath. "Well, you're not bad." The lotus tark licked his lips and pretended to be calm, but he was already in an uproar inside. Not only was Shantian not bad, but he was simply a monster. Even the lotus tark himself would not be able to learn all 108 alchemy techniques in just half a day. However, not only did Shantian successfully do so, but he actually reached the greater mastery stage? Just what kind of absurd speed was that? He was too fast. Men can't be so fast. Is it possible that this kid is not some nirvana weakling but a certain peerless prodigy from the celestial world? In that instant, Lotus Tark started doubting himself. He was even doubting whether or not his alchemy techniques had been secretly leaked and just nicely Shantian had obtained them. If not, what happened would be too unbelievable. The Lotus Tark could not figure it out at all. "You're quite talented, just slightly lacking as compared to when I was young." The Lotus Tark's face turned red as he said that to Shantian. "Senior, you're flattering me." Shantian smiled. He was practically a noob in alchemy, so he definitely deserved to be proud of himself if he was able to be compared to the Tark that was renowned as the best in alchemy 10,000 years ago, even if he paled in comparison. Anyway, he had just learned the techniques for fun. It would be fine if he was able to just make pills. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shilin Long felt gratified but also regretful when she awoke from the enlightenment state. Those 108 alchemy techniques were too profound. She was unable to learn all the alchemy techniques of the murals in 3 days, even with Erling Long's sage body. However, she did have a bountiful gain. After this bout of enlightenment, Shilin Long's alchemy skills had improved greatly and helped save at least 100 years of hard work. Not bad, you're quite good. You actually comprehended 49 alchemy techniques in just 3 days. The Lotus Tark revealed an amiable smile as he was extremely satisfied with Princess Linglong. She could be considered one of the top prodigies since she was able to comprehend 49 alchemy techniques. Even if she was compared to all the prodigies of the 5 regions, she would definitely be one of the top ones. Of course, the Lotus Tark excluded a certain unmatched genius. If she were to be compared with Shantian, not only Princess Linglong, even if a Tark was reborn, said Tark would become autistic from the chasm separating them. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Shilin was also overjoyed. It was naturally a good thing to be acknowledged by the Tark. She then asked as if she had suddenly thought of something, how about Brother Shen? How many did he comprehend? That kid comprehended all 108 murals on the first day. The Lotus Tark had a weird expression. Why did she ask such a question? You're asking for it. You can't blame me for it. The Lotus Tark originally thought that Princess Linglong would definitely be discouraged after learning about Shantian's ability and would feel frustrated from the setback. Of course, the Lotus Tark was a compassionate person, so he had specially changed the half a day to 1 day. This way, Linglong would not suffer too much of a setback. However, he was wrong. After hearing the Lotus Tark's words, Princess Linglong revealed an expression of happiness. She was even more overjoyed than when hearing herself being praised. He comprehended all 108 alchemy techniques in just 1 day? So awesome! As expected of Brother Shen. Princess Linglong revealed a brilliant smile. Since even a Tark has acknowledged Brother Shen's talent, my father would most likely not stop us. Then Linglong blushed as if she had thought of something. I'm so happy. Looking at Princess Linglong, who was letting her imagination run wild, the Lotus Tark broke out in cold sweat. Well, who knew how a remnant consciousness was able to perspire? Alright, now it's time for the third test. This third test is to test your combat talents. Although alchemy pays attention to creating pills, you need to ensure your own safety before you can save others. Thus, you only have the qualifications to help others if you are powerful enough. Or else, if because of gratitude and grudges or cause and effect, it would be difficult to save yourself, and you might even draw fire against yourself. The Lotus Tark sighed and revealed a shred of melancholy as if he had remembered some sorrowful event of the past. Seeing how the Lotus Tark was down, Shantian could not help but murmur inwardly. Is it possible that this Tark had encountered some medical disputes when he was young? Since such medical disputes occur anywhere, one must learn how to kill before learning how to save others. This third test is to battle with my clone. You can learn my cultivation techniques and martial arts through my clone. Although the Lotus Tark was known for his alchemy skills, no cultivator that had become a Tark in history was weak in terms of battle prowess. Dislike for battles did not mean one could not fight. Of course, I will limit the cultivation level of my clone to the same level as you. You only need to use your full strength and display what you have learned. Try your best to last in front of me, only then will I be able to judge your strength. As a Tark, even if his cultivation level was suppressed to the same level, it was enough to dominate the whole 5 regions. Shortly after, powerful energy enveloped the 3 of them. The scenery in front of Shantian changed, and the surroundings became a foggy space. Princess Linglong and Fang Wu had already disappeared. It was obvious that they were tested separately this time. Kid, your constitution and talent are quite good. However, you also need to pay attention to controlling your own strength in the path of alchemy. It's very important to control your strength within a precise range. A green figure slowly appeared in the sky, emitting a powerful aura. Azure green flames surrounded him, and there was even a humongous green lotus avatar behind him. That figure was the Lotus Tark. You need to control both fire and wood attribute power in alchemy. However, these 2 powers can not only be used to make pills and save people, but they can also bring out mighty battle strength. Today, I shall teach you how to activate your wood and fire attribute power to the maximum. The Lotus Tark's voice was serious and majestic. The azure green flames surrounding him suddenly surged. The blazing green flames soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds with a fearsome strength that could incinerate everything. The space started to become distorted and collapse under such a strength, burning into nothingness. The green lotus behind the Lotus Tark slowly bloomed, and its power could make even heaven and earth tremble. That 12th stage lotus bloomed, and green light shone radiantly, full of vigorous vitality that would energize people. Azure green flames soared into the sky and entangled with the 12th stage lotus, forming a huge lotus flower in green flames that looked just like a flaming lotus flower. "Use your full strength to attack me." Lotus Tark spoke coldly as he held the green fire lotus in his hands as if he was a fire god that descended. This request made Shantian feel awkward. "Senior, I shouldn't do such a thing." "Don't worry, you won't be able to injure me," said the Lotus Tark calmly. As a Tark, he had the confidence of being invincible among cultivators of the same cultivation level even if his cultivation level was suppressed to the nascent soul stage. As long as he was not careless, even experienced heavenly venerables would not be able to so much as harm a hair on his head. Although this young Nirvana fellow's constitution and talent are exceptional, it can't be he thinks he can harm me, right? It's too impolite. Shantian still shook his head as he felt he would be rude. The Lotus Tark said impatiently, "You shouldn't be this dilly-dally as a man. Use your full strength to hit me." Cultivators were fighting against the heavens for a slim chance of survival. Therefore, how could he trample over his peers if he could not even dare to attack the Lotus Tark's remnant consciousness? "All right then." Seeing that the Lotus Tark insisted, Shantian sighed. He took a deep breath and started to circulate his hidden strength. The extraordinary item's energy was mobilized, so it instantly made Shantian's aura extremely powerful. At that moment, endless fearsome avatars appeared behind Shantian, while blazing exceptional fires soared into the sky as if wanting to burn everything in their path. The three flames merged together and erupted, giving off an aura of destruction. Afterward, water surged like torrential waves, bringing about extremely violent energy. Following that, the power of wood, earth, and metal started to gush out non-stop. In that instant, Shantian unleashed all the strength of the extraordinary items within him. The power of 5 elements surged straight into the clouds, which made even the sky lose its color. There were even numerous avatars like Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Crimson Phoenix, Black Tortoise, Kunpeng, Peacock, and so on, soaring and dominating the sky. Even space was about to collapse due to the avatar's emergence. At the same time, Shantian's body exuded a magnificent golden and silver aura. The power of his chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage was unleashed to the maximum. Shantian then wore the divine firmament's divine armor. He looked extremely ethereal as he spread out his golden wings. The Lotus Tark's mouth could not help but twitch vigorously as he witnessed this scene. He originally thought that Shantian only had an impressive talent for alchemy. However, he never expected Shantian's battle strength to be so outrageous too. The strength of this fellow is comparable to a sage's. Is he really only a Nirvana practitioner? There's no such Nirvana practitioner. You must be joking. The Lotus Tark felt worried as his clone's cultivation level was at the nascent soul stage. Why do I feel like I might be unable to block his attack? The Lotus Tark was already feeling uneasy, but Shantian's battle intent had just been aroused. From Shantian's point of view, since the Lotus Tark had requested for him to use his full strength, he naturally had to respect the Lotus Tark's choice. Also, Shantian wanted to find out just how powerful a Tark was when in the same cultivation level. "I want to know how big the difference between me and a Tark is." At that thought, Shantian's battle prowess that had already reached the level of a sage instantly increased again and shot through the roof. God of War transformation. Shantian bellowed, and a blinding radiance exploded from within him. His extraordinary item's power merged as he circulated his God of War transformation cultivation technique. The 5 elements vitalized each other, so they gradually became one. The extraordinary item's power circulated in Shantian's body, which made him overflow with colorful light, and his aura had increased endlessly. Instantly, a lock of hair stood up on his head. The golden light Shantian emitted became even brighter, and the chaotic golden body 9th refinement stage power was unleashed to the maximum. At that instant, Shantian seemed to be truly a god of war that had descended. Both his appearance and battle prowess had reached the extreme. Shantian took a deep breath before looking toward the Lotus Tark. "Senior, please advise me." Chapter 400, Primordial Age Tark, Terrifying. The Lotus Tark felt like he was being assaulted on all fronts and was on the verge of a breakdown as he looked at the boundless avatar and felt Shantian's terrifying aura. Even though he had seen his fair share of extraordinary prodigies, he had never seen someone as freakishly powerful as him. Cultivation level at the Nirvana realm but exuding an aura that was akin to a sage's? Across all 5 regions in all of history, no one had ever been able to do that. There had been cases of Nirvana practitioners defeating heavenly venerables. It was not that uncommon. A very talented prodigy could do that. I can also accept it if you tell me that a heavenly venerable can defeat a sage. After all, there are extreme Tao heavenly venerables. But a Nirvana practitioner defeating a sage? I can easily conjure a lotus tark trigram fist with the flip of my hand. Everyone is beneath me. Those below the tribulation transcendence stage are just insignificant ants to me. The difference between a Nirvana practitioner and a sage is extremely wide. It's as wide as the gulf between heaven and earth. Insurmountable. But now, the lotus tark really wished to give himself one tight slap to wake himself up? Don't tell me I have been in hibernation for too long, and my eyes don't work properly anymore? This aura. PFFFTTT. Why do I feel a sense of panic? Shantian looked at the lotus tark and stepped forward. As he strode forward, his avatars followed suit. Divine beasts roared, and the earth shook. With every single step he took, even the fabrics of space could not bear the pressure of his power. It started to collapse. Shantian's current aura was already at peak levels. He wanted to activate his most powerful state to battle this tark. To see who would win. Sky-smashing bomb. Shantian gave a low shout as he raised his right hand. The extraordinary item's power surged toward it and erupted in a dazzling light. A massive handprint over 1,000 feet wide appeared in mid-air. The 5 elements swirled around it as it exuded a hair-raising aura. The massive handprint suddenly shot out and covered the entire sky in an instant. The immense pressure was like a divine army had descended. My friend. The lotus tark wanted to say something along the lines of "we should espouse peace and harmony," or "a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists," but the massive handprint was already coming straight down, its aura shaking the entire region. Boom. A loud boom rang out. The surrounding fabrics of space collapsed, revealing large patches of the void. The laws of nature had been completely disrupted, and those holes failed to mend on their own. The lotus tark was instantly smashed. The mighty force of that single strike was just mind-blowing. After watching the lotus tark disintegrate after his strike, Shantian scratched his head innocently. A great tark. Smashed to death just like that by a single smack? Yep, battle trick. This must be some battle trick. Rumble. Suddenly the fabrics of space shook violently, and a green aura rose. A green lotus blossomed in midair and exuded intensely powerful vitality. As the green lotus bloomed, a green figure strode out of the flower's center. It was the lotus tark, and he looked rather pallid. Young man, you are so immoral. You carried out a sneak attack on a 10,000-year-old senior citizen like me. According to traditional sparring rules, both parties have to be prepared before the battle starts. You made your move before we announced the battle had started. I was too careless and didn't duck. But according to the rules, that was not right. Young man, don't do that next time. As if feeling rather embarrassed, the lotus tark turned slightly red as he nagged. Shantian scratched his head. Senior, I already said earlier. The lotus tark snorted. I wasn't ready just now. The earlier round doesn't count. We will fight again when I am ready. Are you kidding? How can I possibly acknowledge such a thing? He was a great tark. How could this Nirvana kid destroy one of his clones? Won't it be a great loss of face for me if news of this got out? Kid, I am going to be serious now. If you know what's good for you, you better give it your all. In order to regain his dignity, the lotus tark was prepared to get serious this time. His aura blazed again with a green flame, and a 12th stage lotus avatar erupted behind him. The boundless lotus morphed into a green divine light and shot towards Shantian. Pay close attention. This is my ultimate move. Red fire burns the sky. The lotus tark hollered as the green flame inside his body erupted and barreled into the skies. The scorching green flames morphed into a giant flaming lotus. It engulfed the entire space as if going to incinerate everything here. This was a magic flame created by the lotus tark's peerless cultivation. He had cultivated it for 10,000 years, and its power was on par with the exceptional fires. Just in time. Shantian's eyes glowed as his Kanate Heavenly Dawai activated. It was like he wanted to analyze the move. Phoenix descends from the heavens. A scorching phoenix avatar suddenly appeared behind Shantian. It was 1,000 feet high and very magnificent. At the same time, The Nanming Li fire and True Sun fire surged powerfully as they swirled around the Phoenix avatar. This made the Phoenix avatar appear even more formidable and mighty. Thereafter, the Phoenix spread open its wings and descended from the heavens to collide with the green flame. The entire sky was lit in fire. A tremendous booming sound rang out, shattering the fabrics of space as fire incinerated it all. The entire sky became like a sea of fire, burning and searing. Young man, your fire energy is pretty potent. That's youth for you. I am sure you don't usually exert that much fire, right? Continue this way. Let me tell you, preserve your pure yang body and cultivate to become stronger. For example, I am already 10,000 years old, but I still practice my sky-propping pillar technique every morning right after I wake up. The Lotus Tark's constant chatter echoed across the endless fire. Yep, he was blabbering to cover his own shock and avoid being embarrassed. It must be said that not only was Shantian's battle prowess astonishing, but his mastery of fire had also surpassed the Lotus Tark's expectations. And the fires in Shantian's control were exceptional fires. One of them was even the True Sun fire, ranked second on the exceptional fire list. It was extremely powerful. After being enhanced by the Divine Phoenix Imperial Sutra, the Nanming Li fire and True Sun fire powers had been pushed to the maximum. Moreover, there was a third exceptional fire inside Shantian's body. The Divine Phoenix Eternal Flame. Although it was just a small flame now, its power was likewise extraordinary. The three exceptional fires together made a very formidable team. Even the Tark's green flame was unable to fend against them and kept shrinking. Meanwhile, the Divine Phoenix Eternal Flame inside Shantian's body grew increasingly stronger as it engulfed the Tark's green flame. Boom! The fire dissipated after a loud boom rang out. The Lotus Tark quickly drew back the rest of the green flames. He looked very pained. My green flame. He never expected that more than half of his green flame, which he had cultivated for 10,000 years, would end up being consumed in this battle. If he hadn't withdrawn in time, the rest of his green flame would end up as fodder for the exceptional fires. The Lotus Tark couldn't help grumbling on the inside. Never mind that you have three exceptional fires. You can even merge all three together to produce an even more powerful effect? What kind of flame would be able to hold itself against such power? So unreasonable. This kid didn't come to participate in the test. He is here to provoke me. Sob. Lotus Heavenly Transformation. As powerful as Shantian was, the Lotus Tark still had an image to maintain. He was a great Tark. How could he lose to a junior? The Lotus Tark struck again. His 12th stage Lotus avatar surged wildly, covering the entire sky. This was the Lotus power of the Lotus Tark. It was rumored that the Lotus Tark had once been a Lotus 10,000 years ago. He had managed to transcend and transform into a great Tark. This Lotus power was his most powerful and most fundamental power. The Lotus Tark was going all out now. The entire sky and earth were immersed in flames. Scoundrel, watch out. As the Lotus Tark spoke, he activated his Lotus power, which pressed down heavily on the earth. The 12th stage Lotus expanded and surged, and tens of thousands of light beams shot out in all directions. The skies were slashed by those light beams, exposing large patches of the void. Every single beam was created by the Lotus power to form multiple lotuses, all descending from the sky. These lotuses were exceptionally beautiful but also possessed a terrifying force. At that moment, heaven and earth underwent a major transformation. Across the endless skies, there were only lotuses, claiming their stake in the vaults of heaven. Shantian's innate heavenly Tao eyes sparkled as he witnessed this scene. A divine light shot out of those eyes. I was pressed down by that immortal Phoenix Queen for half a month previously, and I already feel so aggrieved by that. But that is the sage-level immortal Phoenix Queen, after all. I could not resist. Now, you wish to suppress me, even though we are at the same level? No way. No way in hell. I was born free. Who dares to stand on top of me? Shantian clenched his fist, and light burst out. A massive hammer appeared in his hand. Its aura was so mighty that it shook the entire region. Senior Lotus Tark, be careful. I am going to give my all now. Shantian straightened his body, and his aura sparkled like the stars in the galaxy. Rays of silver-white light swirled around the massive hammer, making it look like a silver sun. It smashed mightily toward the lotus in the air. Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers, star-smashing hammer. Shantian hollered as his hammer radiated with terrifying power. It was like a divine mountain from ancient times. It smashed straight into the lotus in the sky. Boom! A thunderous boom shook the skies. The hammer and lotus collided, erupting with boundless divine energy. That colossal lotus started to dissipate from the immense pressure. At that moment, the fabrics of space started to disintegrate, releasing a terrifying amount of energy. This test space was being shattered. Even the heavens would sit up and take note now. Brother Shen has reappeared. Shilin Long called out softly inside the tomb. Her test had ended much earlier, and she had been waiting for a long time. Shilin Long felt a great sense of joy and relief upon seeing Shantian reappear. However, her petite mouth formed an O shape when she noticed the ravaged remnants of space because of his battle. Brother Shen is so awesome! Even Senior Lotus Tark cannot subdue him. Shilin Long was very shocked. She had gone through the test earlier, so she was well aware of just how powerful the Lotus Tark was. Even though he had been suppressed to the nascent soul stage, Shilin Long had not been able to beat him. Shilin Long had been defeated within just 100 moves. On top of that, during the entire sparring, the Lotus Tark had been giving her pointers. His main goal had not been to defeat her. Otherwise, Shilin Long would probably have been defeated within 10 moves. The Tark's battle prowess and experience were just too great. It was clear that Shantian had been able to hold himself well against the Lotus Tark's clone. Evidently, his power was such that he could even rule the world now. Brother Shen, go for it. Shilin Long cheered as she transformed into Shantian's fangirl. Upon noticing something, Shilin Long was somewhat curious. This clone of Senior Lotus Tark. Why is it so much more powerful than the one from my test? This kid becomes stronger the more he battles? Meanwhile, the battle continued to rage, and the Lotus Tark cursed wildly. He personally controlled the 12th stage Lotus and could clearly feel just how powerful the hammer was. Its power was enough to shatter the skies and churn the seas. It was an immensely destructive power. Even when giving his all, the Lotus Tark felt somewhat unable to hold on. Meanwhile, Shantian's desire to battle surged. It had been a long time since he had engaged in such an exciting battle. This was a rare chance to fight against a same-level Tark. Moreover, Shantian wanted to see just how far his limits went. Heavenly Wilderness 36 Hammers, Moon Lifting Hammer, Blazing Sun Hammer, Clear Sky Hammer, Wild Wind Hammer, Dragon's Hammer. Hammer after hammer, Shantian dialed up the intensity of his strikes to the maximum. Supported by the God of War transformation, his battle prowess was now enough to suppress a sage who had undergone 3 tribulations. Even if against a true sage, who had undergone 4 tribulations, he would probably also be able to hold his ground. Rumble. The mighty and indomitable hammer was as terrifying as the sun. It descended from the skies and smashed down on the Lotus Tark. Lotus Cauldron. Feeling the fearsome power of Shantian's attack, the Lotus Tark had no time to think about anything else. The lotus in the sky transformed into a great green-colored cauldron. It sat there in mid-air, completely covering the sky. A blazing green fire burned inside the cauldron, and the flames formed the faint images of countless lotuses. It was like a divine cauldron that was brewing some peerless elixir. Light from the green cauldron shone down on the Lotus Tark, forming a solid green cauldron avatar in front of him, steadfastly protecting him. Clang. 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 Tremendous clanging sounds echoed through the air. Terrifying energy waves spread out across the area, dispelling the green aura which had engulfed the space. 2 figures were revealed, both still standing in mid-air and exuding indomitable energy. Shantian's Ocean Divine Hammer was still giving off a faint hum as if it was still excited from the earlier fight. However, the Lotus Tark looked somewhat stiff. This kid is so freakish. Is he on drugs? If I didn't secretly raise my cultivation level to peak soul formation stage, I would not have been able to hold myself at all. The Lotus Tark started to have doubts as to the meaning of life now. He alone knew just how terrifying Shantian's powers were. If he had restrained his clone's cultivation level to the nascent soul stage, he would have been destroyed by Shantian in one move. And even though he had raised his cultivation level to peak soul formation stage, the Lotus Tark still had not had the slightest advantage. It should be pointed out that the Lotus Tark's current battle prowess was enough to easily defeat a normal sage who had undergone 3 tribulations. But in front of Shantian, he could barely survive. More importantly, this kid seemed very untamed. The moment the Lotus Tark had revealed the slightest intention to subdue him, he would be met with the most aggressive and uncontrolled retaliation. The lotus tark was nearly at breaking point as the hammer repeatedly landed upon him. This kid is able to beat a sage while at the nirvana realm. The lotus tark shook his head. Even though I didn't win, luckily, I didn't lose either. I just managed to maintain my dignity. The battle had not ended yet, however. Shantian shook his head as he gazed at the colossal green cauldron. Not even a single crack appeared despite over 100 hammer strikes. This made Shantian feel that he was not powerful enough. In that case, I have no choice but to use my trump card. Shantian took a deep breath, and his eyes glowed even more fiercely. At that moment, the power of all the extraordinary items surged into his body and toward the executing heaven sword inside his lungs. Clang! The bright, clear ring of a sword rang out. A blood-red blade light erupted as if it was going to slice the skies in half. Under the crimson glow, a blood-red sword appeared in Shantian's hand. The moment the sword was drawn, Shantian looked like an almighty sword immortal. His aura was sharp and harsh to the extreme. The sword aura easily sliced through the fabrics of space, disintegrating it to nothing. Behind him, a boundless sword aura surged right up to the heavens. A 10,000 sword avatar appeared as limitless sword intent swirled around it. The limitless sword intent gathered to form a magnificent giant sword hovering over the earth as if about to slice the entire world in half. Shantian's already powerful aura went up another level with the appearance of this executing heaven sword. The lotus tark shuddered at the sight. This kid still has a trump card? The corners of the lotus tark's mouth twitched wildly. Shantian's earlier attack already had him under immense pressure. That's not all? That's not all? Are you the illegitimate son of the heavenly Tao? Stop. No more fighting. The lotus tark hurriedly shouted for Shantian to stop. If they continued fighting, he would have to activate his sage-level power just to hold on. Senior, what's the matter? Shantian kept his executing heaven sword, the terrifying sword intent gradually fading off. Your powers are pretty good. I am only the remnants of a divine consciousness and cannot display my full powers. But it is already a rare feat for you to be able to fight on par with my current state. I think you are probably not far off from when I was younger. To be able to be on par with me at the same level, you are already considered very good. The lotus tark's face flushed slightly red as he looked at Shantian. Are you kidding me? Do you really think I will fight a nirvana practitioner using my sage powers? That would be so embarrassing. I still need to maintain my dignity. The lotus tark gave an inward sigh of exasperation and self-mockery. Well. The main reason was that the lotus tark was afraid of exposing himself. If he did battle as a sage-level practitioner, he would definitely incur sage-level arts, and that would be very difficult to hide. It would be very obvious. If anyone found out that a great tark had to use sage-level powers to fight a nirvana cultivator, it would be a great loss of face to the lotus tark. Shantian muttered to himself after listening to the lotus tark's words, I am indeed not powerful enough. Didn't expect the tark to be so powerful during his younger days. Looks like I must work harder at cultivation. Princess Ling Long had a very strange expression on her face. Brother Shen's battle with Senior Lotus Tark looked like a sage level 1. Fighting on par with a sage while at the Nirvana realm? This is like a level 1 hero beating a level 15 opponent. Unimaginable. As far as Princess Ling Long knew, she had never heard stories of the Tark being so powerful when he was young. Anyway, she really couldn't be sure. After all, the Lotus Tark was from the Primordial Age. What did the Primordial Age mean? The Ancient Age was 10,000 years ago, the Primordial Age was 100,000 years ago, and the Antiquity Age was 1,000,000 years ago. Most of the books and legacies left behind in this world now were from within 10,000 years ago. And those from ancient times were already considered very precious. Not to mention items from the Primordial Age. Most of those legacies had already been erased by the sands of time. Even the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty did not have a good understanding of the Primordial Age. At least, Princess Ling Long did not have much of an opportunity to come into contact with things from the Primordial and Antiquity Ages. But was the young Tark from the Primordial Age really that powerful? Princess Ling Long still felt that. It was rather unbelievable. Chapter 401, Lotus Tark's Inheritance, Chaotic Sky Mending Pill. I hereby announce that the test has officially ended. As if afraid that Shantian would continue to attack, the Lotus Tark hurriedly announced the end of the third round. Only then did Shantian withdraw the half-drawn executing heaven sword back into his lungs with dissatisfaction. Sigh, I have just taken it out. Why did it end so quickly? It felt like I didn't have a good time. The lotus tark's eyes were filled with emotions as he looked at Shantian and Shilling Long. He had earned a lot from this. Although the process had been a little bumpy, he was still very satisfied with the final outcome. He had not expected that he would encounter such a talented successor during the opening of the tomb after 100,000 years. Both Shantian and Shilling Long were very compatible with the inheritance of the alchemy Tao. Princess Ling Long's foundation was already top tier, and coupled with her extraordinary perception, she had learned a total of 49 alchemy techniques in just 3 days. Furthermore, she had even obtained the Lotus Tark's true inheritance during the final test. As such, she could be considered half a successor to the Lotus Tark. As for Shantian, needless to say, this brat was completely a monster. Even though the Lotus Tark was one of the top geniuses of the 5 regions, he had never seen someone with such terrifying talent. Even an immortal king would doubt their life when they encountered Shantian. Since all of you have passed the test left behind by me, you can obtain my inheritance. I hope that all of you will focus on your cultivation and bring my legacy to greater heights. I hope that all of you will help contribute to this world. Before the Lotus Tark had ascended, he had been known as a savior to many. Even though he had already ascended, he did not want his inheritance to fall into desolation. I will definitely bring Senior's alchemy skills to greater heights and help the common people. I will not let Senior down. Shantian and Shilling Long cupped their hands and spoke solemnly. Toward this publicly acknowledged #1 alchemist, they had nothing but respect for him. There were very few people who could stay true to themselves in this chaotic world. It was even rarer for one to care about the lives of mortals in troubled times. The Lotus Tark was worthy of their respect. I'm glad that you guys have such a disposition. The Lotus Tark nodded. He began to announce the rewards that the two of them had obtained with a benevolent expression. Shilling Long has received a high evaluation from the 3 tests. She can thus obtain half of my sutra and a top-tier sage herb. The Lotus Tark flicked his sleeves as a streak of green light entered Shilling Long's body. It had to be said that the Lotus Tark was quite generous. There were 2 main classics in his legacies, the Lotus Tark's 100 Herb Sutra and the Lotus Tark's Pill Mystic Sutra. The Lotus Tark's 100 Herb Sutra recorded the appearance, medicinal properties, habitable environment, and cultivation methods of almost all the rare herbs in the 5 regions in detail. Just by relying on the information recorded in it, not only would one be able to cultivate top-tier spirit medicines with half the effort, but they would also be able to cultivate them with twice the results. In fact, with this sutra, one would even have a higher chance of finding supreme-grade sage herbs in mystic realms. As for the Lotus Tark's Pill Mystic Sutra, it not only recorded the Lotus Tark's alchemy experience, but it also contained a secret technique that used alchemy to increase one's cultivation level. Not only did it contain an alchemy technique, but it was also a cultivation technique, not weaker than any imperial sutras. Sensing the inherited memories that appeared in her mind, Shilling Long's heart skipped a beat as she said happily, "Thank you, Senior Lotus Tark." As the Celestial Dynasty's princess, how could Shilling Long not know what these 2 inheritances meant? The reason the Lotus Tark was able to become the #1 alchemy emperor was closely related to these 2 sutras. Now, just obtaining the first half of these 2 inheritances was enough to excite Shilling Long. In time, if she could fully comprehend the 2 half-sutras, her alchemy skills would reach the peak in the 5 regions. Half of a sutra was enough to create a supreme cultivator that excelled in alchemy. This was the ability of the #1 alchemy Tark. Furthermore, the reward given by the Lotus Tark included a sage herb. A beam of light descended from the sky, bringing with it an incomparably intense vitality as if it could revive all living things. Spiritual energy flourished, making this world feel as if a sea of spiritual energy surrounded it. The light slowly descended and hovered in Shilling Long's hand, revealing its true appearance. It was a lotus seed, completely golden in color as if it was made from gold. It was releasing incomparably powerful vitality. Surging vitality coiled around the lotus seed, and it drew out the phenomena of numerous azure lotuses surrounding it. The scene seemed extremely miraculous, and it was obvious with a single glance that it was a top-grade sage herb. This lotus seed was produced by a 12th-stage lotus. Its effects are equivalent to a sage herb. You can also plant it with care, and perhaps it might even become a new lotus. The Lotus Tark slowly explained the origins of this golden lotus seed. Shilling Long nodded and carefully put away the lotus seed. Top-grade sage herbs were extremely precious, not even inferior to sage artifacts. If it was spread to the outside world, it would cause a commotion in the 5 regions. Even sages would be tempted by it. As soon as the lotus seed entered her hands, an incomparably abundant spiritual ore immediately surged into her body, causing divine ore to blossom on her, appearing extremely mystical. It was as if she would immediately become an immortal upon consuming this lotus seed. However, Xi Long knew that only by refining it into a spirit pill could it unleash its full potential. Thus, Xi Long suppressed the impulse in her heart and put away the lotus seed. Seeing this, the lotus tark nodded slightly. If one could not even resist the temptation of a sage herb, how could one talk about reaching the pinnacle of alchemy? Then, the lotus tark turned to look at Shantian. Shantian was indifferently looking at the lotus seed with no hint of desire in his eyes. This also caused the lotus tark's evaluation of Shantian to secretly increase. This sage herb would tempt even sages, yet he was completely unmoved. Merely this sort of disposition was sufficient to move one's heart. However, what the lotus tark didn't know was that Shantian had a basket of such sage herbs in his pocket. Well, using the term basket didn't seem appropriate. The term baskets would be more appropriate. If it weren't for the fact that he was sick of eating too much of such sage herbs, Shantian's desire for alchemy skills wouldn't have been so urgent. After all, if he were to change the taste and ingredients, the supplements he consumed would be more delicious. It was basically hopeless to expect Shantian to drool over the lotus seed. After all, would one drool over the radishes all over one's vegetable field? Of course, the lotus tark didn't know how rich Shantian was. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke to Shantian. Little friend's talent is peerless, even surpassing little girl Ling Long's. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, there have been only a handful of people with talent like yours. Of course, your talent is only slightly worse than when I was young. The lotus tark's face turned red as he said this, but he quickly concealed it. Young friend, you have received an extremely high evaluation in all 3 tests and are thus able to obtain all of my inheritance and treasures. At this point, the lotus tark was stunned. Although he spoke stubbornly, the lotus tark was already convinced by Shantian. Regardless of whether it was his physique, talent, or battle prowess, Shantian had completely surpassed that of the lotus tark's imagination. Thus, the lotus tark decided to impart everything he had to Shantian. He felt that Shantian's future was limitless. Perhaps he could walk an unprecedented and limitless path that no one had taken. If that was the case, handing his inheritance to Shantian would be a good thing. Perhaps 10,000 years later, his alchemy skills would be glorified and passed down in the 5 regions or even the celestial world. At that thought, the lotus tark raised his hand, and another green light entered Shantian's body. It also contained the lotus tark's sutras, but Shantian's inheritance was the complete Pill Mystic Sutra and 100 Herb Sutra. Compared to the inheritance that Princess Ling Long received, Shantian's was even more perfect and precious. Although it was only the addition of the second half of the sutras, its value was completely different from merely the incomplete first half. After all, there was a huge difference between a complete imperial sutra and an incomplete one. It could even be 10 times stronger. After sensing the new memories in his mind, Shantian's eyes dimmed. He already knew the uses of these 2 sutras. These 2 sutras were meant to complement each other. The former could create countless supreme-grade treasured herbs. On the other hand, the latter was able to combine these precious herbs through alchemy, allowing their medicinal effects to be fully maximized. If this was spread in a sacred ground, it would not take long for said sacred ground's strength to increase greatly. It had to be said that he really did need these things. With these sutras, Shantian could better strengthen the divine firmament sacred ground. Just imagine this, if the divine firmament sacred ground obtained the sutras, they could establish a structured industrial chain that allowed them to plant sage herbs and cultivate pills to aid the disciples' cultivation. At that time, the endless supply of pills would allow the disciples' strength to increase tremendously. When the disciples' strength increased, they could then go out to search for resources and hand them over to the sacred ground in exchange for more spirit pills, using them to repay the sacred ground. This was all interconnected and would form a complete ecosystem by itself. It would definitely increase the divine firmament sacred ground's strength greatly, far exceeding that of the other sacred grounds. Shantian could also use this opportunity to start his sheep fleecing plan. After all, it was better to grow the sheep well before fleecing them. Shantian cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you, Senior Lotus Tark." The Lotus Tark's inheritance was indeed a good thing for him. "My legacy is far more than that." The Lotus Tark was very pleased to see Shantian accept the inheritance. "This is my Lotus token. It can be used to control Penglai Island's array formation. The Lotus Tark took out a green token and handed it to Shantian. Senior Lotus Tark, this Lotus token. Shantian scratched his head. This Lotus token didn't seem to be of much use, and he was not one who collected tokens. At present, Penglai Island seemed to be in dire straits. Even its spirit veins had been forcibly taken away by someone. The spirit chi had dried up, and it had become a scene of desolation. As if sensing Shantian's thoughts, the Lotus Tark raised his white beard. Don't underestimate Penglai Island. Before I ascended, I left behind a shocking spirit refining array on Penglai Island. At that time, Penglai Island was at its peak. Even the Tarks didn't dare to step into it. Upon saying that, the Lotus Tark's face was filled with pride. Although he was the #1 alchemist Tark 100,000 years ago, this did not mean that the Lotus Tark's battle prowess was weak. On the contrary, the Lotus Tark's strongest offensive strength lay in his ability to craft array formations. If one wanted to refine pills, they had to use various alchemy techniques to draw out different formations and smelt the ingredients into pills. Only then could the medicinal properties of the pills be stimulated to the extreme. Therefore, the Lotus Tark was not only the #1 alchemist Tark but also an array formation expert. Senior Lotus Tark, why did Penglai Island end up like this? According to the Lotus Tark, Penglai Island once had a heaven-shaking array formation. If so, ordinary thieves would not dare to even invade it. When he had entered Penglai Island, he had indeed seen traces of the array. It was just that it was damaged and no longer possessed any power. But what exactly caused Penglai Island's array formation to shatter? The Lotus Tark's face turned slightly red as he said, "This was just an accident. If this Tark hadn't left for some matters back then and hadn't taken charge of Penglai, why would I?" At this point, the Lotus Tark's eyes could not help but throb. It was evident that an earth-shattering battle had taken place on Penglai Island. Even the Lotus Tark's array formation had been shattered. All right. Let's not talk about the past. The Lotus Tark said calmly, "Although Penglai Island can be said to be desolate, my tomb is still intact. If you encounter an invincible existence in the future, you can come to my tomb to hide. Not even ordinary Tarks can break through this place." The Lotus Tark's tomb was his proudest creation. It was located in the deep sea hundreds of thousands of feet below and hadn't been discovered for 100,000 years. It could absolutely be called breathtaking. Shantian nodded slightly as he caressed the Lotus token in his hand. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Even though Penglai Island had been abandoned, it was still an immortal island. Since it was an island, he should properly develop it and make it useful. The outside world had rumors saying that Penglai Island was a utopia. If I were to modify this place and advertise it, wouldn't the beach, coconuts, yachts, and bikinis attract a lot of attention? At that time, I will develop it to become a tourist spot and sell some spirit pills. Wouldn't I earn a fortune then? Just thinking about it makes me happy. Good idea, let's do it. Anyway, Immortal Abode Island will also be developed in such a manner. In that case, I will become the owner of 2 islands. Double the number of islands means double the happiness. Awesome. These 2 items were used by me in the past to fan the flames and refine pills. I'm giving them to you now, lad. The Lotus Tark took out 2 more items, a cauldron, and a fan. However, they were no ordinary cauldron or fan. The cauldron was completely dark green, and it was inscribed with numerous divine markings that were filled with exuberant vitality. It was as if life was flowing within the divine markings, and it seemed extremely mysterious. The fan, on the other hand, was incomparably large. It was gilded and had the shape of a banana leaf. Similarly, there were also divine patterns of the Great Tao engraved on it, emitting an incomparably fierce aura. Even the surrounding void was distorted. These were the 2 pseudo-Tark artifacts that the Lotus Tark had left in the 5 regions when he ascended. They were the Lotus Tark cauldron and the banana fan. Ever since the Lotus Tark had been born, the Lotus Tark cauldron had been fighting alongside him for many years. It had refined countless spirit pills and had also absorbed the essence of numerous living things, allowing this cauldron to give birth to an aura filled with life. If one were to use this cauldron to refine spirit pills, their success rate would greatly increase. It could even increase the spirit pills' effects. This was considered a precious treasure for alchemists. The banana fan was equally impressive. It had been created by the Lotus Tark when he had visited the Kunlun mystic realm. He had obtained a heaven and earth spirit treasure with his supreme cultivation at that point in time and used it to craft the fan. This treasure he had obtained was the moon essence leaf, which possessed great divine might. Shantian did not expect that the lotus tark would even take out these two pseudo-tark artifacts. This was truly a pleasant surprise for him. Shantian hadn't seen these things when Shilin Long was getting her rewards. "Kid, there's something I need you to complete." The lotus tark stepped forward again and looked at Shantian with a hopeful look. At this point, Shantian finally understood why the lotus tark was so generous. Not only did he give him the lotus token, but he had also given him two pseudo-tark artifacts. "So it turns out that he had something to ask of me. Senior, please speak. This junior will definitely do his best." Shantian was too embarrassed to refuse. Furthermore, the lotus tark had always been benevolent and compassionate. He probably wouldn't make any dangerous requests that would risk my life. "I still have a tark herb here with me." After the lotus tark finished speaking, he took a 12th-stage lotus out of his sleeve. The lotus gave off a phenomenon similar to when he had given Shilin Long the seed earlier. It also contained a surging aura. Endless rays of light coiled around the lotus, and it seemed like a supreme treasure that was born from the chaos. The appearance of the 12th-stage lotus caused the entire tomb to be filled with intense vitality. It instantly seemed to be brimming with divinity and refreshed the mind. Green light rushed into the heavens, covering the heavens and earth and making the surroundings sink into endless radiance. As expected of a tark herb, just the rare phenomenon it produced was shocking enough. Even Shantian was a little dazed. After all, he did not have such a great of a herb in his collection. "Yes, I want to eat it." The lotus tark looked at the 12th-stage lotus in his hand and sighed. "Initially, I wanted to use this 12th-stage lotus to refine a supreme spirit pill, the chaotic sky-mending pill. Unfortunately, the refinement requirements for it were extremely difficult. It can only be refined by a supreme divine fire that is contaminated with chaotic aura. Back then, I went to the Chaos Ocean to try to refine a stream of chaotic aura. However, in the end, I still failed. This has since been my lifelong regret. You have a unique physique and can even store chaotic aura in your body. Therefore, I sincerely hope that one day, you will be able to refine the chaotic sky-mending pill." At this point, the lotus tark's sigh grew louder. How could he easily control the forbidden chaotic aura? When the lotus tark had used his supreme cultivation to refine the chaotic aura, he had nearly been severely injured by it. For tens of thousands of years, he had been unable to get over it. However, although the lotus tark saw a sliver of a chance with Shantian's appearance, he didn't dare to have too much hope. Being able to contain chaotic aura in one's body and refining it were two completely different concepts. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The lotus tark only hoped that Shantian would one day be able to refine the chaotic aura and refine the chaotic sky-mending pill. After all, given Shantian's freakish physique, perhaps he could create a miracle? This could also fulfill his lifelong wish. However, when Shantian heard the lotus tark's words, his expression turned strange. How could such a simple matter be delayed? "Senior Lotus Tark, I have the confidence to refine the chaotic sky-mending pill now." Shantian was brimming with confidence, but the lotus tark looked doubtful. "Kid, don't try to show off. Refining the chaotic aura is no joke. Although you have a unique physique that allows you to store chaotic aura, refining it is not so easy. Otherwise, if you were to suffer the backlash from the chaotic aura, your body might even be destroyed." Before the lotus tark could finish speaking, Shantian slowly extended his hand as a silvery white light swirled out. The light was hazy and seemed ordinary, but it also emitted a shocking aura. The light was clearly the chaotic aura. How is this possible? How can this kid control the chaotic aura? Even though the lotus tark had a stable mentality, he was still shocked when he saw the chaotic aura. It couldn't be helped. This was simply too frightening. Since ancient times, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to control the chaotic aura. There were no records of it in the ancient books. The lotus tark had also guessed from the chaotic sky-mending pill that there might have been more powerful existences who had successfully refined the chaotic aura in the distant primordial era. If not for this, such a pill recipe would definitely not have been left behind. However, it was just a guess. There was no basis for it. But now, Shantian was able to perfectly control the chaotic aura without letting any leak out. While the lotus tark was shocked, he was also filled with anticipation. If Shantian could really control the chaotic aura and supplement it with the three powerful exceptional fires in his body, doesn't that mean that there is really a chance he can refine the supreme pill? My lifelong wish is about to be fulfilled in front of my own eyes? Chapter 402, The Number One Alchemist Tark turned autistic today. Shantian sat cross-legged in the tomb. He held an ancient pill recipe in his hand as golden light flickered in his eyes. The Kannate Heavenly Tao I focused on the pill formula and saw through all illusions, solving all the mysteries of the pill formula. It was clear that right now, Shantian planned to refine the unmatched pill, the chaotic sky-mending pill. According to the lotus tark, the chaotic sky-mending pill originated from the Antiquity Age and was created by a supreme being from ancient times. Ever since the Antiquity Age, the chaotic sky-mending pill had never reappeared in this world. If it wasn't for the fact that the lotus tark was in control of this pill recipe, everyone would think that it was fake and a scam. After all, the refinement requirements for the chaotic sky-mending pill were too harsh. Even the number one alchemist Tark of 100,000 years ago could not refine it, let alone those in the mortal world. However, this chaotic sky-mending pill possessed miraculous effects. Rumor had it that the chaotic sky-mending pill was a pill that defied the heavens and changed one's fate. It could seize the fortune of the heavens and the earth and invade the mysteries of the sun and moon. Even the heavenly Tao didn't allow it to exist in this world. Its function was to ignore everything to increase one's constitution and aptitude. It could make up for one's flaws and build a perfect constitution for one. The root of one's bones and talent for comprehension were inherently fixed. It was very difficult to improve them. All precious pills that could increase one's constitution and comprehension talent were considered rare treasures. Moreover, the higher the cultivation of a cultivator, the more difficult it was to increase one's foundation and comprehension ability. After all, after a building was built, it would be even more difficult to consolidate the foundation than before. However, the chaotic sky-mending pill did not have such restrictions. It could greatly increase the talent of even a tribulation transcendence cultivator. One's cultivation base would not affect the pill's efficacy. This was also its most monstrous aspect. After all, most of the precious spirit pills and even sacred medicines in the 5 regions could hardly raise the talent of cultivators above the tribulation transcendence stage. At most, they could only raise their cultivation slightly. The chaotic sky-mending pill's appearance was to make up for the congenital deficiencies and allow one to become perfect. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it could absolutely be considered as defying the heavens and changing one's fate. I'd like to see just what's so special about this pill. The light in Shantian's eyes became increasingly brilliant. With the help of the Kannate Heavenly Tao, even the pill formula from the Antiquity Age was easily comprehended by him. Numerous phenomena suddenly arose behind Shantian, reflecting a terrifying might. The Nanming Li fire surged out and turned into a curtain of flames that covered the sky. Beneath this curtain of fire, 10 blazing golden suns rose up. The true sun fire came out in full force, and the 10 suns that covered the sky shook the heaven and earth, enveloping the surroundings under the endless scorching sun. Not just that, but there was also a burst of scarlet light shooting out of Shantian's body. A scarlet phoenix image spread its wings and soared into the sky, sweeping through the 9 skies and revealing a phoenix image that spanned 1,000 feet. After the previous battle, the indestructible divine phoenix eternal flame in Shantian's body had grown stronger and was not much weaker than the other 2 types of exceptional fires. 3 flames shot out at the same time, burning the space behind Shantian into nothingness and constructing an endless fire domain. Condense. Shantian shouted and formed a hand seal. Instantly, 3 blazing flames surged. Dazzling flames covered the heavens, causing the heavens and the earth to fall into boundless flames. Even the void was burned by the 3 exceptional fires, revealing a terrifying dark void. However, in the darkness, 3 flames rose up, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the surroundings. Under Shantian's control, the 3 exceptional fires intertwined and slowly fused together. An incomparably terrifying aura emitted from the flames, enough to burn a heavenly venerable to ashes. In the end, everything calmed down. The 3-colored flame flickered incessantly in the air. It looked ordinary, but it contained an aura that could make even sages palpitate. But this was far from the end. This tricolored flame alone was not enough. If he wanted to refine the chaotic sky-mending pill, he had to use a supreme divine fire tainted by the chaotic aura. Primal chaos energy flourished from Shantian's body, swirling around him and creating a hazy scene. At that moment, Shantian's body became sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved from jade. Divine light radiated from his body, and dense multicolored light lingered in the air. Under the control of the Kannate chaotic body, The violent chaotic aura became extremely docile and was easily controlled by him. Shantian's hand seals changed once again. A chaotic aura erupted from the surface of his body and transformed into a silver-white waterfall that charged toward the three-colored flame. Boom! A loud sound of impact rang out. Intense flames spewed out as the three-colored flame and chaotic aura coiled together, creating a terrifying phenomenon. Outside the three-colored flame, the chaotic aura was like a huge abyssal mouth that swallowed all the flames. Violent energy swept through heaven and earth, causing massive tracts of space to shatter and tear apart. These were two extremely violent forces, and their collision could even shatter the sky. Suppress. Shantian let out a roar and controlled the chaotic aura to merge the three flames. The chaotic aura instantly enveloped the three-colored flame, and the two fused together. Finally, it formed an unprecedented flame. It was still a three-colored flame. However, there was a layer of silver-white chaotic aura on its surface. It looked very magical. However, the aura of the newborn flame was far more terrifying than before. Even the weaker sages would be incinerated into ashes upon coming into contact with this flame. Finally done. Shantian withdrew his power and heaved a long sigh of relief. Fusing the chaotic aura with his exceptional fires to form the chaotic exceptional fire was not that simple. There was a great terror hidden within. Even the slightest bit of carelessness could trigger an outbreak of the exceptional fires or the chaotic aura, resulting in a terrifying backlash. Only by balancing everything would he be able to completely control this power. Thankfully, Shantian had a strong foundation, and he could control the chaotic aura completely with his innate chaotic body. By using the chaotic Tinder Sutra to control the power of the three exceptional fires, one would be able to merge the primal chaotic aura with the three-colored flame and produce the chaotic exceptional fire. That brat actually really did it. The lotus Tark's body trembled as he stared intently at the three-colored chaotic flame in front of Shantian, unwilling to look away for even a moment. As the #1 alchemist Tark, how could the lotus Tark not know what this flame meant? This flame's power was limitless. It was able to instantly melt spirit herbs into their essence. Not only could it greatly reduce the smelting time, but it could also burn away all impurities and increase the purity of the spirit pill. Most importantly, the chaotic exceptional fire could allow the pill to have a hint of the chaotic spirit energy. And this was also the key to allowing the cultivator who consumed the pill to defy the heavens, change their fate and raise their aptitude. This flame was the dream of all alchemists. Although the lotus Tark was experienced and knowledgeable, his eyes were still filled with envy when he saw the three-colored chaotic flame. If he had this kind of flame back then, his alchemy skills would definitely have improved by another level. No, 2 levels. 3 levels. 4 levels. 5 levels. Where did this lemony odor come from? The lotus Tark's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt his heart ache. At that moment, a green light appeared before Shantian. The green light transformed into a gigantic cauldron that stood guard in the void and emitted a surging aura. It was the lotus Tark cauldron, the inheritance he had just gotten from the lotus Tark. Although it was only a pseudo-Tark artifact, as the lotus Tark had always been using it, it was definitely no less useful than a true Tark artifact. If this cauldron was used to refine the chaotic sky-mending pill, it could greatly increase the quality of the pill. Even if he used the divine sun cauldron to refine the pill, the effects might not be better than the lotus Tark cauldron. Moreover, the consumption of energy was incomparable to that of a pseudo-Tark artifact. Shantian didn't want to be emptied out by a Tark artifact. After all, he was feeling a little weak right now. Rise. Shantian waved his hand, and the lotus Tark cauldron's lid shot into the sky. An azure light flashed past. Then, the three-colored chaotic flame surged out and gathered in the lotus Tark cauldron. In that instant, the green cauldron became incomparably scarlet red, as if it was a piece of iron that was scorching to the extreme, the temperature incomparably terrifying. However, as streaks of azure green laws burst forth, the lotus Tark cauldron's temperature dropped rapidly and returned to its original state. Shantian's eyes lit up. The lotus Tark cauldron was definitely a good item. It could even control its own temperature. After all, it was a pseudo-Tark artifact. Furthermore, it had been nurtured by the lotus Tark for 100,000 years and had been refined by 10,000 flames. It could be said to be indestructible. If it were other cauldrons, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this chaotic tricolored flame and would be blown up by the powerful force of it immediately upon contact. Then, Shantian activated his storage ring and took several spirit herbs and sage herbs out of it. These were all the herbs that the lotus tark had prepared 100,000 years ago for the refinement of the chaotic sky-mending pill. As soon as these spirit and sage herbs appeared, extremely dense spirit chi filled the air. They were all extremely precious herbs. Among them, there were many existences that weren't inferior to the green lotus seeds, causing Princess Ling Long's eyes to be filled with envy. Shantian, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. He still had a lot of pills and sage herbs in his storage ring. He was sick of them. The reason he wanted to learn alchemy was... he shall not say it anymore. Moreover, when refining the chaotic sky-mending pill, these things were not the main ingredient. They were just the supplementary ingredients. A huge pile of extremely precious spirit and sage herbs was thrown into the lotus tark cauldron. Under the engulfment of the chaotic tricolored flame, the herbs instantly melted and turned into a pool of extremely pure spirit liquid. Under Shantian's precise control, the spirit liquid wasn't melted by the flames. Instead, it was continuously refined and purged of impurities. At the same time, the endless mysterious power of laws imprinted itself on the spirit liquid, forming incomparably resplendent chaotic symbols, as if it could defy the heavens and change fate. Upon seeing this, Ling Long couldn't help but cry out, "Brother Shen is so awesome!" She also knew that Shantian had never been exposed to alchemy before and could be considered a newbie. It was Shantian's first time refining pills. However, the alchemy skills he displayed were not inferior to the great wilderness celestial dynasty's alchemist sages. In fact, he even surpassed them. "DCH, it's all thanks to my guidance," the lotus tark said smugly and did not blush at all. After inheriting the lotus tark's inheritance, Shantian was considered half a successor to him. Now that he had brought his legacy to greater heights, the lotus tark felt extremely proud. The spirit liquid was tempered to the point of being crystalline and translucent in next to no time, and there wasn't the slightest impurity left within it. "Go!" Shantian waved his hand, and the brilliant 12th-stage lotus flew toward the lotus tark cauldron. As soon as the lotus appeared, multicolored light overflowed and instantly interweaved with the chaotic three-colored flame. A terrifying scene appeared in the lotus tark cauldron, causing the entire area to erupt with a violent aura. This was a stalk of tark herb and was filled with endless power. Even a mighty figure that had cultivated alchemy for thousands of years might not be able to smelt all of them. However, Shantian's expression did not change. His hands danced rapidly and were filled with a mystical glow. This was the lotus tark's 108 middle-ranking pill refinement technique. Under Shantian's control, it kept changing, forming, and inserting array formations into the lotus tark cauldron. At that moment, Shantian was like an alchemist overlord, refining supreme pills with miraculous techniques. Under Shantian's control, the chaotic exceptional fire in the lotus tark cauldron slowly refined the 12th-stage lotus in an extremely stable manner. Laws outlined the 12th-stage lotus as phantom blue lotuses appeared around it as if they wanted to suppress the world. However, under the burning of the chaotic tricolored flame, it slowly disintegrated, turning into drops of pure, jade-green spirit liquid. Flames filled the sky, and the void trembled. Even the void created by the tark could not withstand the flame and was about to be torn apart. Can this kid really refine the supreme pill? The lotus tark's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. The chaotic sky-mending pill recipe had been passed down from the antiquity age and was extremely profound. Even if Shantian had the primordial flames, he was not completely confident that he could succeed. Not only did one have to have the chaotic exceptional fire, but they also had to be extremely precise when it came to controlling the heat, drawing the array formation, fusing the pill, and forming the pill. The slightest mistake could lead to failure. It was fine if he failed normally, but it would be a waste of the tark herb. To a tark, it was not a loss that he could not bear. However, if this pill refinement failed, it would be extremely dangerous. After all, this was the chaotic divine fire that had been refined with the power of a tark herb. Once the cauldron exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, the lotus tark became more vigilant and wary of anything that might happen. "I believe Brother Shantian will definitely succeed," Princess Ling Long muttered to herself. She believed Shantian would succeed. Because he was her brother Shantian. He was the son of Providence that had never been seen before. He was also very handsome. Ling Long's eyes flickered with confidence. 3 days passed in a flash. Even if the chaotic exceptional fire was used to refine the supreme pill, it would still take a long time. During these 3 days, the tark-level lotus was finally dissolved into 12 drops of pure spirit liquid. These 12 drops of liquid were extremely large and were the size of a human head. They contained an extremely dense energy each. However, to the chaotic sky-mending pill, this spirit liquid was not pure enough. In order to refine it into a pill, it would have to undergo continuous tempering and purification to remove all the impurities in it. Of course, to the vast majority of cultivators, these so-called impurities were simply peerless divine medicines that they could only wish for. Even if one were to casually consume some of it, it would be sufficient for one's cultivation to improve greatly. Time to add more fire. Shantian's aura erupted once again upon seeing this. Even the chaotic exceptional fire in the cauldron became increasingly violent. Flames surged, completely covering the 12 drops of spirit liquid. Chaotic symbols appeared, completely entering the drops of spirit liquid. The 12 drops of liquid emitted an extremely bright light as if they were resonating with the chaotic exceptional fire, drawing out divine patterns. However, the process was very slow. Even a chaotic exceptional fire would take a long time to refine a tark herb to its limit. 18 days later. Under the powerful tempering of the chaotic exceptional fire, the 12 drops of the tark-level spirit liquid were finally completely refined, becoming increasingly translucent and sparkling. Divine light curled around them, containing an intense aura of life. Shantian finally smiled upon seeing this. His face was slightly pale, and his breathing had weakened. Yes, I've exhausted myself to near death. Who would have thought that refining a pill would actually need so much yang fire that my body is so weak now? Before I refine any pills next time, I have to abstain for a period. Otherwise, I won't have enough firepower. Shantian grumbled in his heart, but his hands didn't stop moving as he carried out the finishing touches. Pill formation. Shantian quickly changed his technique and used 108 techniques to activate the chaotic exceptional fire. He sent the supplementary herb's essence into the 12 drops of spirit liquid, and the two gradually merged. Under the refinement of the chaotic exceptional fire, the 12 drops of liquid that were originally the size of a human head were now only the size of a longan. The medicinal effect was being refined and purified. It was transforming from the postnatal realm into the connate realm and absorbing the traces of the chaotic spiritual aura that came from the chaotic exceptional fire. And this was also the key to the chaotic sky-mending pill's ability to reverse one's innate talent. For a time, the lotus tark cauldron shook violently, shooting out endless rays of light. The shape of 12 pills appeared faintly in the cauldron. The pills are about to be formed. A powerful aura exploded from the lotus tark's body, forming supreme laws that enveloped the area where Shantian was. Once a supreme pill was formed, it would trigger a great change in the nearby surroundings. The supreme pill might be sensed by the great Tao of heaven and earth and bring about a great calamity. Fortunately, this was the lotus tark's tomb, and it was isolated from the rest of the world. Furthermore, with the lotus tark, the number one alchemist tark present, he naturally would not allow such a situation to happen. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Even the space created by the lotus tark could not help but tremble and shatter. But by this time, the fluctuations had calmed down. The lotus tark cauldron slowly opened, releasing a strong fragrance. It was an extremely powerful aura of life that refreshed one's heart and mind, causing the pores all over one's body to open wide and involuntarily want to absorb this energy. He has really succeeded. The lotus tark's body trembled. He had never imagined that Shantian would really be able to refine the chaotic sky-mending pill. This was his life's long cherished wish and regret. And now, it has actually been realized by Shantian. Senior Lotus Tark, I have not let you down. I have finally refined the chaotic sky-mending pill. Shantian picked up the shrunken Lotus Tark cauldron with a smile and walked out. There were 12 perfectly round green pills within the cauldron, and green light coiled around them to form a mystical appearance. Numerous azure lotus images coiled around the 12 pills, and they erupted with surging auras as if they were born from the chaos and were filled with miraculous effects. The legendary supreme medicinal pill, the chaotic sky-mending pill, had finally reappeared in the world. Not bad, lad. You've learned the essence of my teachings. The lotus tark looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Even as the number one alchemist tark, he had never seen a human with such terrifying talent. It was one thing for him to be able to control the chaotic aura because of his unique physique, but he could refine a supreme pill on his first attempt? Stop messing around. Do you think that refining pills is like refining pig oil on the streets? I have cultivated the alchemy Tao for 100,000 years. Even if I can control the chaotic exceptional fire, I am not confident that I can successfully refine the chaotic sky-mending pill. Yet in the end, a junior who had only cultivated alchemy for a few days managed to succeed? On top of that, he refined it in one go? The lotus tark placed his hands behind his back and kept drawing circles. What's there to say? I am the lotus tark, and I have gone autistic. Chapter 403, Is the sky-mending pill some fake medicine? A thick floral fragrance flooded the lotus tark's tomb. Everyone crowded around the lotus tark's cauldron, staring at the 12 sky-mending pills inside. Are these the chaotic sky-mending pills? The lotus tark swallowed hard as he couldn't help sighing on the inside. The 12 pills inside the cauldron were plump and crystalline and exuded a very light, clean fragrance. Lines of runes ran across the surface of those pills, filled with spiritual harmony as if life itself was streaming inside them. These were clearly peerless pills cultivated by a level of providence that surpassed even heaven's will. After the chaotic exceptional fire's refinement and absorbing chaotic spirit energy, the effects of these chaotic sky-mending pills would be enough to change one's destiny. This grade of pill was beyond this mortal world. Even if the lotus tark was in peak form and could control the chaotic exceptional fire, he might not be able to cultivate this kind of divine pill. Brother Shen is so awesome! Princess Ling Long's face was filled with adoration and worship. Even the tark was unable to cultivate such a peerless pill, but Brother Shen was able to do it. Doesn't this mean that Brother Shen is even more powerful than the tark? PFFFTTT. Not only is Brother Shen extremely handsome, but he is also exceptionally talented. For the future of the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty, no matter what, I must entice Brother Shen over to our side. Even if I have to sacrifice my body, I am willing. Princess Ling Long's face subconsciously grew red as she quietly promised herself. But why is Brother Shen staring at me? Don't tell me Brother Shen wants to. If Brother Shen wants it, I will give it to him. And more. Upon feeling Shantian's searing eager gaze, Princess Ling Long's face grew even redder. Yes, Shantian was not looking at the chaotic sky-mending pill. Instead, he was looking at Princess Ling Long's Providence halo on top of her head. According to past experience, as long as he gained a great fortuitous opportunity together with a child of Providence, both of their providence would be increased. Now that the lotus tark's legacy had been achieved, why was the halo above Princess Ling Long's head still unchanged? Ever since a large portion of his providence had been shaved, he had been very down on his luck. I must raise my providence, or there's no way I can survive. At that moment, there was a sudden change in Princess Ling Long's providence halo. Her formerly pale purple providence halo gradually turned a darker shade of purple. The purple glow became more profound, looking like a dazzling purple sun. Meanwhile, Shantian instantly felt very relaxed and soothed all over. Increasing. Increasing. My providence is finally increasing. The formerly pale gold providence halo on top of Shantian's head also glowed brighter. The dazzling golden glow moved in mighty waves, changing Shantian's providence halo into a yellow-gold color. It did not return to what it was before, but it made Shantian feel more confident now. After all, when one's providence was at downtrodden levels, there was no sense of security at all. At least now it had recovered some. Next up, he had to buck up and leverage off more fortuitous opportunities. That's what I will do. Before my providence returns to previous levels, I must continue to harvest. Senior Lotus Tark, let's share these chaotic sky-mending pills equally. Shantian decided to share these chaotic sky-mending pills equally. If a normal person managed to obtain these destiny-changing peerless pills, they would definitely keep them all for themselves. After all, these were very precious Tark-level pills and were absolutely priceless. It would be an insult to those pills to exchange for Sage-level artifacts. Across all the cultivators in the 5 regions, no one could resist the temptation. But Shantian had no intention of monopolizing everything. His personal values would not allow that. If the Lotus Tark had not provided the recipe for the chaotic sky-mending pill in the 12th stage Lotus, he would never have been able to refine the Tark-level chaotic sky-mending pill. Shantian was not the kind of person to forget a good turn. He would never monopolize these chaotic sky-mending pills. Moreover, these chaotic sky-mending pills might not be that useful to him. According to the recipe, one of the effects was to raise one's foundation and ability to decipher things, as well as to mend any physical deficiencies, to make one's body perfect. However, only the first dose would be effective. After all, this was a destiny-changing pill. One could not possibly use it without any limits. Given Shantian's current constitution, whether it was his foundation or ability to decipher things, he was already at peak levels. There was not much more space for improvement. This chaotic sky-mending pill would not be of much use to him. Surprise flashed across the lotus tark's eyes. "My friend, you are so generous. You are willing to give away this tark-level pill." Not bad at all. A tark-level pill was no common item. It was the kind of peerless pill that would stir the heart of a great tark and drive sages mad. Even a wealthy family in the primordial age would not dare to be so extravagant as to give away such a tark-level pill. And this was a tark-level pill that could enhance one's foundation and ability to decipher things. Even amongst other tark-level pills, it was considered a supreme great item and was priceless. But Shantian had suggested sharing it equally. The lotus tark was very pleased. "Senior, you are too kind in your praise. Being down to earth has always been one of the key points in the path of cultivation. Pills are just superficial things, a supplement. When one's body is strong on its own, that is true power. Moreover, pills are meant for people to use. We must use it in a way that will maximize the results." Shantian smiled, his eyes firm and resolute. "What a sensible boy you are. But this pill is of no use to me. I am just the remnants of a soul and cannot use it. You should keep it for yourself." The lotus tark smiled. He could see that Shantian was a true man. He was not greedy for treasures and was full of good, upright morals. He is definitely worthy of receiving my legacy. "Ling Long, according to our earlier agreement, we will share all fortuitous opportunities. I cannot share the legacies Senior Lotus Tark passed on without his permission. But for these chaotic sky-mending pills, we can share them equally. Since the Lotus Tark had no use for them, I can give them to Princess Ling Long." This was someone who had a purple Providence halo. A daughter of Providence. He had previously managed to leverage off her Providence, and things had turned out great. His own Providence had been much boosted. It would do him good to fatten her up now so that her Providence would rub off him in the future. Yep, just a very chaste rubbing. No wayward thoughts, please. Shantian took out 6 chaotic sky-mending pills and handed them to Princess Ling Long. "Brother Shen, I cannot accept them. This is Brother Shen's fortuitous opportunity. How can you give me so many? You are the one who refined these chaotic sky-mending pills, and they should belong to you. Brother Shen, please take them back." Princess Ling Long hurriedly rejected him, her face blushing red. She was truly embarrassed to accept so many. She was not trying to put up a false show. In Princess Ling Long's opinion, if Shantian had not led the way, she might not have been able to find the tomb. She was already very satisfied with obtaining half of the Lotus Tark's legacy. Now, Shantian was still going to give her these Tark-level pills. Princess Ling Long felt very moved. She also seemed to realize something. Brother Shen is so good to me. He is even giving me Tark-level pills just like that. Don't tell me he likes me. Yep, it must be because he likes me that he treats me so well. So happy. Princess Ling Long blushed pink as she continued to daydream. Shantian scratched his head when he heard Princess Ling Long's refusal. What's going on? Why is everyone rejecting these free fortuitous opportunities? At that moment, the Lotus Tark spoke up. "Young girl, these chaotic sky-mending pills are very useful to you. They can transform your physical body. Take them. Also, if you don't take these chaotic sky-mending pills, you will never be able to catch up to this kid." The corners of the Lotus Tark's mouth twitched when he witnessed Princess Ling Long's refusal. Who is this silly girl? Rejecting such a great fortuitous opportunity when it is being handed to her just like that? Is her family too rich? They have too many resources? It should be pointed out this was not your usual herb that could just be plucked off the roadside. This is the destiny-changing Tark-level pill. When did this Tark-level pill become so worthless? No one wants it even when it is being given for free? The Lotus Tark felt like his entire worldview was on the brink of collapse. This young girl had gotten half his legacy and could be considered half his heir. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to speak up. He could care less. So foolish. Ah, all right then. Brother Shen, just give me one then. Princess Ling Long was shocked at the mention that Shantian might progress too far ahead for her to catch up. Senior Lotus Tark was right. Shantian's innate talent was too powerful. He would definitely dominate the 5 regions in the future and be unsurpassable. If I don't raise my own power, I will never match up to Brother Shen. What if there are some other cheap sluts wanting to snatch him from me? I must take action. No way. I must raise my power so that I can be by Brother Shen's side. Princess Ling Long's eyes were full of determination as she held the chaotic sky-mending pill. From today onward, I must become stronger. Alright, you guys refine this chaotic sky-mending pill first. I will help you set up a protection array. The Lotus Tark spoke up. He also wanted to see just how effective this chaotic sky-mending pill would be. After all, this was a peerless pill handed down from the Antiquity Age. It possessed heaven-defying powers. Even the Lotus Tark was very curious just how powerful it would be. Thank you, Senior Lotus Tark. Shantian and Princess Ling Long nodded and thanked the Lotus Tark for his kindness. Princess Ling Long wanted to quickly improve her power and talent so that she could catch up to Shantian. So why did Shantian agree to it? The main reason was that he was greedy. While gazing at the glistening, plump chaotic sky-mending pills, which exuded a clear fragrance, he couldn't help licking his lips. Even though he did not have much use for these pills, they looked delicious. Shantian had learned pill refining because he wanted a change in taste. Now that he had this Tark-level pill right before him, he should at least have a taste. I have never eaten a Tark-level pill before. I have worked so hard for the past 2 weeks. I cannot let myself have worked for free. The two of them soon consumed one chaotic sky-mending pill each. Princess Ling Long sat down cross-legged and shut her eyes to start refining the pill. Meanwhile, Shantian's eyes lit up after he swallowed that pill. Taste is not bad. It tastes like chocolate with a lotus paste core. I ate it too fast just now. I didn't get a chance to fully appreciate the flavor. Shall I have another one? Shantian felt quite tempted as he gazed at the remaining 10 chaotic sky-mending pills. The corners of the Lotus Tark's mouth twitched. What do you take this Tark-level pill for? A street-side snack? A chocolate with a lotus paste core? What's that? Sounds rather delicious. No, this is a pill. A Tark-level pill, alright. Who eats a Tark-level pill like a street-side snack? Ahem, young man, one cannot consume too much of this chaotic sky-mending pill. You better quickly start refining now to benefit from its effects. The Lotus Tark quickly reminded Shantian when he saw that he really intended to eat another pill. A Tark-level pill was very powerful. Just one was enough for a sage to refine for many years. Take Princess Ling Long, for example. She could barely refine 1/1000th of the Tark-level pill she had just consumed. The remaining pill would be stored inside her body, to be gradually refined and absorbed as her cultivation level increased. At the same time, it would quietly continue to improve her constitution and benefit her future cultivation. Such a powerful Tark-level pill. And you treat it as a sweet. You have barely swallowed the first one, and you already want another? Aren't you worried about your body exploding? Although with this kid's freakish constitution, I reckon that he won't explode after eating two. Even so, he shouldn't be so wasteful. Eating a Tark-level pill like candy? Just the thought of it made the Lotus Tark's heart ache. Shantian scratched his head. He felt that the Lotus Tark's words were rather sensible. Therefore, he sat down cross-legged and started to refine the Tark-level pill. Shantian also wanted to see just how much this chaotic sky-mending pill could help him. Time passed by the minute and second. Princess Ling Long soon refined the pill to the maximum level possible for now. At her current level, it was not possible for her to completely refine the chaotic sky-mending pill. Her physical body was soon filled to the brim, and the excess pill essence spread across her body to be stored. As her cultivation progressed in the future, her body would naturally continue to gradually absorb the rest of the pill. But this pill was enough to let Princess Ling Long's cultivation constitution improve by more than one level. It was definitely enough to completely transform her. Not just that, Princess Ling Long's cultivation level would also increase more quickly because of that. After all, this was a Tark-level pill. Even though its main effect was not to increase one's cultivation level, it would still greatly improve Princess Ling Long's cultivation level. A dazzling light erupted from Princess Ling Long's body. The dazzling light swirled and enveloped her entire body, making her look very mystical. A boundless aura erupted from Princess Ling Long, shaking the entire earth. Magical rays crisscrossed to form a miraculous image. Behind Princess Ling Long, A blazing grotto heaven rose up, surrounded by an enigmatic mist and possessing a powerful might. Enhanced by the chaotic sky-mending pill, Linglong's body was undergoing an obvious transformation. Boom! A loud boom rang out. Princess Linglong's body shook violently as divine light surfaced from her body as if about to expand across the entire world. Behind her, the grotto heaven also vibrated strongly before countless light beams shot out from it. After the light erupted, it formed a second grotto heaven and then a third. They floated in mid-air. Light from the three grotto heavens crisscrossed, exuding terrifying divine energy. Princess Linglong's aura also surged wildly. Nascent soul early stage. Nascent soul middle stage. Nascent soul late stage. As Princess Linglong's constitution improved, her cultivation levels immediately shot up to the nascent soul late stage. This chaotic sky-mending pill is truly extraordinary. It can result in such a major change in me. The lotus tark nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a heaven-defying pill. Even an elite-level constitution like Princess Linglong's could benefit and transform. Thank you, Brother Shen and Senior Lotus Tark. Princess Linglong slowly stopped cultivating and stood up. She was filled with gratitude. She could feel herself transforming and attaining an unprecedented level of progress. In fact, the physical appearance of her body also changed following the enhancement of her fundamental constitution and her ability to decipher things. She became taller and more slender, looking like a pristine pearl glowing exquisitely. She looked vibrant and lively under the light of her grotto heavens. Her body was bathed in dazzling divine light, looking very much like a celestial fairy who had just descended upon the mortal world. It was no exaggeration to call her a devastatingly gorgeous fairy lady. As if she could feel her own physical changes, Princess Linglong smiled. After all, which girl would say no to becoming more beautiful? The more beautiful, the better. This chaotic sky-mending pill is really too powerful. It can even improve my looks by so much. Brother Shen will definitely like me even more now. Princess Linglong turned eagerly to look at Shantian, only to see that he was frowning in deep thought. He did not notice her at all. The air was instantly filled with a sense of deep resentment. Master, I feel another wave of resentment. Jir's warning voice rang out as the rosary beads vibrated gently. However, Shantian remained in deep thought. Or rather, he was caught up in the midst of having doubts about the meaning of life. Something's not right. Why didn't I change at all? Shantian scratched his head. He realized that nothing happened to him after consuming the chaotic sky-mending pill. His ability to decipher things remained the same. There was not the slightest bit of improvement to his physical body either. I might already be at peak, elite levels. But is this all a Tark-level pill can do? Is that all? Is that all? I expended so much yang fire to refine this useless toy? Why do I feel so cheated? Is this some kind of fake medicine? At the very least, it should give me a new avatar. Let me look a bit cooler. It must be said that Shantian was truly doubting the meaning of life right now. Shantian suddenly radiated with a dazzling light. The chaotic sky-mending pill was finally taking effect. Shantian was delighted. It's happening. It's happening. The avatar is coming out. The light glowed more and more intensely, completely engulfing Shantian. A huge lotus avatar appeared behind him. The 12th stage lotus fluttered with the wind. Every single lotus petal was filled with miraculous magic and power. Is this the chaotic lotus avatar? The lotus tark was utterly shocked by this sight. His original form had been a 12th stage lotus, becoming a tark after achieving transcendence back in the primordial age. As a result, the lotus tark could feel that Shantian now possessed an extremely intense lotus power. It seeped into every part of his body. This was clearly due to a perfect refinement of the chaotic sky-mending pill. But that's not all. This lotus power was merging with the chaotic aura inside Shantian's body to form the legendary chaotic lotus. It should be pointed out this was a forbidden, peerless pill. It was the top of the top amongst the Tark-level pills and had only been found in legends. Even though it was just an avatar, it was still an unimaginable power. The Lotus Tark had found records of this kind of avatar in some old books left behind from the Antiquity Age. The records wrote that this chaotic lotus was a groundbreaking avatar that had the power to create a whole new world. Chapter 404, He's Only a Child. Shantian stood in the sky, looking valiant and heroic. The chaotic lotus avatar turned even brighter, covering the sky and forming Dao runes. Endless magnificent divine light enveloped that chaotic lotus, which caused the laws of heaven and earth to descend, and runes became out of order as if wanting chaos to reappear in the world. This kid is transforming. The Lotus Tark was astounded. He had never expected for the taboo avatar of the remote past to have actually appeared behind a human. The chaotic lotus. Such an avatar was only a legend even in the Antiquity Age. The Lotus Tark could not help but anticipate just what kind of changes would happen after Shantian completely absorbed the pill. Currently, Shantian was silent as he was focused. Although the chaotic sky-mending pill would not strengthen his foundation or improve his talent and aptitude for enlightenment much, its powerful effects could increase his cultivation level non-stop. At the same time, it could cause him to have a certain extraordinary transformation. Currently, he had a feeling that his cultivation level had already reached the limit of the golden core stage and could not be increased anymore. He could break through to the nascent soul stage if he took another step. That radiant golden core floated above Shantian's head and grew larger by the second. It was already 10 feet in diameter, stunning Lotus Tark and Princess Ling Long who were at the side. Other people's golden cores were the size of a longan, but Shantian's golden core could even be compared to a dragon's egg. Brother Shen's is really big. Princess Ling Long's jaw dropped from astonishment. Even if she was from the Celestial Dynasty, she had never seen such a large golden core. Eat the golden core, and I am now the master of my own fate? Who could eat such a large golden core? As expected of Brother Shen. This is a mutated golden core. The Lotus Tark was not that shocked as he was a Tark of the Primordial Age and had seen all kinds of prodigies with mutated golden cores. Of course, the chaotic golden core was unique. At least, the Lotus Tark had never seen a second one. That chaotic golden core shone even brighter and entered Shantian's glabella. That's where the soul of the cultivator was and could be called the Purple Mansion spiritual world. The Purple Mansion spiritual world was the place where one's nascent soul resided. Before golden core cultivators broke through to the nascent soul stage, their golden core would enter the Purple Mansion spiritual world to transform and start breaking to form the nascent soul. Mighty purple aura surged throughout the Purple Mansion spiritual world, while endless soul energy was converted to a boundless ocean that made the space exceptionally vast. The stronger one's spiritual power was, the larger one's Purple Mansion spiritual world would be. At that moment, the chaotic aura started to be formed in the Purple Mansion spiritual world. The light it emitted was dim as it moved in a circular manner, surging around Shantian. That was the chaotic sky-mending pill's power. The power it contained was absorbed into Shantian's limbs, bones, internal organs, and dantian. The pill's vigorous power constantly stirred and gathered with great momentum. The whole Purple Mansion was filled with powerful vitality. The 12th stage chaotic bloomed in the chaotic aura and occupied one area, emitting a brilliant light. The chaotic aura seemed endless as it was being continuously created in the Purple Mansion. The lotus leaves were shining brightly as if they were connected with heaven and earth. Infinite laws poured down from the sky and emitted radiant light as if the Milky Way was falling down, completely covering the 12th stage lotus. All laws became chaotic. The 12th stage chaotic lotus was actually connected with the laws and Tao of heaven and earth under the nourishment of the chaotic aura. With endless laws filling it, lotus leaves were formed one after another, emitting a majestic aura as it evolved. 12th stage. 18th stage. 24th stage. 36th stage. The 36th stage chaotic lotus leaves seemed to be involved with heaven and earth and covered the whole Purple Mansion. Those resplendent leaves burst into full bloom and were separated into different regions, attracting endless chaotic aura. It was a magnificent scene. The whole Purple Mansion spiritual world was being enveloped by chaotic aura. Every nook and cranny was filled with dense fog as if it was the very beginning of a universe. If high-level experts saw such a scene, they would definitely be astonished. If the 12th stage chaotic lotus was a taboo, then the 36th stage chaotic lotus was in existence on the creation level. Who would have expected a young cultivator that was only about to break through to the nascent soul stage would achieve such a feat? It was simply unbelievable. Due to the chaotic aura's nourishment, Shantian's Purple Mansion spiritual world underwent a drastic change. The golden soul sea turned into land, and the chaotic aura was churning. The sky was enshrouded by darkness, which made everything return to chaos. That raging strength started to spread through the Purple Mansion spiritual world. Blazing exceptional fire surged like a mighty torrent and soared into the sky, burning the space into nothingness. The sharp and fierce wind swept across the whole place and even made the chaotic aura more violent. The ground was being shattered by the shaking, and countless holes were formed as if the ground was about to collapse completely. The sky was filled with terrifying disasters, lightning clouds gathered, and the heavenly Tao was completely in chaos as if about to completely destroy the whole space. Not only so, but the chaotic golden core within Shantian was also transforming. That chaotic golden core slowly hovered over the 36th stage chaotic lotus heart. Thick chaotic core erupted from the 36th stage chaotic lotus and kept on rising, completely enveloping the chaotic golden core. The light it emitted was so bright it was blinding. Golden light and gorgeous lightning filled the space as the chaotic golden core was absorbing the chaotic aura without restraint. Boom! Shantian's purple mansion was shaking vigorously and undergoing a drastic change. The chaotic golden core emitted an extremely bright light that seemed to even disperse the chaotic aura. Under the nourishment of the chaotic aura, even his chaotic golden core was changing and kept on growing larger. 10 feet. 20 feet. 30 feet. 80 feet. 330 feet. The chaotic golden core, which was almost 330 feet in diameter, was right in the center of the chaotic space. It was surrounded by chaotic aura and gave off a fearsome feeling. Shantian's mouth twitched uncontrollably when he saw that chaotic golden core in front of him. That thing is my chaotic golden core? Why does it look like a dinosaur egg? No. How is it possible that there's such a huge egg? Not to mention a dinosaur egg, even a true dragon's egg would not be this big. However, Shantian was not worried. Instead, he was full of anticipation. One had to know that one's nascent soul would be born from their golden core after absorbing the life essence from within the golden core. Normally speaking, the stronger one's golden core was, the more powerful the formed nascent soul would be. Shantian smiled as he looked at his chaotic golden core that was almost 330 feet in height. The nascent soul from such a large golden core will definitely be invincible. I'm looking forward to it. Forming my nascent soul from cracking the golden core. Shantian shouted as he kept on guiding the power of the pill toward the chaotic golden core. Thanks to the pill's endless power, cracking his golden core to form his nascent soul was already a piece of cake. Even if Shantian's golden core was slightly too big. Alright. It was super huge. The pill's endless power gathered to form a long river of chaotic aura-covered energy, which fell from the sky and entered that golden egg. In an instant, that golden egg shone brightly. A splendid scene mixed with a grayish chaotic aura was reflected from it. A rising golden blazing sun was shining brightly in the endless chaotic space as if wanting to disperse all the darkness. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. That huge golden core cracked and suddenly exploded. Then a bright nascent soul hatched. That nascent soul's whole body was glittering and translucent. It had fair and clear skin and was completely naked. It looked similar to Shantian. If not for it being slightly too large, some might even believe it if they were told that this was Shantian's child. Well, it was slightly huge. Alright, it was not only slightly big. It was extremely super large. As huge as that chaotic golden core. That humongous nascent soul that was 330 feet in height sat right in the center of the purple mansion. It could stun others as it gave off a feeling that it could crush someone to death by sitting on them. Shantian's mouth twitched as he witnessed that scene. Others form a new soul after cracking their golden core, but a humongous soul was formed from mine? More importantly, I'm not even taller than my nascent soul's nostrils? Is that possible? Unbelievable. He sized up his nascent soul upper body, head, hands, stomach, and continued downward. When Shantian's line of sight reached between his nascent soul's legs, Shantian became silent. OMG. God, why are you so unfair? It's still just a child. Just what kind of strange nascent soul did I create? While Shantian was doubting himself, he suddenly realized that the power of his chaotic Tinder Sutra had actually started to circulate by itself. Under the influence of the chaotic aura, the power of those 10+ extraordinary items started circulating. They merged with the chaotic Tinder Sutra and emitted gorgeous and colorful light. The 5 elements converged and turned into chaotic light that enveloped that nascent soul. What's happening? This shouldn't happen. It's my nascent soul, so why can it use the Tinder Sutra's power? Shantian was astounded. One had to know that the chaotic Tinder Sutra focused on body tempering and was a god-fiend body art. Meanwhile, the nascent soul belonged to the chi refinement system and existed within one's purple mansion spiritual world. Therefore, they were as different as night and day, and there should not be any connections between them. However, Shantian's huge nascent soul could actually make use of the power of the extraordinary items and even resonate with them. It was simply bizarre and unbelievable. That's not it. Radiant acupoints started appearing on the nascent soul, which looked like shining stars, bright and sacred. That was the Nirvana realm's power of acupoints, and also known as the power of extraordinary. Nirvana practitioners could turn their acupoints into divine acupoints with large amounts of energy and thus unleash their hidden potential and reach an extraordinary level. Meanwhile, forming those divine acupoints would need to consume a large amount of energy. The energy required to form each divine acupoint could even be compared to all the spirit chi of a golden core cultivator. That was the reason why after the Nirvana realm, the God-fiend system was known to be costly, and one would not be able to tread on it if their family was not wealthy. However, under the enhancement of chaotic aura, those acupoints turned even brighter and turned into divine acupoints one after the other as they absorbed large amounts of energy. Shantian was astonished. One had to know that forming divine acupoints belonged to the God-fiend system and not the chi refinement system at all. Nonetheless, Shantian's nascent soul could not only absorb the chaotic Tender Sutra's energy, but it was even able to convert acupoints into divine acupoints. It was simply bizarre and unbelievable. Shantian murmured to himself as if he had thought of something, "I heard that chaos is the source of all arts, all God-fiend and chi refinement arts are produced from chaos. All cultivation systems were from the same source. It's just that subsequently, it developed into different derivations. Therefore, there would be two completely different cultivation systems like God-fiend and chi refinement. I have the chaotic aura, so I can assimilate anything and everything." Due to the chaotic aura, the God-fiend and chi refinement systems actually merged and reached the same path. Shantian's eyes lit up at that thought. He did not stop the nascent soul from converting its acupoints to divine acupoints. He wanted to see just what would happen after the two cultivation systems merged together. Meanwhile, what kind of transformation would happen to him? He might even be able to create a cultivation path belonging to himself. The chaotic aura was absorbed into the nascent soul. As more acupoints became divine acupoints, they shone even brighter. A tyrannical power shot out of the acupoints and overwhelmed everything as if it wanted to devour heaven and earth. The purple mansion was in turmoil as endless chaotic aura was sucked into the nascent soul, making its aura even fiercer. The power of his acupoint circulated its body. Afterward, that power slowly flowed out of its right hand and transformed into a huge battle axe. That was a battle axe formed from chaotic aura and contained endless intent of destruction, creation, and eternity, which words could not describe. The nascent soul then slowly opened its eyes, and a blazing light penetrated heaven and earth. Ah! As if being awakened by the noisy world, the nascent soul revealed annoyance. While naked, it suddenly made a move. It waved the battle axe in its hands and slashed toward the endless laws within the chaos. Boom! That strike seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. A fearsome aura instantly burst out, the stars exploded, and the sky collapsed, displaying a scene of devastation. Blazing exceptional fire was completely devoured, and the piercingly cold, violent wind was suppressed. At the same time, those destructive disasters were annihilated by that slash. Afterward, the nascent soul stood up and continued suppressing the laws, stabilizing the chaos as it wanted to create a perfect world. Shantian witnessed everything. He was calm and composed. He gradually entered the enlightenment state as he witnessed the process of the chaotic universe being created. At the same time, a mysterious power was created that covered the sky. Shantian sat cross-legged in space with his eyes closed. Those resplendent acupoints that were also formed in his body also expressed a powerful desire to devour. The divine acupoints continued shining brightly and unleashed a fearsome aura. In that instant, the entire tomb started shaking. He's making quite a scene when breaking through. The lotus tark had naturally noticed that Shantian was in a state of enlightenment, and his cultivation level was increasing greatly. Meanwhile, Shantian's body started shining due to his acupoints that were emitting light. His acupoints were crazily devouring spirit chi like a black hole. It was evident that this was in preparation for converting to divine acupoints. "All right, let me lend you a helping hand." The lotus tark narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, pulling out spirit chi. The spirit chi gathered to form a long river that entered Shantian. As the spirit chi was absorbed, Shantian's aura became even more powerful, and the acupoints on the surface of his body shone like the stars in the sky. However, it did not seem to be enough. In that instant, All the spirit chi was completely absorbed, and even the air started to become dry of spirit chi. This kid is really a monster. Even this much spirit chi is not enough. The lotus tark was shocked. He had already guided all the spirit chi in the tomb here, but it was just like a drop in a bucket. I never expected that the spirit chi that I have accumulated for 10,000 would become yours in the end. Lotus tark shook his head and made a hand seal. Instantly, spirit chi surged from within the tomb. The hazy spirit chi fog suddenly gushed out from the bottom of the tomb. This spirit chi fog was a phenomenon that would occur only when the density of spirit chi reached the extreme. The lotus tark had been accumulating the spirit chi fog for 10,000 years, so its density was beyond imagination. Such a large amount of spirit chi could create not only one sage. Under the lotus tark's guidance, endless spirit chi fog took on the shape of a dragon and crazily surged into Shantian, and his cultivation level started to increase exponentially. Early stage nascent soul. Mid-stage nascent soul. Late-stage nascent soul. Peak-stage nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, Shantian had already broken through to peak-stage nascent soul. Boom. Not only so, but Shantian's God-fiend cultivation was also crazily increasing. Early realm nirvana. Mid-realm nirvana. Late realm nirvana. Peak realm nirvana. He was just one step away from breaking through to the mighty prowess realm. However, everything came to a stop here. At that moment, a fearsome aura was emitted, that was Shantian transforming. All of his 365 acupoints were being converted into divine acupoints. The resplendent light completely covered Shantian, and an incomparable aura burst out. At the same time, the nascent soul within Shantian also radiated an unmatched aura. Those two converged, and the immense aura swept past the whole tomb. In that instant, invisible ripples were formed in the space, containing the unparalleled and overbearing aura. The lotus tark's body trembled from astonishment. How is this possible? This power? The lotus tark was astounded. He could only feel a shiver run down his spine. He could sense how frightening this power was. It was a great level that surpassed even this world's. Not in terms of quantity but quality. The degree of its quality reached a height that even he was unable to imagine. This was a power that even the lotus tark could not begin to fathom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Princess Ling Long was already oppressed by that powerful aura on the ground and could not move at all. What's going on? How could just the remaining aura be so powerful? I can't move at all. Princess Ling Long lay on the ground as that pressure was as heavy as a mountain and was filled with a domineering aura. She was unable to resist at all. I do want to be pressed by Brother Shen on the ground, but not like this. Looking at Shantian's miraculous body, Princess Ling Long's face was red from bashfulness as she struggled. At the same time, within Shantian's purple mansion spiritual world, the huge nascent soul finally settled the chaotic world and brought peace to the chaos. However, the huge nascent soul seemed to not like this dull world enshrouded by chaotic aura. It gradually crawled out of that humongous 36th stage chaotic lotus and patted its fat buttocks. Instantly, the endless chaotic aura dispersed. The chaotic aura condensed and gradually formed split pans that blocked the nascent soul's extraordinary part. It raised the invincible battle axe in its hands and pointed to the sky. In that instant, endless splendid divine light shone from that battle axe and pierced through the sky of chaotic aura. Rumble. That loud thud reverberated throughout the purple mansion. Space collapsed, and endless chaotic aura was wiped out with that slash. The darkness was directly sliced through, and even heaven and earth were split into two, allowing the world to see the light once again. Shantian was speechless as he witnessed this. He had finally realized that the small kid that his golden core had given birth to seemed to be creating heaven and earth. Chapter 405, Supreme Divine Power, Splitting the Heavens and Earth. Shantian sat cross-legged, comprehending the power the giant nascent soul had displayed. 365 acupoints appeared in the giant nascent soul's body, corresponding to 365 acupoints in the human body. Each acupoint shone with a brilliant light, linking together to form a terrifying might. However, this energy wasn't something a nirvana practitioner could control. The human body had a total of 365 large aperture acupoints, 3,650 small aperture acupoints, and 100,000 hidden aperture acupoints. The energy in the acupoints of the nirvana realm was scattered throughout the body, and it was like scattered soldiers that were unable to converge together. Only after breaking through to the mighty prowess realm, wherein one's body would transform, would one's scattered acupoints begin to link up and display the might of a mighty prowess practitioner. Under the stimulation of the chaotic sky-mending pill, the 365 acupoints in the giant nascent soul's body converged together. It was truly inconceivable. Seeing this scene, Shantian was enlightened. The divine acupoints in his body flickered as they erupted with powerful might. Mysterious power burst forth from Shantian's body, and a brilliant and dazzling light could be seen emitting from him. He was trying to comprehend the power that the giant nascent soul was using in order to connect the 365 acupoints in his body. At that moment, the giant nascent soul within the Purple Mansion spiritual world was at the final juncture. The endless chaos was cut apart, and the chaotic laws were suppressed. It was as if the world of chaos was going to be completely tamed. The giant nascent soul raised its invincible battle axe and clenched its fists. All 365 acupoints in its body lit up, allowing its sword to reach its peak. This upcoming strike seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart. Boom! Brilliant divine light erupted from Shantian's body, dazzling to the extreme. The large aperture acupoints were connected by an invisible force, causing his body to emit divine light and his aura to rise steadily. Clang! The executing heaven sword in Shantian's lungs seemed to have sensed something and vibrated intensely. Chi! Shantian stretched out his right hand and clenched his fingers. A scarlet beam streaked across the sky as the executing heaven sword suddenly shot out of Shantian's lungs. As soon as the executing heaven sword entered his hand, an extremely piercingly cold sword intent instantly shot into the sky and raged about. At the same time, more than half of Shantian's acupoints were connected by this invisible force. This is the strength of divine power. The lotus tark's eyes narrowed slightly. Not only was the strength of the divine power extremely powerful, but it also represented that a cultivator had entered the mighty prowess realm. Only a mighty prowess expert could use their divine power to connect the acupoints in their bodies. However, at that moment, Shantian had linked up more than half of his acupoints with his nirvana cultivation. This also meant that Shantian had already comprehended the essence of the divine power. As long as he was willing, he could achieve a breakthrough any time. At this level, he could already be considered half-step into the mighty prowess realm. After all, he was only short of that membrane. He had advanced from early realm nirvana to become a half-step mighty prowess practitioner in an instant. Needless to say, Shantian was really fast. Of course, this was also related to the massive amount of spirit chi the lotus tark had provided. This was one of the treasures of the lotus tark's tomb. Although the tomb couldn't absorb spirit chi every moment for 10,000 years, it would be completely saturated once it reached a certain level. However, according to the lotus tark's estimation, the amount of spirit chi in the tomb was comparable to the combined powers of a few high-level sages. However, all of it was sucked dry by Shantian just like that, allowing him to break through a major realm. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Shantian shut his eyes tightly as the scene of the giant nascent soul splitting open the sky played out in his mind. The giant nascent soul had reached its final stage. The invincible battle axe was completely activated, and it smashed heavily into the chaotic heaven and earth with a destructive might. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed, and the primal chaos seemed to be destroyed. Seemingly affected by this aura, Shantian suddenly swung the executing heaven sword toward the sky. What is this kid doing? Fuck, this brat wants to smash my grave. The lotus tark was instantly enraged. He knew that Shantian had entered a state of enlightenment and was attacking subconsciously. Even so, how could he demolish this tark's grave? That is too much. Furthermore, this power was simply too terrifying. A sword slashed through the air. An incomparably enormous sword beam swept out horizontally, and its imposing aura was piercingly cold as if it wanted to shatter the sky. The surrounding space instantly collapsed, and large swaths of space were annihilated. The sword beam surged forward and headed straight for the top of the tomb. Stop right there! The lotus tark shouted and leapt up to block the sword beam. This sword beam was extremely terrifying. If it landed on the tomb, it would probably create a huge hole. This was the tomb that the lotus tark had painstakingly built. How could he let it be destroyed so easily? After all, if his grave was gone, where would he be buried? Azure light burst forth from the lotus tark's body as the 12th stage lotus avatar behind him expanded dramatically, forming a gigantic azure cauldron that guarded heaven and earth. The green lotus turned into an incomparably sturdy cauldron. The lotus tark was brimming with confidence. He did not believe that he would not be able to withstand this. Boom! A loud explosion could be heard. The green cauldron collided with the sword beam, emitting endless light as it instantly exploded. The sword beam was unstoppable and indomitable. Am I seeing a ghost? The lotus tark's incredulous voice was instantly extinguished. This was a remnant thought left behind by the lotus tark. Its battle experience was comparable to that of a tark. Moreover, after sensing the terrifying might of the sword, he had raised his cultivation to that of a third tribulation sage and even used sage laws. Given the lotus theurge's current strength, even sages who had undergone the sixth tribulation could be easily beaten. Sages were split by the number of tribulations they had undergone. However, the third and sixth tribulations were on completely different levels. There was a qualitative leap after a sage had undergone the sixth tribulation. However, everything shattered and turned into ashes under Shantian's sword. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. A familiar scene appeared. The tomb was split into two, and countless array formations shattered as the order was disrupted, causing more than half of the tomb to collapse. The strike was extremely terrifying. My tomb. The lotus tark's remnant soul condensed once again, and his lips twitched as he looked at the half-destroyed tomb. He had underestimated the terror of this attack and had not reacted fast enough. In just a short while, his grave was demolished. Senior Lotus Tark, Big Brother Shantian didn't do this on purpose. Upon seeing the Lotus Tark, Princess Ling Long quickly spoke, afraid that he would go berserk. Of course I know. I was worried that the energy would be too violent, causing this brat to suffer a backlash. Thus, I willingly gave up on the tomb. If not, how could this kid destroy my tomb with his ability? The Lotus Tark placed his hands behind his back and turned slightly, pretending to be an expert. However, his heart was already in turmoil. This kid is simply too monstrous. Just what sort of divine power did he comprehend to be this sick? I raised my cultivation level to that of a third tribulation sage and even activated my sage laws, yet I still couldn't block his sword. This is simply destroying my common sense. Well, this matter must not be leaked out. Otherwise, where would I put my face? Fortunately, this little girl probably didn't understand what had happened. Senior Lotus Tark is indeed magnanimous. Ling Long would like to thank you on his behalf. Princess Ling Long cupped her hands in thanks, but she felt that something was wrong. On the other hand, Shantian was completely unaware of all this. His mind was still within the Purple Mansion spiritual world. After the giant nascent soul cut open the primal chaos, it brushed the dust off its butt and sat down. It then began to close its eyes and rest. The nascent soul's power and the power of its acupoints continuously merged together, becoming one. However, this process was extremely slow and required a large amount of time. This move shall be called the heaven-earth splitting divine power. Shantian's lips curved up. He never thought that a little brat born from his golden core would be so fierce that he could even cut apart the primal chaos. Shantian also comprehended a trace of the heaven-earth splitting divine power from the giant nascent soul. In the future, when Shantian broke through to the mighty prowess realm and connected all of his acupoints, he might be able to unleash even more power. If I wasn't worried about my luck dropping, I would have attempted to break through now. Shantian shook his head. Given his constitution, he could absorb even more energy and break through to the mighty prowess realm. However, he did not advance. Instead, he dispersed the medicinal energy and fused it into his limbs and bones, hiding it in his body. Breaking through to the mighty prowess realm need not necessarily be a good thing. After all, cultivating the Tinder Sutra would cause one's luck to drop when breaking through a major realm. He had yet to recover the luck that he had lost previously. If he were to continue making a breakthrough, he would surely meet with great misfortune. I have always placed my emphasis on steadiness and safety. Before my luck is completely restored, I will definitely not break through. I should just continue laying low. Shantian nodded with satisfaction and withdrew his consciousness from the Purple Mansion spiritual world. The tomb was in chaos, shattered rocks flew about while the laws fell into disorder. It was a scene of desolation. A huge empty hole had appeared above the tomb, and he could see the seawater and fish through it. This made the originally majestic tomb more romantic. Screw the romance. The Lotus Tark had started drawing circles. Negative energy, plus 999,999. Shantian woke up from his slumber and stared blankly at the tomb. What happened? I was only in seclusion for a while to cultivate. How did the tomb collapse? Could it be that a strong enemy invaded? Shantian looked around, but there was no trace of the enemy, making him even more puzzled. "Senior, isn't the tomb sturdy enough that it was hard for even tarks to destroy it? Why did it suddenly become like this?" The lotus tark's mouth twitched. "My tomb is indeed difficult for even a tark to destroy. However, that's for enemies attacking from the outside. Why would I care about defending against the person inside the tomb? What can I do with a spy?" "That sword of yours directly struck the weak point. What array formation can defend against it? It is already good enough that my tomb didn't completely collapse, all right?" He cursed in his heart, but could he just say it? He could not. Could he tell Shantian that he had been careless and hence couldn't block his attack, causing him to blast a huge hole in the tomb? He had a reputation to maintain. "It's fine. I had nothing better to do. Coincidentally, I happened to want to see the deep-sea scenery, so I opened a hole in the tomb." The lotus tark pretended to be calm as he waved his hand. Shantian looked up and found that he could indeed see the scenery of the deep sea through the huge hole above his head. "Senior Lotus Tark sure is interesting." Shantian sighed. As expected of the Lotus Tark, his thinking was indeed ahead of his. He had even thought of underwater tourism. "In the future, when I inherit Immortal Abode Island and Penglai Island, I will create an underwater world for the tourists to explore. I'm sure many people will like it." Of course, he did not realize that the Lotus Tark had his hands behind his back and was frantically drawing circles. "Well then, my two young friends, I've already given you the inheritance that should be given. This remnant soul of mine is about to dissipate too. You can leave the tomb now and return to the outside world." The Lotus Tark waved his hand, intending to send the guests off. He could have allowed them to stay longer, but the Lotus Tark was panicking on the inside. Who knew what other tricks this kid would pull? "My inheritance and pseudo-tark weapons have all been given to this boy. I have even contributed the 12th stage lotus for the chaotic sky-mending pill. And guess what happened in the end? This brat even finished all the spirit chi that I had accumulated for 10,000 years. He even blasted open a large hole in this tark's tomb, and it is even on the verge of collapsing. If he stays here any longer, won't I have to uproot my land? This kid is simply too good at causing trouble. It is better and safer to send him away quickly. Senior Lotus Tark, I feel that my alchemy skills are still not up to par. I would like to seek more guidance with you." Shantian wasn't in a hurry to leave. The chaotic sky-mending pill's effects were too stunning. Although it did not increase his constitution and perception talent much, Shantian successfully shattered his golden core and formed his nascent soul. Even his chi refinement cultivation had reached the peak stage nascent soul, while his god fiend cultivation had attained the peak realm nirvana. He had even comprehended a trace of the heaven-earth splitting divine power and learned a great killing move. This trip to Penglai had allowed him to experience an explosive increase in strength. Thus, Shantian still wanted to seek more guidance from the Lotus Tark. He also wanted to see if he could get any more supreme pills from him. "My ultimate techniques are all in those two sutras. You two just have to comprehend them properly, and you will definitely gain something. Now, I will send all of you on your way. I hope that all of you can bring my inheritance to greater heights and become famous throughout the 5 regions." "What?" Upon hearing that, Shantian still wanted to stay. The Lotus Tark raised his white beard and used his supreme cultivation to form a spatial passageway that connected the deep sea to the outside world. After waving his hand, countless laws enveloped the two of them, and they disappeared from the tomb. As for Princess Linglong's contract partner, the immortal Phoenix Princess, Feng Wu, the Lotus Tark had sent her away long ago due to her constitution. After making sure the two of them disappeared, the Lotus Tark's remnant soul could not help but sigh. "I've finally sent him away. It's too exciting to be with this brat." The Lotus Tark shook his head and smiled bitterly. His body gradually dissipated and disappeared from the tomb. At the same time, the array formation around the tomb rose up and released a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire place. Without the Lotus Tark's approval, it was likely that no one would be able to enter the tomb again. Above North Sea, Shantian and Linglong suddenly appeared. Both of them were dumbstruck as they looked at their surroundings. Before they could finish their words, the Lotus Tark had already sent them out, catching them off guard. "What's going on with Senior Lotus Tark?" Shantian scratched his head, confused. "Perhaps it's because Senior Lotus Tark is tired and wants to rest." Princess Linglong laughed lightly. Shantian didn't know what happened, but she had seen everything clearly. Lotus Tark's avatar must have been destroyed too many times and needed to recuperate. That's right, that should be it. However, the fact that Shantian was able to break the tomb showed how talented he was. Looking at Shantian's handsome face, Princess Linglong's face unconsciously turned red. Since he's so formidable, I must definitely rope him in for the sake of the great wilderness celestial dynasty. Even if I have to give myself to him. Shantian didn't suspect anything. He rubbed his chin. Senior Lotus Tark is indeed very thoughtful. He can even watch the deep sea at night while sleeping with that hole. Not bad, this life is really enviable. On the other hand, the Lotus Tark let out a sneeze. He then rubbed his nose and said, "What's going on? Could it be that I have become old?" Who knew how a remnant soul could actually sneeze? What plans does Big Brother Shantian have next? Since they had already left the tomb, this meant that this adventure was almost over. When she thought about how she wouldn't be able to see his charming face after parting with him, Princess Linglong's heart was filled with reluctance. Naturally, it's time to return to the divine firmament sacred ground. Shantian nodded slightly. His Providence had yet to recover, so he had to hide well. The best thing would be to find some cute juniors. Without my Providence, I still feel a bit scared. Brother Shantian, why don't you follow Linglong to middle ground? Our great wilderness celestial dynasty will definitely welcome Big Brother Shantian. My father will also be very happy to welcome you. Princess Linglong blushed slightly as she invited Shantian to the great wilderness celestial dynasty as a guest. I am merely trying to rope in Big Brother Shantian for the great wilderness celestial dynasty. It's definitely not because Brother Shantian is handsome. It's also not because I want to be by his side. Everything is for the dynasty. At that moment, the sky suddenly split open. The void was torn apart by endless lightning streaks, forming a void passageway. A few figures walked out of the void passageway. The person in the lead was none other than the divine firmament sacred leader, who was bathed in lightning and heavenly aura. Beside him was heavenly venerable azure lotus, who was wearing a purple Taoist robe. Behind them were Zhang Yunxi, Zhang Yunting, Fang Chang, Zhao Hao, Eunuch Goei, and the others. All of them were Shantian's companions. When they received news of Shantian, they immediately rushed over with the divine firmament sacred leader. Master. Shantian was overjoyed. He no longer needed to find his own way back to the sacred ground. Diana, are you alright? The divine firmament sacred leader looked at Shantian as his heavenly aura rippled from his body. Junior brother, are you alright? Zhang Yunxi also looked at Shantian with concern and worry. As for the others, they swarmed over to ask about his well-being. Junior brother, are you alright? Senior brother, are you alright? Senior brother Shen, are you alright? Ahem, thank you for all your concern, everyone. I'm fine. At the back of the crowd, tears streamed down Eunuch Gui's face as he saw Shantian surrounded by everyone. He muttered to himself, "Thank you, concubine Lan, for protecting him and the heavens. His Highness is fine." After hearing about His Highness, everyone immediately rushed back to the sacred ground to help find him. It's a really touching sight. His Highness is so loved and respected by his senior and junior brothers. No matter where concubine Lan is now, she must definitely be smiling. Different from the geniuses surrounding Shantian, the divine firmament sacred leader was much more rational. He looked at Shantian as heavenly aura rippled over his body. "It's good that you're alright. Diana, I knew you were the son of Providence and definitely wouldn't disappoint me. Just now, I used the sacred leader token to sense your existence, but I was unable to do so. Did you enter some special mystic realm again? How was your training?" The divine firmament sacred leader said calmly as the heavenly aura fluctuations around his body became more obvious. "Master, I found Penglai Island with Princess Linglong some time ago. I have also found the Lotus Tark's tomb and entered his trial to obtain the Lotus Tark's inheritance." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's eyes lit up. Penglai Island? The place where the #1 alchemy Tark lived in seclusion? Shantian nodded. "Yes, Martial Uncle. So this island in front of us is the legendary Penglai Island." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's eyes sharpened. He soon discovered Penglai Island, which was shrouded in dense mist, not far away. He clearly knew what Penglai Island meant. That was the inheritance ground of the #1 alchemy Tark. There was bound to be a large number of precious herbs planted there. During this period, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's cultivation resources had been depleted. He was just worried about not having a place to replenish his resources. Wasn't Penglai Island a good place? Seeing the anxious heavenly venerable azure lotus, Shantian shook his head and explained, "Martial uncle, Penglai Island is already abandoned. There are no more treasures left there." Heavenly venerable azure lotus felt as if he had lost countless treasures, and his heart was filled with regret. However, he quickly thought of something and asked hurriedly, "What about the lotus tark's tomb? Is there anything good in the tomb?" Shantian said helplessly, "The tomb is hundreds of thousands of feet deep in the sea." But before Shantian could finish speaking, heavenly venerable azure lotus abruptly dived into the water like a dragon diving into the sea. His speed was so fast that it was enough to dumbfound others. "Shantian? Can you at least listen to what I have to say first? Sigh. Given your trash luck, it might not be a good thing for you to go to the tomb." On the other side, the divine firmament's sacred leader was in no hurry to explore the lotus tark's tomb. He sensed the aura on Shantian's body, which was several times stronger than before, and the lightning and heavenly aura around his body rippled gently. "I was right. Tianar has definitely obtained a fortuitous opportunity. My disciple Shantian indeed has the bearing of an immortal king." Hey. Chapter 406, I just wanted to gain a fortuitous opportunity. The divine firmament sacred leader took a step forward as his body suffused with heavenly aura. He said calmly, "Tianar, your inauguration ceremony as a saint is in a few days. This is a joyous occasion for the divine firmament sacred ground. All the major factions will come to congratulate us. Follow me back to the sacred ground to prepare for now. Do not go out anymore unless it's necessary." The divine firmament sacred ground had a new saint every 100 years. After 90 years of duty as a saint, the remaining 10 years would be spent searching for the new successor. Although Shantian was the candidate to become the next saint, the inauguration ceremony had yet to be announced to the world, and he could only hence be considered a quasi-divine firmament saint for now. But during this period, he had made a name for himself in the 5 regions, and his reputation had even surpassed the past generations of saints. He could be said to be the uncrowned king, and there were legends about him all over the 5 regions. Now, the divine firmament sacred ground was about to hold his inauguration ceremony and was prepared to announce to the world that his identity was officially confirmed. It was likely that many people would come to the divine firmament sacred ground for the banquet. Shantian's eyes lit up. "The various factions will come to the divine firmament sacred ground to participate in my inauguration ceremony? Doesn't this mean that the top geniuses and the children of Providence from the various powers will also be present? If that's the case, it will be really great. I was just worried about not having new sheep. I mean new friends." Although Qi Shaoxuan, Princess Linglong, Wang Xingshu, and the others were all rare people with great providence and the future protagonists of the era, no one would complain about having too many sheep. After all, this was very nutritious. Furthermore, I have always been a warm-hearted person who enjoys making friends. I feel that I am fated to be friends with all these new sheep I am about to meet. Wouldn't it be a good idea for us to paint a picture together? Master, don't worry. I'll definitely prepare well for it. Thinking about how he would soon encounter more sheep, Shantian couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, the rosary bead in Shantian's arms trembled slightly. Jiwar's vigilant voice rang out. "Master, Jiwar feels a strong aura of resentment from Princess Linglong." "What? What's wrong with this woman?" Shantian turned around and saw Princess Linglong's resentful face. "Brother Shen is going to return to the divine firmament sacred ground. Doesn't that mean I won't be able to see Brother Shen for a long time? No way. No matter where big Brother Shen goes, I will also go." Thinking of this, Princess Linglong tidied her clothes and slowly walked toward the divine firmament sacred leader. "Linglong greets Uncle Long Yuan." Princess Linglong took a few light steps and bowed slightly to the divine firmament sacred leader. "It's only been a month since we last met, and Princess Linglong's cultivation has improved again. You are truly talented." The divine firmament sacred leader nodded slightly as his body suffused heavenly aura. He sensed that Princess Linglong's aura was stronger than when she had been on Immortal Abode Island. It had only been a month, yet she was already able to increase her cultivation to such an extent. Obviously, she had also obtained a huge opportunity in the lotus tark's tomb. Princess Linglong stole a glance at Shantian and smiled. "Uncle Long Yuan is too kind. It's all thanks to Brother Shantian's help that my cultivation improved." Princess Linglong's words shocked everyone. What kind of help could increase a person's cultivation in such a short period? If one were to cultivate normally, It would be impossible to achieve Princess Ling Long's feat. That was unless one used some sort of special cultivation method. For example, dual cultivation? TSSSS. Could it be that junior brother? Fang Chang, Zhang Yunting, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Zhang Yunxi's face darkened as she clenched her fists, and a cold glint could be seen in her eyes. However, Princess Ling Long didn't care. Uncle Long Yuan, can Ling Long head to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground to attend Brother Shantian's inauguration ceremony? Boom! At that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Zhang Yunxi's aura erupted, and a white tiger avatar suddenly appeared behind her. It howled into the heavens, shattering the void behind her. Your Highness is a person of high standing, so it's not appropriate for you to stay outside for too long. You should return to middle ground. Zhang Yunxi's tone was cold, and the hostility in her eyes intensified. Does this little demon want to pester junior brother? She must be coveting junior brother's peerless looks. Humph! This perverted fellow. She is too much. The saintess seems to have some misunderstandings about Ling Long. When facing the overbearing Zhang Yunxi, Princess Ling Long let out a light laugh, and a divine light erupted behind her. The three grotto heavens reflected each other and occupied different positions. They displayed the power of heaven, earth, and man as they traversed the void. Once they came out, Princess Ling Long's aura instantly expanded, carrying a heavy pressure that swept in all directions. The hearts of the geniuses sank. They felt as though an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on them. Everyone was shocked. What kind of help did senior brother give Princess Ling Long for her to raise her strength by so much? Other than using certain special methods, it was likely impossible for her cultivation to soar. Everyone was even more certain of their guesses. Perhaps the saint had already undergone his first dual cultivation session. Although the great wilderness celestial dynasty's Princess Ling Long was barely worthy of a son of Providence like the saint, it was not easy for her to get past the barrier of the saintess. Looking at the cold Zhang Yunxi, everyone could not help but sigh. The white tiger avatar filled the sky as its surging aura swept through the surroundings and headed straight for the three large holes in the sky. At once, the two peak female geniuses of the 5 regions were at loggerheads. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing this, Shantian couldn't help but shake his head. Princess Ling Long, senior sister, please give me some face. If he didn't say anything now, the two girls would probably start fighting again. Shantian explained, the reason Princess Ling Long's cultivation rose so quickly was because of the chaotic sky-mending pill. Chaotic sky-mending pill? Everyone was puzzled. Could they have guessed wrongly? Just what kind of pill could have such miraculous effects, allowing one's strength to soar by such a huge margin? Shantian smiled and took out a white jade bottle. The chaotic sky-mending pill can increase one's constitution and comprehension talent. After opening the stopper, Shantian took out 5 perfectly round green pills. In that instant, a rich fragrance filled heaven and earth. The laws of the world constantly pressured on the pills, forming phantom images of blue lotuses that emitted surging auras. Just by smelling the fragrance of the pill, one could even feel that their cultivation was rising and that they had gained enlightenment regarding their dayas. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a strange pill before. It was like a supreme pill refined from the essence of the sun and moon. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, senior sister Yunxi, junior brother Zhao Hao, and Uncle Goei. I prepared for each of you a chaotic sky-mending pill. After you all take it, your natural constitution and cultivation will definitely rise to another level. Shantian handed the chaotic sky-mending pill to everyone one by one without any reluctance in his eyes. After all, he had joined the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground for so long, so he treated it as his home. These fellow disciples may be sheep to Shantian, but they were also family. That was especially so for Uncle Goei. To Shantian, he was no different from family. Thus, Shantian was willing to give the chaotic sky-mending pill to Uncle Goei without any hesitation. However, even though Shantian was willing to do so, the other geniuses felt extremely embarrassed. I can't accept this precious treasure. This is your opportunity, Your Highness. How can you give it to me? This is such a supreme treasure. Senior brother should save it to exchange for treasures of the same value in the future. Even without the chaotic sky-mending pill, this saintess won't lose to this princess. If the prince is surnamed, she has the ability and balls to fight me again. Bring it on. Sister, don't be rash. She is the princess of Middle Ground's royal family. Peace is the most precious thing. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists tightly when they received the chaotic sky-mending pill from Shantian, but they subconsciously declined. Well, although they verbally said no, their bodies were very honest. This wasn't embarrassing for them because the chaotic sky-mending pill was just too extraordinary. Even though everyone's reservations made them want to decline, their physical body's desire for this pill made them unable to let it go. This made them realize just how precious and extraordinary this pill was. Pills that could reconstruct one's constitution and increase one's talent were priceless. If this was taken to the outside world, it could be exchanged for a large number of precious treasures. However, Shantian was still willing to share it with everyone. This made them feel both grateful and impressed. Our sex saint indeed has the bearing of a young sovereign. Fellow brothers and sisters, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I've already taken this pill, and everyone can only take it once. Even if I keep it, it's going to be useless. I might as well give it to all of you to raise your strength. In the future, we can move unhindered through the 5 regions together and reign invincible. Shantian urged with a smile when he saw that everyone was embarrassed. The chaotic sky-mending pill was useless to Shantian, but it was incomparably precious to the others. Moreover, these people were all good friends of Shantian. If their strength increased, Shantian would be able to harvest sheep better too. We will remember the kindness of the saint. The 4 youths from the divine firmament sacred ground looked at each other. The 3 men's eyes revealed their inferiority and respect. Zhang Yanqi held the chaotic sky-mending pill tightly and glanced at Princess Linglong. Did this little girl's cultivation increase greatly because she ate this supreme pill? Humph. After I've fully absorbed the effects of this pill as well, I must let this fellow know that my junior brother isn't that easy to woo. Eunuch Gui held the pill in his hands and said, "Your Highness had refined such a supreme pill? If Consort Lan was able to see this scene, she would definitely feel gratified." Fang Chang, Zhang Yunding, and the others' eyes were flushed, and they couldn't wait to take the pill. Shantian couldn't help but remind them, "Everyone, let's head to Penglai Island first." Could it be that they wanted to absorb the pill in midair? Weren't they afraid of falling into the sea halfway? Junior brother is right. Fang Chang, Zhang Yunding, and the others blushed and hurriedly flew toward Penglai Island. Soon, they arrived at Penglai Island and consumed the chaotic sky-mending pill. For a moment, the 5 of them fell into silence. Dazzling green light continuously flashed within their bodies. Laws rampaged about inside their bodies, changing their physiques. Shantian smiled when he saw such a scene. After everyone received their chaotic sky-mending pill, their providence also greatly increased. Although the chaotic sky-mending pill was a derivative of Princess Linglong's fortuitous encounter and wasn't as beneficial as if it was their own fortuitous encounter, it couldn't hide the fact that the effects of this pill were just too awesome. After everyone absorbed Shantian's pill, the color of the halo above their heads instantly became much brighter. Joy appeared on Shantian's face as he looked at the various colored light rings above everyone's heads. His sheep were growing stronger and stronger. Was there still a need to worry that their providence would not improve in the future? At this time, a great vortex appeared on the calm sea surface, as if a great terror was occurring. Waves surged from the deep sea to the surface. Boom! The sound was earth-shattering. A pillar of water shot up 30 kilometers into the sky as a figure fell down. "I've really seen a ghost." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus let out a miserable cry and smashed a huge pit into the ground of Penglai Island. "Martial uncle, what happened?" Shantian was puzzled. Didn't Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus go to search for the Lotus Tark's tomb? Why did it feel like someone had kicked him out? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus crawled out of the pit, looking rather disheveled. His violet robe was in tatters, and his body was charred black. There was even a faint fragrance of cooked flesh coming from him. "Senior brother, have you found the Lotus Tark's tomb?" The divine firmament sacred leader's indifferent voice sounded as the heavenly aura around his body gently rippled. Cough cough. "Of course I found the tomb. That Lotus Tark was so good to me that he even sent me out personally." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus pretended to be calm, but the corners of his lips were twitching violently. He had indeed found the location of the tomb, but he was unable to enter. Countless array formations were set up outside the tomb, completely sealing everything inside. However, given Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's temper, how could he leave so easily knowing that the treasure was right in front of him? Furthermore, this was the Lotus Tark's tomb. The Lotus Tark was known for his benevolence and good temper. he probably wouldn't have set up a killing formation in front of his tomb. Besides, if even that brat Shantian could enter, why couldn't he? With that thought in mind, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had picked up his golden staff and rushed into the formation, hoping to open up a path. However, only after entering the formation did Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus discover that this was indeed not a killing formation. Nonetheless, when it came to beating people up, it was even more ruthless than a killing formation. These array formations seemed to be controlled by someone as they constantly gathered their power to attack Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Endless divine flames surged from the formation, burning him. Even though Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had an extremely high cultivation base, he still couldn't withstand this power. He was burned to the point where he had to run away in a sorry state. However, these formations seemed like they were venting their anger. They directly pressed Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus into the sea and gave him a beating, to the point it made him have doubts about his life. Didn't I just want to go to the Lotus Tark's tomb to train and gain some fortuitous opportunities? It was fine if I didn't get the opportunity, but why was the Lotus Tark so violent? Not only did he not talk about martial virtue, but he even hit this old Taoist priest. All that's left in my heart is bitterness. Chapter 407, My disciple Shantian indeed has the bearing of an immortal king. Avatars were everywhere on Penglai Island. Zhang Yunxi sat cross-legged, engulfed in a dazzling, divine light. Waves of pure medicinal energy were being refined and seeped into every single part of her. She glowed all over. Behind her, a 10,000 feet white tiger avatar filled the air, roaring into the skies and shattering the fabrics of space. Mixed divine lightning radiated outward, dazzling and magnificent as if a lightning god was about to destroy the world. Metal element mixed divine lightning and the white tiger avatar merged to form multiple golden lightning bolts. Their roar was vibrant and mighty. Roar. The tiger's roar shook the earth. Dazzling light shot through the air, covering the entire sky and shaking the mountains and rivers. At the same time, another avatar rose. It was a massive qilin whose tremendous aura swept across the entire region. Countless beams of 5 elements divine light shot out, engulfing the whole world in its spectacular light. Beams of divine light crisscrossed the entire sky and earth as if it was a massive divine array staking out this whole area. This was the mighty qilin avatar. It was a fearsome sight. Light radiated from Fang Chang's body as magical rays filled the air. His aura kept increasing, and a 1,000-foot golden giant avatar appeared behind him. It intersected with the mighty qilin avatar. One by one, multiple fearsome and mighty avatars appeared, enveloping the entire Penglai Island. The auras of Zhang Yunding, Zhao Hao, Unigoe, and the rest were all enhanced, dominating the entire region. Their foundation and cultivation abilities were all rapidly increasing due to the chaotic sky-mending pills. Especially Zhao Hao and Unigoe, who both had weaker cultivation abilities and foundations, benefited the most. Zhao Hao was just a normal prodigy from Fog City, and even though Sword Venerable Qian Yang mentored him, his foundation was still somewhat weaker than Fang Chang and the rest. This gap between him and the rest had been there since they were children, and it was not something that could be closed up within a year and a half. After all, Fang Chang, Zhang Yunding, and Zhang Yunxi had already cultivated the Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra to the highest levels and achieved the Lightning Spirit Constitution. After finding the Decalamity chapter, both Fang Chang and Zhang Yunxi had progressed so much that they were now in the initial stages of forming a miniature 5 elements Divine Lightning Constitution. As for Zhang Yunding, he was the same as his father, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. They were both very secretive about their powers. Even Fang Chang had no idea just how powerful his second junior brother was. However, given his past performance, he should not be that far off from Fang Chang or Zhang Yunxi. Zhao Hao was also a great prodigy and was often touted as the 4th most powerful in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, after Fang Chang, Zhang Yunding, and Zhang Yunxi. If he really wanted to catch up with those 3, he had to cultivate hard for at least another 3 to 5 years. But now, after consuming the chaotic sky-mending pill, Zhao Hao's foundation and talent were increasing at an astonishing pace. The surging power of the pill washed over his entire body, completely transforming him. After swallowing that pill, Zhao Hao would never have to feel inferior to anyone again about his constitution. This was because he had already achieved one of the most elite divine constitutions in the entire Eastern Wilderness and even across the 5 regions. Of course, it was still far from Shantian's freakish constitution. Nevertheless, one could not compare with Shantian, or they would have to hide in shame all the time. Apart from that, all the surrounding fire attribute spirit chi surged wildly into Zhao Hao's body. His cultivation level shot up like a rocket. A golden core hovered over Zhao Hao's body. It shone with boundless flame and lightning. It even had a faint image of a crimson phoenix circling it. It circled rapidly round after round, its aura rapidly strengthening. A normal cultivator would need many years to stabilize their golden core 9th refinement stage, but Zhao Hao was doing so with extraordinary ease. This was not all. After Zhao Hao's golden core 9th refinement stage was completed, things did not end there. Yes, his golden core was undergoing its 10th refinement. It should be pointed out that reaching the golden core 10th refinement stage meant pushing right to the uppermost limits. Why did Qi Shaoxuan dare to crush all the eastern wilderness prodigies and even challenge middle ground? He was confident solely because of his powerful golden core 10th refinement stage. It was a rare stage that one might only see in eastern wilderness once every 10,000 years. But now, Zhao Hao had easily achieved it. It should be pointed out that just a year ago, he was just a mediocre youth whose cultivation level was only subpar. If Zhao Hao reaching the golden core 10th refinement stage was jaw-dropping, then eunuch Gui's transformation was downright mind-blowing. Yes. This old eunuch's body radiated a mighty sun aura as if he had morphed into an indomitable sun. After cultivating the Imperial Sutra of Sun, he and Qin Gao had managed to mend their physical defects. They then raised their cultivation levels by gradually consuming spirit herbs. Even so, the gulf between eunuch Gui and a true prodigy remained wide. This was a gulf determined by one's innate potential. It was not something that would be easy to surpass. After consuming the chaotic sky-mending pill, however, eunuch Gui could feel his entire body on the rise. Parts of the Imperial Sutra of Sun, which he couldn't understand before, suddenly made sense to him. The parts where the energy flow was disrupted now circulated very smoothly. His power was surging like a great river, his aura at exceptionally high levels. A dazzling golden core was spinning non-stop above his head. Yes, it was also the legendary extreme golden core 10th refinement stage. If Qi Shaoxuan had witnessed this scene, he would have already collapsed to his knees in bewilderment, having strong doubts about the meaning of life. When did a golden core 10th refinement stage become so worthless? Anyone with a golden core could achieve it? At that moment, everyone finally realized how freakishly potent the chaotic sky-mending pill that Shantian just handed out was. Shantian had said this could enhance one's foundation and ability to decipher things. He was being way too modest. This thing could make a person undergo a complete transformation. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was completely stunned by this scene. He looked bewildered. What the hell did I miss? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was bewildered. He had just left for a minute. How did these martial nephews of his suddenly become so much more powerful? I was so hardworking as to go and find some fortuitous opportunities. Not only did I not find any, but I even got beaten up. These few kids didn't even do anything but manage to gain such a great fortuitous opportunity and undergo such a wonderful transformation. Not only had their cultivations increased, but even their innate potential had risen dramatically. It was completely ridiculous. Was there still justice in this world? Azure Lotus was pulling out his hair at this point. Meanwhile, everyone had more or less refined the pills to the maximum level which they could. They could only refine a small portion, so they distributed and stored the rest to the other parts of their bodies. Even so, the refined part of the pill was enough to greatly increase their cultivation. Boom! A powerful aura surged like a hurricane across the lands. Zhang Yanxi's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. Early-stage nascent soul. Mid-stage nascent soul. Late-stage nascent soul. Peak-stage nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yanxi's cultivation level soared, and she successfully jumped from early-stage nascent soul to peak-stage nascent soul. Boom! Zhang Yanxi shot up into the air. Her battle intent was focused on Princess Linglong. Princess Linglong, let's fight another round. This girl was slightly better than me only because she consumed the pill first. Now that my cultivation level has also risen, I must let her experience my power. I must let her know that not just anyone can woo my junior brother. Zhang Yanxi's desire for battle became increasingly intense. Her white tiger avatar erupted with dazzling lightning, her aura rising to terrifying levels. Given Zhang Yanxi's present power, she was confident of defeating even a normal soul formation cultivator. Upon detecting Zhang Yanxi's desire for battle, Princess Linglong's three grotto heavens rose up behind her. She exuded an endless glow, which enveloped her entire body, making her appear rather mystical. Princess Ling Long snorted. "Let's fight then. Who's afraid of you?" Dazzling light rays shot out of the three grotto heavens, charging straight toward Zhang Yanqi. Boom! The three grotto heavens and the white tiger avatar clashed together, sending off a series of impact waves. Even the fabrics of space started to crack. It was an even match. The bodies of the two ladies trembled, but their thirst for battle grew even more intense. Both of them were outstanding female prodigies at the top of their generation. No one was willing to give way. Moreover, this was a battle to prove their mettle. To prove who was good enough to stand by Shantian's side. As a result, both of them went all out. Boom! Zhang Yanqi struck again and formed streaks of metal element mixed divine lightning, which carried the aura of devastating firepower. After her cultivation level and constitution rose, Zhang Yanqi became better at controlling the mixed divine lightning. Her power was enough to annihilate a formidable heavenly venerable. The metal element mixed divine lightning spread out, and every inch of space it came into contact with disintegrated into nothing. Princess Ling Long remained calm. Her three grotto heavens ore surged out to form a colossal tripod cauldron. This was the Lotus Tark's legacy battle technique. Princess Ling Long was able to execute it easily. Her ore was exceedingly suppressive. Dong, dong, dong. Flames roared up into the skies. The metal element mixed divine lightning raged on as the tripod cauldron hummed. Tens of thousands of dazzling divine light beams shot out, shattering the surrounding fabrics of space and turning the entire area into a mass of debris. These two young ladies are quite fierce. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus stood by the side watching, but his eyes were fixed on Zhang Yanqi. He wanted to know what had triggered such a major change in Zhang Yanqi. If I can get the same, won't I be able to ascend the heavens then? At that thought, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' face lit up. He hurried asked, "Junior brother, what medicine did my martial niece eat to become so formidable?" "It must be some very potent medicine to allow her to jump from early stage nascent soul to peak stage nascent soul within such a short period. If I can get some, I might instantly transcend." The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura rippled. "Didn't senior brother already find the Lotus Tark's legacy? Why would you care about the fortuitous opportunities of these kids?" Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' face turned red. He pursed his lips. "Of course, I don't care about that. I am just showing concern for my martial niece." He inwardly grumbled, "I didn't get a single thing. How can I possibly not care? If there is really a fortuitous opportunity, I must have a share too. Otherwise, how am I supposed to cultivate when I have no resources at all?" Following that, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus turned to look at Shantian. Shantian felt his gaze and smiled. "Martial uncle, what's the matter?" For some reason, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' heart shuddered upon seeing Shantian's smile. Shantian's question was like a big, fat punch to him, driving him into a panic. And that was not your normal big, fat punch. It was like being surrounded and battered by the array formations of 10 tarks for 15 minutes. As high as my cultivation level is, I cannot endure such a formidable battering. It was such an intensely terrifying experience. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus felt a lingering fear in his heart. What if this kid said there is a fortuitous opportunity somewhere? Should I go or not? Not everyone can be like that kid, able to hold himself no matter what he encounters. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus chose the safe option. Nothing, I can just go ask my martial niece. The main reason was that the others were still cultivating in seclusion. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was ignoring him, while he did not dare to ask Shantian. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had no choice but to find Zhang Yanqi. Zhang Yanqi was still fighting with Princess Ling Long. "But I don't care. It's just two little girls making a fuss. It's about time they stopped this nonsense. I have more important things to do." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus strode confidently onto the battlefield. Shantian raised his eyebrows. He was watching the battle and saw that it was already at hair-raising levels beyond many Heavenly Venerables. Even a peak Heavenly Venerable might not be able to defend against them. It was such an intense battle. It was clear that both girls' battle fires had been lit, and they were giving it their all. Now that Heavenly Venerable Azure was going to walk right into the fray, Shantian quickly warned him, "Martial uncle, be careful. They are about to." Heavenly Venerable Azure interrupted Shantian with a wave of his hand. "Don't worry. Given my cultivation level, they are unable to hurt me at all." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus stood up. "Martial niece, little Ling Long, Please stop for a moment. I have something to say. Damn. Before he could finish his sentence, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus cried out as he jumped 3 feet into the air. If he had reacted a second too late, he would have been swallowed by the divine blast. Boom. A divine roar erupted, shaking the entire region. Shantian shook his head and turned to look at Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Martial Uncle, I already tried to warn you. They were about to execute a big move. Martial Uncle Azure Lotus was an example of a good senior citizen. He was trying to show his fellow cultivators by example what would happen if one tried to intervene in a fight. Unless you were very handsome, please do not try what he just did. Even if you had to, don't just cut in at any place. Certainly not right in the middle. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Boom. The surrounding fabrics of space exploded. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was near the center of the blast and suffered an intense blow. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanqi was bathed in dazzling lightning, her metal element mixed divine lightning covering her body like armor and merging with her body. This was from the Divine Firmament Sacred Grounds Forbidden Chapter, Declamity. After breaking through to peak stage Nascent Soul, Zhang Yanqi had already mastered the essence of Declamity. She morphed into the metal element mixed divine lightning source and had full control of it. Her power was terrifying to the extreme. Countless lightning bolts were triggered, thundering and roaring through space, as if about to completely destroy this entire area. The aura of every single lightning bolt was very fearsome. It possessed a power enough to threaten even a mighty Heavenly Venerable. If trapped by such a massive lightning array, even a peak Heavenly Venerable would perish inside. Zhang Yanqi had undergone a tremendous change after consuming the chaotic sky-mending pill. It was not just a simple increase of her cultivation level. Princess Ling Long also executed a big move. Her 3 grotto heavens burned strongly, exuding light and magic. 3 figures appeared, one in each grotto heaven, surrounded by the heavenly Tao. The 3 figures moved in unison, raising their arms and creating a massive handprint. It released a palm strike that was enough to turn the world upside down. Space was compressed by limitless energy, disintegrating into nothing. This attack was the ultimate technique of the Huangshi Imperial Sutra, Earth-shaking palm print. Princess Ling Long was the Celestial Dynasty's princess and Huangshi's direct descendant. She had a deep understanding of the Huangshi Imperial Sutra and was naturally able to decipher the essence of this legacy. With the power of her 3 grotto heavens enhancing the Huangshi Imperial Sutra, even a peak Heavenly Venerable might not be able to withstand her attack. In the blink of an eye, a fearsome war erupted on the battlefield. This was no ordinary attack. Princess Ling Long and the Divine Firmament Saintess were going all out, and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was standing right in the middle. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus suddenly realized what was meant by, one should always fear the power of the younger generation. He also realized what was meant by, one should always fear the power of women. Boom. An earth-shattering boom resounded. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was sent flying through the air. Countless lightning bolts and the earth-shaking palm print clashed, sending sparks all over the area. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus quickly recomposed himself, erupted with a golden light, and a powerful gust of aura surged out. Boom. The lighting array was shattered, and a bronze staff pierced the massive handprint. A golden, shimmering old Taoist priest was left standing there alone, holding a huge golden staff. He looked very cool and awesome. Well. Also, a little pathetic. Heavenly Venerable Azure's hair was in disarray, and his new purple robe was once again torn and tattered. He was also coughing out white smoke. Princess Ling Long and Zhang Yanqi were startled by the sight and rushed to his side. "Martial Uncle, are you alright?" "I am fine. Who do you think I am? Your attacks are just a tickle to my side." If not for the fact that Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was still panting with smoke coming out his ears, everyone might have really believed him. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus tidied his hair and smiled. "Martial niece, can you tell me how you managed to raise your powers so fast?" Zhang Yanqi was momentarily taken aback. "It is all thanks to Junior Brother's chaotic sky-mending pill." She was filled with doubts and suspicions. Martial Uncle Azure Lotus came to stop our battle just for this? Impossible. Junior Brother must have asked him to come to smooth things out. After all, everyone knows about Junior Brother's chaotic sky-mending pills. Martial Uncle Azure Lotus cannot possibly not know about it. He is clearly pretending to cover up for Junior Brother. Junior Brother does care for me, after all. Zhang Yanqi blushed at this thought. Meanwhile, Princess Ling Long was also blushing. It was clear that the two of them were having the exact same thoughts. What? I expended so much energy, and the thing was actually with Shantian all along? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' face turned black. His newly tidied hair nearly blew up again. Nonetheless, he quickly changed his expression and was all smiles again. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus rubbed his hands and walked towards Shantian. Martial nephew, I think your master wants some of those pills. Why don't you give me two? I will help you deliver them to him. Shantian. The crowd. Zhang Yunshi couldn't help calling out, Martial uncle, you are being too straightforward. Which martial uncle would ever beg their martial nephew for something? And using his martial nephew's master as a scapegoat on top of that? He really lived up to his reputation. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus just pursed his lips in nonchalance. Pride? How much is that worth? These kids' power was enhanced to extreme levels. Meanwhile, I poured in so much effort and didn't reap any rewards. I even got beaten up. He felt rather sour inwardly. Who cares if I lose a little of my dignity today? I must get one of those pills. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader knew very well what Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was thinking. He grabbed Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus by the back of his neck, exuded his oppressive aura, and dragged Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus back. Divine light shot out of a chain array, tying up Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader said mildly, this kind of pill is not that useful to you. Senior brother, don't waste precious treasures. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus struggled and shouted. I just want a taste. Just a taste. Shantian smiled and shook his head. Master, these pills are just as effective toward sages who have undergone tribulations. The Chaotic Sky Mending Pill was refined using a 12th-stage lotus and is a true blue tark level pill. Even a true sage will be able to see his foundation and innate ability to decipher greatly increase. Master, martial uncle, I have specially reserved these two pills for you. Shantian took out two Chaotic Sky Mending pills and handed them to the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader. Tark level pill? I want it. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus eyes lit up. A tark level pill that can raise a sage's innate ability? Too tempting. Without another word, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus snatched one of the pills from the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's hand. He held it tightly in his own hand. Martial nephew, how can I accept this? Immediately after, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus stuffed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader behaved with much more dignity. His lightning and heavenly aura vibrated intensely, but his voice remained calm. The honor is so filial. I am very happy. But this is a tark level pill. The honor, you should keep it for yourself. You might have some use for it in the future. I have no need for it. Shantian bowed. Master has been so kind to me and taught me so much since I entered the sect. You have guided me and protected me from powerful foes. My current cultivation level and achievements, I owe them all to you. I would be nothing without you. This Chaotic Sky Mending Pill is the least I can do. Please accept it. The honor, I really don't need it. Master, please accept it. I don't need it. Why don't you give it to the other disciples? If you ever have such a need in the future, I can refine more. Master, please don't stand on ceremony then. You can refine more? As long as I have the materials, I can refine more anytime. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura rippled wildly. He finally said in resignation. All right then, since you insist, I will accept it. With that, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader consumed the Chaotic Sky Mending Pill and started to refine its power. There was no need to say anything more. That earlier exchange showed clearly the difference between the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader and Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Otherwise, why had the second senior brother ended up being the Sacred Leader? Virtue over seniority. Of course, the intense vibration of the Divine Firmament's Sacred Leader aura clearly reflected the turbulent emotions inside his heart. Chaotic Sky Mending Pill, Chaotic Sky Mending Pill. A tark-level pill that could raise a sage's innate potential was unheard of. One could not get this even in exchange for a top sage artifact. The most powerful practitioners across the 5 regions would fight like mad for this kind of peerless divine pill. Yet, Shantian was able to refine more of such pills without limit. With such a pill, my Divine Firmament Sacred Ground will definitely rise again. My disciple indeed has the bearing of an immortal king. Hey. Chapter 408, Heavenly Tao is unfair. The divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus sat down cross-legged after consuming the chaotic sky-mending pill. Their aura surged and kept on increasing, and the heavenly aura around them turned into a divine rainbow that pierced through the sky. The entire sky transformed in the blink of an eye. Clouds gathered like huge waves, which instantly made the atmosphere extremely depressing. That was the heavenly tribulation that would occur when sages advanced in their cultivation. It was terrifying and could easily wipe out living beings weaker than sages. Of course, monstrous geniuses like Shantian were an exception. The chaotic sky-mending pill's destiny-changing effect could allow even the divine firmament sacred leader, who had already transcended the tribulation to become a sage, to have a complete transformation, improving his strength greatly. The divine firmament sacred leader's constitution was transforming, and his whole body was shining. Fearsome mixed divine lightning was generated ceaselessly as if the lightning emperor had descended. Chi. The divine firmament sacred leader traveled through space and directly entered the sky. Endless lightning clouds gathered and completely covered the divine firmament sacred leader. A frightening aura spread throughout the whole area as if wanting to annihilate all the living creatures beneath it. Space collapsed under the pressure of the lightning clouds, forming fearsome turbulent pockets of void. Lightning struck endlessly as the lightning laws turned violent as if wanting to strike the person transcending the tribulation into ashes. The good thing was that the divine firmament sacred leader was transcending the tribulation in the turbulent void, so there was not much influence on the outer world. Otherwise, given the lightning bolt's power, they were enough to destroy the entire area within 1,000 miles. Those heavenly tribulation clouds became even thicker and emitted a soul-stirring aura. The divine firmament sacred leader was fearless, and the lightning and heavenly aura surrounding him were unleashed to the maximum. He held the lightning celestial sword in one hand and the golden scripture in the other. There were even the 10 lightning beasts behind him, surrounding and protecting him. Soon, the lightning turned into sharp blades covering the sky, and lightning aura pervaded the whole area, its light blinding. Everyone felt shocked as if facing the power of heaven. All the prodigies raised their heads and looked toward the sky. They were full of excitement as they saw that majestic figure in the sky. Their sacred leader was actually this powerful. Boom! The sound of thunder was deafening. Lightning flashed within the heavenly tribulation clouds that were as black as ink. The heavenly tribulation lightning was tens of thousands of feet in length and struck the ground as if wanting to annihilate all living beings. The heavenly tribulation lightning was like a lightning dragon that bathed in bright lightning, baring its teeth and roaring with fury. Space was distorted wherever the heavenly tribulation lightning traveled, turning the endless turbulent void unstable. Nothing could escape its power. Even normal sages were unable to stop that heavenly tribulation lightning at all. Their physical bodies would definitely get destroyed, and they would die under the heavenly tribulation if they did. However, the person who was transcending the tribulation was one of the 2 prodigies from the divine firmament sacred ground, Zhonglong Yuan. He was one of the strongest even amongst all the other sages. The heavenly aura surrounding the divine firmament sacred leader fluctuated vigorously as the 10 lightning beasts soared in the sky and collided with the endless lightning bolts. The divine firmament sacred leader waved the lightning celestial sword in his hand lightly, and endless lightning gathered, forming a huge blade made of lightning and piercing through the sky. That sword seemed to be able to split the heavenly tribulation cloud. Boom! Lightning blade aura collided with the heavenly tribulation lightning dragon, and the powerful impact shook the place and even the turbulent void. Endless lightning struck and suddenly dispersed, scattering in all directions. It was, in the end, the heavenly tribulation of a sage, so it had boundless power that normal sages could not block. Even if the lightning blade aura had dispersed most of the strength and made the heavenly tribulation lightning dragon shrink to only dozens of feet in length, the heavenly tribulation lightning dragon continued charging toward the divine firmament sacred leader. In that instant, the radiating light was as bright as the sun and could even light up the whole place. The divine firmament sacred leader was covered by endless heavenly tribulation lightning, and the heavenly aura around him fluctuated to the extreme. 2 different lightning powers kept on entangling each other, and they actually seemed to be merging. Afterward, the divine firmament sacred leader completely assimilated the endless heavenly tribulation lightning, which in turn turned into pure energy and entered his body, allowing his aura to increase exponentially. Obviously, the divine firmament sacred leader had successfully transcended this tribulation and even absorbed a portion of the heavenly tribulation's power. It was highly beneficial to his cultivation. According to rumors, sages would need to undergo heavenly tribulation for each advancement in stage. This piece of information was actually true. The sage's heavenly tribulation would not only put the sage's strength to the test, but it would also improve one's cultivation level greatly. As long as one could successfully transcend the tribulation, their physical body would be strengthened by the lightning tribulation. Thus, they would undergo a complete transformation. Both their physical strength and dharmic power would become much more powerful and purer. It could be said to be an improvement in quality. That was so for the divine firmament sacred leader. After transcending the tribulation, the heavenly aura surrounding him turned even brighter, making him seem as if he was an immortal celestial that had fallen into the mortal world. However, this was not the end. Lightning clouds still gathered in the sky, and deafening thunder and blinding lightning could be seen as the lightning clouds accumulated more and more terrifying power. The heavenly tribulation lightning was amassing, seemingly able to burst out any time. That power was even more terrifying than before. The heavenly tribulation lightning for each advancement in stage was also the same, its strength would increase with each stage. The divine firmament sacred leader did not mind. On the contrary, he took the initiative to fly toward the sky. His body erupted with endless lightning, and the 10 lightning beast avatars behind him unleashed lightning and heavenly aura continuously, covering the divine firmament sacred leader completely. It was as if he had turned into the heavenly tribulation lightning and controlled the heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth. That was the divine firmament sacred ground's forbidden chapter that allowed the cultivator to become one with the lightning tribulation, calamity. The power unleashed by that forbidden art was extremely fearsome in the divine firmament sacred leader's hands. Endless lightning trembled as if wanting to submit to that majestic figure. Even the heavenly tribulation lightning in the sky was influenced and fluctuated vigorously, resulting in its aura filling the sky. Boom! The heavenly tribulation lightning surged out but was surrounded and attacked by lightning from all directions. The 2 different colored flashes of lightning intertwined and continued wearing down each other's strength. However, the heavenly tribulation lightning did, in the end, signify the heavenly Tao, so it was extremely powerful, unable to be blocked by just normal lightning. In that instant, the heavenly tribulation lightning broke through the other lightning's encirclement. The heavenly tribulation lightning was split by endless lightning, so a large portion of its strength was consumed. Thus, even if the heavenly tribulation lightning struck the divine firmament sacred leader, its power would not be as much as before. In that instant, the power of the heavenly tribulation lightning was completely absorbed by the divine firmament sacred leader, thus increasing his strength again. The heavenly tribulation clouds shook vigorously and circled in the sky for a long time, as if reluctant to leave but had no other choice. The divine firmament sacred leader descended and appeared before everyone. Everyone went up and congratulated, "Congratulations to Master, Sacred Leader, for advancing." Shantian could not help but exclaim as he looked at the divine firmament sacred leader who had improved exponentially. Master has indeed concealed his real strength. Even transcending the tribulation is par for the course for him. I feel really secure with such a master as my backing. The others were also overjoyed as the more powerful the divine firmament sacred leader was, the better it was for the divine firmament sacred ground. Currently, among the top 5 divine firmament prodigies, 2 of them were the divine firmament sacred leader's offspring, while the other 3 were his personal disciples. Therefore, everyone was delighted to see the divine firmament sacred leader's increase in strength. The heavenly aura surrounding the divine firmament sacred leader shone brightly. He spoke calmly. "It's all due to Dioner's sky-mending pill. If it was not for the effects of the pill that allowed the divine firmament sacred leader's constitution to be enhanced and his cultivation level increased, it would not be that simple for him to survive the tribulation. Since it was a sage heavenly tribulation, and even 2 continuous ones, it was enough to wipe out most sages. However, the divine firmament sacred leader used the power of the sky-mending pill to undergo an extraordinary transformation, and even his future cultivation would be more stable. If he continued cultivating this way, the divine firmament sacred leader had the confidence of becoming a tark. As expected of the chaotic sky-mending pill, which can help one change one's destiny. Hey. The vigorous vibration of the divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura proved how unsettled he was. "Arg! I'm going to break through too," shouted heavenly venerable azure lotus suddenly. He flew into the sky while leaving a gold light trail behind him. Heavenly venerable azure lotus had also absorbed the sky-mending pill, so his cultivation level increased greatly. Even the golden light on the surface of his body turned even brighter, and the aura around him became denser. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had also reached the bottleneck in this instant and was about to transcend the tribulation of a sage. In that instant, everyone's attention was attracted to him. Even the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader stared straight at Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. He also wanted to see what his senior brother could achieve after consuming the sky-mending pill. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus radiated golden light like the sun and pointed his golden staff straight at the sky, setting off how majestic his body was. It was as if he was saying, "I'm going to dominate the heavens." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus continued absorbing the chaotic sky-mending pill's medicinal essence, which made his aura's strength increase explosively. Upon sensing his constitution's enhancement and increase in cultivation level, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' confidence went through the roof, and he shouted to the sky, "If I was not born, then there would be no hope for the Tao, just like endless dark days. Now, I will use my staff to prove my Tao and to defeat the sage heavenly tribulation." His bold aura surged toward the sky, intimidating even the heavens. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's first senior brother, who loved showing off, was back. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was imposing with his back straightened and chest held high toward the sky. "I feel that I've regained my confidence after eating this pill. How could just a trivial tribulation stop me?" His staff shot out golden light, which turned into a golden rainbow and pierced straight into the sky as if wanting to stir up the clouds. In that instant, the heavenly tribulation clouds in the sky gathered, and heavenly tribulation lightning could be seen yet again. But that was not all. As if being interrupted by Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus attack, those heavenly tribulation clouds that had yet to disperse after the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly tribulation were also drawn. In that instant, the heavenly tribulation cloud became even denser. One could imagine that the power of two heavenly tribulations was even more fearsome than when the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was transcending the tribulation. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was stunned, and he opened his eyes widely. Fuck. It can't be? No one expected that those two heavenly tribulations would merge together. That made the strength of Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus heavenly tribulation to increase by 2 times. So what if it's 2 times the heavenly tribulation? I'll use my staff to smash through the heavenly tribulation. Whoever blocks me shall die. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus gulped down his saliva and smiled boldly while putting up a front before heading toward the heavenly tribulation fearlessly. He still had to prove himself no matter how frightening the heavenly tribulation was. Since all his juniors were present, he still had his reputation and dignity to uphold. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus radiated golden light brightly, and an endless heavenly aura was created, covering the whole sky. He wanted to fight with the heavenly tribulation himself. The surrounding Divine Firmament disciples were all touched and astounded as they witnessed that scene. The eyes of Fang Chang, Zhao Hao, and the others were even filled with admiration, and they could not help but exclaim, "Martial Uncle is so strong. Is this his true strength? The first senior brother of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground in the past? He actually possessed the strength to go against heaven." I, Fang Chang, might have really misunderstood Martial Uncle in the past. My forbearance pales in comparison to Martial Uncle Azure Lotus. Only Shantian had a weird expression. Is it really like that? Something seems wrong. Shantian's eyes shone brightly as he activated his innate heavenly Dao. Even with the heavenly aura enveloping Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, Shantian could still see what was happening in the sky. Not long after, Shantian's mouth twitched as he sighed. Just why? Martial Uncle, you just need to peacefully survive through the tribulation, so why must you try to show off? In Shantian's memory, those that tried showing off in front of the heavenly tribulation had all died. Such as a certain vine. Fearsome heavenly tribulation clouds gathered in the sky, and bright golden heavenly tribulation lightning could be seen flashing within, creating an appalling atmosphere that made others frightened. That was the terrifying sage heavenly tribulation. Originally, such a tribulation could not be underestimated, and sages would need to use their full strength to cope with it. Not to mention this was an unparalleled heavenly tribulation formed from 2 heavenly tribulations. Since ancient times, only Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus might have encountered such a level of heavenly tribulation. Even sages would not easily transcend the tribulation. Therefore, the chance of 2 sages transcending the tribulation in the same place and similar time was extremely low. Even if there was, most sages would wait until the others' heavenly tribulation clouds dispersed before transcending the tribulation. After all, undergoing the tribulation was not child's play, and one might lose their lives with any misstep. It was a pity that Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had only thought of showing off, so he had forgotten such a thing, resulting in the two heavenly tribulations merging as one. His luck was simply beyond words. Such a heroic deed, fearlessly sacrificing his life to teach others a lesson regarding tribulation transcendence, he was destined to be recorded and leave his name in history. It might even cause a mighty uproar in the 5 regions and make others exclaim, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, a model for all sages with himself as a counterexample, warning all cultivators to be humble and respectful when transcending tribulations, definitely don't show off. Even if he wanted to show off, he should not do so in front of others' heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Heavenly tribulation clouds gathered crazily as if amassing endless power and could erupt at any moment. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus took a deep breath and shouted toward the heavenly tribulation, "Bring it on if you dare. I'm not afraid of you." There was already no room for Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus to retreat, so it was better to just face the heavenly tribulation head-on. As if they had heard Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus taunt, the clouds turned even darker, and their aura became even stronger. Boom! Golden divine lightning struck and formed a golden flying horse which galloped toward Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was stunned. "It really dares? See how I tear you apart." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus waved his golden staff, unleashing an overwhelming aura. A power that could crush mountains and rivers was unleashed. His golden staff suddenly grew larger and smashed the golden flying horse into pieces, and lightning scattered in all directions. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was stunned before laughing heartily. "That's it? The heavenly tribulation's power is just that? It's just so-so. As expected, my staff is more powerful." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus, who was originally on tenterhooks, instantly relaxed. Given his physique and the chaotic sky-mending pill, both his chi refinement and God-fiend cultivation levels had increased greatly. That was the reason Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was able to easily smash apart the heavenly tribulation lightning. However, how was it possible for the sage heavenly tribulation to be this simple? And not to mention the fact that it was a combination of 2 heavenly tribulations? Boom! Another loud explosion echoed. Lightning could be seen flashing in the heavenly tribulation clouds, and another 3 bright golden bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning struck. They formed bolts that charged toward Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. The aura of 3 lightning bolts was so astonishing that it distorted the surrounding space. The bolts were unstoppable and could crush everything standing in their path. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' pupils constricted, and his tone became serious. "Again? You think I can't block 3 mere bolts? There are also 3 of me. Let's go." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus roared and activated his peerless technique 3 pure ones in one breath. His aura suddenly increased, and the laws within him then created 3 clones of himself. Teenage Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus and middle-aged Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus both walked out of Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' shadow. The 3 of them stood in a row as they faced the heavenly tribulation lightning. The 3 Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotuses all had the strength of a sage, so it was not difficult for them to block the heavenly tribulation lightning. Boom! Another loud explosion resounded. Even though the 3 bulls' lightning aura was fearsome, they were still destroyed by the 3 Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotuses. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus's confidence inflated rapidly, and he roared, "Feel free to use all your strength. You can help me warm up. I thought that the heavenly tribulation was very frightening. But that's all? That's its full strength? Too weak. If I had known earlier, then I would not have prepared beforehand and allowed my martial nephews and nieces to see how talented and mighty I am." Boom, boom, boom. As if being enraged, the heavenly tribulation clouds burst out in blinding light, which could wipe out even the whole heaven and earth and turn it into ruins. In that instant, the sky split apart, and countless golden bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning gushed out, forming 10 lightning beasts that charged toward Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. A portion of the golden heavenly tribulation lightning turned into a dragon, which roared toward the sky, whipping its large tail to smash through endless space and toward Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Some turned into a white tiger, waving their huge claws that even tore apart the laws of heaven and earth, slashing toward Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. There was also Crimson Phoenix, Mighty Chileen, and Black Tortoise. An endless stream of terrifying heavenly tribulation lightning overturned the whole sky and charged toward Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. The jaws of the 3 Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotuses instantly dropped, and their pupils widened. WTF? 10 against 3? You have no martial ethic," roared the trio. Boom! At that instant, lightning struck, and lightning snakes danced, filling the entire sky with an endless sea of lightning. Endless bolts of lightning instantly covered the three heavenly venerable azure lotuses. "Fuck, you dare to strike me? I'm going to go all out." "No. You King Lightning Dragon. Where are you attacking?" "Ah. You can't strike there." "Junior brother, save me." "Ah. I won't show off anymore." "Ah." Heavenly venerable azure lotuses' miserable wails resounded throughout the whole place. After a while, the heavenly tribulation finally unleashed all its power and stopped. The heavenly tribulation clouds dispersed vividly, looking just like a winner going away with swagger and even smugness. Meanwhile, heavenly venerable azure lotus also slowly floated down from the sky. His whole body was convulsing, and golden lightning could be seen flowing in his body. His whole body and even his beard and hair were burned black. The old Taoist priest staggered as he walked toward everyone. Everyone shivered as they looked at him. Didn't Martial Uncle look energetic before? Just what happened for him to turn into this? Shantian could not bear the sight and asked, "Martial Uncle, are you all right?" Shantian had witnessed how miserable heavenly venerable azure lotus was as the heavenly tribulation was tormenting him. The angered heavenly tribulation was brutal and inhumane, tormenting heavenly venerable azure lotus until near the point of death. It was fortunate that the old Taoist priest had a strong body, and under the enhancement of the chaotic sky-mending pill, he barely made it through. Otherwise, Shantian might not even have a martial uncle anymore. Heavenly venerable azure lotus was still reluctant to admit his mistake, so he said, "Just that? Of course I'm fine. It's only because I wanted the heavenly tribulation lightning to strengthen my body. Otherwise, how could the heavenly tribulation hurt me?" He was stubborn to admit his mistake, but he could not help but complain in his heart, "Fuck, the sage heavenly tribulation is too ruthless. It really did not give me any face at all. If not for my stable foundation, I might not even have been able to last through it." Boom! At that time, a clap of thunder echoed, while endless heavenly tribulation clouds surged as if they were going to gather once again. Heavenly venerable azure lotus shrunk his body and hurriedly kept quiet, not daring to talk big anymore. Well, I shouldn't act trashly. Although he was in a tragic state, heavenly venerable azure lotus had also benefited greatly. His physical body became even more crystal clear, and golden light flowed within it, containing powerful and peerless power. That made heavenly venerable azure lotus slightly comforted. At least, I was not struck for nothing. But why was it so simple for junior brother to transcend the tribulation but so difficult for me? Heavenly Tao, oh heavenly Tao, you are so unfair. Chapter 409, Mecha Man, Chain Yundi. At divine firmament sacred ground, on Saint Mountain. Two figures morphed into lightning and shot down from the skies, destroying their surroundings. The divine firmament disciples appeared and couldn't help sighing at the sight of those two. These two were truly antsy. The sacred leader had just been gone for half a day, and they were fighting again. The surrounding disciples watched on, but none of them intervened. They knew that only someone like the sacred leader or heavenly venerable azure lotus could subdue these two. The two figures, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, exuded a powerful aura. Rays of divine light spread out, piercing through the fabrics of space. The one being pursued was the fat Taoist priest. And the one pursuing him was the pure white tortoise dressed in flowery pants. The fat Taoist priest looked rather pathetic. His robes were torn and tattered, and he had a huge bump on his head. Although he was fleeing, he continued to rant. "Stupid tortoise! If you continue to chase me, I will barbecue you with my lightning fist." Yes, those two fellows were Beatty and Yue Yunde. After the immortal Abode Island trial, the man and tortoise had been brought back to the divine firmament sacred ground by the divine firmament sacred leader. The main reason was that these two chaps were major troublemakers. One of them was a professional tomb raider who even raided the ancestral tomb of a certain sacred ground in Middle Ground and nearly started a major war. The tortoise was just as bad. He relied on his extreme speed and stole some high-level spirit herbs. One could not help worrying about those two. It was just half a month to the Grand Saint coronation ceremony. There would be visitors from everywhere. The core personnel from all the sacred grounds would be here at the divine firmament sacred ground. It would be a huge loss of face if anyone made a complaint then. To be safe, the divine firmament sacred leader had these two troublemakers stay at the divine firmament sacred ground to prevent them from stirring up any more trouble. But even while at the divine firmament's sacred ground, those two were not behaving at all. Those two chaps had never seen eye to eye. After the divine firmament's sacred leader and heavenly venerable azure lotus left the sacred ground, they started fighting again. Beatty morphed into a golden beam and chased after Yue Yunde. He shouted, "Fat Taoist priest! How dare you steal my coffin? Return it to me immediately!" Yue Yunde scurried about as he fled, looking somewhat pathetic. "That coffin is an ancient artifact I dug out during my archaeological expedition. Who said it is yours? Why don't you call it? See if it answers you?" Beatty flew into a rage. "Would you have managed to get so many items without me?" Yue Yunde retorted, "You would not have gotten anything without me either." With that, Yue Yunde took out treasure after treasure and tossed them at Beatty. Every single artifact was shiny and looked extraordinary. They were supreme-grade spirit artifacts. Beatty was fuming when he saw that Yue Yunde still possessed so many treasures. "Fatso! You're a real scoundrel. You still have so many treasures hidden on you. How dare you cheat me? I will bite you to death." A golden light dazzled as Beatty increased his speed. He bit Yue Yunde on the buttocks. Yue Yunde jumped up. "Damn you! Are you a tortoise or a dog? How dare you bite me?" Yue Yunde's butt glowed with light and magic. There was clearly some artifact protecting his bum, and he was not hurt at all. This also proved that Yue Yunde was not that simple. It should be pointed out that Beatty was a void lightning tortoise. He was once an elite practitioner. Although his power had reverted to the mighty prowess realm after being reborn, he was not your usual demon venerable. Even so, Beatty did not have that much of an upper hand over Yue Yunde. This proved that Yue Yunde could be considered one of the top demon venerables. However, although Yue Yunde's physical body was fine, his clothes failed to withstand Beatty's teeth. Rip. A huge hole appeared in Yue Yunde's robe, revealing his bright red underwear. With his butt wiggling left and right, it was a downright sexy sight. The divine firmament disciples in the crowd couldn't help sniggering at the sight of those bright red underpants. Of course, they only dared to snigger in secret. Yue Yunde was still their XXXXX divine firmament saint. They had to give him some respect. The fat Taoist priest's face darkened. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. "Damn you! You have utterly embarrassed me. How can I face those divine firmament disciples again? My status in society will be destroyed." Yue Yunde felt that his societal status was really at the brink of death. Nonetheless, Beatty did not let up. He activated his electric shadow footwork and charged toward Yue Yunde. Yue Yunde got enraged. "Old tortoise, I will smash your head if you bite me again." No, no. Softer, softer. You cannot bite that particular area." "Ah." Yue Yunde's robe was in tatters, and his body was covered in bite marks. He looked very pathetic. Rumble. The fabrics of space twisted, and a dazzling light erupted. A tunnel appeared in the void, and several figures emerged. It was the divine firmament sacred leader, Shantian, and the rest. After the gang's cultivation levels rose, the divine firmament sacred leader created a void tunnel and led the group back. Of course, Princess Ling Long insisted on following along. Her line of thought was simple: "I will go wherever Brother Shen goes." Zhang Yanqi was naturally strongly opposed to it. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither would give way. Nothing came out of their earlier battle. On the way, the girls bickered but did not really come to physical blows again. After everyone appeared, the faces of the divine firmament disciples were filled with joy and adoration. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. The sacred leader and the rest are back. And Senior Brother Saint too. Senior Brother Saint has returned safely. It is indeed a cause for celebration. After over a month, Senior Brother Saint managed to return safely. The heavens must be protecting him. According to Uncle Goe, it is concubine Lan who is protecting him. In an instant, the entire divine firmament sacred ground was in an uproar. By the time Shantian and his group all emerged, they were totally dumbstruck by the sight before them. Beatty was still chasing after Yue Yunde and biting him. Yue Yunde was fiercely counterattacking by using his lightning power to form a golden divine dog, which pounced back at Beatty. Thereafter, Beatty executed his tortoise fist and smashed that golden dog. The force of that fist was beyond powerful. Beatty slowly withdrew his fist and smirked. "That's all? Little fatso, your lightning skills are too lousy." The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura rippled. He could no longer bear to watch this anymore. He flung the sleeves of his robes and separated the two. The man and tortoise instantly stopped their ruckus the moment they saw that the divine firmament sacred leader had made his move. No choice. If they continued making trouble and had to be subdued, neither of them would benefit. They would be utterly dismayed then. Yue Yunde was delighted at the sight of the divine firmament sacred leader. He rushed over. His expression changed as he whined. "Master, you must speak up for me. That stupid white tortoise has no morals. He is bullying me even though he is older than me. I am just a young man of a few hundred years in age, but he attacked me on the sly." Yue Yunde whimpered and sniffled, looking very pitiful. The corners of Beidai's mouth twitched. "Fatso, you are talking nonsense. How dare you besmear my name? Take another of my tortoise fist." Beidai reached out his fists as he conjured a massive fist image, all ready to strike Yue Yunde. Yue Yunde shrank back and quickly ducked behind the divine firmament sacred leader. The divine firmament sacred leader's heavenly aura rippled. "Senior Beidai, please let this matter be on my account." In the blink of an eye, the massive fist image disappeared. Beidai drew back his hand. "Since this kid has spoken up for you, I will spare your life then, you fatso." Unexpectedly, Beidai was shuddering inwardly. He had lived a long life, but after being reborn, his powers were only at the mighty prowess realm. The divine firmament sacred leader was a sage who had undergone tribulation. His cultivation level was deep beyond fathom. If he behaved recklessly in front of the divine firmament sacred leader, he would probably suffer a major thrashing. Beidai was very self-aware when it came to this. "Thank you, Master." Yue Yunde shamelessly thanked him. However, his eyes suddenly filled with shock. He couldn't help exclaiming, "How is this possible? How did your cultivation levels increase by so much in just half a day?" Yue Yunde was stunned. He knew that Zhang Yanxi and the rest were previously early-stage nascent soul cultivators. They all reached peak-stage nascent soul after a single trip? Am I seeing things? Heavens, did you all get a shot of magic adrenaline? How did your cultivation levels increase so quickly? What kind of adrenaline is that potent? I will be able to beat up that stupid white tortoise if I can get a shot too, right? I want it so badly. Feeling rather resigned, Fang Chang explained, "First senior brother, we didn't take any adrenaline shots. This is all thanks to the Saint's chaotic sky mending pill." "Chaotic sky mending pill? What's that?" Yue Yunde felt rather doubtful. Even if Shantian was the great son of Providence, he couldn't possibly be that lucky. What kind of pill is able to help so many people's cultivation level increase by so much? I can feel that even Master and Martial Uncle's aura seem to have grown stronger. Yue Yunde was still doubtful when Beidai stepped forward. He morphed into a streak of golden light and appeared right in front of Shantian. "Good kid. It's been a few days since I last saw you, and your cultivation level has increased by quite a bit. The moment I saw you, I could tell that you were a very successful man in cultivation and had a bright future ahead. Can you give me a few of those chaotic something pills to try? Maybe if I am in a good mood, I will give you some peerless great divine technique." Beidai felt very envious of everyone's increase in cultivation level. Thus, he shamelessly tried to praise and entice Shantian into giving him some of those pills. "Shantian? Why does this feel like déjà vu?" At the side, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus quietly turned his face away. Yue Yunde snapped out of his trance and called out, "You old tortoise, you attacked me when I was not ready." With that, Yue Yunde also stepped forth and clung to Shantian. "Junior brother. I am so pitiful. That old tortoise has been bullying me the entire time. Junior brother, can you give me some of those pills too? When my power increases, I will teach that old tortoise a good lesson." "Beidai. Stupid fatso, how dare you try to compete with me for the pills? Take my tortoise fist." Yue Yunde leapt up into the air and hollered, "Old tortoise, stop your stupid act. I will smash you after I take the pill. Now that my junior brother Shantian has returned, I have someone to back me up. I will make soup out of you later. Of course, I have to get that pill first." Yue Yunde turned back to Shantian, all prepared to grovel for that pill. Beidai had the same idea. Man and tortoise clung onto Shantian, one on either side of him. The corners of Shantian's mouth twitched. He felt an urge to kick these two fellows and send them flying off into the air. Luckily, the divine firmament sacred leader and heavenly venerable Azure Lotus intervened. They picked up Yue Yunde and Beatty by the scruff of their necks and dragged them away. "You two are an embarrassment to us." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus couldn't help shaking his head. He seemed to have forgotten how the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had to drag him away in the same manner earlier. Beatty and Yue Yunde struggled wildly as they were being dragged away. They continued hollering, "We just want to have a taste. Just a taste." Fang Chang muttered to himself, "Why do those words sound so familiar?" Shantian. The crowd. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus face darkened even further. Rumble. A loud rumble thundered through the region as a powerful aura filled the space. Countless light rays as dazzling as the sun engulfed the entire sacred ground. A massive shimmering figure descended, its aura heavy and intense, like a ferocious tiger stalking down the mountain. Boom. Dust and dirt flew. The crowd turned to see a massive white tiger appear on the sacred ground. It was at least 1,000 feet in size and dazzled as if it had been drenched in liquid gold. However, the main thing was the aura this white tiger exuded. It was as powerful as a heavenly venerable. "What is that?" Fang Chang and the rest immediately went on high alert. If this was not the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, they might have thought that they were being invaded by one of the southern border demon races. On the other side, Shantian just gazed at the white tiger, and the corners of his lips twitched. A shape-changing giant robot can also pass through? Yes, this was no white tiger. It was a robot forged using spirit gold, or perhaps you could call it a Gundam. At that point, a figure suddenly appeared on the head of the white tiger robot. "Senior Brother Saint, come and see the results of my latest research." The person had blonde hair and narrow eyes, with refined, handsome features. It was Qin Yundi. Qin Yundi was a true disciple of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, but he didn't focus on cultivation. Instead, he concentrated on researching all sorts of weird inventions. Under Shantian's guidance, he had developed the Yin-Yang Lightning Explosion Talisman, the Lotus Shooting Gun, and the Yin-Yang Demon Penetrating Gun. It had been a while since Shantian had last seen Qin Yundi. He had actually managed to invent a shape-changing giant robot. Qin Yundi jumped down from the white metal tiger and looked at Shantian with shining eyes. "Senior Brother Saint, I have successfully practiced the 1,000 weapons puppet arts to an extremely high level. I have created this puppet, the Lightning White Tiger. It is forged from spirit gold and can store mixed divine lightning. When I activate this puppet, it can display the powers of a heavenly venerable. In addition, this puppet is very easy to operate. Even a golden core cultivator can easily control it." Qin Yundi was full of excitement as he introduced the results of his research. Everyone was shocked by his words. They couldn't imagine that this fearsome-looking white tiger was just a puppet. More importantly, it was a puppet with the powers of a heavenly venerable? And even a golden core cultivator could easily control it? Didn't this mean that a golden core cultivator could make use of this puppet to defeat a heavenly venerable? Oh my god! This can allow a golden core cultivator to exhibit the battle prowess of a heavenly venerable? Too fierce. Although this puppet only had the battle prowess of a heavenly venerable and could never be a threat to a sage, it could be mass-produced. If they could create more of these puppets, wouldn't the battle prowess of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's upper management be greatly enhanced? It should be pointed out that a heavenly venerable practitioner was not just some common weed that could be found anywhere. Even within the sacred ground, most of the heavenly venerables were elders and held very high status. Thanks to this puppet's power, a golden core disciple could raise their level to a heavenly venerables. It was obvious just how awesome this thing was. It didn't matter that this puppet was only able to hold itself against a heavenly venerable and may not be able to secure a guaranteed win. It didn't matter that forging this kind of puppet required large amounts of spirit gold and lightning energy. It would still be worth it. After all, a heavenly venerable was already considered an elite-level power in the sacred ground. Qin Yundi looked very eager. "Senior Brother Saint, what do you think of this puppet?" Shantian was astounded after listening to Qin Yundi's animated explanation. "Hey awesome brother! You are able to create a heavenly venerable Gundam so quickly. If I give you a little more time, you will probably be able to come up with a spaceship? By then, we can just fly straight to the celestial world. No need for tribulations then." Ahem, of course, that was not possible. The celestial world was enclosed in a protective array. It was not even part of this world. Even if there was a spaceship, it could not penetrate the protective array and enter the celestial world. Also, entering the celestial world with powers of this mediocre level? That would be suicide. Even for Shantian, who had seen it all, he couldn't help praising, "Not bad." He felt rather pleased with the sight of a mecha in this world. After all, men loved mecha. But I feel that calling this thing a puppet doesn't do it justice. I wonder if senior brother has any suggestions? Chin Yundi had mulled over this for many days but couldn't come up with a good name. The Thousand Weapons Puppet Arts described the method to create a puppet. When Chin Yundi was creating this white tiger puppet, he also added in his knowledge of explosives and lightning transformation, which Shantian had passed on to him. Strictly speaking, this lightning white tiger was not 100% a puppet. It belonged to a brand new genre. As a result, Chin Yundi wanted to ask Shantian if he had a better suggestion. Shantian replied calmly, "Let's call it a mecha then." Chin Yundi immediately fell into deep thought. He muttered to himself, "Mecha. Mecha. What a formidable name." This white tiger puppet was forged from spirit gold. It possesses high mobility and is strong as can be. It has a very powerful defense. Mecha is the best name for it. Alright, this white tiger puppet will be called Metal Elemental White Tiger Mecha from now on. Chin Yundi beamed. Actually, he didn't care what it was called. The main thing was that Shantian had named it. Any name chosen by senior brother would be the most perfect. Shantian gazed at Chin Yundi, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Whatever you say. You're the one who created this. It's just a simple matter of naming it, right? Why are you so excited that your whole face has turned red? A grown man shouldn't behave so emotionally even when playing with a shape-changing giant robot, right?" When looking at the exhilarated blonde-haired, narrow-eyed youth, a notion popped into Shantian's head. Are all narrow-eyed people monsters? Will this fellow end up like Orochimaru, performing weird experiments? TSSSS. I don't think so. After all, Orochimaru focused on biological experiments, while junior brother Chin focuses on lightning mecha. I am worrying too much. Chapter 410, Sky-mending pill should be able to cure hair loss. At the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, a hubbub of excited chatter echoed. The metal elemental white tiger mecha stood there proudly, surrounded by a dazzling light and fearsome aura. It was the center of all attention. The Divine Firmament elders couldn't resist going forward to check it out and marvel at it. This mecha is so extraordinary. It's forged using spirit gold and mixed divine lightning. And it can display heavenly venerable level battle prowess. The key to this is the exquisite array formation. It can perfectly circulate the mixed divine lightning to every single part. It can be touted as a heavenly work of art. Heavenly work of art. Many elders praised Chin Yundi's ingenuity. He had managed to create such a formidable puppet. But this mecha's attacks are rather limited. If its store of mixed divine lightning energy is expended, it will not be able to battle anymore. Some sharp-eyed elder discovered this mecha's flaw. This mecha might have a heavenly venerable's battle prowess, but there was also a vast difference. The mecha was crafted from spirit gold and powered by mixed divine lightning energy. A cultivator could not keep replenishing the energy source of the mecha indefinitely. The moment the mecha expended all its energy source, it was as good as a piece of scrap metal. Chin Yundi gave a faint smile before explaining, "This is indeed an issue with the mecha, but I have already forged the Green Dragon, Crimson Phoenix, Black Tortoise, Mighty Qilin, and the rest of the other 9 beasts. This is to complement the 10 lightning divine beasts of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. The energy sources required by the 10 types of mecha are attuned to the different lightning energies cultivated by the disciples. In this case, several disciples belonging to the same energy type can activate a mecha together and provide it energy. Together, they should be able to last through an entire battle." Chin Yundi had already considered this problem. It should be pointed out that the Divine Firmament Imperial Sutra covered the different types of lightning energy. Wood element Green Dragon lightning energy, metal element White Tiger lightning energy, etc. As a result, many Divine Firmament disciples practice different types of lightning energy. Only those with compatible lightning energy as the mecha would be able to operate it. To resolve this issue, Chin Yundi had specially enlarged the control space of the mechas to accommodate multiple disciples. But after the mecha's power reaches the heavenly venerable stage, it is very difficult to raise it further. I wonder if senior brother has any solution? Chin Yundi looked at Shantian, his eyes full of anticipation. In his opinion, there was nothing Shantian could not do. Whatever he couldn't resolve, Shantian would definitely have some idea how to. After all, it was Shantian who had taught him about the Yin-Yang Tao. He was his mentor. Chin Yundi was full of confidence and respect for Shantian. Shantian replied in a low voice, "This problem is not impossible to resolve. Mechas should never go into battle alone. They should even be able to merge with each other. For example, 10 metal elemental White Tiger mechas can be linked to form a White Tiger mecha military array formation. In this way, we should be able to save on quite a bit of resources. The power of the attacks would also be increased. The power of 10 mechas together would be far stronger than just one. If we have enough mechas, we can even gather mechas from all 5 elements to form an even more powerful military troop. The different types of mechas can coordinate with each other to execute the combined energy of the 5 elements. They would be indomitable. With the combined energy of numerous mechas, it might even reach an adequate level to kill a sage." Shantian gave a simple description of his idea, which he had garnered from all those space and mecha movies he had watched in his previous life. He was just throwing out this idea casually, but everyone got very excited, especially Qin Yundi. His eyes sparkled as he grew increasingly exuberant. Shantian's words were like a spark that ignited his imagination and made his blood surge wildly. "Senior Brother Saint is correct. Thank you, Senior Brother Saint, for your advice. I will go back to my laboratory immediately." Qin Yundi's face was full of excitement. For someone who loved research passionately, receiving this new direction in his work was like finding a peerless imperial sutera. If not for Shantian, he might have really just turned and rushed back to his laboratory, shutting himself inside to continue his research. To a recluse like him, research was far more important than socializing. Shantian shook his head with a smile as he looked at Qin Yundi's wildly excited face. He held Qin Yundi back as he said in exasperation, "You are working too hard on this. Your scalp is already showing through at the top of your head. If you don't take care of yourself and just keep working on your research, you might lose all your hair and turn into a monk. In another few days' time, the Sonic Thunder Sacred Ground might come looking for you to join them." Qin Yundi was startled. He ran his fingers through his hair and realized that his golden hair was indeed rather messy. Now that he thought of it, it was true that he seemed to be losing hair recently. Shantian took out a chaotic sky-mending pill and put it in Qin Yundi's hand. "Eat this pill. It can enhance your intellect and brain power, as well as your cultivation level and innate potential. Also, it can probably trigger hair growth. Be careful when cultivating. Your body and health are everything." Qin Yundi was stunned by the sight of that pill. He could sense that this pill was something very valuable. Just its fragrance alone was enough to stir his heart and soothe his body. Even his mood felt more uplifted now. This was definitely some peerless divine pill. With this divine pill, he would be able to refine his physical body to its best possible condition. From there, he might be able to develop a new and upgraded mecha. Qin Yundi was filled with excitement and gratitude. "Senior Brother Saint is so good to me. Not only did he give me advice, but he even gave me a divine pill to help in my cultivation. I must repay his kindness to me by bringing his art is all about explosion philosophy to great heights." Qin Yundi's eyes filled with hot tears. "I will carefully study and research more based on Senior Brother Saint's guidance. I will not let you down." With the chaotic sky-mending pill in hand, Qin Yundi returned to Golden Lotus Mountain with renewed determination to continue his mecha research. The corners of Shantian's mouth twitched. He felt like this kid had kind of twisted the meaning of his words. People who were wildly passionate about science were indeed not normal. Never mind, let him be. Qin Yundi's faith in research was far beyond that for cultivation. Only someone who had absolute faith in what he did would he be able to progress far. The path of cultivation was the same. One would never be able to progress without courage and determination. At that moment, 2 bright beams of light shot over. Shantian turned to see Beatty and Yue Yunde staring at him with wide, bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that they had seen Shantian give Qin Yundi a chaotic sky-mending pill. They were jealous. A golden glow lit up beneath Beidai's feet as he instantly appeared before Shantian. "Kid, you have something so wonderful. Don't leave me out. Remember that I imparted the electric shadow footwork technique to you. That is my peerless divine technique. Even that golden light kid had to beg me for a long time before I agreed to teach him. But I imparted it to you without any conditions. This shows how good I am to you." The air was filled with the sour taste of jealousy. Yes, Beatty was jealous. The moment the chaotic sky-mending pill had appeared, he knew that it was no ordinary pill. This pill could greatly increase his cultivation level, and he might even be able to get a new Dao fruit. This pill was a destiny-changing, elite-level, peerless elixir. Beatty must get this pill, no matter what. even at the cost of his own dignity. Beatty was not alone. Yue Yunde was the same. He whimpered and sniffled. "Junior brother, I am your first senior brother. A first senior brother who shares the same master as you. Junior brother, you cannot leave me out when you have something so good." Yue Yunde felt very jealous. All the other Divine Firmament true disciples had gotten a chaotic sky mending pill. He was the only one who hadn't. How could he not feel jealous? As a result, Yue Yunde also cast aside his dignity and begged for the pill. Shantian. The crowd. By the side, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus couldn't help rubbing his own forehead. "I have met my match. These two fellows are so shameless. There are so many Divine Firmament disciples and elders watching them, but they don't care at all. They continue to do whatever they want. They are so thick-skinned, as thick as a bowl from the primordial age. Even a sage artifact cannot pierce through that kind of skin. I can't bear to watch anymore. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like my martial nephew doesn't seem to care about these chaotic sky-mending pills? He was willing to give one to Chin Yunde just because that kid is losing his hair. He might give me another 2 pills if I ask him for it. This chaotic sky-mending pill is so miraculous. If I can just eat a few more, I might even be able to immediately transcend and become an immortal. Just the thought of this makes me high." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was very tempted. He decided to try and get some more of those pills from Shantian. Meanwhile, Shantian had just handed the last 2 pills to Beatty and Yue Yunde. The main reason was that these two were just too thick-skinned, and it was too difficult to reject them. "I need to concentrate on my cultivation and development. I don't have time to waste on them." Moreover, the chaotic sky-mending pills were priceless toward the others. Its value was high beyond any estimation. Nevertheless, Shantian could refine more of these pills anytime, as long as he had the necessary ingredients. He could easily refine another batch in another few days' time. With this line of thinking, Shantian gave out the pills to get rid of those fellows. As expected, foolish smiles spread across the faces of Beatty and Yue Yunde the moment they got those pills. They thanked Shantian and rushed off to cultivate. One could not waste any time with such exquisite pills. A certain old Taoist priest might even try to snatch it away from them, so it was better to swallow it first. Shantian heaved a sigh of relief. Those 2 troublesome fellows had finally left, and he could have some peace. At that moment, Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus came forward, smiling and rubbing his hands. "My good martial nephew, since you have so many of these pills, why don't you give me another? I swallowed the first one too fast and didn't get to appreciate its taste. Give me a few more to let me savor it." Shantian replied in exasperation, "Martial uncle, these chaotic sky-mending pills can only be consumed once. Subsequent dosages will not be that effective. Anyway, I do not have any more chaotic sky-mending pills left." Shantian showed him the empty bottle. He didn't expect that right after getting rid of those 2 troublesome fellows, an even more troublesome fellow would come knocking on his door. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' skin was even thicker than those 2. Sigh, "It's really hard to be me." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' face turned red, and he laughed. "Of course I know that. I am just joking with you." The rest of the group all held their foreheads in exasperation. Martial Uncle Azure Lotus was just chiding those 2 fellows earlier, but he was now behaving the same way. He was a disgrace to the Divine Firmament sacred ground. Shantian smiled. "If Martial Uncle can provide me enough sage herbs, I can still refine more chaotic sky-mending pills." Although Shantian had already given away all the pills, as long as he had enough of the necessary ingredients, he could refine another batch anytime he wanted. After learning the Lotus Tark's pill refining techniques, cultivating more chaotic sky-mending pills was nothing to Shantian. He did not need to spend too much time. However, Shantian had refined Tark-level sky-mending pills earlier, and their effects were heaven-defying. If he refined a sage-level pill, it would also be able to improve one's foundation and ability to decipher things. Naturally, its effects would be far inferior when compared to a Tark-level sky-mending pill. After all, the difference between a sage-level pill and a Tark-level one was as wide as the gap between heaven and earth. Really? Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' eyes lit up. From what Shantian said, this meant that he would be able to eat more pills? One pill was good, but an endless supply of pills was even better. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus did not say it out loud, but the way his eyes lit up already showed just how delighted he was. Shantian nodded. "Of course. But I need numerous sage herbs to refine the sky-mending pills." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus smacked his own chest confidently. "Martial nephew, don't worry. I will go. Find the other elders and make them bring out their sage herbs. I think that the elders will not object to doing their part to help our sect." The elders in the crowd. They thought Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus would take out his own sage herbs to refine the sky-mending pills, but he wanted to raid their stores instead. Shameless. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus did not care. He was going to use the good of the sect as an excuse. Even if those elders refused to hand over the herbs, he could force them with that excuse. Ha, I am smart. But it was true that the chaotic sky-mending pills had allowed the Divine Firmament true disciples to undergo major transformations. Fang Chang, Zhang Yunding, Zhang Yunxi, Zhao Hao, Qin Yundi, and Eunuch Goei, their abilities surged after consuming those pills. Whether it was their constitution or innate potential, they were all nearly up to Qi Shaoxuan's level now. It should be pointed out that Qi Shaoxuan was ranked number 1 on the Golden Core list. He was touted as the ultimate prodigy with the potential to become a great Tark. He was at the Supreme Golden Core 10th refinement stage and successfully formed a complete nascent soul. Of course, he was still far inferior if one compared him to that freak Shantian, but he was basically considered number 2 in this world. Even Zhao Hao and Eunuch Goei, who had the lowest cultivation level in the group, successfully attained the Golden Core 10th refinement stage after consuming a chaotic sky-mending pill. Not to mention the top 3 prodigies in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Their current talents and battle prowess might be even more powerful than Qi Shaoxuan's now. It was the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground's golden era. The Divine Firmament Sacred Ground was now filled to the brim with talented prodigies. The number of people here who now had the potential to be a great Tark was already more than one could count on one hand. On top of that, the old-timers also benefited from the pills and had their powers greatly enhanced. This was a significant increase in the overall power of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. It had now far surpassed other sacred grounds of the same level. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura rippled. He was thinking contentedly, Dhyana is indeed the son of Providence. Because of Dhyana, the power of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground has increased by more than 10 times. With Dhyana around, our Divine Firmament Sacred Ground is destined to rise again. Hey. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader stepped forward, his heavenly aura vibrating strongly. Dhyana, are you interested in taking over the Sacred Leader position? Shantian was stunned. He was not the only one. All the Divine Firmament disciples and elders were dumbstruck. Silence descended over the entire sacred ground. They never expected the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader to raise such a proposition. He wanted to hand over the Sacred Leader position to a saint who had yet to undergo the saint inauguration ceremony? This was too shocking. It should be pointed out that not just anyone could take on the role of the Sacred Leader. Not only would he have to be an exceptionally talented saint, but he had to possess powerful abilities and high prestige. Only then would he be able to dominate the rest. In general, recently appointed Sacred Leaders were all new sages. Only then would they have the right to take over. And those new sages were all the top of the top within their own sacred grounds. Over the past 10,000 years, no sacred ground had ever allowed a cultivator who was below the tribulation transcendence stage to assume the position of a sacred leader. A cultivator who was not yet a sage had no right to become a sacred leader. Someone who did not possess the powers of a sage but wanted the status of one? Most people would not be able to withstand the immense pressure that came with that. It was very likely that many others would refuse to accept it, and the sacred ground would fall into chaos. Given Shantian's current power and prestige, even though his cultivation level was not there yet, he did have what it took to become a sacred leader. But still, it was premature to do this now. Carrying out the Sacred Leader inauguration ceremony before they even conducted the saint inauguration ceremony? Yep, way too premature. Everyone was completely stunned, but the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's reasoning was very simple. My disciple Shantian has the potential to be an immortal king, and he is the once-in-a-lifetime son of Providence. His providence is unmatched. Given Dhyana's providence, if he becomes the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, the speed of our sacred ground's rise will definitely be increased by 10 times. No, 100 times. With the future of the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground on the line, the question of who is the Sacred Leader does not matter. Shantian was bewildered. Master, I don't have much experience. I am afraid I cannot assume the role of the Sacred Leader. I'm also still too weak. I need more training. By the side, The corners of Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus' mouth twitched. He muttered to himself, "You're weak? With your freakish abilities, even a low-level sage might not be your match." Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus had witnessed Shantian's battle prowess. He knew just how terrifying it was. When Shantian was a golden core cultivator, he was already able to defeat a Heavenly Venerable. And now, he was already at the nascent soul stage. If he went all out, he could probably defeat a new sage. Shantian had a very simple line of reasoning. No way I am going to become the sacred leader. There must be a ton of troublesome matters to settle if I become the sacred leader. When will I ever get the time to go out and explore? When will I ever get the time to make friends with other prodigies and leverage off their providence? And according to the Golden Tark, the arrival of the Golden Heir always means that chaos will soon descend. So many rare prodigies have emerged over the past 1,000 years, and all the various powers are predicting that something major is already brewing. I don't wish to become too prominent. I will be in trouble if I get targeted. I have always been a supporter of peace and respect. Don't be impulsive, hold steady. Concentrate on improving one's abilities. This is the best and only way. Fame? Authority? They are just fleeting clouds to me. After all, even being the emperor of the great wilderness celestial dynasty will mean nothing if I am dead. Yep, I have decided. I will never take on the sacred leader position before becoming a Tark. Chapter 411, God of War Pagoda, 50% discount. Many guests had arrived at the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. There was still half a month before the saint inauguration ceremony. Many Sacred Grounds representatives were unable to wait any longer and hurried to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. The current Divine Firmament Saint had obtained countless fortuitous opportunities in 1 year since he had entered the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Firstly, he had found the forbidden chapter of the Divine Firmament's Lightning Imperial Sutra that had been lost for 10,000 years, giving the Sacred Ground hope for it to return to its peak. Afterward, he had headed to the primordial battlefield, where he destroyed the plan of the evil spirit sect and even found a supreme godly artifact for the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, the God of War Pagoda. Subsequently, in the battle to wipe out the evil spirit sect in immeasurable ancient state, the Divine Firmament Saint had even purged countless souls by himself. That was something even sages would find difficult to accomplish. According to the rumors, Shantian was even the only 7-star prodigy in the 5 regions evaluated by the God of War Pagoda. He had numerous extraordinary items within him, and he was even more talented than Huang Shi. These incidents had already spread through all the major sacred grounds in the 5 regions. That also made Shantian the first Divine Firmament Saint renowned in the 5 regions before he was even inaugurated. Countless people came because they admired his fame and wanted to see the Divine Firmament Saint beforehand. Unfortunately, although they had arrived earlier, they had not even seen a glance of Shantian. That was because Shantian was currently cultivating in seclusion at Saint Mountain. After Shantian's refusal to become the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader did not force him. On the other hand, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader felt that Shantian had a mature and level-headed mindset as he did not covet fame or fortune. Destruction pursued the great. If one was too outstanding, it would instead attract the attention of enemy forces. The number of prodigies that had died due to such a reason was not in the few. Thus, it was better to keep a low profile and increase one's strength first. Shantian was well aware of such a logic, so he had immediately entered seclusion once he returned to Saint Mountain. On Saint Mountain, within the Saint Temple, Shantian sat cross-legged, and 2 mottled reddish-gold ancient pages were floating within his hands. Those were the second section of the Blood God Sutra, which recorded the True Spirit Rebirth Technique and True Spirit Rotation Technique. The Golden Tark had relied on this second section of the Blood God Sutra to allow his remnant consciousness to escape from the celestial world and return to the 5 regions. Although that peerless evil spirit had interfered, this ancient sutra's strength was not to be questioned. One had to know that the gap between celestial and mortal could not be easily filled. There was a heavenly Tao barrier between the celestial world and mortal world, which almost no one could pass through at will. It was extremely difficult for any mortal living beings to want to enter the celestial world. Only after transcending 12 or more heavenly tribulations could one try to ascend. Meanwhile, cultivators of the celestial world would not be able to enter the mortal world, or else the heavenly Tao would annihilate them. That was the barrier which the heavenly Tao had set up to protect the mortal world. Otherwise, if the celestial world's cultivators descended upon the mortal world and slaughtered people, no one in the 5 regions would be able to stop them. This would definitely result in misery and suffering. The Golden Tark had relied on the 2 pages of the second section of the Blood God Sutra to forcibly deceive the heavenly Tao and allow his remnant consciousness to return. This alone proved how powerful the Blood God Sutra was. Shantian had originally cultivated the first section of the Blood God Sutra, so he could naturally sense just how powerful the Blood God Sutra's survival ability was. If he could finish cultivating the second section and merge the two, his survival chances would increase greatly by 10 times. No, it would increase exponentially by 100 times. How could Shantian not learn such a supreme sutra which could save his life? After experiencing that disaster on Immortal Abode Island, Shantian had realized that this world was not as safe as it seemed. The evil spirit sect was still causing trouble and chaos to the 5 regions in the mortal world. The outer world's evil spirits were trying to invade it incessantly to create a passageway to the celestial world. Even the Golden Tark had said straightforwardly that there was going to be a drastic change in the celestial world. Even a Tark like him, who had ascended 80,000 years ago, could not survive and was killed by powerful evil spirits. An evil spirit had even stolen his body after he died, and the calamity of 10,000 years ago had nearly replayed itself. If the guardians in the celestial world could not stop those evil spirits anymore and allowed them to wantonly invade, by then, the dangers that the 5 regions would face would be much more fearsome than that formidable battle 10,000 years ago. Shantian felt anxious once he thought of the countless dangers hidden in this world. If he did not increase his strength quickly, how could he survive in such a chaotic world? Only by becoming powerful could he bulldoze anything in his way and survive in this chaotic world. That was something Shantian believed without a shadow of a doubt. He was going to cultivate the second section of the Blood God Sutra in this seclusion. As long as he successfully cultivated it, then Shantian could use his Blood God's Sun and True Spirit rotation technique to revive infinitely. So what if the 5 regions would be in chaos? Even if they killed one Shantian, there would be countless of Shantian's clones. As long as he had enough clones, he was not afraid of death at all. Afterward, Shantian thought of something else. He did not have any chaotic sky-mending pills anymore. Frankly speaking, the chaotic sky-mending pill was really something good to do others a favor. Although the chaotic sky-mending pill could only be consumed once and it was useless to Shantian, he could still make others owe him a favor even if he did not consume the pill himself. Anyway, he still had a huge pile of herbs in his inner spatial ring that he could not finish no matter how much he ate. As such, he could use them to make the chaotic sky-mending pill. It was definitely the best bait to tempt children of Providence. After all, if he ran into unfamiliar prodigies and directly said, "I see that you're fated with me, how about we go obtain a fortuitous opportunity together?" That would be too awkward and overly abrupt. They might just turn and leave. Wouldn't Shantian have missed a good sheep that he could fleece? However, the situation would be completely different with the chaotic sky-mending pill. Without any words, he could first give a chaotic sky-mending pill. Who could refuse a pill that could improve their talent? Since gifts were never too many, who would not like a free gift? Not to mention that gift was a supreme pill like the chaotic sky-mending pill, which could strengthen one's body and increase one's talent. Even a sage would not be able to refuse a pill that had such effects, not to mention those young prodigies. By then, it would be simple for Shantian to freeload off them. At that thought, Shantian felt energized. Seeing that the saint inauguration ceremony was about to begin, and more sheep, children of Providence arrived at the divine firmament sacred ground, Shantian decided he would not let go of such a good opportunity. He had to find a chance to make some chaotic sky-mending pills. He could freeload off their fortuitous opportunities as much as he liked with these chaotic sky-mending pills. Shantian started his long and fruitful period of seclusion without any hesitation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. There was only one day before the saint inauguration ceremony. The whole divine firmament small world was filled with people, and even the elders came out to welcome the visitors. This was a rarely seen big scene as there were even more guests than the previous sacred leader inauguration ceremonies. They had all come for Shantian. Shantian's fame had already spread far and wide. He was hailed as a considerate and warm-hearted saint that was so handsome he was like a heavenly immortal, as the strongest prodigy of eastern wilderness, an unprecedented son of Providence, and so on. That made numerous sacred grounds flock in to take a look at the divine firmament saint. However, more importantly, it was the influence of the Golden Tark's tomb. Only Shantian, the divine firmament sacred leader, and heavenly venerable azure lotus had seen the golden tark in the last moment. Therefore, many people doubted the fact whether amongst all the cultivators who had tried deciphering the tablet, only Shantian had truly comprehended the tablet to the perfected stage and even caused the illusion of 10 suns in a row. They believed that Shantian had obtained the golden tark's legacy, and he seemed to have obtained the divine sun cauldron. There were many rumors saying that the number of tark artifacts that Shantian possessed was even in the dozens. He was rich. Therefore, those mighty beings in the 5 regions wanted to check if those rumors were true. All those rumors had also entered the divine firmament's sacred leader and azure lotus ears. Azure Lotus raised his brows and said, "Junior brother, our martial nephew is quite famous. His fame might even surpass the 2 of us." The divine firmament's sacred leader and Azure Lotus were both the top prodigies from 1,000 years ago. It could even be said that the divine firmament's sacred ground had basically depended on the 2 of them in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, their fame and notoriety were already well known in the 5 regions. However, the fame of the divine firmament saint could currently be compared to theirs. In a certain aspect, Shantian would surpass them. That was dozens of tark artifacts. At that thought, Azure Lotus' eyes turned cold, and he revealed his killing intent. It was a rarely seen scene. How could he not know that someone was adding fuel to the flames of the rumors, pushing Shantian to the heart of the struggles? Obviously, the mastermind wanted the other sacred grounds prodigies and elders to target the divine firmament's sacred ground. Be it the golden tark's legacy or the divine sun cauldron, they were both extremely precious treasures that were enough to make others turn green with envy. In the cultivation world, which prioritized self-interest, this was a blatant scheme. The heavenly aura surrounding the divine firmament's sacred leader surged, but he spoke calmly. Tiana is an unprecedented son of Providence, so he won't be targeted by such trifling schemes. Of course, we still need to do what we should. Senior brother, don't let your guard down. Azure Lotus instantly understood what the divine firmament's sacred leader meant. It was obviously a good opportunity to score more brownie points with Shantian. Azure Lotus grinned. Junior brother, great minds think alike. Divine firmament's sacred leader. Shortly after, the 5 regions' mighty beings hurried to the divine firmament's sacred ground. Those powerful cultivators rode divine rainbows and arrived at the divine firmament's sacred ground, appearing before the divine firmament's sacred leader and Azure Lotus. The sacred leaders from the Delhi Sacred Ground, Purple Mansion Sacred Ground, Big Dipper Sacred Ground. Sages from the various sacred grounds appeared. Most of those sacred leaders were all old acquaintances of the divine firmament's sacred leader and Azure Lotus. Besides them, the saints of the numerous sacred grounds also arrived one after the other. The Void Saint Wang Shingshu, Purple Mansion Saint Chi Shaoxuan, Big Dipper Saint Chen Zhongjian, and Sonic Thunder Bodhisattva Kuduo. Shantian's old friends had all come. Congratulations, brother Long Yuan. The divine firmament saint is indeed a talented genius. His fame has already spread throughout the 5 regions, even before holding the saint inauguration ceremony. I'm afraid that there's no one who doesn't know the divine firmament saint's name, congratulated the Delhi sacred leader. Due to the divine firmament sacred leader's help, the vengeful spirit's attack could be stopped back in golden tark tomb. The Delhi sacred leader was quite grateful to the divine firmament sacred leader, so he came personally to congratulate him. The heavenly aura around divine firmament sacred leader swayed gently as he replied coldly, "You're too courteous. The saint inauguration ceremony will be held tomorrow, so please take a rest for now." I greet the divine firmament sacred leader. May I know where the divine firmament saint is? Chi Shaoxuan and others all bowed toward the divine firmament sacred leader as they asked for Shantian's whereabouts. After bidding farewell on Immortal Abode Island, they had not seen Shantian afterward. They had immediately rushed here upon learning that Shantian had escaped the turbulent void and returned to the sacred ground. The divine firmament sacred leader nodded and said coldly, "Tiana is cultivating in seclusion now. He'll definitely come out to greet the guests tomorrow." The prodigies could not help but exclaim, as expected of Brother Shen. Not only is he extremely talented, but he is also hard-working in cultivating. We are deeply ashamed. We'll definitely cultivate diligently after we return and try our best to catch up to Brother Shen. Wanting to surpass Shantian and become the strongest prodigy in Eastern Wilderness was something they did not even dare to think. Although it might be their dream, it was also a dream that was far from reach. However, the numerous prodigies were still in high spirits. If they could not fight for the best, then they would fight for second place. Yep, Shantian's first place could not be shaken. Rumors say that the Divine Firmament Saint has peerless talent. He is able to battle with heavenly venerables with his golden core cultivation. Would we have a chance to have a glimpse of the Divine Firmament Saint's legendary battle prowess? At that moment, another sage and a few heavenly venerables walked up to them. They were emitting powerful blazing energy, so it was obvious that they belonged to a sacred ground that cultivated fire attribute techniques. They were heavenly venerables from Middle Ground's 9-sun sacred ground. They were resentful as their sage had been killed by the Divine Firmament sacred leader in the Golden Tark tomb. However, they did not dare to cause trouble with the Divine Firmament sacred leader since he was unfathomable. His ability to easily kill even a sage showed how outstanding he was. Even if they were unable to take revenge against the Divine Firmament's sacred leader, it was not like they could not do the same with the Divine Firmament Saint. The 9 Sun Elders did not believe that Shantian could win against a heavenly venerable with just his golden core cultivation at all. It must definitely be a rumor. Therefore, they opted for provoking to regain their reputation. If they could defeat Shantian, it would cause the Divine Firmament's sacred ground to lose face. They had already been around for half a month, but they had not even seen a glimpse of Shantian. Before the sacred leader spoke, Azure Lotus chuckled and replied, "My martial nephew is busy. If you're itching for a fight, then I could spar with you." Azure Lotus touched the staff in his hands, his expression playful and taunting. How could he not know what those people's intent was? If Shantian was not in seclusion, Azure Lotus would not even want to interfere. After all, given Shantian's battle prowess, it was a piece of cake for him to defeat those heavenly venerables. Shantian would be able to just nicely crush those heavenly venerables to establish prestige. However, even if Shantian was not around, Azure Lotus would not allow those people to look down on Shantian. The 9 Sun Sacred Ground's heavenly venerables were all stunned after hearing Azure Lotus' words. Although they were from the Middle Ground, they had frequently heard of rumors regarding Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus was an extreme Tao Heavenly Venerable and could even defeat sages after breaking through to the mighty prowess realm. Also, that was in the past, so who knew whether Azure Lotus' strength had increased or not. Although they were all Heavenly Venerables, they could not be compared to an extreme Tao Heavenly Venerable. They must have a death wish if they dared to look for trouble with Azure Lotus. Therefore, those 9 Sun Sacred Grounds elders just smiled and bade farewell. Azure Lotus scoffed, "Just such weaklings, and they want to find trouble with my martial nephew?" Had they not been in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, Azure Lotus would have already swung his staff long ago instead of speaking idle words with them. The heavenly aura around the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader swayed gently as he spoke. "Senior brother, maybe this inauguration ceremony might not be that simple. People with an agenda would definitely be attracted here as this inauguration ceremony had gathered most of the 5 regions' sacred grounds. The 5 regions were not as safe as they looked. The evil spirit sect had always been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the chance to cause disaster and turmoil. It would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Also, given Shantian's talent, the evil spirit sect must have marked him as a primary target long ago. They had to be on guard. Azure Lotus replied coldly, "If those evil bastards dare to come, then I'll definitely let them have a taste of my staff." Chi. At that moment, a ray of light shone brightly. Bright purple light enveloped heaven and earth, covering the whole Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. A humongous illusion of a pagoda shone upon the ground with an imposing aura, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It was the God of War Pagoda. A majestic figure surrounded by a dense aura and resplendent light appeared. Cultivators who have come from all corners of the land, the God of War Pagoda will have a promotional sale event to celebrate the Divine Firmament Saint inauguration ceremony. Within 3 days, the fee for all trials is reduced by 50%, and there will be a 3-month 80% discount. Do not miss this golden opportunity. Those that want to appear on the God of War list and become famous in the 5 regions could come and try the trial. That figure was Yi Quan Kong. Seeing that so many people had come to the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground, he was itching at the thought of how many treasures he could obtain. Just how many treasures would these people have? Why not take advantage of this good opportunity to reap some benefits? Cough, cough. No, it's not that I want to reap benefits. I only want to provide a chance for the cultivators of the 5 regions to steel themselves and improve their strength. Of course, the corresponding fees must be paid. That definitely cannot be exempted no matter what. Yi Quan Kong's figure only appeared for a moment before suddenly disappearing again. However, that was enough to already cause a huge uproar. What? The God of War pagoda has a huge discount, and all fees for the trials have been reduced by half. It's all due to the Divine Firmament Saint. How could we miss such a good opportunity? I'm definitely going to appear on the God of War list and become famous in the 5 regions. I also want to enter the God of War pagoda, said a certain sage. In that instant, heated discussions could be heard everywhere. Their aim for coming to the Divine Firmament sacred ground was to join the Divine Firmament Saint inauguration ceremony and enter the God of War pagoda's list. It was, in the end, a legendary pagoda well known throughout the 5 regions, and countless powerful cultivators had entered it before. If they could leave their name on the God of War list, it would be enough for them to brag about for quite a while. Not only young prodigies, but even sages wanted to enter the God of War pagoda. The God of War pagoda was not only a place to become famous, but it could also train oneself. Sparring with the projections of prodigies from the celestial world could benefit even sages. Therefore, most cultivators were already prepared to enter the God of War pagoda. As an endless stream of people flocked toward the God of War pagoda, heaven and earth exuded killing intent while countless heavenly tribulation clouds gathered above Saint Mountain. What's going on? Is it possible that the Divine Firmament Saint is about to transcend the tribulation and become a sage? Everyone was astonished. They could sense just how fearsome the heavenly tribulation clouds were. They were not weaker than when a cultivator was breaking through to the tribulation transcendence stage. At that instant, everyone was shocked. Was it possible that the Divine Firmament Saint was already going to transcend the tribulation to become a sage? If such a young sage truly appeared, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the 5 regions. Even Chi Shaoxu and other top prodigies looked at the heavenly tribulation with a serious expression. They also found it hard to believe. They discovered that the difference between them and Shantian seemed to be increasing more and more. The heavenly tribulation clouds were still gathering above Saint Mountain. The thick clouds and bright lightning unleashed an aura that made others' hearts palpitate. Everyone could sense just how terrifying the lightning tribulation was. It was filled with a destructive aura that even normal sages might not be able to block. That also made most of the cultivators exclaim that not only was the Divine Firmament Saint a peerless prodigy, but his first sage heavenly tribulation could also release such a formidable aura. If Shantian successfully broke through, his strength would definitely surpass that of a new sage. Only the Divine Firmament sacred leader was calm and composed as he knew that Shantian was at the nascent soul stage. Thus, it was impossible for him to cause a sage heavenly tribulation. Azure Lotus, on the other hand, was extremely excited. Given the extent of this magnificent scene, an unparalleled treasure was about to appear. Chapter 412, Thank you, Old Man Heavenly Tribulation for striking down. The atmosphere on Saint Mountain was heavy. The darkness of the tribulation clouds surged like a raging storm. But even so, the heavenly tribulation still didn't strike. Instead, it lingered in the air, causing everyone to tremble with fear. When they saw this scene, many people couldn't help but become bewildered. What is going on? The heavenly tribulation has gathered for so long, yet it still hasn't descended? Ordinary sage heavenly tribulations would usually descend very quickly. However, they had already waited for several hours, and night had even fallen. Yet, the heavenly tribulation still hadn't erupted. One had to know that the longer the heavenly tribulation accumulated, the more ferocious and terrifying its might would be. This heavenly tribulation cloud's aura was terrifying to the extreme. Lightning flickered in the clouds, full of terrifying divine might as if they wanted to destroy heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation clouds that were pitch black like ink emanated numerous golden bolts of tribulation lightning. The lightning strikes were dazzling and resplendent like the scorching sun that rose into the sky, illuminating the deep night sky. On top of that, the tribulation lightning was shaped like dragons. Multicolored light flowed in all directions, and they formed a vivid image as they ceaselessly passed through the dense tribulation clouds and emitted a horrifying aura. Seeing this, even the sages trembled. Is this the mixed divine heavenly tribulation? The mixed divine heavenly tribulation was a great heavenly tribulation. Normally, it wouldn't appear in tribulations for those below the stage of a 6th tribulation sage. However, at that moment, the mixed divine lightning was constantly interweaving in the clouds, and its aura was overwhelming, causing many sages to feel apprehensive. This terrifying great calamity was full of destructive energy as if it was going to overturn this region. At the same time, some people also noticed some clues. The power of the mixed divine heavenly tribulation seems to be inferior to that of a true sage tribulation. Although the mixed divine lightning appeared terrifying in terms of strength and quantity, it was still much weaker than the sixth tribulation sages underwent. But even so, the mixed divine lightning was not something that could be easily overcome. Just the aura that it emitted was enough to make most sages extremely fearful. But what caught everyone's attention the most was that a junior caused the mixed divine heavenly tribulation. Didn't this mean that the divine firmament saint's first heavenly tribulation was comparable to a sixth tribulation sage's heavenly tribulation? TSSSS. Everyone took a deep breath. Incredible. To be able to transcend the tribulation to become a sage at the age of 100 was already very rare in the history of the 5 regions. Not to mention, Shantian had just become the saint of the divine firmament sacred ground. He was probably not even 100 years old. To be able to transcend the tribulation to become a sage before the age of 100 was shocking enough. Yet, his first heavenly tribulation was actually comparable to a true sage's heavenly tribulation. What kind of heaven-warping genius was this? His talent was too exceptional. The sages of the other sacred grounds were astounded. If the divine firmament saint successfully broke through, wouldn't his strength immediately surpass a large number of sages? Rumble. The tribulation clouds crazily surged, and sounds of thunder rumbling could be heard. The lightning radiance seemed brilliant and endless divine might poured out from the clouds. The golden tribulation lightning was dazzling to the extreme, and even its aura became more violent. Golden lightning dragons weaved through the sea of clouds, exuding a destructive might. It was clear that the tribulation clouds had already gathered to the limit and were about to erupt and strike down. Everyone focused their attention on Saint Mountain. They wanted to see if the divine firmament saint could really transcend the sage heavenly tribulation. At that moment, the curtain of light opened, and the multicolored light retreated. The mountain protecting formation around Saint Mountain slowly opened, and the scene within appeared before everyone's eyes. Shantian could be seen to be at the top of the mountain, sitting down cross-legged. His body glowed, and his fingers danced in the air, creating a beautiful sight. In front of him sat an enormous green cauldron that emitted boundless radiance and a grand aura. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils constricted. The divine firmament saint was not focusing on transcending the sage heavenly tribulation but was actually refining pills? Everyone was stupefied. Only now did they realize that a furnace of pills had actually triggered this terrifying sage heavenly tribulation. Just what level of medicinal pill was this that it could actually trigger even heavenly tribulations? Even Qixiaoxuan and the other elites who were on good terms with Shantian were dumbfounded. Brother Shen can actually refine pills? They had never seen Shantian refine pills before, but judging from his current pill refinement technique, he was no weaker than an alchemist grandmaster. His Brother Shen is so talented. He has hidden so much. While Qixiaoxuan and the rest were shocked, they could not help but exclaim, Brother Shen is indeed our role model. One had to know that the difficulty of practicing alchemy was in no way inferior to orthodox cultivation. Countless cultivation geniuses wanted to dual cultivate in alchemy, but they did not have such talent. On the other hand, many geniuses were talented in alchemy, but their cultivation talent was barely satisfactory. It was extremely rare for one to stand out in both aspects. Nonetheless, this also proved that Shantian's talent was terrifying to the extreme and absolutely unprecedented. At least in the past 10,000 years, it was impossible for someone to dual cultivate to this level at Shantian's age. Even the number 1 alchemy tark from 100,000 years ago might not be as talented. While everyone was still in shock, Shantian didn't stop at all. His hands were constantly moving, forming various formations that were inserted into the lotus tark cauldron. He was carrying out the finishing touches and was about to condense the pill. Waves of strange energy gathered toward the lotus tark cauldron, causing the laws of the heavenly Tao to descend. Dense immortal light descended continuously. At that moment, the lotus tark cauldron's light completely fused into the pills in the cauldron. Endless divine light converged as though it had returned to normal. However, there was a faint fragrance that floated in the air and spread in all directions. This wisp of fragrance was extremely faint and almost unable to be detected. However, everyone present was a core expert of the major factions. Their cultivation was powerful, and they had sharp senses. Most importantly, they were extremely focused on whatever Shantian was doing. Even though there was only a faint fragrance, they still caught it clearly. At the next moment, everyone's body shook. Those geniuses with lower cultivation bases sat down cross-legged and entered a state of enlightenment upon sensing the mysterious energy. Even the soul formation and the tribulation transcendence experts felt as if their souls were transforming. What kind of pill is this? Isn't this a little too extraordinary? The great void saint, Wang Xingshu, could not help but cry out in surprise. His eyes burned with passion. Just by smelling the fragrance of the pill, he could feel his bloodline surging as if he was transforming. Wang Xingshu was excited and couldn't help but exclaim, "This pill is very useful to me and can increase my lifespan." If he could obtain this pill, wouldn't he be able to instantly replenish his lifespan and kill whoever he wanted in the future? This pill was much more powerful than the Black Tortoise Longevity Sutera. Its pure medicinal efficacy could restore the lifespan of Wang Xingshu. More importantly, he did not need to learn from the tortoise. This was simply a supreme pill that Wang Xingshu dreamed of. It was the same for Qi Shaoxuan. His aura was exuberant, and his eyes shone brightly. Even with his tark talent, he could still sense that the pill was extremely useful to him. This supreme pill could allow him to undergo a full transformation. All of these were true. What Shantian refined was precisely the chaotic sky-mending pill. In order to refine this furnace of chaotic sky-mending pills, Shantian had used numerous top sage herbs. He had obtained these sage herbs in various great mystic realms. They were incomparably precious and extremely valuable. If it were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. Countless heavenly venerables would go crazy over it, and even sages would be moved. However, Shantian actually had a full basket of such precious top-tier sage herbs. As a result, even if the main ingredient was not a tark herb, the grade of this furnace of chaotic sky-mending pills would still surpass the sage grade. Of course, there was also the fact that Shantian's alchemy techniques had improved. However, the complementation of the countless top-tier sage herbs also played an important role. After all, quantitative change led to qualitative change. Moreover, with so many top-tier sage herbs being refined together, it was extremely rare. After 12 days of refinement and purification, this furnace of chaotic sky-mending pills had reached the pseudo-tark grade. This was also the reason that even though only a trace of pill fragrance had leaked out, everyone was left greatly shaken. A pseudo-tark pill was incomparably precious even in the entire 5 regions. It was a supreme treasure that even sages would go crazy over. Its value was only slightly inferior to the tark chaotic sky-mending pills that Shantian had refined previously. After all, a tark herb was used previously to refine the pills, and it contained the laws of a tark, which are not so easy to make up for. Even so, a pseudo-tark chaotic sky-mending pill was far more valuable than many ordinary tark pills. This was because the effect of this medicinal pill was able to ignore one's cultivation and increase one's aptitude. Pills that could increase one's cultivation aptitude, regardless of the grade of the pill, were definitely worth much more than other ordinary pills. Not to mention that it could disregard the strength of one's cultivation. This was simply too inconceivable. At that moment, Shantian was at the final step of condensing the pill. Because the heavenly Tao did not tolerate the chaotic sky-mending pill's effects, it caused the heavenly tribulation to descend, wanting to destroy this heaven-defying supreme pill. This was a very normal situation. Once something went against the great Tao of heaven and earth, it would be destroyed by tribulation lightning. Logically speaking, the tark chaotic sky-mending pills refined by Shantian should have been met with a heavenly tribulation. After all, they were tark pills, true supreme pills. Their existence could even move the hearts of tarks. Naturally, it would not be tolerated by the heavens. However, because Shantian had refined it in the lotus tark's tomb, he had been isolated from the outside world. What's more, the lotus tark, the #1 alchemy tark from 100,000 years ago, had been present as well. He had blocked the aura of the chaotic sky-mending pills from seeping out, allowing them to escape the calamity. Otherwise, the tark chaotic sky-mending pills wouldn't be so easily condensed, and they would surely suffer an even more terrifying strike of tribulation lightning. At present, Shantian wasn't refining the chaotic sky-mending pills in a specific place that isolated him from heaven and earth. Hence, he couldn't avoid the heavenly Tao's detection. Therefore, after the heavenly Tao sensed that the chaotic sky-mending pills had appeared in the 5 regions, in particular the divine firmament's sacred ground, it sent a heavenly tribulation down to destroy it. I wonder if the divine firmament saint can withstand the baptism of the heavenly tribulation and allow such a pill to condense fully? The aura of the mixed divine heavenly tribulation made many sages palpitate. Even they weren't confident that they could withstand it. Could the divine firmament saint withstand it? After all, to sages who were thousands of years old, Shantian was still a child. Following that, however, countless people widened their eyes as the corners of their mouths twitched crazily. The Divine Firmament Saint. What is he doing? At this time, Shantian wasn't as vigilant as when others were transcending their tribulations. Instead, he raised his head to the sky and bowed to the tribulation. He said in a clear voice, "Thank you, old man Heavenly Tribulation, for taking time out of your busy schedule to strike my pills." Countless people were dumbstruck. Even the sage's lips were twitching. What was this kid doing? Worshipping the Heavenly Tribulation? Do you think that the Heavenly Tribulation won't kill you just because you have worshipped it? You must be kidding. One had to know that the Heavenly Tribulation was born from the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was heartless. Provoking the Heavenly Tribulation might cause the power of Heavenly Tribulation to become even more fierce. No one had ever lowered the threat of the Heavenly Tribulation with politeness. If such an action was useful, then there wouldn't be so many unlucky people who died under the Heavenly Tribulation in this world. The 9 Sun Saints sneered. This kid is courting death. In front of Heavenly Tribulation, humans were as weak as ants. It wouldn't lower its power just because one worshipped the heavens. Instead of going all out to deal with it, he was thinking of all sorts of tricks. Wasn't that just courting death? The sages and heavenly venerables of the 9 Sun Sacred Ground sneered. They had wanted to find trouble with Shantian, but they hadn't expected that this brat would seek his own death, saving them some effort. If Shantian were to perish under the Heavenly Tribulation, it would be more humiliating for the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground than defeating them. After all, tomorrow was the grand ceremony. If the Divine Firmament Saint had been struck dead by lightning today, it would be the best gift for them. If it really happened, the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground would be mocked for the next thousands of years. However, the scene that appeared next left the sages dumbfounded. The tribulation clouds above Saint Mountain seemed to be faintly affected by Shantian, and even the tribulation light dimmed a little. This is impossible. The 9 Sun Saint cried out in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even the other saints were dumbfounded. What is this? Has the power of the Heavenly Tribulation really weakened? Could this method really work? Or could it be said that the Divine Firmament Saint is the illegitimate son of the Heavenly Tao? Even the Heavenly Tribulation had to give him face? Even a sage had never seen such a strange occurrence. However, they didn't think Shantian's method was really useful and were more willing to believe that Shantian was an illegitimate child of the Heavenly Tao. After all, over the course of countless years, many people had done the same thing. This matter was simply too inconceivable and simply surpassed the laws of heaven and earth. Wang Xingqiu's mouth was wide open, and he felt that his jaw was about to drop. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Shen, impressive. Previously, we thought that Brother Shen was a son of Providence with unparalleled luck. We didn't expect him to be the illegitimate son of the Heavenly Tao. He is simply too awesome." Wang Xingqiu raised his thumb in admiration. Qi Shaoxuan glanced at Wang Xingqiu and said, "Idiot." Wang Xingqiu immediately jumped up. "The one surnamed Qi, you are going too far. Do you believe that I won't sacrifice my life to kill you? I've gained some insights into the Tao recently, and I've recovered 100 years of my lifespan. To be honest, I feel like killing someone again." "Oh, you can try?" Qi Shaoxuan said indifferently. The purple aura around him was vast and mighty, and it exploded with terrifying power. The heavens halberd suddenly appeared, sweeping up boundless purple qi like a god of war descending into the mortal world. During this period, Qi Shaoxuan's skills had improved a lot. He wanted to find someone to duel with and check out his current level. "What? What do you want? Don't think that I'm afraid of you. If I wasn't worried about affecting Brother Shen's tribulation, I would have cut you to death." Wang Xingqiu felt a little guilty. He didn't expect Qi Shaoxuan to really want to fight, which made him feel awkward. Although he had recovered some of his lifespan, he could not hold out against Qi Shaoxuan. After all, Qi Shaoxuan was the #1 famous person in Eastern Wilderness if Shantian was ignored. Now, he was also rumored to be the strongest in the 5 regions among his peers. Without 300 to 500 years of lifespan as a backing, Wang Xingqiu did not have the confidence to fight with this guy. "I don't bully old people who are about to die." Qi Shaoxuan ignored him and turned his head away. Wang Xingqiu's heart itched at Qi Shaoxuan's disregard, but he did not dare to make a move. Although Wang Xingqiu had obtained the Black Tortoise Longevity Sutra, he had also been addicted to spending his life. Perhaps it was because he had suppressed himself too much in the past. Wang Xingshu had been fighting without any regard for his life whenever he had a disagreement recently. The speed at which he recovered his lifespan was not as fast as the speed at which he spent his life. Up till now, Wang Xingshu still had white hair and had yet to regain his youthful appearance. After all, every time he slightly recovered his lifespan, he could not help but continue to spend it away. This was like having sex. It was really hard to quit. However, not being able to defeat him did not mean that he could not defeat him. Wang Xingshu muttered, "The one surnamed Qi, just you wait. I'll let you be smug for a while first. It won't take long. The world is laughing at me for being too crazy, but I am laughing at how others can't see through me." The supreme pill was about to appear, so he had to praise Brother Shen first. If Brother Shen was satisfied, wouldn't he be able to get a share of the pills when they were completed? I am so smart. This is a supreme pill. After eating it, perhaps I can even fly. After eating it, my lifespan will also increase greatly. I will cut that Qi fella to death then. Chapter 413, Attack from a True Sage. Below Saint Mountain, regardless of whether it was the younger generation or the overlords of their respective sacred grounds, all their attention was focused on Shantian. There were quite a number of experts in the Tribulation Transcendence stage present. They were all the pillars of the various sacred grounds and supreme elders. They were all experienced and knowledgeable. However, these sages who were thousands of years old had never witnessed such a shocking scene. They were still in disbelief that the heavenly tribulation would actually be affected by a human being. However, the scene before their eyes was so realistic that they had no choice but to believe it. Could the divine firmament saint really be the illegitimate son of the heavenly Tao? Obviously not. How could the heavenly tribulation be so easily affected? All of this was the result of Shantian using the divine firmament sacred grounds forbidden chapter, Decalamity, to divert the attention of the heavenly tribulation from the chaotic sky-mending pill to his body. Decalamity was a forbidden technique kept in the divine firmament sacred ground. When cultivated to the extreme, one could even transform into tribulation lightning and unleash the divine punishment unto the world. Shantian practiced diligently and had long cultivated this forbidden technique to an extremely deep level. At his current level, he was able to interfere with the mixed divine lightning tribulation. Otherwise, once such a terrifying lightning tribulation descended, his chaotic sky-mending pill would probably turn to ashes. This was a pill that Shantian had painstakingly refined for 12 straight days. He had even used a large amount of yang fire to refine it. How could he allow it to be destroyed? Shantian lightly shouted, "Old man heavenly tribulation, please be magnanimous and don't make things difficult for these pills. I will take on all the karma retribution." The tribulation clouds rippled even more intensely, locking most of their aura onto Shantian. Upon seeing this scene, many sages could not remain calm. "Divine Firmament Saint, you have actually diverted the heavenly tribulation to your own body?" Their minds were greatly shaken as if they had seen a ghost. It would still be acceptable if Shantian had affected the power of the heavenly tribulation. Perhaps the heavenly tribulation was just giving him some face. But to divert the attention of the heavenly tribulation? This was too much. From ancient times until now, the heavenly tribulation had to be overcome by oneself, and no one could interfere with it. Once someone interfered, not only would they be unable to draw away the heavenly tribulation, but it would instead cause the heavenly tribulations might to become even more terrifying. This was because the heavenly tribulation had already locked onto the person or object transcending the tribulation, which could not be changed. For example, some alchemists refined peerless divine pills and attracted heavenly tribulation. Although the alchemists could lend a hand to the pills, that was because the two of them were basically one. But it was still the pills that were the heavenly tribulation's main targets. The pills were something that the heavenly Tao did not tolerate and allow to appear in the mortal world. But now, Shantian actually shifted the attention of the heavenly tribulation onto him. This also meant that as long as he could successfully transcend the tribulation, the furnace of pills would be fine. PFFFTTT. This was simply unreasonable and terrifying. Boom. As if drawn by Shantian, the tribulation lightning finally poured down. The dazzling golden tribulation lightning transformed into numerous ferocious lightning dragons that roared as they resounded through heaven and the earth. Endless lightning crashed down on Shantian. The tribulation lightning covered the entirety of the sky. Dozens of golden calamity dragons tore through the void like a hot knife through butter. They were filled with a destructive aura as they shattered the void. Most of the people present felt their hearts tremble and palpitate. This was the mixed divine lightning. Although it was slightly weaker than the sixth tribulation true sage heavenly tribulation, it was still terrifying. Just the tribulation lightning leaking out made it difficult for many sages to withstand. Could the divine firmament saint really withstand it? Everyone was suspicious. Although Shantian's name had long spread throughout the 5 regions and his golden core cultivation was enough to fight a heavenly venerable, he could be said to be an unprecedented peak talent with unparalleled battle power. However, this was the mixed divine lightning tribulation. It was a lightning tribulation that even true sages would find difficult to deal with. Any living being below the tribulation transcendence stage would die upon contact with it. Even though the divine firmament saint's performance was outstanding, and he could even influence the heavenly tribulation, they did not believe that Shantian could safely survive. The difference was too great. The 9 sun saints sneered. Even if the power of the lightning tribulation has decreased, how can this brat withstand it? He's just putting up a stubborn resistance. He will only end up as ashes. He's overestimating himself. The 9 sun experts looked on with disdain, waiting to watch a good show. If the divine firmament saint were to be struck to death by the lightning tribulation, it would be a huge disgrace for the divine firmament sacred ground that could not be erased for thousands of years. But how could things go as they wished? Since Shantian dared to guide the lightning tribulation, he naturally had the confidence. Shantian was unafraid as he looked at the mixed divine lightning that blotted out the sky. Brilliant divine light erupted from his body. Radiance rushed into the heavens, producing an incomparably dazzling scene that illuminated heaven and earth. Numerous avatars erupted behind Shantian, shaking heaven and earth. The 10 lightning beasts avatars, dragon god avatar, phoenix god avatar. Behind him also appeared a green lotus that illuminated the sky and enveloped heaven and earth. Upon seeing this, Wang Shingshu's mouth twitched. It's only been a month since we last met, how did Brother Shen become so fierce? Back on Immortal Abode Island, Shantian's combat strength had already been unparalleled. To be able to defeat a heavenly venerable at the golden core stage was enough to shock these paragons. It had only been a short month, and Shantian's cultivation had actually reached peak stage nascent soul? Even if I take drugs every day, my cultivation will not rise as fast as his. What kind of pills did Brother Shen take to increase his cultivation? Wang Xingshu felt dizzy. He had initially thought that he could still put up a fight against Shantian, but he decided to forget about it now. Was it not good to live? Must he go and get himself beaten up? Qi Shaoxuan's body shook too. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Although Qi Shaoxuan was convinced by Shantian some time ago, he still harbored some thoughts. After all, as Eastern Wilderness top genius, Qi Shaoxuan already felt like he was no weaker than the others with his tark talent. It wasn't until Shantian had appeared that he felt heavy pressure and was repeatedly defeated. However, this didn't affect Qi Shaoxuan. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit, hoping to catch up to Shantian one day. However, after today, Qi Shaoxuan had completely given up. How was he supposed to chase after him? He couldn't even defeat Shantian when he was at the golden core stage, let alone when he had reached peak stage nascent soul. Forget it. Since I can't become the strongest in Eastern Wilderness, then I will fight to become the strongest in the world. At the thought of this, Qi Shaoxuan regained his heroic spirit, and purple energy rose from his body as he looked down on the world. Shantian's aura was getting stronger. Lightning erupted around him, reflecting the tribulation lightning in the sky. Dazzling lightning surged out and covered his entire body, bathing him in the lightning and heavenly aura. He was like a lightning emperor descending to the mortal world. This was the forbidden technique of the Divine Firmament Lightning Imperial Sutra, which allowed one to turn his body into tribulation lightning. At that moment, Shantian seemed to have transformed to become the controller of the heavenly tribulation and was all prepared to fight with the mixed divine lightning. Boom! The mixed divine lightning erupted. Golden lightning dragons opened their bloody mouths and tore towards Shantian. Terrifying tribulation thunder continuously shot out, overturning the heavens. The void distorted and shattered into nothingness. Shantian's expression didn't change. He took the initiative to rush toward the tribulation lightning and was instantly covered by it. A 9-sun heavenly venerable mockingly said, "This boy is playing tricks on us. If he dares to meet this mixed divine lightning tribulation head-on, he's dead for sure." Against the power of the mixed divine lightning tribulation, even a true sage who had yet to undergo his sixth tribulation might not be able to resist it. Not to mention, Shantian was merely a nascent soul junior. How could he withstand the tribulation lightning? The result was obvious. But what happened next shocked all the sages present. The terrifying tribulation thunder crashed down, intertwining with the lightning on Shantian's body and shooting out an incomparably dazzling light. Shantian was in an endless sea of thunder, but the tribulation lightning behind him was unable to harm him in the slightest. The 10 lightning beasts' avatars behind Shantian suddenly opened their bloody mouths and lunged at the golden lightning dragon. In an instant, the golden lightning dragon collapsed with a bang, and it was ceaselessly absorbed and refined into the purest source of lightning. Some sages were shocked and could not help but exclaim, "How is this possible? The divine firmament saint is actually absorbing the power of the tribulation lightning?" The mixed divine lightning tribulation made even sages feel pressured. However, not only was Shantian safe and sound, but he had also transformed into a thunder beast that wanted to devour the tribulation. In the last 10,000 years, was there anyone who had dared to swallow the heavenly tribulation and the mixed divine lightning tribulation on top of that? Even a true sage would not dare to do so. It was too scary. This was simply shocking. Shantian had an indifferent expression. He was able to swallow the tribulation lightning because of the divine firmament lightning Emperor Sutra and the ever-changing heaven-devouring art. The divine firmament lightning Emperor Sutra had extremely great control over the power of lightning. It could even use forbidden techniques to transform one's body into tribulation to interfere with the tribulation lightning. Against the heavenly tribulation, cultivators who cultivated the divine firmament lightning Emperor Sutra were at an advantage. On the other hand, the ever-changing heaven-devouring art was a cultivation technique from the chaotic Tinder Sutra. It could devour all things in the world and fuse them into one's body to strengthen one's foundation. It was also thanks to this cultivation technique that Shantian completely devoured even the heavenly tribulation lightning. The numbing lightning tribulation tasted quite good. Endless lightning enveloped his body, making him appear even more mystical. It was as if he was a god that controlled lightning, who had the divine lightning of the world submitting to him. The faces of the people from the 9 Sun sacred ground were ashen. They originally thought that Shantian would die without a doubt, but not only was Shantian fine, but he had even relied on the mixed divine lightning tribulation to strengthen himself. They felt like they had been slapped on their faces. The divine firmament saint is indeed a genius. He will definitely reach the peak of the 5 regions in the future. Most of the sages present couldn't help but be shocked, and their opinion of Shantian underwent a tremendous change. The strength Shantian displayed far surpassed their imagination. Even the middle ground sages sighed. It's said that a young paragon had appeared in the great wilderness celestial dynasty. At a young age, he has already become a heavenly venerable. He even killed a true sage from the evil spirit sect. He is famed as a supreme paragon that is rarely seen in the 5 regions. The divine firmament saint's talent is probably not inferior to that supreme youth paragon. I wonder who is stronger between the two of them. Even a sage might not be as relaxed as Shantian when facing the mixed divine lightning tribulation. Not to mention that Shantian was able to convert the power of tribulation lightning into his own. As such, the power that Shantian displayed had already surpassed most of the sages. He was a dragon amongst men. If the divine firmament saint can grow up safely, he will definitely be an existence that dominates the world. Some sages couldn't help but mutter to themselves, Middle Ground and Eastern Wilderness have already produced such peerless geniuses. It seems like the world is really going to fall into chaos. The era where all the paragons appeared could be said to be a golden age, but this also meant that there would definitely be a great calamity incoming. This had basically become the order of heaven and earth. Only when this world sensed a great calamity would a large number of peerless geniuses be born. This was for the sake of nurturing a hero who would save the world when the calamity descended. This theory was as vague as karmic luck, but it was an existence that everyone had no choice but to believe. The brutal battle from 10,000 years ago was still vivid in everyone's mind. Thus, Shantian's abnormal talent made many sages worry. 18 streaks of mixed divine tribulation lightning struck Shantian for an entire hour before it finally stopped. Shantian had absorbed a massive amount of mixed divine lightning. His entire body shined, and the origin source of the mixed divine lightning became increasingly thick. Even the lightning around his body became incomparably resplendent, releasing golden divine radiance, seeming incomparably dazzling. This was the power of heaven and earth. It had greatly increased Shantian's strength and his control over the mixed divine lightning. If he could refine all of the lightning he had absorbed, his strength would definitely increase greatly. At that time, even true sages would be fearful of him. Sensing that he had absorbed most of his energy, Shantian transferred the remaining lightning essence into the lotus tark cauldron. For a time, the lotus tark cauldron shone brightly like the scorching sun. It was mixed with the power of lightning as if it was about to transform. The heavenly tribulation was also a form of baptism for the pills. After absorbing the mixed divine lightning tribulation source, the chaotic sky-mending pill's medicinal efficacy would rise by another level. Chi. A divine rainbow shot into the sky, illuminating the pitch-black night sky with incomparable brightness. The lotus tark cauldron stood tall in the void. Its light was extremely resplendent, like a blazing sun rising up, attracting everyone's attention. The lid of the cauldron slowly opened, and 18 sparkling and translucent medicinal pills floated out. They were enshrouded in a dense fog and were as dazzling as stars. An extremely rich pill fragrance emanated out of the cauldron, spreading thousands of kilometers and enveloping the entirety of the divine firmament sacred ground. In an instant, everyone was immersed in the pill fragrance. All their pores opened wide as they greedily absorbed the pure spiritual energy that leaked out. Under the influence of this pill fragrance, many of the paragons with lower cultivation levels immediately experienced a breakthrough, with their strength greatly increasing. This phenomenon happened everywhere. It made the divine firmament sacred ground seem like a venue for cultivation breakthroughs. Even the sages benefited from this. The divine light on their bodies was resplendent, and their auras were faintly changing. They seemed to have comprehended something. Such a divine pill was enough to drive everyone crazy. Even in the divine firmament sacred ground, there were many experts whose hearts were beginning to stir. After all, supreme treasures were capable of moving one's heart. They were capable of making one take risks out of desperation. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore. A figure suddenly appeared in the air and transformed into a long rainbow that charged toward Shantian. That figure was extremely fast as lightning. Space shattered wherever it passed, instantly appearing on Saint Mountain. He suddenly stretched out a large hand that blotted out the sky and the sun. It carried an irresistible force as he grabbed at the chaotic sky-mending pills. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This was the divine firmament sacred ground, yet there was someone so bold as to snatch the pills here? Was he not afraid of being besieged by the divine firmament experts? However, the crowd soon reacted. The attacker was very powerful and had reached the true sage level. His speed was extremely fast, far surpassing that of ordinary true sages. He was comparable to a great sage. Most importantly, this fellow was also very skilled in concealment techniques. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for him to approach Saint Mountain without making a sound and without being discovered by anyone. After all, more than one sages were watching over Saint Mountain. This person could definitely be considered as someone with great skill and courage. His goal was clear. After snatching the supreme pills, he would flee. By the time the divine firmament experts reacted, it would probably be too late. After all, Shantian was the only one on Saint Mountain. How could he resist a true sage? These chaotic sky-mending pills were his. Chapter 414, Villains Die from Being Talkative. The divine firmament sacred leader disappeared into the fabrics of space and rushed toward Saint Mountain. The other sages also reacted and took action. However, they were still too late. Even if the sages rushed toward Saint Mountain, they were still quite a distance away from Saint Mountain. Thus, they would not make it in time. The divine firmament saint was in danger. That was a sixth tribulation true sage, so even most sages present were unable to block his attack. Although the battle prowess that Shantian displayed was astonishing, he was not a sixth tribulation true sage's opponent. The sixth tribulation true sage formed laws and attacked, grabbing Shantian and the chaotic sky-mending pills. His aim was obvious. Not only did he want to snatch the supreme pills, but he also wanted to capture Shantian as a hostage. Shantian was extremely important to the divine firmament sacred ground, so the divine firmament sacred leader would definitely not dare to act rashly if he could take Shantian hostage. He could also take advantage of such an opportunity to escape safely. Not to mention it would definitely be a piece of cake for him to capture Shantian with his cultivation level. In that instant, space collapsed, and laws became chaotic, revealing large pockets of void. A monstrous hand appeared and wanted to grab Shantian. Shantian frowned, and his mouth twitched. What is going on? I can understand if you want to snatch the pills, as such supreme pills are enough to make sages go crazy over them, proving how awesome my alchemy skills are. However, you're going too far if you want to capture me. Do you really think I'm an easy target? You think I'm that soft? Boom. Shantian's aura erupted. He instantly started circulating his chaotic Tinder Sutra while the 10+ extraordinary items within him burst out with surging momentum. His body radiated brilliant divine light and engulfed Shantian. All of Shantian's hair stood up and pointed toward the sky as if he was a super scion, emitting a powerful aura. There are dire consequences for infuriating me. The ocean divine hammer also suddenly appeared in Shantian's hands, and there was even a layer of first essence heavy water on it. That increased the power of the ocean divine hammer to the maximum, as if being able to smash through all obstacles. Shantian lifted the ocean divine hammer and shouted, "Heavenly Wilderness 36 hammers, star-smashing hammer." The ocean divine hammer smashed toward that sixth tribulation true sage with incredible strength, its pressure as heavy as a mountain. The surrounding space suddenly exploded and the turbulent void surged, but they were still unable to cover the ocean divine hammer's light. The laws were in turmoil, and space was distorted wherever the ocean divine hammer swept past. Boom! The booming sounds were deafening, and smoke and dust filled the air. That huge hand suddenly exploded, but the hammer did not stop, it still swung toward the sixth tribulation true sage. Before the sixth tribulation true sage reacted, he was knocked away by that hammer and flew back by thousands of feet. Even his sage domain, which would automatically protect him, was smashed into pieces. The sixth tribulation true sage's aura became extremely chaotic, and he could not help but curse, "Fuck, how is he so strong? Such a powerful strike. I can even hear my head buzzing." The sixth tribulation true sage originally thought that Shantian could transcend the mixed lightning tribulation because of his cultivation technique. Thus, no matter how talented Shantian was, he would at most have the strength of a pseudo-sage since he was still young. If that were the case, the sixth tribulation true sage would be able to easily suppress Shantian. Therefore, the sixth tribulation true sage thought nothing of Shantian and only used a portion of his strength, thinking he would be able to easily capture Shantian. Many sages were rushing there, so he had to stay on guard to prevent any accidents. It was because of his carelessness that made the sixth tribulation true sage suffer a great loss. While looking at that huge hammer in Shantian's hands, the sixth tribulation true sage was completely stunned and even doubted himself. Meanwhile, the other cultivators who were looking at the scene were also astounded. "You must be joking. The divine firmament saint is so powerful that he could even knock away a true sage?" Those that originally wanted to gain an advantage in the chaotic situation had completely given up on such a thought. "I might die from that hammer strike." Although there was the factor of the sixth tribulation true sage being careless, Shantian's monstrous talent could not be ignored. The numerous sages were all astonished. As expected of the divine firmament saint, his talent could already be compared to Tianzi's. They have already acknowledged that Shantian had the strength of an extreme Tao heavenly venerable. His battle prowess could even be compared to a new sage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to send an unsuspecting sixth tribulation true sage flying. Shantian could already be compared to Middle Ground's young prodigy. Qi Shaoxuan and Wang Shengxu gazed at each other speechlessly and could not help but gulp down their saliva. "Who told me that Brother Shen is a peak stage nascent soul cultivator? Come out. I promise I won't beat you to death." "WTF, peak stage nascent? Where could you find such a ferocious nascent soul cultivator that can even send a sixth tribulation true sage flying?" At that thought, Wang Shengxu and Qi Shaoxuan turned to look at Fang Chang. This might be a misunderstanding. Fang Chang's face turned red. He had originally heard from Shantian that his cultivation level was peak stage nascent soul. Who would have known that this junior brother of his seemed to have broken through again in just the past 10+ days? His junior brother was simply too fast. Qi Shaoxuan and Wang Shengxu took a deep breath. Is it possible that Brother Shen has already reached the soul formation stage? How long has it been? Indeed, a son of Providence's talent is beyond imagination. In the end, the both of us still pale in comparison. The crowd was still astonished, but the sixth tribulation true sage had reacted. He was most proficient in speed and stealth, so he would escape quickly regardless of success or failure. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Shantian's strength, resulting in his ambush's failure. He was even smashed until he doubted himself and even stunned momentarily. If he did not run away now, then he would not be able to leave anymore. Well, it could be said that even if he did escape immediately, it was already too late. A majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of the sixth tribulation true sage, and endless lightning and heavenly ore erupted. An insane and ice-cold killing intent was emitted. It was like a lightning blade that could slice the earth into two. That figure was the divine firmament sacred leader. How could the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader stay aloof and indifferent when someone dared to make a move on the Divine Firmament Saint in the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground? Even the surrounding sages could not help but shiver when sensing that piercingly cold killing intent. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had concealed his true strength too deeply, so no one knew just how powerful he was. However, looking at the current situation, even a sixth tribulation true sage would not be able to endure his rage. The heavenly aura around the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader surged like turbulent waves. His voice was indifferent and emotionless but sent shivers down others' backs. Even if I burn my core essence today and be injured heavily, I will definitely stop you from escaping. Since you dared to harm our sacred ground saint, be prepared to die without mercy. ? The sixth tribulation true sage was dumbfounded. Just how did I harm that kid? Are you kidding me? The one who was injured was me, okay? That kid is still very much alive and unscathed. The sixth tribulation true sage could feel his lungs hurting. It must be because the ocean divine hammer had smashed him. His liver was also hurting. It must be because the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's words enraged him. Why did he feel as if the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader was slightly strange? Why would the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader put his life on the line to stop me from escaping? Normally speaking, shouldn't we probe each other's strength first in a battle between sages? Why would you directly begin a fight to the death by consuming your core essence? Not to mention, would he truly burn his core essence? It doesn't seem like he would at all. The sixth tribulation true sage was confused. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader did not speak anymore and directly made a move. Lightning Purgatory. Chains with the violent power of lightning appeared in the sky orderly. Those lightning chains interlocked in the sky and completely sealed off the whole region, forming a prison of lightning. The sixth tribulation true sage was shocked. He tried to run away at maximum speed, stepping on divine rainbows as he tried to escape the range of the lightning purgatory. However, it was already too late. The lightning purgatory instantly came down and covered the sixth tribulation true sage completely, making him unable to escape. Seeing such a scene, all of the surrounding sages' jaws dropped. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader hid his strength too deeply. He's able to even trap a sixth tribulation true sage. A sixth tribulation true sage was already counted as quite a powerful existence among the sages. Not to mention that this sixth tribulation true sage was only one step away from being a great sage, whilst his speed could even surpass normal great sages. Meanwhile, great sages were already counted as top mighty cultivators, a presence that could dominate an entire region on their own. Even the speedster great sage was unable to escape from the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's attack, proving how formidable it was. One had to know that the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader had only become a sage for less than 1,000 years. To older sages, this new sage's strength was simply overly powerful. At that moment, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's cold voice echoed. Those that provoke the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground shall be punished. Those that insult the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground shall be punished. Those that harm the Divine Firmament Saint shall be punished. That was the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's attitude and had to be shown for everyone to see. No one could trample on the Divine Firmament Sacred Ground. Cough, cough. Most importantly, it was for Shantian to see his attitude. The lightning purgatory flashed with endless lightning. Each bolt of lightning was like a blade that slashed onto the sixth tribulation true sage heavily. Damn you! The sixth tribulation true sage panicked. No matter how he attacked, he could not escape this cage. The lightning was filled with a destructive aura, so he could not block the lightning no matter how strong his physical body was. Thus, he was riddled with injuries. Boom! Another lightning struck. The sixth tribulation true sage could not endure anymore and was heavily injured. At the same time, a pitch-black evil aura suddenly rose from within him. It was ruthless and tyrannical like a vengeful ghost. Upon seeing this, the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's heavenly aura swayed gently as he spoke indifferently. Evil Spirit Sect, Spirit Away Sect Master Hidden Shadow? This evil aura was something that only evil cultivators of the Evil Spirit Sect would possess. Meanwhile, there was only one evil cultivator within the Evil Spirit Sect with cultivation level at 6 Tribulation True Sage and such powerful stealth abilities. It was the Spirit Away Sect Master Hidden Shadow. The Evil Spirit Sect had a total of 36 branch sects, but only the people in the Spirit Away sect were the most special. Their stealth abilities were extremely powerful, and they could conceal their presence completely. Almost no one would be able to discover them if they did not use their evil spirit sex cultivation techniques. Had the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader not cornered Hidden Shadow, his identity would not have been exposed at all. The sages in the surrounding narrowed their eyes. They had never expected the evil spirit sect to be this rampant, actually daring to assault Shantian so openly. Evil bastards. They did not even take the various sacred grounds cultivators seriously. However, given the superb stealth skills and his 6 tribulation true sage strength, if he were to go to numerous sacred grounds to assassinate prodigies or even elders, no one would be able to notice. At that thought, the sages of the various sacred grounds suddenly became anxious, and their killing intent erupted. No matter what, they had to stop that person from escaping today, or else he would bring about endless trouble. In the past 10,000 years, countless prodigies had died in the hands of the evil spirit sect. The sages from the various sacred grounds, such as the sacred leaders and grand elders, surrounded Hidden Shadow as they planned to kill him. Hidden Shadow's voice was hoarse, and he screamed like a vengeful ghost, "Zhonglong Yuan, I admit that I've lost in your hands, but you don't have the capability to kill me." Hidden Shadow was full of blood, and an endless demonic aura enveloped his whole body. His pupils were extremely red and emitting a strange light. The numerous elders of the sacred grounds lashed out, "How bold of you, evil creature, to dare say such impertinent words at the face of death. If I want to leave, you weaklings won't be able to stop me." Hidden Shadow scoffed and took out an item. A ray of light which was dark to the extreme soared into the sky. It was filled with an evil aura that pierced through the sky. The surrounding lightning purgatory lightning array formation seemed to even shake slightly. "That's the boundary breaking all?" exclaimed certain sage from middle ground. Evidently, the item Hidden Shadow had taken out had astonished him. The boundary breaking all was a pseudo-tark artifact made by a sub-tark and was especially used to break through array formations in space. 1,000 years ago, powerful evil spirit cultivators had used the boundary breaking all to forcibly break through the defense array of a certain sacred ground in the middle ground and brought their army to attack that sacred ground. That sacred ground had been wiped out on a single night, and no one had survived. That incident had even alarmed the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty. Countless people feared that such an incident would repeat itself, so the Great Wilderness Celestial Dynasty had set out their top cultivators to annihilate the evil spirit sect. Unfortunately, the evil spirit sect had still managed to escape. According to rumors, the boundary breaking all had broken, so it could not be casually used anymore. Otherwise, such an evil artifact would still be the sacred grounds the nightmare. They had never expected that Hidden Shadow would bring the boundary breaking all here. It was obvious that he was well prepared. Meanwhile, Hidden Shadow had already made a move. He swung the boundary breaking all in his hand and smashed toward the lightning array formation in the sky. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. A crack instantly appeared in the lighting purgatory, and Hidden Shadow took the chance to escape. After Hidden Shadow escaped, he was not in a hurry to leave. He looked at the Divine Firmament Sacred Leader coldly. "I'll remember this. Shortly after, the evil spirit army will attack. Prepare to enjoy the taste of fear." Ha ha ha. Hidden Shadow laughed heartily in the sky. Although he was a 6 tribulation true sage, his speed could be compared to that of a 9 tribulation great sage. If he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. However, at that moment, the tide turned again. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. A huge golden staff appeared behind Hidden Shadow, striking his head. Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus figure suddenly appeared as he spoke. "Fuck, so much nonsense, I'll beat you to death with my staff." Even a 6 tribulation true sage could not help but feel dizzy because of Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus strike and fall from the sky. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader rushed to the sky and instantly used his lightning chains to tie Hidden Shadow up, completely binding him. The Divine Firmament Sacred Leader's lightning and heavenly aura swayed gently as he used voice transmission. "Senior brother, aren't you snatching my contributions?" Heavenly Venerable Azure Lotus smiled even more brightly as he replied, "Junior brother, who told you to hide your strength? You sly old fox, I'm definitely getting the credit for capturing Hidden Shadow. Hee hee, I can go and find Marshal Nephew for some benefits again after contributing this much." "Azure Lotus, you have no morals. You actually ambushed me," snarled Hidden Shadow. Unfortunately, he was bound by the lightning chains that surged toward him and was completely paralyzed. The sages who were at the side were speechless when they saw such a scene. They had never expected Hidden Shadow, whose speed could be compared to that of a great sage and who was holding such a pseudo-tark artifact, would fail so miserably by being hit by heavenly venerable azure lotus staff. Shantian shook his head and sighed. Why did you have to show off? Normally, following the novel's rationale, villains would die from being talkative.